We're at Hyde Park. I'm at Hyde Park. It's quite busy today. There's looks like some kind of festival, a concert going on. So I'm just going to, before I get to speakers, I'm just going to put something down here, chalkwise. So bear with me, and then we'll go ahead and do the banner when I get there.
त्याका मोगू केला बरं नु 400 450 हारी करून दे मागे
So, how's the stream holding up? I know I've had problems lately, technicals with the stream, so apologies for that. Hey, Ryan Boston, nice to see you, bro. It's 5 a.m. in Texas. Nice. It's just gone past 11. Yeah, I said I would start at 11:11. I'm a little early, but I kind of got this little personal ambition to go more than 8 hours unbroken. Get in the lane. There's a bicycle lane that he's going to ride through the people. So up ahead here is like I guess they're doing some kind of event today. So accessible entrance in the south, apparently. Maybe we should ask Run Boston Bear to prepare to do more than just a marathon when he goes down in December. He goes out from South America, wherever that might be. I mean, we know where South America is relatively, and you can head down to the South Georgia Islands and blah, blah, blah. Falklands, that's obviously not as far down, but all of that is traversable, travelable. So, but these trees here, I always find these fascinating. I love them, but they're about 200 years old. And they're like near enough, within 50 years, maybe 80 years, the oldest trees in England. And that begs the question, of course, you know, apologists and programmed believers of school will tell you that they cut down all the old trees for boats. That's why there's no ancient forests remaining in England. But that be one possibility. You know, there might be, you know, I think I allow for the possibility that a post-flood event could leave a small number of trees here and there somehow to survive, but I think the majority become deluged. I used to hypothesize that a deluge, a tsunami of mud coming over the land, which I don't kind of subscribe to anymore when I think about the mud flood. But a tsunami coming across the land and sweeping up all the trees and putting them into a pile, basically, at the bottom of a valley, covered up for a few hundred or 1,000 years or whatever. That could create the heat required for fire and coal. The coal seams, but I'm also open to the idea that the coal seams are simply an aspect of a living thing that we now call a mountain and we excavate. That it is or was living, and it created such materials, just in the same way as your body creates little pools of material that for microbacteria seem like an infinite pool of resource, and they will thrive on it for as long as you thrive. You know, and I don't know that I'm not saying that's a bad thing. You know, I think there are essential you know, processes. Who knows, you know, maybe we're even meant to use up some of the oil. If we don't, then the body of the earth becomes overfilled or something, you know. It's like the body was designed, and this body that the earth was designed to be used, to be churned, to be, you know, at times burned and recycled, consumed. I'm still thoughtful of a comment by a friend of the channel who's a vegetarian or vegan, that, you know, because of the love of the animal, ergo vegan or veggie. And it's, I mean, I love the pond, and I would attend to the things that are in the pond that were either causing it to become out of balance or whatever. And I think it is a sort of just a scholar of the natural world, and people who live very close to the natural world, then their consumption comes predominantly from an omnivorous outlook, and that, you know, there are bugs in your body that are there simply to eat a particular thing, and I think that we've been given this environment to consume the things that are bioavailable. And obviously everyone to their own. Everyone can do their own thing. But I just feel like that agenda is like so many of the world agendas out there, where it's designed to, like climate change, it's designed to enfeeble us, to entrap us, to get us to diminish ourselves. Like, how dare we be the consumers of these things? And nature has an incredible power of self-healing. Not that we should be throwing our plastics in the ocean and blah blah. But we know that the sort of cows farting agenda is so feeble, and the Bill Gates funding of I think what will become like indoor under lighting farming, that everybody can basically eat from a factory. That agenda, it fits with the don't eat meat kind of rhetoric. So I'm not only do I think that for the majority of people, having a balanced diet, not too heavily leaning on the carbohydrates, is what most people should be on, and for their best health. Those people who suggest that spiritually we are lessened by consuming meat products, well, I would disagree with that, and I don't see that as being a thing. What I would agree with is that the frequency of the products you consume, albeit meat or vegetable products, all of those things are energy. Really, it's all light. And the Dr. Emoto evidence of how the vibration of that light is altered by its conditions. So it is a bit of a minefield, aside from the fact that obviously they spray all sorts of stuff on our greens and our veggies, and they inject all sorts of stuff into meat. So rather than being like, oh, it's vegan versus omnivore, it's like, oh, we're all in the same boat. I'm wearing my Dan gave me this t-shirt, which has the potential to upset some people. Black people might say, you're taking the piss out of our movement, our victim status. But we were all lined up for needlecraft. We were all face nappied and reduced travel and blah blah blah, all of that. And there was no one group. They said, oh well, that lot over there, they don't have to do it. Perhaps in a very cliquey, small elite group, they knew, and they didn't do any of that stuff. So chartered their jets around. Actually, something that keeps coming to mind is I met a flat earther in Guildford some time ago, and I'm not quite sure how he comes to know that Earth isn't a globe, but he says that he had a business at Heathrow Airport, and during the lockdowns, every single day without fail, a plane load of Chinese turned up, and they dropped them off. Now, I don't know, because I never asked them, whether that also meant that they were then sent on, sent back to China, or whether this was like a one-way ticket, putting people in place for, future things, because, it does feel to me like there's a shifting of the sands, and when we talk about Chinese style surveillance and credit system and so on, it's not Chinese style, it's Chinese. There's a distinction there. It's Chinese. You know, and we know, obviously, this is what Flat Earth gives you. We know that the Earth is not, they're not doing space travel. Space travel is fake. So if we know that, there's no one here. I'm hopeful that because of this festival, I think maybe I just got here early enough. But yeah, actually we're heading for China, like, you know, yeah, a China thing going forward. So, I wonder if I should go here. I am early. It's sun is going to travel that way. Normally the hubbub is all the way over there, and I'm a little bit early perhaps. I see someone's setting up a little stall there. Oh, there's a whole raft of African or black skinned runners. So, welcome to the stream if you've just arrived. See, there's a few of you there. Let me just quickly pop my head into the chat. Oops. Hello, Callum Wilkinson. Simple and complex carbohydrates. Carbs are there, trick for profit. Yeah, I mean, you know, cheap, you could feed cattle cheaply. Thanks, JT. No, don't talk about coffee, please, because I can't have any now. Hi, JP. Nice to see you. Tony. Good stream quality. Well, that's good to hear. This DJ email. Well, thanks very much for stopping by. I'm going to put up the banner in a minute. I feel like, see, the real noise and the real kind of deal of the circuit and the craziness is there. And I normally place myself like there. Now, the background noise and what have you is a factor. And also one of the other things I'm mindful of is that when I'm dropping out the stream, Andrea thinks it's because my phone is so old. I think it's because there's a lot of people around. Because right now, as Tony said, I've got a pretty solid stream. But the thing is when... this is interesting. The thing is that when... I'll go under here. It is in the shade, but that might be an advantage. When there's a lot of people using the service, then of course it's going to put a strain on that.
Any kind of pickup person or something like that, but we are offering you you don't need that.
Sounds like that guy's pulling a scam. Just the way that we're offering you blah blah blah. It's one of, it could be one of these kind of call center scammers working overtime. Yeah, because although you see, when there's so many people massing around, no one can actually see my banner. And I think I can do a pretty good job of it out here. Yeah. I think I'm going to go for it here, guys. Give us a thumbs up if you don't mind. And if you're in the mood to buy us a coffee, then there's links in the Patreon, I mean the link tree or the bio or whatever. So let's get this up. I'm going to pop this somewhere. Let's just see for now. Pop that there. Hope you can see that all right. I've got my copper bottle of water. The first session. I would say, well, Run Boston Bear's got an early start there, 5 a.m. and but I guess it's light as well, you know. Here it is.
Amazing.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I was scrolling through Facebook briefly this morning, and I saw a video pop up of an interview of people talking here in Speaker's Corner. Like, I recognize that voice. And some guy had clipped out a video of me talking to some, I think, American students some months ago here. And it had 3,000 views, which is pretty good for my content. So I was pretty chuffed about that. It's funny how these things happen. So yeah, we've been a little bit on the move. We're obviously in London at the moment. Hence the opportunity to come and talk some truth to some people. So I'm going to put this up and then have a little puff and then do some chalking local to my environment. So I appreciate you early comers. Well, so yeah, this is this festival. You might actually find later on that the music is quite loud. So we'll see about that. So science, systematic study of structure and behavior of physical and natural world through first observation, then experimentation and testing. Testing means measuring, by the way. You've got to measure it. Eh? If you believe that water is curving over its surface on a ball, then we have to be able to measure that. Otherwise, it's just a belief. We were told when we were young that the ship is going over the horizon. That proves that we're on a globe. Now we've got powerful enough cameras to disprove that, because we can still see the ship even though we thought it went over the curve. We bring up that powerful camera and bang, there it is for another 50 miles, 20 miles on a clear day. So what if the Earth isn't spinning and it's the sun that's moving over our heads? It's small and close, not millions of miles away. You've probably never thought about this before.
Is this it? Is this Speaker's Corner?
Yeah, this is, well, yeah,
Are
you're
you
a bit
the only
early.
one left?
No, I'm a bit early. It's a bit early for speakers.
Oh, is it? What time do they normally come in?
Really about midday, it really starts, and then by 3, 4, 5, it's humming.
Oh, right. I used
Yeah.
to thought it would be early morning.
No, because most people that come here
in
are
church,
the
aren't they?
church, yeah, they're at Sunday school. So,
That's right, yeah. Oh, right.
yeah. But no, I wanted to get an early start today. I don't get the biggest of platforms because I'm not selling a religion. I'm just challenging the government and the systems of education that we all had. That all of us, no one's special. We're all in the same boat of
So
indoctrination.
what made you think of that then?
10 years ago, I had a few experiences. I won't go into the detail, but I was willing to look at this theory that people were throwing around that the Earth wasn't a globe. And the first thing I came across was the formula for curvature. Because if we live on a globe, Pythagoras says there must be a measurable amount of curvature. What we're taught when we're young is that we're too small to see that curvature, although they tell you you're seeing the ship go over the horizon. So it can't be both. Anyway, so this 8 inches per mile squared formula, which none of us get taught, I went and applied that to my real world experience growing up at the sea. I'm like, damn, I could see 20, 30 miles on a clear night up the coast. Street lights that are way too low to be seen according to the curvature formula. Then you start looking into that and you find that, wow, you can see the White Cliffs of Dover from France, which is 20 odd miles away. According to the curvature formula, that should be 300 feet of curvature, 300 feet of bent sea blocking your observation. But no, you can see the beach on a clear day from there. It turns out that the Guinness World Record photo is 400 kilometers from one place in France to an island. And they can see all of the island 2 days of the year when the sun sets behind it, because it silhouettes the island and it cuts through all of the haze that we have in our atmosphere. So we can actually see way, way further. Lighthouses have been seen 50, 60 miles away, and yet they're only a few hundred feet above the sea, the water. The American have got a railgun, the weapon called a railgun, which uses a laser pointing device to shoot at other ships. They admit that they can shoot 80 miles perfectly straight. For 80 miles. If we're 80 miles perfectly straight, then when does it start to curve?
So why would the government, or whether we've been taught, why would they hide if it's true that it's a flat earth, why would they want to hide that? What would be the reason?
Well, because the same reason that religion wanted to kind of give you this Jesus or God or whatever that you were going to kind of be a slave to. They've given us something that entraps the mind. The globe is a trap. You can't go anywhere if you live on a globe. Everything's been explored except, the Antarctic region, which we're not allowed to go to. So everything's except
But
on
people do
controlled
go there,
tours.
though,
But they
don't
do go on controlled tours. But they cannot, you and I, if we were multimillionaires, could not decide for ourselves to go and spend a year just exploring anywhere that we chose to. You're not allowed to do that.
So
That's
what-
the Antarctic Treaty signed by the Russians, Americans,
So
Chinese.
what do
so
you
on.
think, if I just travelled in a straight line now and kept going and going, what would happen? Would I just get
Okay,
to
so let me finish.
Oh, sorry.
The big deception is hiding the truth of creation, because if this place is not a globe coming from the Catholic invention of the Big Bang, if it's not that, then it's this water is level. We're on a plane, and there's some kind of enclosure that we're in. And if that be true, then it was created, not Big Bang, into existence. And if that be true, then we are not evolved apes, like they would like to tell you, that we are being put here for a purpose. And perhaps that purpose is of a higher spiritual, if you like, but of a higher, essence than this human experience. So yes, to control the humans, yes, to make us into slaves or farm animals and control everything that we do. That's sort of on the material experience that you're having here. But on the spiritual experience, I think it is about demeaning whatever the creator is. Call it God if you like. But whatever the creator is, all of this idea that it all comes from an explosion and it came from monkeys and it took billions of years and you're insignificant, you're a speck of stardust and you're nothing, you live, you die, there's nothing more. all of that is about demeaning creator, and it may be us. We may be that creator.
So it's tied up in religion then, this
Well, religion is tied up in the truth of the world, because religion has occulted the truth of the world and sugarcoated it with, Christianity and Islam and all of these kind, Judaism and so on, and they've used that. And in fact, we know that the people that got into Christianity mostly got into Christianity because their family members were murdered for not getting into Christianity. People were battered into religion. Why would they need to batter people into religion? Why would they need to batter people to stay home and be scared of an invisible virus in 2020? Governments are designed here to control your mind. The word government in Latin comes from guber and mente. Guber, control, mente, mind. Government is to control your mind, and because religion couldn't do it anymore, people lost faith in religion, they gave them scientism. And scientism is this idea of, because I imagine it, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's a theoretical astrophysicist. So imagining things that we can never test. We can never go to Alpha Centauri. We can never go to Mars, although some of us believe we've been to the moon. We can never do these things. But they have us believing in something outside of us, that there is this one, that humans are a scourge on Earth, and that climate change is real, and that we should do less, we should be minimized, we should be taxed to death. That's what most people believe. We are too many, and we should be culled. And we should be controlled because we are so bad. Well, I say to people that if you put 10 puppies in a cage and you mistreat them, and then you've got 3 or 4 other puppies that you love on, guess which puppies people are going to want to spend time with? So, and as adult dogs, like we all are, then how are we going to behave towards each other? Because once you realize that this place is not a globe spinning in vacuum of space, which is all breaks the law of thermodynamics, once you realize it's not that, you realize that we must be all in this together. We are all one. And just like they did with 2020, everybody was locked down. No one was given special treatment. We were all treated the same. So we are all enslaved, and yet we're going to war with each other. The Russians, Ukrainians, Jewish, the Muslims, Christians, we're all Chinese. We're all going to war with each other. And those wars have all been fomented. I went to war in Angola in 1987. Fomented. 3 months on the front line. Very real, but fomented. The wars were created to steal Angolan oil. The wars were created to inject Rothschild banking system and to ensure globalist control of all of the resources on Earth, rather than that you and me, as co-creators and co-inheritors of this Earth, should be entitled to a share of the Earth's value. But all of that is owned by De Beers and BP and Shell and all these supernationals that have been raping mankind for a long time. So yeah, it's about control, but I think it's something more than the material stuff, the unpleasant, I'm going to be taxed to death stuff. It's more than that. It's something spiritual. And yes, religion has hidden the spirituality from you. Because I say to people like this, I think that if Jesus lived, what he was trying to tell us is that you are the Christ, that you are carrying the spark of God. Each of us is that. No man is better than another. But if we didn't believe, if we didn't believe that, we would be willing to subject ourselves to, kingdoms and governments who tell us what to do, when to do it, and increasingly how much of it we can do. And that's what they'll bring in with the digital control, digital currency, etc., etc. Any questions?
So do you believe that there's a dome?
I allow the possibility that it's either an extended plane or there is an enclosure. But thermodynamics demands enclosure. If you want a situation in which you've got heavy gas at the floor and light gas at the top, which is what we find, freons and neons and all those things up high, and the heavy gas is down below, then you have to enclose that. You have to contain that.
All right, thank you.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
All the best. Remember, water always finds level.
Keep cool.
Always finds level. When at rest. Ah, a little warm up, guys. Gonna have a quick smoke break before I go further and have a chat with them. So as you see, we're at Speakers, well, Hyde Park. Water's always going to find level, bro. Prove that, measure that water's curving. Measure it. Or that you're spinning. Unless you've had too much to drink. But you know what, to be fair, like the ego, and you know, you're a dad and what have you, and like me, I raised my children on the globe. They're all the older ones. Andrea got me this cool copper bottle with the lid. I'm gonna take a little bit of handling. So, I hope you guys are good. And chat's good. No wind today, which is kind of cool. I very cleverly pre-rolled myself some smokes, and I seem to have left them behind. Oh man. Crazy. Oh well. C'est la vie, eh? C'est la vie. There's a bit. Hey guys, you know we can't prove that water's curving over its surface?
Sorry?
We can't prove that water curves over its surface. Water was always going to find level. No matter how big the pool or lake or Suez Canal, the water is always level. So at what point is it starting to curve such that we can see a ship going over the horizon? Perhaps it's just perspective that causes the ship to go over the horizon. And if your friend is a few stories above you, they say it hasn't got over the horizon yet. And if someone's in a hot air balloon at 200 meters, they say, I can see it for another half hour. What are you talking about horizon? It's not going over anything. Horizon is a visible line at which you can no longer resolve things. And we were taught when we were too young to think about this, that that's proof that the Earth is a globe. Well, actually, when you try and apply the formula for the globe curvature, you'll find that you can see way further than you're supposed to if we really live on a globe. So this is grand deception. And then even the idea that we're spinning, you know, your sensors, if you fly to South Africa or halfway to Australia or whatever, your sensors don't tell you you're now upside down. We're just told to believe that, well, the gravity magic doesn't let you feel that. The gyroscope doesn't feel it. Why doesn't the gyroscope measure that you've started here and you're now here? Why isn't it doing that? If you were flying on a plane, over a plane, then it would be about right that what you do is you get up to cruising altitude and you hold the nose at 1 or 2 degrees elevation for hours. You don't tip down the globe, you don't fly down. In the case of flying from Heathrow to South Africa, 90 degrees of the globe. We don't change our aspect at all. There is one perpendicular on Earth, there is one up and one down, and the sun travels over our heads every day. It's small and local, It's not millions of miles away. Everything is close. It's almost biblical. All the scriptures have always said, even the ancient cultures said, we live inside an enclosed system, a great mother. And that great mother has a roof. What's outside of that roof, we do not know. But every star that you've ever seen is inside of that roof. I've just brought you to the discotheque and said to you that, don't worry, it's not the floor that's spinning, it's the lights on the ceiling that are moving. That's all it is. And they're close, and they're personal to you. And you are the center of the universe. It's not somewhere far, far away. You know, everything was designed for you. There is a creator of this place, but the governments and the religions don't want you to know that. Because if you know that, you realize that you are the centerpiece. And you're here not only as a material being, but also as a spiritual expression of your higher self or God or whatever. You know, I don't know exactly how that part works, but I know that we're an expression of something higher than just these evolved apes, which is what they try and teach us in school now. So I have a few flyers you can take home on why it matters and why they lie, because we are so important. I've got 3 here for you, sir.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Ma'am, can I give you all 3? This electromagnetic one I think you will find interesting.
Thank you.
Hey man.
Let me have a look at yours.
Cool, bro. One more for you here.
Nice one.
There we go. The warm up hand. Because I don't have. I can't believe that I didn't bring my smokes. Oh well. It's a good test for me. It's a good test for me. How are you guys doing? I was going to have a chat anyway, but... Yeah, that was a quick hit and run. So there's going to be a lot of people here today. So yeah, I think I might have to demand on that. I think I meant the other day, photographer was showing me some photos. Let's have a good look there, go find them. No, I need someone to come into London and bring me some. It's going to be, hey, Authentic Content.
I'll show you.
Nice to see you, Josh. It's been a while. Are you still doing live stuff? I've seen some of your older stuff, but I'm not sure if you're doing the live stuff. I love copper bottles. There's Andrew here. Let's see. Now I need to... Sorry.
Hello, my colleague. How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm okay. You arrived
Yeah,
today?
yeah, all good, man. Nice
That's
to
punk
see you. Punky, yeah. You know what that means?
punk you. Full to you, huh?
Yes, exactly, bro.
Yeah, they do. I'm sure. I know.
Yeah.
All governments like that.
Yes.
They fool.
Yes.
That's their policy.
They all work
The only way
together.
to control
Yes.
and rule. They have to fool you.
Yes. Yes.
And if
Tricks.
you don't listen, they.
Satan's world, they say. Satan's world, man.
Yeah, the next was like 80. I had black tape.
How much is it?
I misspelled this on purpose. So yeah, if you didn't hear me say it earlier, I'm hoping to go for like 8 hours today.
Mind yourself a minute. Just going to get this ambulance in there.
Sorry, there was an ambulance people about.
Поэтому как бы
Talk about things they've seen recently, but they were a little bit clammy. Remember that in 2019, those guys were doing testing cars in Germany to see how they would work off so-called satellites, right? They had these big antennas on the car. And I asked them some questions, and I thought, oh, there's some really like interesting stuff here. So I went and grabbed my camera, and then they clammed up. see a 70% level. Let's discuss. Can you believe that we've been fooled our entire lives to believe that we live on a spinning rock in space?
I guess I try and go at it a different way. Why is it important to you that the Earth is flat rather than a blade spheroid?
If you answer my question, I'll answer yours.
Oh, sorry. What was the question again? Why?
Yeah. Did I actually ask the question? Can you prove that you live on a spinning ball?
Proof is a strange thing to do. I mean, as an example, I think it likely, with all the evidence I can see, that we've evolved to be the creatures we have, that God doesn't exist, that evolution appears to be the best explanation given the evidence. Proof is difficult. You can prove within a system like 1 and 1 is 2, but because it's an enclosed system, but proof is very difficult.
Yeah.
What sort of proof would you accept?
Well, we've got observations of ships going over the horizon, and that's often taught to us as proof that the Earth is curving. But what if that proof or that observation had another explanation, such as perspective and angle of resolution, such that someone on the beach won't be able to see a ship as far away as someone on the lighthouse or in the crow's nest or 20-story building, right? We know that the higher we go, the further we see. Yes?
Well, I mean, the interesting thing is you've heard all of the arguments against your point of view. Which one do you think was the most convincing?
Well, remember, for me,
must
up
have been
until
doing it
the
a
age
long
of
time.
44, I believed everything in the globe belief. So I believed in the moon landings, everything. I believe 9/11 happened by Osama bin Laden's hand only. I just pretty much swallowed everything that the government rammed down my throat because I'd been indoctrinated just like you.
Do I detect an Australian
South
accent?
African.
South African,
And
okay.
I went to war in Angola in 1987 based on propaganda.
Right.
And today we're going to war in other countries based on propaganda. So we know that it is possible to get right-minded and fair-thinking people to believe a thing that isn't necessarily true, apartheid being a good example of that, right?
Absolutely.
So that...
I have got a couple of questions that's worth asking.
All right. Well, let me just say,
but-
because let me just tell you what stopped me in my tracks. When I was an atheist, and then I had like a near...
Oh, you're not an atheist?
No.
Oh, what
No.
do you believe?
I think that there is a creator.
Okay.
But I don't have a religion to back that up. I just say that I had this near-death experience. I feel like I encountered my higher self, and my higher self is connected to all things and eventually to a super being. But might
We
be-
are connected to all things.
Yeah. So, and that's what quantum is struggling with, is that actually everything is connected. It's not individual little atoms flying around. Everything is inside of an ether. And the ether was very popular up until Einstein had to get rid of it for general relativity. So I found out that after this, I was willing to look at the possibility that everything that I'd been taught had been a mistaught. And that included, where we live, because, everything we know about outer space comes to us from space agencies, which are an extension of the government. So I went to try and test the things that I can test for myself, that you and I have the gift to test. One of them being, is water curving like they say it is? And when you apply the Pythagorean formula for curvature over a globe, you find that you can see...
The Pythagorean formula.
Yeah.
You don't think a squared plus b squared equals c squared. You mean a different formula?
Yeah.
What formula do you mean?
Well, we see, and we're in an unusual situation because we're standing on the outside of a sphere, apparently. And that sphere is dropping away from us at all times around us at 360 degrees. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable explanation.
That's what they taught me in school, and certainly over the 10 years that I've exited this belief system, I haven't heard anyone say anything other than that. That basically relativity puts you on the top or appear to be, because there's no up and down in the globe belief. So wherever you happen to stand on the globe, it becomes the top of the globe, and everything is descending down at a ratio away from you, such that it's a sphere. Because, you know, a football or any sphere never has flat spots. It's always bending, although it might be a small amount, depending on the size of the ball, whatever, but there's always going to be a ratio of bending. And so trying to measure that, we were never taught this in school, but they say, you can Google this, that there is an earth curve calculator now on Google, which will allow you to plug in the height of the observer and the height of the thing observed, and the distance of the thing observed, and then it'll tell you how much earth curvature, or C, if you're standing on the beach, is blocking your view. And it's 8 inches per mile squared. This is their formula.
8 inches per mile squared. Okay.
Now,
I have got a question worth asking.
Okay, I'm not saying that I agree with that formula necessarily, because I don't think we live on a globe, and so I can't test that. What I have done is I've gone out to the sea and made observations of things that are too far away to account for the curvature that this formula claims that we should be seeing. But your question, go ahead.
So just before I give you the question, do you know what confirmation bias is?
Yes, absolutely. And if you believe you live on a globe, then you're going to stand at the beach and swear to God that you can see the ship going over the curve. And yet, even when your friend comes to you with a P900 or a P1000 Nikon like super zoom camera and says, "Hold on, you say it's gone over the curve, let me zoom back in on that ship," and you guys both watch that ship and a ship behind that ship, and you say, "How is that possible? That we're not bringing that image back
Is this
over
the
the
answer
curve?"
to, do you know what confirmation bias is?
Yeah, it is, because we are.
So that's not quite what confirmation bias is.
Well, it is, because you tell me your
So
idea.
confirmation bias is something we all do. We've got a particular view. You've got your view. I've got my view, which is different to yours. So what I'll do is, when we hear something that backs up the view that we've already got,
Yes.
we give it credence, and
Correct.
we
I
like
agree.
to hear
That's
it.
what I was saying.
When
The same thing.
when we hear things that
Yeah.
disagree with
Yeah.
what we already believe,
Yeah.
we normally do one of two things. We either because we don't like what we're hearing, we normally try to discredit the person that's giving it to you.
Yes,
So that
yes.
it's a kind of rudeness that comes about.
Yes. If I'm being
So-
rude, I apologise.
No, I don't think you are.
But because that's what I get. I've been coming to Speaker's Corner for 7 years now, and I do this in the street around cities and towns and so
Sure.
on. And what I do get is that cognitive bias or dissonance, based on observational. What do you said?
Confirmation
bias. That's because. Remember, like I said, I've been for 44 years of my life. I believed that, and I felt that I could argue for the.
I'll give you a couple of things that I find difficult to understand. The Burj Al Khalifa has it's in a Muslim country.
828 meters tall.
Yeah,
I think it's
and
828.
I think it's that. And because the sunset happens later on the higher floors.
Correct. Yeah.
There's I can't remember what it is per floor, but it's a minute per floor or something.
Right,
That
okay.
as it's going up as the sun's going down
Okay.
on the horizon.
Okay.
I think it's difficult to explain that on a flat Earth, and easier to explain that on a curved Earth.
Yeah, now that's an example of confirmation bias, because I can
Okay.
show you examples in the real world in which, say, I carry one of these lamps. Well, let's say we find an agreed flat piece of land that surveyors have said this is perfectly level for 5 miles, and I take a powerful lamp that's above your head, and you're having to look up and see it now, and I'm going to walk for 5 miles, and you'll watch it descend into the flat, and yet I'm still holding it right up. No, this photograph here is a good example of that. You know this, you've seen this in your lifetime.
I have, but I normally, when I've seen those kind of photos, depends on the lens that's used, I've normally seen the lights curve in rather than looking straight. They've normally been curved. Have I seen something that's
You
been...
could have seen that, but then again, ask yourself the question: Are those lamps getting shorter, or is something happening to my vision or the vision of the the camera, if it's a wide-angle lens or something like that, to bend it. You know, we know like with a fisheye lens, there's a lot of bending of horizons, right? Same with the Red Bull jump. They used fisheye lenses to infer a globe because it was bending everything, except the camera that was in the cupola. When he jumps out, you see the perfectly level horizon and flat, which is what we saw when he jumps out. You see this. You see a sort of murky but flat into the distance. Same at 30,000 feet and same at the beach. Everything left to right on that picture is absolutely level. You know, I've taken this whole poster and put everything on the same level line. And it doesn't matter. Look, for example, America. This is all of America across here, 3,000 miles almost, east to west. This is a flat line, bro. And you're going from a sea level at New York to a sea level in California, up and down, up and down, up and down. Yes, over hills and mountains, but you're still only going to go up as much as you come down. And that's why when teacher ever drew the Europe or England or whatever, they always can do it as a flat line because it is.
I mean,
flat.
you obviously know that I completely disagree with you, but I don't know. I can't get why it's so important to you, this and also the feeling that we didn't land on the moon and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Why is it so important to you?
Well,
So
I mean,
did-
nothing really mattered too much to me until I realized the grandness of the deception. I kind of knew, like growing up, that JFK, probably we didn't know the full story about how all of that went down, right? I don't know if you agree with that, but I think that the Warren report in the 1970s demonstrated that we hadn't been told the truth about exactly who was involved, right? That's a matter of fact. So we don't actually, and I was like, okay, and I smoked some cannabis when I was a youngster in my 20s, and I realized, wow, this isn't as harmful as for me as my government told me it was. And in fact, the alcohol that I'm drinking is making me feel way worse, and they're happy for me to drink alcohol. You know,
there
I
have
was
been
okay with
there
those
have been
sorts of
some,
things. Yeah.
Professor Knott in this country has brought out some things saying that marijuana is much less harmful than alcohol.
Yeah.
And I know that for a fact. And then the government got rid of him because they didn't
That's
want
right.
him
He
to.
was the drug czar, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And then he said,
So,
"Oh, actually, it's not that bad." And of course, you have to be somewhat retarded not to know that people are dying in their thousands every year, if not more than thousands, from alcohol-related problems. Whereas no one is dying from cannabis-related problems. Yes, someone so stoned that they got in their car and caused an accident is not the same as, the alcohol itself is actually killing people.
I have a bit of a problem with the delivery method for cannabis. Smoking it, I don't think is particularly good. If you can use it bong, I think that's okay.
Okay.
But,
Well, I
I
mean, okay.
think,
But the point is that adults like you and me should be able to make choices like that for ourselves. You know, we should be. This world was created with all these plants. One of them being cannabis, and cannabis has been proven to cure cancers, proven to do a whole lot of things for children who have got, tics or seizures, that kind of thing. They deliver it in a way that isn't smoking, obviously.
the problem is dose. So
No, but again, you're throwing like mud in the way because the same applies with heroin or what most mainstream doctors push today. They have to, if they're going to be good at what they do, is refine the dose such that a child or an adult or a person who needs it for this particular thing is getting the right kind of treatment. So that's all just throwing stupid stuff in the way. Humans can solve all of that problem. And in fact, in those states and places in America and other places like South Africa, where they've now legalized it, there is a thriving industry of medicinal, for medicinal
yeah,
purposes.
I know a guy that sells it.
Yeah.
So I don't
So
understand.
the point really was that I saw these things growing up. I saw that I was in a war in Angola with the CIA on the ground. And even though they were lying to the American people in the 1980s, we're not in Angola, blah, blah, blah. No, I was seeing them on the ground, right? So I knew.
I don't doubt that some conspiracy happens.
Some
What
conspiracy.
I do doubt is
Yeah.
this.
So, and the grandness of this conspiracy. I mean, the Americans did the atom bomb. Hey, the what do they call it? The Manhattan Project.
Yes.
100,000 people worked on that. No one knew about it. Yes, it was a big secret. The Americans have recently retired a spy plane that no one knew about until they retired it. So the idea that government doesn't have the ability to sequester people who talk out, but to ensure that everybody's on a non-disclosure, and those people that get to know the bigger secrets, They're only got there because they were given junior secrets and they were shown to be safe. And therefore they perhaps inculcated or into the bigger secrets. So in the same way as I think that you don't have a religious belief, you don't believe that those preachers are lying to their flock. They just believe something.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I don't doubt.
And the same is true with our scientists.
I don't doubt that you.
Our theoretical scientists are believing in, like you said, evolution without, and I used to believe in evolution,
Right.
without there being concrete evidence of those steps all the way through. And that the ability for
how
us to...
recently have you read any books that disagree with your belief?
I read stuff that disagrees with it almost every day.
So there's a wonderful book called Why Evolution is True by Jerry Coyne. If you understand it all from beginning to end,
Yeah.
you can't at the end of it think that evolution is a lie, if you understand it.
Well, I think that evolution, the idea that you can throw, do you know that the evolution comes from these eugenicists, people who hate mankind such that they would rather we get into this dog-eat-dog, survival of the fittest Darwinist mindset rather than we were created on purpose. See, I say to people, like, the idea that you can throw a grenade into a scrapyard and get a Ferrari to drive out the other side is ridiculous. And our bodies are far finer tuned than a Ferrari. And the idea that this came from a pool of slime and so on, and I know I'm not going to change your mind. For me, it was the near-death experience that gave me an ass-kicking. It lasted 5-6 minutes. It actually was ayahuasca that I took, but it was like dying. And it lasted 5 or 6 minutes. And the first words, when I could speak, the first words were, "It's true, there is a God." And my mother had died 4 years earlier, and I was, no, there's no God.
So you're using the argument. It's called personal incredulity. I can't believe the evidence because I think it's too incredible.
Well, what if I was to give you the base solid evidence that water, those water bottles that you're holding, no matter which way you hold them, if you hold them at rest, the water will be level and parallel to the next bottle above it, and parallel to the lake that you're watching, or parallel to the horizon that you're looking at. You can hold your bottle basically against this and it will take the same level. Now, if I made your bottle 500 miles long, would it start to curve over the surface? No. We got lakes that freeze, but you can't just say gravity, you've got to go and measure it. If you say that the water is curving because gravity, I'm saying, let's go measure it, bro.
Wait, so is it going to reach a point where the water bottle just falls off the earth?
No. See, that water has to be contained. If I broke your water bottle, the water's going to spill and fall, right? So this idea that we're given when we're 6 years old, that the earth can't be flat because the water would run off the edge, that's stupid.
Alright, cool.
That
But say, for
water
example,
must be contained in a lake.
Say, for example, I put this water bottle here, and I start from this point, and I take it all the way straight, all the way around the world, and it comes back here.
Yes.
Then just go there and teleport back, or I have to curve round.
Yes, well, if you had to, the M25 in London, know the M25. Yes, if I started at junction 1 and I went all the way around M25, it doesn't make it a ball.
Yeah, but that's
what if
circular.
so that is a circle.
But a sphere is different,
A
it's 3D
sphere,
shape.
correct. So if it's a 3D shape, bro, this is the most important thing. We've never gone around and underneath the globe. We've never gone in one side of Antarctica and come out the other side. Never. You can Google that to try and find out. And what you can find is very, very sketchy on that. But what I was saying to this gentleman over here is that if we're going down and around, this is the claim, then can we measure that going down? Is there a way of measuring? Because good science requires measurement. I could say all day long, look, I see the ship going over the horizon, proof globe. I'm like, okay, so let's test that proof. Let's take a laser. If you say the ship has gone away 3-4 miles and the ship was 20 meters tall, then I should be able to take a laser from that position or from the beach and my mate go in a boat to 4 miles away and say, I can't see your laser no more. Why? Because I'm over the curve. But the truth is we've taken lasers to 5 miles, 8 miles, 20 miles, 40-mile laser tests have now been conducted over water where we can see beach to beach. And the world record photograph here, I put it from Guinness World Records, is 400 kilometers. Now other guys, private guys, since they've come up with this information and using powerful cameras and infrared, have taken photos at 700 miles of peaks of mountains 700 miles away. One guy in America went up in a plane. To be fair, he was at 10,000 feet, but he could see from California all the way to the bottom to Mexico. 1,000 miles, they reckon. They can see mountains of 1,000 miles. If we live on a globe, it's meant to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared, according to their maths. If it's a 4,000 mile radius, like they say, it should be 8 inches per mile squared. And by 100 miles, we're talking about hundreds and thousands of feet of curvature. And yet the Americans have got a rail gun, which is a kinetic, like magnet gun. They can shoot a ship to ship 100 miles. 100 miles they can shoot ship to ship.
Do you believe that other planets are flat?
The planets
The
that we
sun?
see in the sky are wandering stars, or they're luminaries. But these are lights in the sky, because what you actually see, what you see, if you ask your 3-year-old, 5-year-old child, what do you see? I haven't taught you anything. What do you see? Oh, I see a twinkling star in the sky. No, it's not a twinkling star. It's a ball of gas. What? It's a ball of gas and it's reflecting. How does ball of gas, when I let one go out, I fart or whatever, it goes everywhere? No, that gas is so heavy, it pulls itself to itself. And then we've got rocks that are floating in
Then
the
what do you-
space and
what do you
reflecting
believe
the
it
light.
is?
These are energy. They are points of energy. They are cymatics. If you look at cymatics, which is where you take the vibration plate and you put the salt on it, and you make that one frequency, and you change the frequency, and you get these patterns, these geometric, sacred geometric patterns forming, right? Well, that's the same flickering we see in Mars, which is different to Venus, which is different to
So is,
Capella.
is Mars a disk, a
They're
globe?
lights. They're points of light.
So Mars is not.
Mars is not a rock. Elon Musk is a deep state agent who is trying to fool humanity into the new religion. The new religion is to take mankind to Mars because we feel we're going to destroy this planet. We do not live on a planet and we cannot destroy it. So
the
climate
sun,
change is a lie.
The sun.
The sun is a light. In fact, in the Quran and in the Bible, both of them say that the sun was made after the earth. Both of them say that there are lights, small lights, separate lights, moon and sun, different light, masculine, feminine, red, blue, hot, cold. We can take a laser, we can take a laser pointer and go around the back of the moon shade and find it's warmer in the shadow of the moon than in the light of the moon. It's colder in the light of
Is
the
the
moon.
moon round or a disk?
Well, what we see is a round thing, but
So like
but
a globe.
well,
The
no,
roof.
because my frisbee is round.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dining table is round.
So
Yeah,
the moon is
but that
also-
doesn't make it a ball.
But is it, so your belief is the moon flat or a
Well,
globe?
I don't know that. I don't know exactly what the moon is. Okay, so I don't think that we're actually looking at a singular object. Everybody has their own moon. Everybody has their own sun. When you stand at the beach and your friend stands at the beach, both of you have a sunlight coming to your feet at sunset, but you can't see your friend's sunlight. Only yours.
Good to have met you.
Likewise.
Just as a suggestion, I think we should not mistake eloquence for truth. I think you're very eloquent.
Thank you.
And you're very
Thank you.
clever with the way that you use the words, but
Thank you very
it
much.
just seems.
Would you like to take
odd.
my flyer?
Yes.
Just think about it.
Would you like to take my suggestion of a book to read?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Why
I've got it
Evolution is True
Why
by
Evolution is-
Jerry Coyne.
Okay.
Read
But
it
if
from
he
beginning to
was
end.
willing to acknowledge that we can see ships for 50 miles and not just 3 miles
He's
if
a
we got
biologist,
powerful on our
not a
camera.
physicist.
Well, the thing is that I like to read people who are great at biology, but they've realized the deceptions within the science that we have
That's
today.
who you like to read.
Yeah. The people who have seen that, and there are many. And increasing numbers of scientists are going, yeah, we can no longer support the idea that we live on a spinning
About
globe.
99%
Earth is the
of
center.
physicists would say I'm right and you're wrong. It could be that you're right.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
99.99.
Why can't scientists see ships forever then?
Well, because we have something called occlusion, which is the atmospheric interference. So if we take an infrared camera, we can see way, way much further, right? That's the one thing. And the other thing is
Till
that
the ship goes
the other thing,
over
sir,
the horizon.
the other thing, sir,
Till the
is that
ship goes over the horizon, then you can't see it.
would you guys
The ship's
agree?
sails
Okay.
getting lower and
All right.
lower.
Let me present you a little bit of evidence. Would you agree with me that when the train comes to the station from a distant place, as it approaches you and you're watching it, the train appears to get larger? Would you agree with that? Yes, this is what we see. Now, when the train leaves the station and goes the other way, it appears to get smaller. We understand even from children that this is about perspective. Now, if I go in a hot air balloon and watch said train, I can now watch that train for 20 miles, maybe 30 miles going along the track, along the seafront. I can see it. Why? Because I've changed my angle of resolution. So we have two things in play here. That this gentleman is saying, I've seen the ship go over the horizon. Yes, we all believe that, and we've all seen that. However, we've got two things in play. One, you're standing on the beach, so you're at the very lowest point in the image. Two, it's going away and getting smaller, which is what happens all of the time.
Sit on it, let's say, for example, a mountain top,
So how should it?
and you've got a telescope, a
Yeah.
very strong camera.
Yeah.
According to your theory, you could see that forever.
No, not according to
With a
my
camera.
theory. According to the nature of the environment that we're in, just like if I took you in a swimming pool, right?
So no,
Your
with the infrared,
visibility,
with
let me
an
finish.
infrared camera,
Let me
you
finish.
said?
I'll get to infrared. If you're in a swimming pool, your visibility is sort of 20 meters, 30 meters, and you can go into the sea where your visibility is now 3 meters or 35 meters, yeah? Why? Because the environment that you're in is heavy. Now, the environment that we're in is got moisture in it, and if I look over 1,000 miles, I can assure you that there's some lightning storms, there's some other weather, there's clouds and all of that sort of stuff that I've got to see. But with infrared, we can cut through that, and people have taken photographs of 1,000 miles. It's been recorded at 1,000 miles. A guy went up into Wales, to the tallest mountain in Wales recently, and he took a photo of 7 identifiable peaks in Switzerland, in the Alps. 700 miles away. 700 miles away.
Why can't you do that at sea level?
Because you've forgotten the point about angular resolution. Remember,
forgotten
when I'm
about
at the
the world
station, the train I can only see for a mile down the track. When I go into a 3-story building, I can see it 2 miles down
stay
the
on
track.
the ground.
When I go into a hunt,
Stay on the ground.
I'm teaching you something you
When
obviously
the
don't know,
ship
sir.
goes over the horizon,
Yeah.
the mast, you see less and less of the
Yeah,
ship
yeah.
because it's going over the
Yes.
curvature
But
of the earth.
yes,
so it's
but-
dropping. The
the
mast
higher
gets
you go,
lower and
you
lower.
see
You see
further
less and
right.
less of it.
When-
You don't see the full ship forever.
Right.
No matter whatever powerful telescopes they've got now, that ship will still disappear
No.
over the horizon.
No, we've been able to bring these back. But remember, when you are traveling towards Dubai across the desert, which is perfectly level, you will see Burj Khalifa first. Why? Not because it's coming over the curve, but because the taller you are, the greater the angle of resolution. It's about the angle of resolution. There's the moment you go up higher, you can see much further. And we can take a
can if you're
powerful
moving the rocket,
camera.
what's that got to do with
And
it?
that ship that went over the horizon, we can bring that ship into view. We can bring that ship into view. And look here, this picture at 120,000 feet. How many miles do you think that is across there? That, sir, is over 100 miles wide, and there's no curvature.
That's not why.
8
You know how
inches
big
per.
the earth is?
So you're saying that
You know
is
how
that
many
all?
thousands and thousands of miles.
But
the
you
earth-
told me that at 3 miles the ship went over the curve. So where's the curve at 100
No, I
miles?
said you could see it with powerful telescopes.
What we got?
Wait, please.
If
Yeah.
it didn't go over the horizon.
Why can't LeBron James hit a home run outside the globe then?
You know, what was his name? There's a famous basketball player who came out as a flat earther a number of years ago.
You know, Michael.
his name.
You know, Magic Johnson had HIV.
No. HIV is a made-up thing like the COVID. Oh, did you guys all wear masks and take vaccinations? Did you?
Yes.
Did you?
HIV.
Did you?
Every time.
HIV's
Like-
got nothing to do with wearing a mask. What are you talking about? Do you believe?
Believe-
You're saying things like that. You've got to believe the earth's flat.
Well, absolutely, because water, the Earth is 70% water, and water will always find level.
Do you know the difference between
That's
a
why we
virus?
build
Why
using
is,
water.
why is
You know
HIV
what a
fake?
virus is?
HIV is like the whole thing about viruses is
not a virus.
mistaught. The
It's
whole
a
thing about
STD.
the whole thing about viruses.
So what about Shiism?
So the word HIV
another
has
virus.
human immunopapillovirus. The V stands for virus in HIV. If you didn't know
Okay, it
that.
might be a virus, yeah?
Well,
Why
whatever
not?
viruses are, we were punked by them in 2020. People were made to be scared of their own breath and their neighbor's breath and all of this sort of stupid stuff. Right? That's what happened in 2020 because people are so brainwashed by the scientism of the world today that they would do things like that. They would see their mate and go, "Oh, mate, I can't come within 2 meters of you unless you're sitting at the restaurant.
exaggerate
Now
that.
I'm sitting at the restaurant, we can sit and talk to each other. But the moment I stand up, oh, I've got to put the nappy back on. Let me tell you, you are made punked and children by going along with a government that has got your mind bamboozled. Water is always going to find level, and none of you can point to me the direction that the earth is spinning right now. Can anyone point the direction that the earth is
The way
spinning?
the sun.
Can you
east
point
to
that
west.
direction? You
East
say
to
that way,
west.
he says that way.
East to west.
And how fast is it traveling?
About 1,500 kilometers a day or an hour, sorry?
Yeah, well, it depends on what we're talking about. The Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, faster than the speed of sound.
Yeah.
But you can't feel it or measure it. There's no measurement of the Earth spinning. Einstein
Yes,
said
there
that
is.
himself, is that we cannot devise anything that will determine the Earth to be spinning. In the late 1800s, the best French and English scientists in the world came together and tried to do this thing to measure using the interferometer to measure the Earth moving around the sun. The Earth is moving around the sun at 30 miles per second. 30 miles per second. And so they build this wonderful machine using lasers and lights to try and measure that the Earth is spinning. Guess what? It failed. It failed. And then a guy called George Airy, who is the astronomer royal, he comes right with this great idea to say, look, if I fill a telescope with water, it'll help me determine whether it's the stars are moving, that the Earth is moving. Now they call it Airy's failure because it showed that the stars are moving. The stars are moving. We are not moving. And ancient cultures mapped the stars the same thousands of years ago as they map them today. How is that possible that if we're traveling at 30 miles per second, billions of miles per year, in all sorts of different directions, we have the same stars?
The universe is so vast.
Is what we were taught when we were 6 years old. So I'm trying to tell you that all of that stuff based on the idea, firstly, that water is level, that the Earth is not spinning.
Before, the energy from the sun, everyone's got their own sun.
Yes, yes.
How does that work?
It's an electromagnetic system, but this is deep down, bro. So you've got to, before I'm going to waste my time on you, you've got to be willing to go, yeah, okay, maybe what I was taught isn't true. Because what I'm saying, this is the very school, this is like entry-level stuff. Water's level. If you cannot get that through your head, that, you know, aside from tidal variation, that we have like one body of level C on this Earth, and around that, then let's work out how it works, because that has all been hidden. But I'm further, because I'm 10 years into this journey, and I've looked at the electromagnetics, quantum physics, and try to understand how this world might work if it's not a rock hurtling through space. What's outside of it?
Are we
I don't know.
hurtling through space?
No, as far as I know, we're not moving.
So we're stationary.
We're stationary. The Earth is
Everything is moving
It says
around.
it in the Bible and in the
So
Quran.
are we the center of the universe?
Yes.
We're at the center and
Yes.
everything is moving around us.
Pretty much, yeah. And
If everything is moving around us,
Yeah.
we should also be moving.
you go to the disco, right? And all the lights are moving around you.
But
Does
they're
that
not-
mean you're moving?
No, but they're not. That doesn't make sense.
Why not? Have you never been to a disco, a nightclub? You never been there?
No.
You have not been to a nightclub. Okay, so let me explain. What happens is you go to a nightclub, you stand on the dance floor, and until you're drunk, you just stand there, right? What happens is all these lights are moving around in the sky. Now, you and your friends, if you're completely drunk, might start to think that it's the floor that's moving, the lights are standing still. And that's where most globalists, heliocentrists, these believers that the sun is the center of our world, are at. They think that the floor is moving and the lights are standing still. That is so ridiculous.
They're all
Listen, I've
moving.
got one question. You know how you said the Quran says that the earth is stationary?
Yeah.
Can you provide a verse?
I can't provide you with a verse,
Don't quote anything
But-
from the Quran.
but I will tell you that a band called Shamsi, who comes into this place.
Forget Shamsi. Shamsi doesn't represent us.
All right. Well, many Muslims have come to me and said, "There's
Yeah,
the
but
Bible,
that's
the
the
Quran says that the sun and the moon they travel over us."
No, you said the earth is stationary, and that's what it explicitly says in the Quran. So if you're going to make that claim, you obviously need evidence.
I don't have my Muslim brothers here who
You
are
don't need them.
who are flat
You
earthers.
don't need them. You said you've been studying.
I haven't
for 10
studied
years.
that well. I'm just repeating what other people have said to me on that. I've studied
Okay.
the Bible, and when
Yes,
I was a
obviously.
15-year-old, I was pretty bright, and I said to my preachers, "Why are you guys teaching that the earth is flat and not moving and all of this sort of stuff? The Bible is so out of date. How can I believe in the Bible when it doesn't even know that we live on a globe?" But my science teacher, I was also mocking them and saying, "Listen, you want me to believe that because you can swing a bucket of water over your head with string, that this is gravity? No, you've given me both string and and bucket to explain because my pencil fell on the floor, that now means that I've got a string and bucket holding water to a ball that's spinning around." All of that stuff made no sense to me. And school makes you stupid because it counters that. And I don't understand why the religions do not fight against that. Now, I know in Quran, in Islam, you guys do not believe in evolution. Yes, I understand that. And I'm with you on that. And yet, but you will say I reject evolution, but I will accept the Big Bang. I will accept like Big Bang
Because you said that there was this verse, or
Yeah,
there's somewhere
yeah.
in the Quran which states that it's stationary.
Yeah,
I've
don't get lost
I've
on
done
that.
my
Son.
research.
Don't get lost on that.
2
Let me
minutes.
tell you. Don't get lost on
the
that.
question I asked. Don't go
Like
straight.
I already answered that question.
No, you haven't.
I said I don't know the verse.
question.
Yeah,
Let me
there's
ask
no
you a
verse.
Huh?
Why does this matter?
Why does this matter? Why does it matter that children are being harmed? Why does it matter that we're going to war with Islam or with the Jews or whatever? Why does it matter? Why does it matter that people are locked
I don't
down?
know the question.
Why does it
I don't
matter
know
that
the
young
answer.
people
Why
are
does this matter?
invaded with needles and poisons and all of that sort of stuff? All of this stuff matters because, but for me, the flat earth is the gateway of truth. It is the gateway to knowing. It is the gateway to knowing how much we've been punked and how much of our world is controlled. And once you realize that, wow, the religious orders are in it at the very top levels.
Okay.
The governments of the world
Let's
are in it.
agree that the Earth is flat. So what?
You are the center of creation. Whatever God is walking in you.
So that's where your ideology starts.
Well, that's what I didn't say that we are gods. I said whatever it is, we are a fractal. You know, God is that. You know, the God, whatever God is, Allah is in everything, right? But we are given the spark. I believe that we are given the spark of Christ. We are given like Jesus said, we are given the scintilla of God, each of us. But this devil-run system, this dark-run system, wants to extinguish that light from you. And the best way to do that is to mislead you, because my people die for lack of knowledge, and then to set you against me, black and white, Muslim, Christian, you name it, doesn't matter.
So what's the purpose of your life?
The purpose of my life is to be a speaker, to be a watcher, to be someone who says, you know what, when good men do nothing, evil prospers. And I'm standing up because I found 10 years ago, I found such a foundational truth. I was already a published author, blah, blah, blah. I had a life. I worked in the government here in Westminster. You know, I had a life in that way, in the system. But I was buying into their stuff. And I was like, I can no longer do that. Now that I know this truth, what if you came into a village and discovered that this uncle that everybody thought was so cool was busy fiddling with the children? What would you do, brother?
Tell the police.
Tell the police? The police are freaking working with him. They're on his payroll. Did you not see what the police did to people who said, I don't want to be locked down in 2021? Did you not see that? People in this park were arrested for hugging each other. People in this park were arrested for sitting on a park bench by themselves. Evil prospers when good men do nothing. And if you think you can go to the government and complain about their chemtrailing, complain about the fluoride in the water, complain about the wars like Saddam Hussein war in Iraq, or any of these things that are going. If you think you can complain, 1 million people walk down Whitehall to say, let's not go into this Iraq war. Turns out they were lying about weapons of mass destruction, right? You know that. They were lying, and they didn't listen to 1 million people who walked in the streets, amongst others, who would have said, no thanks, we're not in our name. So I tell you that the reason why this evil world survives is because too many are covering up for too many.
So
and we see it with pedo in the church, right?
Who tells you the truth?
God. I am trying to connect to my higher self for the truth. I do not need, and I do not encourage you to have heroes other than yourself. There might be teachers, yes, but you are the main purpose. You are the center of creation. And I should not steal that from you. I should not say, hey, the only way to freedom is through me. The only way to salvation is through me. Bollocks, the only way to salvation is through you.
I can't argue with that.
But the religious would have you believe that you need someone else. And the governments would have you believe that you need Elon Musk or you need some other freak to kind of save you from some other existential shit. You don't need any of that. They're going to keep creating existential shit to try and draw you in, to try and have you go and play their war games or go and work in their corporate environment in which you do something to your fellow man, which probably you shouldn't be doing. So.
Can I ask, what happens if like the Earth is flat? Like, if say the Earth is flat,
Yeah.
like, do we live in a more peaceful world all of a sudden? Do we live in?
That's not going to happen anytime soon. You know, you've seen Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah.
So you can't just open the prisons of Shawshank and expect, because you realize that the warden was bad, right? You can't just open the gates of Shawshank and say, all right, you guys go and play.
I feel like just like so much since science and technology we do today revolves around science that tells us the Earth is a globe, right? Like if you like discredit the Earth as being a globe, right? And that means you have to discredit everything else that we've done scientifically wise.
No, I don't think so.
I took a plane here, right? So
Yeah.
I need to, I took a plane here, right? Like that could have only been done if, through decades of scientific research saying like, yes, the Earth is flat, this is how gravity works, this is how X works, this is how jets work. Like it's like knowledge built on top of each other. So like the idea that like the Earth is flat and like everybody's hiding it, but for some reason we're still really technologically prosperous.
I mean, if they well, you call it a plane, right? And I say Earth is a plane. So we're already talking the same language. And when your plane got up to cruising, when your plane got up to 30, 40,000 feet, it sat with its nose at 1 degree up, 1.5 degrees up the entire flight. I've measured this myself with a spirit level. And I've checked out that, and I've got pilot friends who used to believe in the globe, and now they say, we make no allowance for curvature. We fly to treat the Earth as though it's flat and not moving. We do not need to make any allowance for the Earth spinning. If the Earth is spinning faster than the plane is moving, however are they going to catch up to a runway that's going away from them? So it makes much more sense. These things actually make much more sense. And we've got NASA documents that have been put into the public domain that say we're building craft for a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know anything about flying jets or anything like that, but like, it just seems improbable to me that like decades of people in NASA, SpaceX, whatever, are all hiding.
Are you Christian?
I'm not any religion.
Billion people, 1.5 billion people, maybe even 2 billion people on Earth believe in something that you don't. That's pretty powerful, right? Right? And then if you count all the Abrahamic people, the Muslims, Jews and all of that, we're talking billions of people who believe something that you do not believe.
Well, that's also because science can't disprove religion yet. Nothing can disprove religion.
Well, yeah, but what we can't, you see, a lot of what our science, and I used to be a globe believer, but what a lot of our science is that out there, theoretically, things are happening, and we start to make them real in our minds, just in the same way as a child can make Disney or Mickey Mouse real in their mind.
We have proof, though. Like,
what proof?
I can't prove that like Mickey Mouse exists. But,
okay, what proof?
I can prove that the Earth is a globe. I can prove like.
Okay, stop talking. Prove it.
Well, I'm not like a.
Oh, you just said you could prove it, bro.
I could go to an actual smart person and have them do this.
No. This is the thing, is that I used to believe,
because it's like nonsense. I don't mean to be.
This is what started me. I went to try and prove. I went to go and prove that the Earth wasn't flat, and I couldn't find any proof that it was a globe. So I'm asking you for your proof, because I've been doing this 10 years now, and I'm waiting for anyone to give me measurable proof.
So like if you see a picture from NASA like on Google Images, right, from like a
you trust the government.
Image,
you trust the government.
Do you believe that or?
No. And there's a guy called Rob Simmons. There's a video on YouTube of the guy called Rob Simmons. He's an artist. He works for NASA. And he said, I created the image that iPhone put on, known as the blue marble. Yeah, they put on that phone. It's a composite image.
Well, it's because they have to.
Because they have to. Why? Because they can't take a camera out far enough.
Earth from like space.
Do you know that when they went to the moon, landings back in the 1960s, early 70s, they went 5 times before remembering to take a photo of the Earth. And they never bothered, even though they could take golf clubs and dune buggies, which how do you fit that into that little craft? But that's another conversation. They didn't bother taking a camera with moving camera to say, let's film the Earth just for the 6 hours that they're on the surface. We'll film the Earth spinning. That would have been an amazing piece of footage. They never bothered. Why? Because they can't. Now when we look at those images in Photoshop, experts can show how the picture of the Earth has been superimposed on another picture. So that moonrise or earthrise photo that everybody has in their mind of being on the moon, on the lunar surface, fake. And these things are easy enough to fake. We've seen so many things in the NASA program that make no sense. Like we see bubbles leaving helmets during a spacewalk. Now, are they in the swimming pool or are they really in the vacuum of space? We've seen harnesses when guys are floating around doing a little live stream. We've seen sort of harness ticks in the shirt or in the trousers if they bend down. We've seen when Tim Peake did his 360 spin in space, his veins are sticking out his neck. He looked like he was under pressure, like a circus, doing a circus trick. We can see green screen glitches in some of the footage, all sorts of layering problems that people who spend a lot of time analyzing this footage, they come up with. But of course, for if you said to a child, right, you take them to a magic show, you said to them, did you see how the magician did that? They'll go, no, I didn't, that was amazing, that was just magic. But you as the adult can go, no, I can see where the sleight of hand was there. But here in the world, unfortunately, we have been rendered children, and we cannot see the difference between Disney and NASA.
How would people go missing falling off the edge?
There is no edge. Well, why would you assume there's an edge?
It just goes on forever?
Oh, well, now we're getting into deeper questions. I mean, it's interesting that you can ask that question, but we don't ask ourselves the question, well, why don't we fall off the edge of a ball? Because if I'm not standing on, if in real world, if I'm trying to balance on a ball, that's extremely difficult. But if the ball was big enough, I could probably balance on it. But if I was to walk off the side of it, you know that I would immediately fall off. Because when you were 6 years old and the teacher said, because your pencil fell on the floor, now you won't fall off the side of a globe.
It's like gravity works. Like there's so much more to gravity than just like apples falling from a tree. Like I didn't study physics, but
No, I have.
I don't know.
So I have. In order to kind of answer these questions, I've had to go back and study the physics that we were all taught. And the physics, it turns out, can be explained by equilibrium or a state of disequilibrium. So a medium, an object is going to either be in a state of rest, or it's going to be in a state of rising or falling depending on the medium that it's in. So the apple will fall from the tree, but it will float on the water. Yes? So I put a bucket of water halfway between the ground and the tree, it's going to stop there and float. Yes?
Sure.
Okay, why? What happened to gravity?
Well, you talking about when it touches the water?
Yeah.
I don't know, density.
Density, yeah.
Density.
So it's density and buoyancy. Everything is either going to be, like we're very dense in air, but we're not very dense compared to water. So we float on water with our lungs full, but we're heavy here. Whereas a butterfly or a helium balloon, very light here, and it's very easy to go up. Yeah?
Yes.
So this is really all that it is as I put here on my thing, is displacement. Is that if we displace more than we weigh, then we will float. If we displace less than we weigh, like a lump of steel, a 1 ton lump of steel that's now hammered into the shape of a hull, that's going to float because now it's displacing more water than it weighs.
I see what you're saying.
And that's everything, even our gases, our liquids. You know, this example here. It's a well-known experiment where you can put 7 or 8 different liquids together and they will float on each other depending on their density. And then you can put different objects in there that will float only as far down as their density will allow as a ratio to what they're displacing, the medium they're displacing. And that example, by the way, if I had to take that test tube of that size and stretch it for 1,000 miles, those strata would remain, whether it be in the liquid form or the gaseous form.
So what does this have to do with people not falling off the flat Earth?
You can't fall off an enclosed system.
Or what does this have to do with us not falling off the ball, I guess?
Yeah, well, okay, I did get a little bit lost in the weeds there.
No worries.
But, well, actually, so if the Earth is flat, then you can't fall off it. There's no problem. You don't need gravity. If the Earth is flat, well, then we adhere to the second law of thermodynamics, which is that in order to create pressure, you need a container.
So why do you believe that law of physics within all of the other science?
No, there's no other laws that I disbelieve.
Or whatever laws
No.
research, all the decades of research, why do you...
Let's draw a line distinction between law and theory. Theory of evolution, theory of gravity. Some people like to say, oh, it's a law of gravity, you know.
I swear it was
but
a
it's
law. There's
theoretical.
I think it's 9 square meters per whatever.
9 meters per second,
Yeah.
9.8 or something.
Yeah.
But actually, that's an agreed upon average. In different places, it is different. And for example, if I now went, as I am today, if I suddenly elevated myself to 2,000 meters of altitude on a mountain, for example, I would weigh more there than I weigh down here at sea level.
You would literally weigh more.
On the scale, I would. I mean, my mass would be the same, but because I'm in thinner air, I'm going to drive down harder. Yes, but I'm starting to, as I get into thicker and thicker air, it's actually starting to give me a little bit of buoyancy. And then, of course, once I get in the water, very buoyant. Once I get into the Dead Sea, super buoyant. You know, so that's really all of those things. But in terms of, so why I said the law of thermodynamics is because we have to be in enclosure. We have to be in a closed system. We have to be like your bottle, where it's all closed. off so that the gases can settle like they do, that there is no edge, that there is an Antarctic treaty that was signed in the 1950s, that all the big countries who go to war with each other regularly, they signed this thing to say, let's never go there.
What's it
Other
called?
than
The anti-what?
Antarctic
Oh, the
Treaty.
Antarctic Treaty.
It forbids you and me from traveling beyond the 60th south parallel, and any commercial activity beyond the 70th south parallel is controlled by the military. So anything that anyone who goes on a little tour into, you know, Antarctica, they're going onto a peninsula. They're not going into the sort of center of.
I get you. This is fun, man.
All right,
Apologize
man.
if I apologize if I was being a bit
You're not at all,
disrespectful.
bro. I
This is fun.
appreciate it. Can I give you a fly?
Sure.
And I've got a Wyatt Matters fly here, but I think they've run out. Oh yeah, here's one. This is why the light.
Well, thanks, bro. Have a
Right.
good one, dude.
You too. All the best. All the best.
Are you aware of the moon was not man-made, but was made artificially?
I've heard that theory.
There's a book on it. You know that. And
Yeah.
David Icke himself, of all people, endorses that.
Right. Yeah.
Now, other planets.
and that it rings like a bell. Didn't he say that?
He says so much. I can't quite remember. But do you believe that planets like Mars, Venus, Jupiter? Do you believe they're flat as well?
No, I think they're lights in the sky.
Right.
They're
Okay.
energy. They're points of energy. You know the star in a jar experiment. Have you heard of that one?
No.
Where you can fire. It's called sonoluminescence. Where you can fire a frequency into a liquid and get it to cavitate and form a star. And that's mainstream science.
Okay.
So we believe that what we're seeing in the as stars are points of energy that are manifesting as a light, and that we're interpreting as a light. But it's a
Alright.
vibration or a tone, and each star has its own vibrational tone, which is why when we look at them with powerful cameras, we find them doing some kind of repeating pattern, almost like a cymatic. You know the cymatics where they
Yeah,
take
yeah.
the salt
Yes.
and shake it.
You
Well,
get a vibration.
yeah,
It turns into a shape.
and each shape, each vibration, each frequency will give you a different shape. Well, we're
Yeah.
seeing different shapes in, say, Mars. Mars has got its own frequency or resonance.
Okay.
Venus, all of these have got their own. So
Okay.
they're points of light. They're not rocks and gas.
So what about the pyramids? Because there's a lot of arguments about when the pyramids were built and who built them, etc., etc.
Yeah.
I mean, academic science at the moment states that the pyramids were built approximately 4,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago.
Yeah.
But according to, I don't know if you heard of John Anthony West
I might have done.
and Graham Hancock.
Yes.
Okay, they're absolutely convinced, them of all people, they're convinced that the pyramids date back as far as 30,000 years ago. No, not 30. 13,000 years ago.
Okay.
So there's a lot of unanswered questions. But what triggered your awakening? I call it an awakening, meaning that you're following your higher self. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I think, well, it started for me with firstly discovering that 9/11 wasn't what I was told it was. It didn't happen
Well,
the
the
way
thing
that I was
is,
told it was. That was the
have you
start.
heard of what's his name? Gage.
Oh, yeah,
Gage.
yeah.
What's his first name?
Architects and engineers.
That's it. Now he's an architect. He's
Yeah.
been an architect for approximately 30 years.
Yeah.
And there are approximately in the United States there are approximately 5,000 construction workers, civil engineers,
Yeah.
surveyors that state there's no way those buildings should have collapsed.
Yeah.
Okay, that
So
was a controlled
that-
demolition. You
okay.
heard of Building 7?
Yeah, I know the whole
you
9/11
know
thing.
all of that.
That was what I spent
Yeah.
a long time.
Okay.
Well, relatively, I mean, in a short space of time, in 2014, I think, to kind of, once I discovered that, I started
You
down
woke
many
up.
rabbit
Oh,
holes.
okay.
And then I had ayahuasca in 2015, DMT.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And I went from an atheist into a knowing that we are higher than this.
Oh, okay.
In that 7-minute experience. And then another realization for me was that everything I'd ever been taught was wrong. So I had to start learning again, and I was willing, because I'd come across this flat earth theory, I was willing to go and check out the most extreme kind of ideas, and I discovered that, gosh, there is
Okay.
so much
Now, with
against the
flat,
globe.
sorry to interrupt you, yeah, but with flat Earth, so that's the Earth, okay? So that's the concept at the moment, round Earth,
Yeah.
and this is flat Earth.
No.
Sorry?
No. That's not. Let me help
Oh,
you.
okay.
So it's same as you just did with your fist. Your fist is like an apple or an
Yeah,
orange. Would
yeah.
you agree with me?
Yeah.
I'm saying that we live inside, not on the outside of the skin. So instead of it being a rock like you imagine it's an electromagnetic apple, and in the center of the electromagnetic apple is a plane of inertia. That plane of inertia is what we call Earth, and it is a moving, living system, like
Right.
a great big giant torus or an electromagnetic donut, if you like.
Yeah.
And the quantum physics supports this. And that when you've got these two sort of opposite poles, negative and positive poles, you can have this plane of inertia in between them, or this accretion disk, if you like. And that's where we stand. We stand on the accretion or creation disk. Is it a disk? I think it possibly is, because like we were talking about a sphere. Well, if I was to take my orange and cut it through the middle and say, right, where the seeds are, those are my continents.
Right.
And where the pith is, those are where the stars
Okay.
are.
So if you was if we were in space now,
Yeah, well,
if we was in
You're
space
assuming we
now,
can do that.
like off the Earth,
okay.
in space,
Like in a plane in space?
looking
or...
hovering in space.
You mean the vacuum of space?
Yeah.
Which you know I don't believe exists.
Okay, I'll put it this way.
I'll
just
I
say
can
we have
continue as a
just say
hypothetical.
we have superpowers,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
And we travel thousands and thousands and thousands of feet
Miles.
up,
Yeah, yeah.
up, and we're looking at the Earth. What shape of the Earth would we see?
Flat. Look here.
So like,
Look here. When we take a weather balloon up to 120,000 feet,
yeah.
and this thing pans around, all you see is flat, 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 flat. You've lost any clarity, because at that height we cannot resolve things back on Earth. But we are as flat, you know, whilst you see that flat and at 30,000 feet flat.
Okay, so if I can use my hand as an analogy, so all the countries in the world are here, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's below?
Well, you know, the deepest we've gone is 8 miles. So what we can't answer is what's below that.
Right.
So as far as we can tell, we've got rock, and things get hotter and hotter.
Right.
But we can only really, you know, estimate maybe up to 10 miles, not just 4,000 miles that they claim on the globe with all this magma, you know, like a molten iron core spinning and all of that. We do not know that, so I can't make any claims of that.
Okay.
But if you study the quantum physics concepts of energy flowing, like imagine the hourglass, yeah. At the pinch point, if I was to flow energy up through the top of through the bottom of the hourglass and flow it up, just like think about your apple, yeah. Think about the apple, how energy is flowing around the skin and up through the core, spiraling up through the core and creating that seed. Yeah, that's what the apple is doing.
You've just triggered something within me. Have you heard of the Anu?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
Have you heard of Charles? No, not Anunnaki. The atom. Anu. See Charles Webster Leadbeater? Theosophist? Are you familiar with Theosophist?
Yeah.
Blavatsky and all that? Okay,
Blavatsky,
let me explain something to you. Now, the quark, you're familiar with the quark, yeah? Was discovered officially by mainstream science approximately by scientists who won the Nobel Prize in 1961, I think, or in the 1960s.
Yeah.
Now, using the state-of-the-art technology at that time, he discovered the quark with a colleague. I think his name was Zellwig or something. Anton Zellwig.
Okay.
Now, the problem is, Charles Leadbeater and Annie Besant, who were theosophists at the time, they discovered the quark in the late 1800s without the technology and everything to discover the quark. Now, the evidence is in a book that's published that you can still get today, dated 1890, whatever it is. Okay? So,
what's the name? Do you know?
yeah, it's called Occult Chemistry.
Okay.
That's the name of the book, Occult Chemistry by Charles W. Leadbeater and Annie Besant. It's still in print today.
Okay.
Okay, and the book is that thick, and they've discovered the quark for all the atomic, whatever you call it, all the atomic structures. Okay, so this scientist from mainstream science all of a sudden receives a Nobel Prize for his discovery of the quark in the mid 1960s.
Right.
Okay? Now, the book is there.
Yeah.
Now, someone by the name of Stephen Phillips, who's a physicist, has got the highest academic credentials from Harvard, and from Cambridge University, England, and Harvard in the States. He's got a PhD and all that. And he agrees. He agrees that Charles Leadbeater and Andy Besant discovered the quark in the late 1800s. And he's written a book on this to enforce the case. But he just gets laughed at.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of lies. We're being told a lot of lies.
Yeah.
Just like the COVID.
Yeah.
COVID was made in North Carolina.
Right.
No. Yeah.
Right.
Was it North Carolina? Yeah, it was originally made
A
in
military
North.
thing.
That's it. But because what's his name? Anthony Fauci.
Yeah.
Did you know that he used to work for the Pentagon as a bioweapons chemical expert?
Right. I don't.
And now
yeah.
he's in charge of saving our lives.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, it's all on the phone.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I you don't have to. I know Fauci's,
Oh, I know you know.
The dark,
I know you know.
The dark state. You know, he's
I know
definitely.
you know. Yeah, he's.
They're definitely playing some kind of crazy agenda there, and he's really just a. For me, he's like a. He's like he's being propped up to be the guy that he is. He's not working to his own.
Yes. He's a tool.
Yeah, he's a tool.
Tool from the toolbox.
Yeah, like Trump.
Yeah, and but the big guns are the people like Bill Gates who've got like their hundreds of billions of pounds, and they just pay everybody off to do the agenda work.
I agree with you. I think that Bill Gates is nearer the top of the pyramid, but not the top of the pyramid. I think that Bill Gates, Windows and all of that, was probably fed to him so that he would eventually be in this
That's
position.
what I think as well.
Yeah.
I'm not recording or anything.
Oh no, why?
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's
I'm
fine.
on YouTube.
Okay. Don't give it to Bill Gates, he might sue me.
I was ranting about Gates just the other day.
Yeah.
Earth is flat, not a spinning rock in space.
But also,
where's everybody? Oh, they're starting together. So I'm here so early.
Tim Cohen.
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
About the Antichrist.
Tim
Cohen, the author.
Okay,
He's an American author.
Yeah.
And he's the author of a book called Antichrist in a Cup of Tea or something.
Okay.
And he's absolutely convinced that King Charles is the Antichrist himself. And people like Bill Gates and all those influential people come under his jurisdiction, as it were.
Right. That's an interesting one.
And he goes on and on. He's got loads of YouTube videos.
Yeah.
He goes into this.
See, I've got this other idea on, as they say, space represents.
I don't know.
Is
that what he says?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just
New
put it
creative world. So I have this rather uncomfortable theory about Antichrist, and that is that even Christians are Antichrist.
Okay.
You see, and the reason I say that is because if my theory is true, is that the Christ is you, then if I'm saying it's not me, it's someone else. If I get you to say no, it's not me, there's another guy, he's the Christ, then I've become Antichrist in my, because I'm anti myself, I'm anti who I truly am as a representative of my higher self. So anyone who's sort of leaning towards an external idea is sort of anti their own Christ, the Christ that resides within each of us. That's not to demean, and that's what they will do. Just like with your friend, who's trying, or this guy, the scientist, who's trying to publish against the narrative.
Yes.
Then they will demonize him for having. How dare you say that?
That's right.
Same with the COVID. How dare you say that my granny's not?
But the thing is, the reason why they don't accept it is because they don't have a PhD. Charles Leadbeater and Andy Besant never had a PhD in physics. Okay. So what will then happen to everybody that has a PhD in physics if they accept the non-PhD as mind-blowing information?
Yeah.
Their PhD is going to bin.
Yeah.
And that's what Graham Hancock said as well.
Well,
Graham Hancock said the same thing.
Well,
if you accept something, if you accept a narrative that is not fully officially endorsed by academia and all the rest of it, then there's no justification for accepting that because they're not qualified, and we are qualified, so therefore we have put a spin on it, twist it, and then say that we discovered it.
Yeah.
Because we have a PhD.
Well, funny enough, I had this experience with Flat Earth. My transition from, because I was like quite into 9/11 and in chat rooms and telling people about 9/11, and then I started telling my friends in 9/11 truth about the globe being a con, and they walked away.
Of course they would, because they're materialists.
Because it actually destroys your your
Your
ego,
foundation,
so where you
everything that's
And-
built you up
and
over
so
the
no ma-
years,
exactly.
that comes crashing down.
Exactly.
So they call you a nutcase.
Yeah. They'd rather push my information away
so-
than
yeah, exactly.
and
that's terrible. But
Look at
but people that do that are very brave. People like David Icke, he had the same thing.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I asked David Icke to look at flat Earth, but he won't touch it with a barge pole. And I think that
Oh,
anyone,
that doesn't make any sense.
yeah,
I mean, you spoke to him yourself.
yeah. Well, I actually gave him
what's
some
his-
of these
what's his
flyers.
reason?
Well, he didn't. I didn't actually. It was raining, and he had to open the car. I knocked on the window of the car, and he had to open the door. And I said, "Hi, David. I want to give you a couple of these flyers to look at." You know. I think his son's starting to skirt around the flat Earth thing.
Yeah.
But David, I can't. I think that if he was to really look at, because honestly, I looked at the globe with an open, honest heart, going, okay, let me look at this honestly, and
Yeah.
be willing to throw it away if it doesn't fit. And I was willing to do that because I was putting the same logic, the same mind that had discovered pretty much everything about 9/11 that was to be discovered, 12 years ago. I put that same mind into, let me examine the Earth and test the claims that the TV and the government and my school have made. And I found that they were wanting and lacking. And so I was willing to do that, but it's not for everyone.
Well,
No.
it's very painful to do, to go against the grain, as it were.
Yes.
Because you're sacrificing your friends, family, relationships, your life,
Yeah,
basically. But you look at Jesus Christ. He was crucified on the cross. He sacrificed everything
Yeah.
for his beliefs.
Forgive them, for they know not.
What they do.
And
I think they did know what they were doing.
But he knew, the story being true, he knew what the outcome would be to his standing up.
Yes,
Yes,
and he went with it.
yes.
He didn't
And
run
you've
away.
you've got to be willing to
Sacrifice.
have that courage.
Sacrifice the ego.
Yeah. Well, we've come here to find, like
Yeah.
Dorothy in the Yellow Brick Road, was.
Yeah.
Like the lion, to find our courage.
Have you had when you had ayahuasca, did you go to South America to have
No,
that?
I was in Johannesburg actually, and I didn't drink it. I had it in a smoked form.
Oh, I see.
So that was why it was so quick. Because normally the ayahuasca is 4, 6, 8 hours long.
Yeah, and
whereas
there's
this was
diarrhea and
smoked.
vomiting as well. and all that.
Yeah. But I did feel like for the first 30 seconds like I was dying and everything was being taken from me.
Right. Did you see anything in particular? Like, because some people see the snake. I like the book by Jeremy Narby.
Ah,
Have you heard of Jeremy
no,
Narby?
no.
You're going to love that book.
yeah,
You're going to love that book. It's about that thick.
yeah.
It's called Jeremy Narby has a PhD in anthropology. What's it called? It's called the DNA. Oh, anyway, if you Google Jeremy Narby ayahuasca, it will come up.
Okay.
But you're going to love that book. So did you? So what did you
Well,
experience?
for me, one of the most powerful things was I was immersed in love, such a love that it was beyond anything I'd ever imagined. And that I was looking in the space around me, and I'm thinking my brain is working faster and more powerfully than it ever has before. And the colors that I was seeing, and then everything that I was looking at was no longer rendered material, it was all light. It held its shape, the trees and the walls and everything held their shape, but they were just pulsing energy now.
Does that coincide with the flat Earth theory, with what you're seeing? I think
well,
it coincides.
does. But well, you see, remember, like you asked me about Earth being flat. Well, for me, it's not. It helped me to step into the idea that it's not material.
Yeah.
That it's energy,
The
like Nicholas
molecular
said.
structure.
Everything is vibration.
Yeah.
Everything is a frequency.
Yeah,
Everything
yeah.
that we're looking at, touching, feeling,
Yeah.
is a frequency. Smelling,
Yeah.
it's all a frequency,
Yeah.
and in different forms because based on its own sort of the tone,
molecular structure.
of the frequency.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've even thrown away atomism. I've thrown away this idea that everything is a nucleus and an electron and a proton.
Yeah.
So everything is. I saw everything as light. That when they say in the Bible that God spoke the world into existence, well, I believe that now. It's all vibration. It's like the guys who do all the chanting and stuff. They're doing these sort of primal hums. So I think that that's really what the Earth is. How the whole construct is held together is still very much up for debate, and where it sits inside of space or inside of whatever, also very much up for debate. But the idea that it's a solid rock is part of the matrix deception, if you like. It's not, and we're integral to it.
Yeah. So the question is, why are they lying to us?
Because they don't want us to know the powerful truth of who we are. And there's two parts to that. One is we're easier to control if we believe that we're these evolved monkeys and we need governance and so on. And two, I think most importantly, that there is a higher soul evolution
There's a
process.
higher dimension.
Yeah, there's definitely a higher dimension. There may be many dimensions, like ancient cultures have said, 7 in some cultures, and we may be at a lower dimension right now. And our hope or our desire is to move from this dimension into a higher dimension. In the same way as the apple seed might hope to move from that dark cocoon that is the apple into the sunlight.
Yeah. And the thing is, are you familiar with near-death experiences?
Yes. So when I had my ayahuasca experience, I thought I'm going to have to go and research near-death experiences and see how they correlate. And they correlate very, very well. And I never used to give them credence until I had this experience.
Yeah, you see? That's the way the world works.
Yeah, you've got to have, sometimes it's like you've got to try it before you can ever comment on it or know.
But what's really interesting with near-death experiences is that, so say, a typical example would be someone's in hospital, the heart stops beating.
Yeah.
And so the resuscitation unit is all there. Oh, I'm on your way, sorry.
Right.
I've been chatting this.
Have you? Sorry to...
Last night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was chatting about this, showing the stuff.
Well, I see you got Jesus on your shirt.
Showing
it's
the
biblical.
Bible verses.
Yeah, it's biblical. There's apparently 200 verses that suggest the firmament that it's placed solid, unmoving. That here's a nuanced one, and that is that the sun and the moon are created on day 4, and the earth is created first. Well, in our mainstream science, it says that the sun came first, and that the earth came after.
Scientists
and that's all
work on
against God's
and
word.
theories.
It's against that. I was a 12, 14-year-old boy getting lots of Bible study and mocking the Bible because it was a flat Earth book. I was like, my science is telling me that we're spinning, and dinosaurs 60 million years ago, and all this sort of stuff. None of that's in the Bible. And I used to tease the preacher for saying, teaching us stuff that wasn't science. Because science knew. And so for 44 years, I believed that we lived on a spinning ball and that we were evolved from apes.
So you're telling me we don't?
No, we don't live on a spinning rock. And the thing is
I
that...
find that insulting that they say we came from apes.
Yeah, well, I mean,
really
and by the way, Big Bang Theory is a Catholic invention. A guy called George Lemaitre, he's a Jesuit priest, he comes up with the Big Bang Theory. The Big Bang Theory says that everything just came from an explosion, and that explosion then eventually, after billions of years of being left in the mud, turned into slime, that slime turned into fish, that fish turned into man eventually, right? All of that is not divine intention. You do not throw a grenade into a scrapyard and hope a Ferrari drives out the other side. That's just not going to happen. So no, we were created on purpose. The earth is not spinning. And your senses will tell you that. When you were 6 years old and the teacher said the earth is spinning, you go like, no, it's not spinning. And then eventually they beat that out of you and you go, okay, it's spinning. But they never tell you how fast it's spinning. It's spinning 1,000 miles an hour.
They told me it's you just can't see it because it's too far
Too
away.
far away and too big. And yet other people will come and tell me that they can see a ship going over the curve, which is only 3 miles away. So it can't be both. It can't be too big that you can't see it, and then it's small enough that a tiny ship of 20 or 30 meters high will go over the curve at 3 or 4 miles.
I'll take God over the scientists anyway.
Good.
Any day.
Well, now we can take technology and demonstrate that the Earth is not curving. Because we can see that ship, we can witness and observe that ship go over the horizon, and then take a powerful zoom camera and bring that ship back into view. And we might even as well, and you can see videos on YouTube of this, is that they brought that ship back into view that you thought had gone over the horizon, and they can see a ship behind that ship.
Right.
Still on flat water. Not only that, without a powerful camera, I can take you up, you can watch the ship go over the horizon, and half an hour later, I can take you up Burj Khalifa. When we get to the top, we will see that ship again. And still on level water. And then when I take the plane over the Mediterranean, I will see that ship, and gosh, 50 miles away there's another ship, and another one, all on a flat lake.
And not falling off.
All on a flat lake.
Not going over
Well, you don't
the
fall off a lake, you can't fall off a lake, but
surely
you...
if it's flat, there's an edge then.
Well, if it's flat,
It's not infinite,
if
is
it's
it?
flat, it must be contained. So instead of saying we live on the outside of the apple, on the outside of the skin, I'm saying we live on the inside, where the core is, where the seeds are. That's where we live.
We live in this where the seeds are, and the fruit is the water. It's either heavy and we swim in it, or it's light and we can walk around in it. That's all, but we have to be enclosed. You cannot create a pressure system without a container. The Coca-Cola can, the gas canister, the deodorant, it has to be contained. Break the container,
That's what she was saying to us,
immediately,
about what's
yeah.
above us.
Well, the Bible talks about a firmament, a rakia, a roof.
What below us
God
above.
spread it out or hammered out like a metal.
Is there anything beyond the throne?
We make no claims. God's throne is above, perhaps.
Okay.
But I'm not coming at this from a religious perspective. But the only information we have outside of this is that in the Bible and others, it says that God sits above the firmament, is above the firmament. So what's outside of that? I make no claims. In the same way as the seed of the apple has no idea what's outside of the apple. But if it evolves that seed, if it lands in fertile soil, that seed may one day emerge as a new tree. And this may be our human journey here, is that we are in a dark place. And the question is, are you going to be lost in the compost heap? Or are you going to rise yourself through this mud and become your own beautiful apple tree, creating
You
your own
also
apple?
believe in Operation Fishbowl when they tried to bomb the firmament.
This man knows his stuff. He's referred to Operation Fishbowl. Operation Fishbowl was a 4-year operation that the Americans and the Russians spent all of 4 years firing up their biggest bombs. They claim the atom bomb, if that exists. They fired that up for 4 years into the roof to try and break, as Hillary Clinton said, the highest, hardest ceiling. They've been trying, the devils that run this place have been trying to break their way out of here for all time. And this Operation Fishbowl was a good example of, they say they were trying to charge the ionosphere so they could use it for telecoms and so on. But actually our telecoms wouldn't work on a globe, because to get a signal that fires line of sight to go around a globe, impossible. And when Marconi first started shooting signals from America to England, that people said it couldn't work because of it being a globe. And when it did work, they came up with the idea, well, it's bouncing off the gases in the air. That's not how these things work. They need a fixed barrier. So if they're bouncing anything off the air, off the sky, it's because there's a fixed barrier there. There's a roof.
The double slit experiment, like waves being able to diffract.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting one because, well, I don't believe in the atom anymore. I think that everything is inside of an ether. So as Nikola Tesla said, everything is inside of an ether and it's all energy. So Einstein got rid of the ether so that he could make general relativity stick.
It was Michelson-Morley experiment, not
Einstein, well, Michelson-Morley was
inherently disproved that
ether doesn't.
right.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
But they had to invoke that in order to say that the Earth is, because it proved that the Earth isn't moving. Michelson-Morley showed.
Disproved that the ether exists.
You can't observe the ether, so.
Well, I know. In the same way as a fish,
stupid thing.
you can't tell a fish that they're in water, right? They have no
But the
idea.
fish can observe the water.
Do you know that?
Yes.
How?
If you take a fish out of water,
you can do it with a boat. If you have a current facing one way, if you travel parallel to the current, you can travel fast. If you travel perpendicular, you move on.
Correct. Yeah. The same is true with us in.
Specifically disproved that.
The same is
affects
true
the
with
ether
us.
with light.
Well, the same is true with us in the air, right? If the air is blowing one way, we can move faster with the air.
Okay, that's a good point on
against
that. You say here gravity displacement and medium.
Yeah.
Do you accept that the atmosphere is like 70% nitrogen, 20% oxygen, and helium and so forth?
And helium, what?
So do you believe in the composition of the atmosphere, or would it be like 70% nitrogen?
Something like that. I haven't got that.
So you accept that?
Well, you're trying to pin me down. I don't.
No, I'm
yes.
yes.
What's your point?
I'm not. Do you accept that?
I accept that we are mostly in what do they call it? The
So
air
you
is-
accept the composition of the atmosphere to be what people say it is?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Why are we not on fire?
Why are we not on fire?
Yes. Because
Why?
by your own logic, if gravity is displacement in the medium,
Yeah.
the entire sky would be on fire.
Why?
Because oxygen, helium, hydrogen, all incredibly flammable.
Yeah,
And they would
but
be
yeah,
in the
but
sky.
I mean, in this obviously
And by
in
your
this.
by your own thing, but it be with
Well,
us
I
being
mean, I'm-
within a container. No, you've argued we're in a container. Now you've argued that this thing, the sky would be on fire. Why is the sky not on fire?
But we are surrounded by electromagnetism, neutrinos from the sun. We are surrounded by electromagnetism, which
What's
is
that got to do with the oxygen?
I mean, and
helium
maybe,
hydrogen
well,
being
it may be that, but again, it may be that you know, what we're obviously, if I take oxygen and I light it, it's going to be flammable, right? But so what is our atmosphere exactly? I mean, obviously those percentages, you can measure them, and it's hard to kind of argue against that. But the way this system works is that it's not flammable. You know, so I don't know.
So you don't believe that oxygen, hydrogen, and helium are flammable?
Well, they are
So
absolutely
they are and they are.
flammable. But you see, so there must be something else. There must be something more.
plasma, is
and
it?
you know,
Plasma?
no, I don't know about that.
How
but
is plasma going to stop it from setting on fire?
in the mainstream, we say that we have something called dark matter in the universe, right? You've heard of dark
What's
matter.
dark matter got to do with something
Well,
being flammable?
well, because
if dark matter had something to do with it being flammable, it would not be flammable then.
if dark matter is 99% of the universe's weight, and we do not know what it is, then there's a lot of things that we don't know. So to put me on me, like, well, then it should be on fire.
Well, it should
But
be
let
on
me
fire
offer
by
you
your own
this.
definition.
Let me offer you this: that if we had a vacuum next to a non-vacuum, yeah, or a pressurized system,
Sure.
if we broke that system, if we broke the seal between the two,
Yeah.
there would be equalization of the pressure.
Yes, very
That's
rapid.
what very rapidly and violently, if we broke it like that.
So what?
So the point is that we cannot have a non-pressure vacuum next to a pressure system without a container.
You can.
How?
Maths.
Pardon?
Maths.
Maths.
Maths. As in M-A-S-S.
Maths.
Maths.
So mass.
Yes.
No, well, no. So when I let the helium balloon go, yes, where's it going?
Depends on what direction you're holding it.
What
Would
do
you
you
think
mean?
it floats all the way to the firmament? Like the roof?
No, it's going to, in the same way as you see here with this experiment here. See how you got the liquids at different levels? Well, we can do the same experiment in a chamber where we can get different gases to settle at different
So if you
levels.
find the lightest
Yeah.
gas possible, would it go reach the roof?
It'll reach the roof. Yes, that would be, but now once we reach the roof, and we know this because we've flown in planes, and we know that as we go higher it gets colder, that these gases are becoming so super cold that they may become solid at that point once they get
So you're saying there's no gas that exists that's at the roof?
outside. No, well, there will be the very lightest
it doesn't
and the
become
very
cold, so
heaviest.
what? It
we
becomes
know
less and less.
What
it
gas
becomes
is the coldest? Like just below the roof, there'll be a gas like it's not
like a
vacuum, as you say.
freon or a xenon or some
you
of
think
these.
we can make that on Earth? Like we can produce those
how-
gases
how
on
can-
Earth.
how can
Noble
xenon be
gases
that
are
high
very
up?
unreactive, and send up in a very ultralight material where you can get close enough to the roof,
Mhm.
and then you can hypothetically see it with a camera.
Oh
Just
well,
staying
yeah. I mean, we can see effects of it in the atmosphere. You know, I think the blues that we see in the sky may be a little bit like a like a fluorescent tube. You know, we're getting the same electronic or electromagnetic expression in those gases, which is giving us the blueness that we see.
How does that
when
happen
we-
without an
when we
atom?
see in the sky. So sorry,
How does that happen without an atom?
without an atom.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You see, I think that it's more like, to me, the ether is a real thing, and that so everything. Well, I mean, remember. No, okay, well, I won't go
If the
there.
model relies on
The
something you can't
ether-
prove,
the
that's
ether,
very good.
the ether is like the soup. Is like a medium that we exist in, and so that medium has different properties. You know, we can't create water, right? We can extract water
You can
from.
create water.
No, we've never made water. We've
From
never
gas
brought.
reactions
We've
you
never
can
brought
create.
hydrogen and oxygen, two parts together, and created water. Never. What I can do is put a cold beer on the table, and you can say, yes, look at the water that's forming on the outside of that. But I'm extracting that moisture from the atmosphere. I'm not creating water. We can't create anything in this system. It is actually always in entropy. It's always breaking down and recreating. And energy, as you know, you sound like a science guy.
How do you explain steel?
How do I explain?
Steel.
Steel.
Yeah.
Like
We can't create
alloys.
anything. How can we explain how?
You can't create individual atoms, but you can create stuff from those atoms.
Correct. Yes, you can. Obviously, you can take extracts from things and make
So
copper.
we can't.
and-
So we can't create things.
We're not
we can create
making
things from different
Well, yeah,
atoms.
you're not.
So by that same definition,
Look,
we can make.
you
water.
played Minecraft. You look like young enough to have played Minecraft. You're actually not. You're not creating the copper. You're not
Well, then you're not
creating.
creating the water then.
No, we're not. We cannot create anything here in that way.
You're producing water from the atoms that exist, from however they were created.
Yeah, I mean, you're able to draw it out of in the same way as when your clothes dry in the laundry line. That water's going into the atmosphere. You can bring it back out again.
And what do you think about like seasons being like flipped on the hemisphere? Like for like on a globe, like the seasons in the North Hemisphere and the South Hemisphere, they're different.
Yeah.
It's like our summer is winter in Australia.
Yes.
How would you explain on like a flat Earth? model.
Well, okay. Well, if imagine that this line here is the equator on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
And where you're standing is the northern side, and where I'm standing is the southern side.
Yeah.
Now, let's make this line here the Tropic of Cancer. This is the equator, and this is the Tropic of Capricorn. Yeah. And through the course of 6 months, the sun is going across here at the equinox. It's right over the equator, and in 3 months' time, it'll be up here in Cancer, and in 6 months' time, it'll be down here in Capricorn.
What causes the sun to move like that?
Well, in the same way as we accept that the atom has got these electrons flowing around like this, right? You know, we can, when we study this, you'll realize that they can say, well, we can't actually tell you exactly where it is, but we can tell you with 90% certainty that it's going to be somewhere in this space. Well, everything in a torus, this is a torus, an electromagnetic torus, is everything is in a state of constant movement. And this constant movement that we have is giving us tidal movement, tidal activity, it's giving us seasonal activity. And even over longer periods, it's giving us ice ages and that kind of thing. So when they talk about climate change and so on, all of that is natural because the system is constantly in a state of evolution.
The sun's large enough where it will follow classical mechanics, not quantum mechanics.
The sun is?
The sun's large enough classical mechanics can explain
what you mean,
most of
physics.
physics.
You mean the sun being huge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
So
you don't need to apply like quantum.
You know, if you've never
mechanics
been
to
to
the
school, or if I went to some country where they had no education system like we have, and I said to them, you know, that sun is millions of times bigger or thousands of times bigger than the Earth, they would laugh at you.
But when you look at the plane in the sky, it looks like you can pick it up with your fingers. When you
Yes.
approach the plane, when you come closer to the plane, you
Yes.
realize it's huge.
That's
Why wouldn't
right.
that logic apply to the sun?
I agree with that logic, but the idea that it's 90 million miles away versus 9 miles away. You know,
Yeah.
what if I was to say that it's much closer and much smaller? We're still, obviously, all of us are seeing the same round thing in the sky, yeah, and it's yay big or thumb big at arm's length or whatever. We're all seeing exactly the same thing. You're convinced, as was I for 44 years of my life, that it's 90 million
I'm
miles
pretty sure
away.
you can kind
But-
of find it from the when
what-
eclipses happen. You can probably figure out like, oh, the moon fully blocks the sun's light. You can probably find the ratio of like, oh, we know the moon's roughly this size. Because I mean, you don't believe in the moon, do you? Like, do you believe in the moon?
I believe the moon is a light in the sky, but I don't
A light.
believe that it's but I
Like,
don't believe that it's a rock.
spherical.
Producing its own light. It's the
You believe it's
feminine light.
spherical?
The moon is the feminine energy.
Wait, do you believe it's spherical? The moon.
No, it might be, but I only
So
see
why
a
does the
circle.
sun- why does the sky
What
go
we see
black?
is a circle.
If the moon produces its own light and doesn't reflect light off the sun,
Yes.
when you have an eclipse, the sky goes black and dark.
Yes.
Like
What
you
if?
have the
What
black
if?
sun.
Okay. So what if I had two strobe lights for
Yeah.
you, and then you saw one of them go out black, like something coming in front of
Yeah.
it? Would you assume that it was the other light that had now come and covered it? Or would you offer the possibility that, hey, the guy on the stage, he's just rolled a screen over the front of the light?
The screen, so you think the moon only like shines light on one of its
I'm
faces?
offering you another
think
way
someone
of
turned
thinking
off- why
about
is
it.
this-
So
why
what
is
we're
this weird?
told is, that the Earth
We've got the moon right
has
now.
somehow
Someone's
come
turned off.
between the sun, and the moon and the sun,
Yeah.
and therefore
Well, that's why we
created
prove
this
this. Like,
this
come
dark
on.
spot.
Yeah.
That's one hypothesis.
Yeah.
I'm offering you that there could be another hypothesis that the ancients, when they talked about Ketu and Rahu, these two dark bodies that are in the sky, that these two dark bodies can occlude either the sun or the moon at various times, and they do it with
That's like
accurate
you're
frequency.
coming up with like a random explanation. I could say, what if the sun just turned off? That causes a black
Well,
light.
okay,
You're
so
coming
but-
up with
but
a
we-
random excuse that
but
you
we've
can't
gotta-
prove.
well-
like the ether, this like black screen. All your defenses are either unprovable or unobservable. So no one can ever counter
Well,
your evidence.
we've gone a long way from the basis of my thing, which is that the water is level. You know, and then what happens is in these conversations is that people start throwing, oh, but what about the seasons? What about this? What about those other things? Because your mind refuses to look at water is level, and
But I
you
think
cannot measure it to
locally,
be
it's the whole
curving.
point of
You
your
cannot
model is
measure it
you
to
have
be
to-
curving. If it's
you have to-
locally
You have
level,
to prove to me your model is better than our current model.
yes,
Your
yes,
model
you
stands
can.
you've got
for-
wait. We've got a gentleman here who's got some offer of you can prove that water is curving.
Yes, you can prove the water's
Go on,
curved.
go on.
Hold these, mate. Thank you.
All right, while he's getting
well,
out
it's
his
the whole point
globe
is-
proof.
wait.
Huh?
Do you have chalk?
Chalk,
I
yeah.
wrote that. I have one.
No.
So I absolutely
So-
agree
so-
She's just gonna
so you make
draw on the ground. She's not
hold on.
gonna.
You make no claims about what's there, but that written down right there, which you just said you wrote says space isn't real.
That's really to get people's attention, yeah.
But I think that.
But, you know, no,
So you're lying to get people.
Why he gets the water
No,
out? If your
no, what are
model-
you going to
It's
show
already
me?
out.
What are you going to show me?
That sure as hell looks like a curve to me.
So the water's in motion right now. What we need to do is keep the water still, because actually when you pour the water, you'll find that it's going to run downhill. It's not actually going to pool with the gravity right now. It's going to actually follow the slope.
But gravity
And
doesn't.
then,
That's
because gravity doesn't. Yeah, I'm offering you your model. I'm saying that in your model, that gravity is now pulling that to the side of a ball or the underside of a ball. If I'm in Australia, I'm saying that no, water will do this always. Will run downhill, unless impeded, and it will always find the easiest route to run downhill. And then when it finds a pool, it will fill that pool. Once that pool is full, there will be an element of surface tension, which is what I thought you were going to bring me to prove your curvature. There will be an element of surface or meniscus, and that surface tension, once it breaks, then the water will flow over that dam and then continue running downhill until it can dam again. Now, I can do this on a small level here for a mini school, or I could do it on the Alps. I could say that I can take every mountain, every lake in the Alps, and find that that lake, each lake is parallel to the next lake, and parallel to the next lake, and eventually parallel to sea level, which is exactly what we see here, that is parallel to sea level. It is.
Even a lake has a very, very slight curve.
How much?
A minute amount.
No, we're talking about surface tension, sir.
Well, surface tension might keep it fairly level.
It'll give you like a little.
It may,
yeah, give you a little
but
like
even the
tide, if
surface
you like, or a
tension
little
will be-
wave.
Even the surface tension will be curved.
Now, eventually, how much? Because I can show you the Suez Canal is 100 miles long and it's got no curvature.
How do you know?
Wait, so you can say the ether is unobservable. Can I not say the curvature is so unobservable? You can observe the curvature, but can I not use
Can
the
you
argument?
measure
oh,
the
it's so
curvature?
tiny. It's so
Can you
tiny. You
measure
can't.
it?
But can you measure the
No,
ether?
but you can't measure the ether,
Hold on.
and we've proven it to be
But
unobservable.
ether doesn't
But,
exist.
but this is my
your defense,
claim.
all
And my
your-
claim is that the water, because this is all like sort of straw man deeper down the
Well, that's the
conversation.
whole point. Your model.
But
you should
the
prove to me your model
basis
is better than
of
my model.
I
Otherwise, why
don't.
are
I'm
we
not
gonna-
selling a model. You see, if
Your
you need to
flat
go to
earth
bed
is,
with a model tonight, then that's up to you, bro.
what
But
exactly-
I do
what
not
exactly
need a
are you
model.
saying? What's this going to
I
benefit?
do
How
not-
will this benefit our life? Will benefit physics? Will
Ah,
benefit
now
engineering?
we're getting
will
off in the
benefit-
weeds. We're getting way from. We're getting
So,
way
if-
because
if
you know
you're
what?
offering
I'm
a model,
asking
what
you
are you offering?
guys to measure water curvature over 10 miles, just a short distance. It's not far. Take a laser, do an
That's
observation.
not a short distance. As far as the size of the globe is very big in comparison with a river or a
Yes,
lake
but
or
other
whatever.
people from your
So
religion,
therefore-
sir,
so
other
that-
people
hang
from
on,
your
hang
religion
on.
will tell me that they
No,
see
I'm
a
not
curve.
religious.
You're offering me,
I'm not
you're
religious.
offering me nonsense because other people will come here and
I'm
tell
not
me that
religious.
they
I'm-
know it's a globe because the ship went over the curve.
It's
So
a
it
globe
doesn't
that
go
makes
over the
no
curve. Doesn't go over the curve. So now he's contradicting you guys who say that I see a ship go over the curve. That proves the
ship
globe.
goes along with the curve. It doesn't go over the curve. It just stays with the curve.
Archie, and how much? And how much does it curve?
It doesn't matter how
Oh,
much.
I
can
thought
say-
we were scientists. Science, gentlemen, is a systematic study and structure of natural world, observation, experimentation, and testing. Do you realize that testing means
You're not letting
to
me
actually
go.
go and measure
When
the
you're
curve you
when
believe
you're
in?
defeated, you keep on talking.
Go on. Your
Because
water is
the-
level and horizontal, by the way, in that bottle.
No, it's not.
It is.
What I'm saying is the
Hold three
curvature-
bottles together and see it.
I think you
This
still
is
Hold
how
three
they
bottles
decide.
together.
They
explain
won't let me
seasons,
speak.
eclipses.
That's
I've
right.
already
He
just
knows
proved-
he's
you've-
defeated.
I've already
You
just
said
proved
it.
the argument.
You said
I've already
eclipses
proved the
is some
argument
like
twice.
black
Why not
screen.
Go on.
knows he's
Go on,
defeated.
my old friend. Go on. Don't be so upset. I'm trying to
Wait, can you-
hold court here,
if you-
and
I'm
there's many
saying,
people talking to me.
I'm saying,
Go ahead.
as far as I know, and
Yes.
as far as you know,
Yeah.
there hasn't been a scientific analysis of the curvature of a lake. There hasn't been, because it's very, very, very difficult. There's wind involved, there's all sorts of elements involved in trying to measure such a very, very small amount. Over a mile, a lake which is a mile long, the difference between one side and the other and the top is probably about that much.
Okay, I'll tell you how much it should be. The science,
you don't
according
know
to,
how much it
is 8 inches per mile square. Have you not looked into that? I bet none of you have heard that before. But if you go and Google what is the curvature from point A to point B, they will give you the Earth curve calculator. It'll allow you to put in the height of the observer and the distance of the observation. Go and look at it for yourself, sir,
So is
because
there a-
none of us
so
are
what's
taught
the
this.
result?
the result is that at 10 miles there's 800 inches of curvature, and at 1 mile there's at least 8 inches of curvature. 8 inches, and you're telling me it's this? You see, sir, you do not believe the religion that you're
Then
accepting.
you defeat it yourself because you're actually
8
admitting
inches.
there is a curvature.
No, the
just
formula
said
says
so.
no. The formula says it's 8 inches per mile squared. I believed it until age 44, and then I went out and tested it. Guess what? Science requires testing.
Where did you
How
test
did you
it?
test it?
By making observations.
If you go to the salt plains of Utah, which is the hottest area on Earth, they've done this laser experiment. You may not believe it on YouTube. I would suggest you take a plane, fly there with 2 lasers. You can go
I've
there
I've watched so many experiments done with lasers. Yes, I've watched so many experiments. I would do that experiment myself.
Would you go film
I would.
yourself on YouTube?
Yes.
Go to the salt plains of Utah, get your body to drive 100 miles, like however far it is, and do that laser experiment and post it next time you go on holiday to America.
Okay, so there is a thing called angular resolution. So your experiment does need to account for that, which is why the Bedford level experiments that were done in the 1800s were over 6 miles. And they proved at the Bedford levels that there was none of the 6 miles should be 6 times 6 times 8, which is quite a lot, more than 6 feet of curvature. But they could see the whole thing at 6 miles. So no, I know that I have seen 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles.
You trust your experiment, you just don't trust the experiments that disprove
I
you.
don't trust the experiments that the government are telling me to believe.
What about
in,
from
when they're
space?
based on-
Have you ever
When
been
the
up-
Earth looks round.
Have you ever been up in a plane? Have you ever
Have
been
I- have I-
ever travelled in an aeroplane?
You're not very astute,
I have-
sir. If you can't hear that I don't come from this place,
All right.
then you can't realise that. Of
You
course,
might
I've
swim.
flown many times.
Okay.
I've flown many times,
So looking
and
out
I've
the window,
and I've taken
looking
a
out the
spirit
window,
level.
You'll see a curve.
Is this the kind of curve you mean, sir? Is this the kind of curve? No, because
Much
that's the
higher.
curve.
You have to go
Well, one
up.
of
No, you have to go a lot higher up. 3 miles or 4 miles up, then you'll see the curve. You
so
won't see the
this
curve.
is 3 or 4 miles up.
No, it's not. I can see it's not. It's at sea level.
No. I'm looking at the 30,000 feet, sir.
No, it's not.
You don't realise that's at 30,000 feet?
course
Maybe I
it's
should
not.
remind you what your preacher Neil deGrasse Tyson
You can
said.
see the sea from the
Neil,
from the
okay,
ground.
you listen and you may learn. Neil deGrasse Tyson is on record saying that Felix Baumgartner, who jumped from 200,000 feet, was not high enough to see curvature. So you tell me you can see curvature on a
Absolutely,
plane. I'm offering
I
you
have.
that the round windows with the 3
Oh,
layers of
come off
perspex are giving you this sense that
Don't
it's
be
curved.
ridiculous.
So here's 120,000 feet. 3 or 4 times higher than you've ever flown, sir.
Plane manufacturers
Still level.
deliberately put in a window that's sort of concave and so it will curve.
So wait a minute. Whilst you're sitting on the runway,
Yeah.
if the optics of the windows make
Yeah.
everything look curved,
Yeah.
everything around you would look curved.
Yeah.
Heathrow Airport, everything
Yeah.
would look curved, wouldn't
Well,
it? Do you
I
ever
mean-
see that?
Well, I think that's a fair point, but now what we're not
It's
doing
a
is
decisive
hold on. You're so excited
Please
about
go on.
you're
Please
so
go
excited
on.
about your little
No,
discovery.
you said fair. I'm disagreeing.
All
I'm
right.
saying
Well,
decisive. But
what
you're really
happens?
wrong.
What happens to the plane? It gets pressurized. Yes.
Yes.
We're agreed to 10,000 feet.
Well,
Yes.
of course, otherwise we'd
So
all
that
suffocate.
pressure causes the perspex to flex. So what you're starting to see might not be through a flat lens. 1, 2. You're seeing.
Can I hold
Wait.
on
Let
for a
me
moment?
finish my second point.
I find the
Let
idea
me
of
finish my
perspex
second
and
point.
planes are flexing
Let me.
extremely
I've researched-
worrying. But carry on.
Yeah,
Carry on with
well,
your next
things
point,
need
sir.
to flex when they're under pressure. But anyway,
Well, that's
point
better.
2 on this. Point 2 on this. Let me make point 2. Point 2 on this is that when you go to elevation, you are now able to see to the limit of your eye's vision.
Hang on.
Yes? So now you're looking around and inscribing a circle of 50 miles or 100 miles. So it's
Can
not
I answer
round.
your question? This
That's
is a
not
pair
round.
of spectacles. It's 1.5 to 2 plus 1.5 to 2.
Yeah.
When I put these spectacles on, I cannot see a curve. Now you're telling me these windows on the plane are flexed by this much?
Mm-hmm.
Because I used to wear 2.5 and I used to wear +6, but I still didn't see a curve.
They're curved. Everything looks
What
straight.
do you say though to the point that I made that a world-famous, world-renowned scientist by the name of Neil deGrasse Tyson comes on and says at 120 or 150,000 feet, you're not high enough to see curvature, which matches when private people take a weather balloon to 120,000
flat
feet.
gives matter. Are you flat with your wife? How it matter?
My son, mate.
If you are flat with your wife, how it does matter? Look at this guy.
Is it frightening you to have your religion crushed, sir? I'm here today to crush your test.
What's
Your
religion
ball,
got to do
your
with
ball
this?
is a
What's
belief
religion
system
got to do
because
with
it's a belief. belief that if
It's a
a
well-founded
rock
belief.
gets heavy enough
It is a
that
very
people can walk
well-founded
underneath
belief.
it, that's ridiculous. The idea that it's big enough that it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, that's ridiculous.
Why?
Because the sun and the moon are moving over our heads, and they're small, they're local, and the sea is level.
Well, you made a series of
observably level.
assertions I find way less plausible than the standard account, which is what we have now, which is it's the Earth that's spinning.
Yeah, it's called
You may
confirmation
say
bias.
1,000 miles an hour is ludicrous. Well,
Atoms are
based on
fake.
what?
Take some information. Free your mind. Your school is mind control.
Wait, can you answer my question about eclipse?
Okay, one at a time. Yes,
So you
yes.
said when the sun
Take
goes
all
in,
of
you believe the sun's small.
Yes.
Like how, like rough, give me a rough
Well, we
size.
got photos and videos that pilots
Okay.
are taking from planes with the sun inside of the clouds. Now, this is deep for you guys, and you may not be ready for this,
Okay.
but the sun is unique to you.
Do you
Each
have
of
any
us is
evidence
making
with
our
you?
own
Show us
observation
this.
of the sun. So someone at the top of the Burj Khalifa will tell you there's not sunset. Someone at the bottom of the Burj Khalifa will tell you the sun set 20 minutes ago. That's a matter of fact. So individually, we are each seeing
So
our
when
own
eclipses are observed
sun.
and the moon like appears to block the sun's light, it's because they're vastly different like distances from us. That's why it looks like the moon and the sun
Well,
are the
here's
same
the crazy
size.
thing about that assertion, right?
Yeah.
We've never seen the silhouette of the moon approach the sun at the eclipse.
You've seen it. If you wear glasses, you can see.
No. We cannot see that. And that new moon, we cannot observe. No scientist, no science apparatus has ever observed the moon at new moon. Has never
So
observed
how
the
would you
moon at new
explain
moon.
the eclipse?
chance. Maybe he's right.
How would you explain the eclipse?
Can I ask just one question? I'm in London today, and it gets dark at like 10.
Yeah.
And last week I was in Sydney,
Okay.
and it gets dark at 4. How does that happen?
Okay, so if we understand, well, for us the sun is small and local. So if I move the sun 1,000 miles north of the equator, those people that are a few thousand miles south of the equator are going to see less of it. Yes. If it's small and local, it's the same as the street lamp. I can take a street lamp, and the people who live closest to the street lamp, they will say it's very bright. But as you take steps away from it, now it gets dark. But if I move the street lamp every 6 months, and I go, okay, now it's summer for the north, and now it's summer for the south.
So why is it cold in Australia?
Light
and hot here?
stays the same bright.
Cold because the sun is a long way from it. So if you think of the sun as a source of heat, then of course, yes, and they measure the surface to be
How can
6,000
something
degrees.
small be such a big source of heat?
Well, now we're getting into the idea that it's actually not necessarily a specific point, but it's like if you take a magnifying glass and you magnify that sun, if you get to just the right point, you can create enough heat to burn the paper, yes? That's what we can observe. So I think that is a point of light that is emanating a huge amount of heat, 6,000 degrees of heat, they say. They say it's millions
that's the
inside
temperature.
and so on,
It's
but
the
that's on the
temperature, not
outside. Okay.
Mixing up
so-
units there again.
well, and of course, what I say is that I've got a flask here today, a flask that has a skin, about this wide, where there's a vacuum in between those two skins, and that tiny vacuum can keep my bottle cold for 24 hours.
It's amazing.
It's amazing. But they tell us there's 90 million miles of vacuum between the heat and the sun that we feel. No, the sun is close and local. The sun is close and local. One more question for the
One more
gentleman.
question.
One more.
One more question.
Yeah.
The microphone that you're holding. Did that just appear or did somebody make it?
That was made by a man.
Did you see that man that made it?
No.
How do you know it was made? Maybe it just appeared.
Yeah. Okay, but
Right?
I have seen other things manufactured, so I kind of accept that process.
But you didn't see it.
No. How do you know
What
that's
about-
not poison in your drink?
Let me ask you a
Did
question.
you watch them make that poison?
I'm going to ask one more question.
Okay.
So that somebody made that microphone.
Yeah.
Did somebody make all of this?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Who made it?
I don't know, but we talk about God or Creator or whatever, but there's a higher something that made it.
Okay, you know what? You're my brother, man. All right?
We are one.
Take care.
We are one.
Okay?
We are one.
Believing in God, that's hocus pocus.
No.
Is it?
No.
Yeah, of course it is.
No. I used to believe that.
Yes.
Could I ask a question? You said that there's a vacuum, but can't waves travel in a vacuum? Would you not believe in waves?
I don't think they can travel in a vacuum. No. So we can't get a helicopter to fly in a vacuum. We can't get explosives to detonate inside of a vacuum. We can't do.
Light travels in a vacuum. Do you believe it?
I don't believe light travels in a vacuum.
You don't.
I don't. You believe light travels in a vacuum? I don't.
In his model.
Okay.
I'm not saying.
Just floats
Okay,
out
but
10
then
miles
if
above.
waves don't travel in a vacuum, how do you believe your bottle will ever get hot? Do you believe it's not a perfect light?
No, because we're not in a vacuum. We're in an ether, and that ether is able to express waves. Did you ask me the question about double slit?
Yeah,
Is that how we started?
Yeah.
So double slit kills atomic science. It kills it because it cannot be because it cannot be. Well, that's just language, but I say it's all because it's inside of an ether. I'm saying it's because it's inside of an ether, and that's how. And then of course part of double slit is like, oh wow, the observer seems to have an effect on it. Yes. So if that's true, then nothing is material like I
It
said.
doesn't mean you look at it, it means you interact with that.
Okay, how does
Why didn't the interference pattern change?
how does your double slit kill
Yeah.
ultimately?
For me, it works in the same way as if I had to do that same experiment in a swimming pool. Yeah, with like say I had coloured water. I tainted the colour of water. Yeah. If I did that same experiment, then I would expect the same result. Why? Because I'm in a all-encompassing medium, and so that all-encompassing medium can pick up the frequency because it's not just one particle going through it; it's the whole soup, if you like, that's being.
Do you believe light's a particle?
I go with both.
But you believe waves block duality?
I'll accept that because I can't be sure, and I don't want to.
What's your alternative to atoms?
Sorry.
What's your alternative to atoms?
That it's all perturbation of the medium. And so
thing that's
your
already been
body, this
By
tree,
your own thing, could you ever go the other day for like evidence and things? So the evidence says that water doesn't exist.
I mean, if you go down to the sort of
well, I mean, I think that there are, like Nicola said, there are top scientists who would
No,
go.
but
We have
scientists
to.
that believe in things that have been proven to be false. Newton used to believe in light was purely a particle, and he got disproven when light would refract. Because then light, like, you know that from experiment, right? They prove light diffraction happens, and so when light diffracts to a medium, it can't behave like a particle. So Newton believed incorrect theories. He was an intelligent scientist. Just because you're a scientist does not mean everything you say is true.
Yeah. Well, same with Einstein. I mean, Einstein said, look, we will not be able to build an experiment that proves the Earth is moving. That's a fact. That is what he said. But on philosophical grounds, it's uncomfortable. And then we used to do an experiment called the WMAP. You may remember it. I think they stopped it in 2015. But the WMAP was like a background radiation survey that they would do of the entire universe. And they were doing that for years. Jodrell Bank and these other places. They were doing this for years. And they kept finding the Earth always mapped at the center. And they said, this is makes no sense because if we're inside of a big bang and everything is flying off randomly, we should not be right in the middle. Unless we really are right in the middle of this electromagnetic orange. I believe that it's an electromagnetic
You believe in fields?
orange. Yes.
You believe in fields? So the field's created by the electromagnetic particle, right?
I think everything is primarily electromagnetic.
Okay, so you don't
even
believe
in quantum,
what
they will
fields do
tell
you
us.
agree exist? Or do you believe in like unified fields like?
No, I'm not sure about. I mean, I don't really want to put my name on any one theory. Really, because I think we're still working this out. And atomism or material theory has had all the best minds working along a particular thing. You know, you meet preachers from religions, bright minds, but the reason they've applied their bright minds to that belief system is because it was inculcated and it fit for them. And it's no different to the science of heliocentrism. That super bright minds have gone, yes, I believe that teacher. I'm 8 years old. Now I'm getting the gold star. Now I'm getting the Victoria. I'm the smartest kid in school. Now I'm going to go to uni and continue to be the smartest kid in uni. And in order to do that, I have to keep repeating the exact same theoretical stuff in the same way as the theologians who are Christian or Muslim, or whatever. They have to keep repeating the same stuff that their preachers taught them 50 years ago.
But you can also come up with new theories and disprove like current science. Like,
Yeah, that's true. But you know how long it took to get rid of Piltdown Man? Piltdown Man, you know the story of Piltdown Man, right? These scientists came up with this idea of concocting, put a few different animals' bones together and said they found the missing link. 50 years it took to get rid of that lie. 50 years. And so there are plenty of scientists today who are saying this virology stuff that you locked the whole world down with It's bullshit.
I'm not going to call it stuff.
And they are getting sidelined. They get ridiculed. They get unsupported.
Let's say that's all true. Let's
Given
say
all the
that
evidence they
isn't
are
wrong.
So Piltdown Man, you
What would
think
your
that was
model
right?
change?
No.
What would your model change about coordinate physics and
What
engineering?
about the coelacanth? Coelacanth.
But you're not answering my question. Okay.
I'll get your question. Let me make the coelacanth. Let me make the coelacanth point. I want to make this point. The point of the coelacanth is that science said it had been extinct for 350 million years,
Yeah.
and then they found it.
Okay, let's say you're correct. Let's say I agree with you. What does that change about modern day physics and engineering? How is your model better? What can it say that our quantum
Well,
model can't
I
explain?
think that if actually we, like Nikola Tesla said, if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of frequency, light, vibration, frequency, and sound. So I believe, but I believe that, and I've listened to 60 Symbols, Fermi Lab. I've listened to all their best professors talk. The best British professor on quantum physics. I've spent hours and hours and hours absorbing their content and shouting into my screen going, if you guys could see that the Earth wasn't a globe, your physics would make much more sense. So I think that it's an electromagnetic torus.
You think it's a
donut?
You think it's a donut?
I think it's a donut. Like an apple.
That's not what a torus is a donut. So you believe it's an apple?
When you think of the torus of the apple, you're only thinking of half of the torus.
Okay.
The other half of the torus is the rest of the apple. So the apple, the orange, the watermelon, all of these things show us what nature likes to do. It creates these spheres. Now, an electromagnetic torus is a sphere. Let me finish, young man. Do you mind? Do you have to interrupt me while I'm trying to share what I know? Because all you're doing is repeating. You might say it's nonsense, but I know that I was taught nonsense.
That the ether is
So let me get that. You've not shown me anything about
let's
the
see
ether.
your
Maybe some more sleep than I do.
Let me tell you about the apple or the orange is nature's natural perfect shape.
Yeah.
Now I think
You
can't help yourself, can you? Young man? You can't help yourself. The apple and the orange have only got one solid bit, and that is the core, where the seeds are. So I say to people, don't think that we're walking on the... It's trying again, it's struggling. Just shut your mouth. We're not walking on the outside of the apple. We're not walking on the outside of the orange. We're at the core of the orange. We're at the center of it. An electromagnetic system, or a blade system. You need both magnetism and electricity. I mean, what's outside of the system? I don't know. But an electromagnetic torus with an accretion disk or like a disk at the center, which is where we stand.
Force the charged particle.
Sorry?
Because the electromagnetic field is caused by a charged particle.
Yeah, okay.
So what's causing the torus charge?
Definitely not gravity.
Okay, but
it's being held together by some kind of electromagnetic suit. Now, when we get into this level of the conversation, I'm going to offer you this. I'm going to offer you this. Yes. Well, they tell us that we can see black holes, right? They tell us
observe the effect of black
we
holes.
can observe the effect. Okay, we're on a similar page. Now I'm going to tell you this, that I believe, now this is a belief, okay, I'm willing to say it, unlike you guys with your religion, I'm willing to say that this part is a belief, that we're standing on top of a black hole, and that what's happening is that the light is coming through. A black hole creates light so dense that they say like a tiny bit like this weighs tons and tons and tons. Well, I'm saying that the only way that you can materialize, or the tree can materialize, is for light to be squashed in an electromagnetic process into what becomes...
Can you observe this process? Can you model it?
Yes, I'm going to offer you the Primer Field experiments, first done in 2008 by David Lapointe. This has been done by many times. They've built technology based on Primer Fields. So I would highly recommend you look at the Primer Field experiments, because here you can demonstrate with the Trinity that you've got a gas, you've got electricity, and you've got two powerful magnets, ball magnets, where they can create like an accretion, what he calls the accretion disk. And accretion is another word for creation. So I believe that yes, we're on a disk or a center point that is solid from the heat of the light coming up, the magma as we call it, coming up and creating new life. That the seeds of new life can only exist here on this place. And then as you go up, it gets more gaseous, thinner, colder, and then the whole entropy begins.
Let's say I agree with you. Let's say everything you're saying is correct.
So
What changes about modern day physics and engineering? Like, what can you model better now? Otherwise, what's the point in changing the model to this stuff?
Well, I mean, this is not necessarily about understanding the material world, although I think that we can understand the material world better when we see it as an enclosed system. and meets with the laws of thermodynamics. But actually, I'm not here to convince you because I need you to think that the Earth is a disk or any of those things. It's because you are the expression of whatever God is, Allah, the higher self, whatever that is. You are that, and our science, which is what I raise my older children at university level on, our science would have us demean that truth, that you are the center.
But this model's more accurate. Surely you should be able to predict better things that we can't spin.
Have you heard of the Antikythera computer?
No, can you?
Okay, you've heard of it. So now this Antikythera computer is now believed to be over 2,000 years old. It was built by the Greeks. It was found in a shipwreck 100 years ago, about 120 years ago. They didn't know what this lump of steel was. Then they were able to do X-rays on it, and they found that it had teeth like 1 millimeter size. It was like all these maybe 50, 60 different cogs that were working together to predict future eclipses and past activity and so on. And it's called that, it's known, and then it's not as old as the astrolabe, which is said to be more than 2,000 years. Now this is known as the oldest computer, built by the Sumerians, based on a flat Earth. They based everything, all the predictions, all the predictions were based on flat Earth.
They do. Yeah, it's a classic case.
Good luck.
They made a film of that. Have you seen the film?
No.
With, what's his name? Raiders of the Lost Ark guy. What's his name? Indiana Jones. Yeah, he's made a film based on that.
On the Antikythera.
Yes, you have to watch it.
All right. Well, yeah, so we have a computer that's more than 2,000 years old that was predicting all the eclipses for years ahead based on a flat Earth model. Everything works on a flat Earth model.
I say story, but I think it's very well tested about why.
Maybe another good argument for not being on a globe is that according to the heliocentric model, there's a vacuum outside of the Earth.
Yeah.
A vacuum needs a container.
It does.
Where's the container?
Gravity is what they will tell me. But of course, that's not a container.
Yeah, but gravity doesn't contain.
No.
They don't even pretend that gravity contains it. In fact, there should be centrifugal force spinning things off.
Yes.
If we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
You've done your research.
So clearly, in our science labs, a vacuum needs a container.
Yeah.
There is no container around the Earth. That's a good argument. Prove that there's a vacuum around the Earth.
Yeah.
You know.
I'll give you my pliers.
So I think that's a good argument against why we're not on a globe. They say we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, going through the universe at 1 million miles an hour, and yet the star systems have stayed exactly the same for thousands of years in recorded history. Not a single bit of movement, not an inch. Doesn't really wash.
You sound like me talking.
Doesn't really wash. But I wouldn't go into what you were going because it's kind of conjecture in terms of the levels of things. But just in order to try and prove it's a globe, a spinning globe. As you say, sea level. Water, the Suez Canal. According to the Google globe model, there should be curvature there. The Suez Canal is hundreds of miles long. It's level. You can run a laser along it. It's completely flat. The Google Earth model doesn't conform to that.
No.
So it's the onus is on them to prove it, not on us to go into conjectures of with dimensions and shit. You know, prove it's a spinning ball.
And also the aeroplane looking out the window analogy, is travelling 500 miles an hour. The glass expands.
Right.
When he was writing,
Does that interest you?
70, 80, 80. I think somebody had been doing some research.
Can you read it, or is it too small?
No, I can read that.
Does it interest you?
This is about the time of the
This guy's supposed to be the cutting edge from what I understand of the type of things that you're talking about. He's the author of.
You've read a lot.
Well, it's difficult to understand. It's A New Science of Life by Professor Robert Temple.
Robert Temple.
Yeah, he's a scientific historian.
So in other words, that fits in with the walking up.
So
frees the hand. So
another thing, I'm sure you know because you're doing all of this. All of the navigation manuals of the Air Forces, the flight manuals say assume the Earth is a non-rotating flat plane. All of the navigation manuals they assume it's a flat rotating plane. When you get to altitude level, be it 30,000 or 67,000, it flies on a. If the Earth was curved, it would have to keep doing that. It's not. It maintains level. And some of the pilots are coming out and saying it's completely flat. But we'd have to keep doing that. If it was that, it stays. Correct. It stays between blue and brown, and it stays completely flat until it descends across to Australia.
Is it all the I was just wondering, is it possible that the Earth slightly changes shape considering the amount of oceans we have on the Earth? You know, like you have during the summer things expand, during the winter things contract. Is that a possibility there with regard to the amount of oceans that we have on the Earth and the?
No, I think because obviously we've got cooler and hotter areas. So in the summer it's hot here, and you know. So I think it probably balances itself out. You know, we've been told since we were young that the sea levels were going to rise and swallow the cities. And I grew up in Durban, South Africa, swimming on a beach that I went to a few years ago, and I've like the sea level's exactly the same on the same beach, the same size beach, the same height of everything. But I do allow very much for the idea that on a flat Earth, it's very easy to raise and lower the sea level. So we could have periods of higher sea level in which a lot of our cities are now underwater, because we've got evidence that, you know, we could walk to France. We've got towns in Cromer off Norfolk. There's a town just in the surf that at low tide you can see the roofs of the town. In Portsmouth, the same is true, or Southampton, the same is true. They've got a village down in the water there. There's so many places. There's even been a pyramid found in Japan under the sea, apparently. You know, there's so many evidences. And I've got the connection between Cornwall and say Brittany is very strong, and so there would have been a time, and there seems to be construction to suggest that these places were connected, and the sea level was way lower than it is now. Yeah, so that's and that could come again. Either way, with the water going up or down, or if the land masses are sort of bobbing like this over thousands of years, you know, I allow for those possibilities.
Do you believe that the continents were one to begin with and then separated?
If true, only separated by rising water tide, rather than by continental drift.
Okay. Because if you look at the map, for example, Brazil fits
and Africa
Brazil fits perfectly in South Africa.
Yeah, they do. That does look like that. But you can do a similar thing where, like, if you take a tabletop of a mountain, let's say a fairly even mountainscape, if you like, and then slowly fill that with water, you will get like a coastline on that side and a coastline on this side. They kind of look similar, because you know the whole land
morphology.
So I'm not sure. I think for me the continental drift is all part of the evolution bullshit, rather than actually our continental shelves are the original border from the sea, which is 100 miles, 200 miles, sometimes further away from the shore now. So that's my take on that. I left my tobacco at home today, which is why I'm a little bit more crabby than I was.
I was slightly. Remember, I spoke to you about the Anu, the atomic structure, and then I jumped onto another subject.
I do, yeah. I normally roll my own, but in this case it's different. All right, nice to talk to you. Yeah, come back. Thanks a lot, man.
There's a harpoon. So do you think? Are you saying it's flat, disc shaped, plate shaped, or I heard you say apple earlier? Or donut? I heard the word donut.
Yeah, I think I like the idea that it's actually it's a ball, but we're inside the ball rather than on the outside of it.
So you don't necessarily believe the plate model.
The plate.
Like
a pizza plate. Yeah, that's too simple and too simplistic, and that's been seeded into people's minds because it doesn't make sense on its own in a vacuum of space and so on. And the idea that you could fall off and that there is a vacuum out there, all of that stuff is not what I think is real. I think it has to be enclosed, and we have to be inside it, just like you have to be inside of your skin.
Just like the way the soul lives within us, and when you have a near-death experience, the soul leaves you. The Theosophists call that the astral body.
Yeah.
And they say that the planet Earth has an astral body too.
Right.
It's called the Gaia. Have you heard of Gaia?
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone by the name of Babbitt discovered what the atom was, what it actually looked like.
Wow, and that looks like a...
What you were talking about, exactly what you were talking about.
Now, if you imagine,
that's supposed to be a rainbow. That's supposed to be a rainbow structure.
That. Let me just see if I can see that. Yeah.
And I can't remember.
Dad, imagine if that was the center of the apple. This whorl is the center of the apple, and the seeds are there. Because when you cut an apple down, you see that line that runs from the top to the bottom.
Yeah.
And that, for me, is the energy, the spiraling inside of the
Kundalini spiral.
Kundalini.
But I used to work on big mainframes.
You know, and so I think that's the kind of snake serpent thing that rises up inside of us.
Oh,
yes.
There you go. The serpent snake. Look. Do you see that? No, that's supposed to be in colour.
I saw
Like, orange colours of the rainbow. I'm trying to find it for you.
So in your opinion,
But what I was going on
what would be
Sorry,
the
mate.
is that I think
but in your opinion, what would be the reason for the light?
To control.
And I think potentially
Control.
a bad way.
And
Because in
not
that
only
era,
control you in the us in the material world, but also to control our spiritual ascension.
Engaging with the world.
That would be probably the most important part. Yes, we've all been turned into slaves in a way. You know, we have to pay all these taxes and go to wars and stuff. And maybe there's not an awful lot we can do about that. Maybe some individual changes, personal changes to limit your access to the system. But at the spiritual level, I think the most important thing is that yes, we are being demeaned and misdirected from our spiritual highest good, our spiritual highest intention, the reason why we're here.
So for that to be the case, then all of the sort of world governments would have to be in on it.
Unfortunately, that's what it means. So the bottom line, and that's why I think Flat Earth is like a gateway to realizing that all the wars that are created are done by a secret group who are controlling all the governments of the world, including Russia and China.
Where does Antarctica sit in your model?
The most popular model is one where Antarctica is the surround of the lake that we call Earth.
The pizza crust, basically.
The pizza crust, I like that idea. Yeah, the pizza crust. But the thing with the pizza, of course, is that a pizza has an edge. Whereas, one, we don't know if this plane goes much further on, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of miles. We don't know that. But also that, of course, as I say, like being inside of the apple or inside of the orange, we have to have a lid and a root and a floor that's being encapsulated.
So with the plate pizza model,
That's why I love the Science Museum.
the fact that the Antarctic Treaty, the fact that it can't be
on the left,
explored, kind
as you
of
go in,
fits
it's one of those
well into
early
that.
Cornish
But I always
And it's
thought
all kind of cobbled together.
that if you were allowed to circumnavigate Antarctica, that would essentially prove it, right?
Yeah.
So the flat Earth is always claimed.
And then if you go around all
we're
the
not
way
allowed
to the
to
far
explore it,
end,
for that
there's a
reason.
steam engine,
But you don't
I think.
necessarily need to circumnavigate exactly the perimeter of Antarctica. You could get as close as you can, whatever latitude or whatever you can get to, and then do it that way. And that'll be quite an easy.
Have you seen the flat Earth conception or the pizza, how it would look?
Oh, well, it's like a flat. The model that I've heard of most is like a flattened Earth with Antarctica surrounding the edges, and it goes on until nobody knows how long. But my issue with that is, I feel like it's quite easy to prove if that's the case, either by circumnavigating as close to it as you could get, or observing the North Star below the equator. But
that you know, I mean, obviously, if you can observe the North Star below the equator on a globe, that would suggest.
I don't think you can.
I think you can. I think just a little way, but you know, for us, the lights are all locals and low. So, like with any street light, for example, the further you go away from it, the lower it will become until it disappears. And the same is true with the lights for us on a flat Earth. Is that the further south we go, the less of the northern stars we will see, and the more of the southern aspect we will then see. But the reason I asked you that question is because like the United Nations logo is a typical kind of example of how a flat Earth might look. And if you have to take the points of, say, South America, Cape Town, South Africa, Australia or New Zealand, and sail those, you can sail those and claim that you've kind of gone around the Antarctica because you've sort of had Antarctica on your right-hand side the whole time or whatever. But that would work on the watch face model or the pizza model where, you know, you're touching these bases and on the outside of you, you've got this ice wall that Captain Cook has apparently spent 3 years traveling around. And of course, the Antarctic Treaty only gets signed the year after Richard E. Byrd discovered or came back and announced that he discovered land bigger than America, and then they lock it down. And he says we've got resources there that'll last a lifetime. Now people say, oh, we're protecting the penguins, but we don't really care about penguins or animals when they live in some area where there's oil or whatever thing. We normally just go and we'll dig them out.
So the flight paths will be quite a lot different on the globe model and whichever flat model.
Yeah, and so when you,
for example, a flight from the southern point of South America to Australia or South Africa.
Or South Africa.
That will be quite a lot different too.
Yeah, and you know what they...
Is that not like an obvious proof?
Yeah. Well, so for, you'd think that, say, flying from Argentina to South Africa would be a straight shot. And if you look at that on a globe, you find that the distance between Argentina and South Africa is less than the distance between London and South Africa. So you'd expect the flight to be less than that. And what they do is, if you're in the bottom of South America, they make you fly all the way up into Argentina and often into the Northern Hemisphere from that in order to come back down to South Africa. Even when the rugby team, the national rugby team, started flying to South Africa for a rugby tournament when I was 25 years ago, they used to fly them into Europe rather than flying these guys. You'd think these elite athletes would take the quickest, easiest route. Well, they were flying, same with the World Cup winners. Was it Argentina or Brazil in the last World Cup? The way they flew them home was like this long ass route. So, no, I think that's why American flights, why don't you just fly straight from Texas, say, the Gulf of America, they call it now. Why don't you fly from there straight to Africa rather than always into Europe? Or same with the flights from England to Australia. You always have to go Dubai or typically Hong Kong.
There isn't a direct route?
There's no direct flight.
So there's no direct flight from Cape Town to South
America.
Southern point of South America?
No, but I have found a flight that was 14 hours from Johannesburg to a place in, I don't know, Buenos Aires or somewhere like that, right? And I take a piece of string on my globe, and I find that piece of string is shorter than my 11-hour flight to Heathrow. So there's something off. And they're all old shipping logs where captains going from Cape Town to southern South America would find themselves taking 10 days longer than their maps or their charts should suggest. So, which makes sense with if we do live on a sort of a pizza model, then the continents are further apart at the southern regions than we believe they to be. Same with flying to Australia. The flights to Australia from South Africa have always been hellishly long and far. When you take that on a globe, it should be a 12-hour, maybe something like that flight.
One of my friends done a road trip across Australia, right? And he said that like the distance you travel seems completely different
to what you imagine based on the map.
Yeah, it's like you're traveling seems to be traveling for a lot longer.
I met a guy.
It's a bit like it's always longer to get to your destination than it is turning back.
Well, no. I mean, there are the jet streams that they will use to go to America more quickly, for example. But they can knock half an hour or 40 minutes off the
flight.
flight.
Did you hear about the British Airways Boeing 747? It flew from New York to London within 3 hours.
Wow!
Because the jet stream pushed it.
Yeah.
It broke the world record.
Right. Wow. Yeah. So, and what we've never done is we've never flown in or travelled into Antarctica at one point and come out at 180 degrees on the other side. So, you'd think with our technology today, and if we can go to the moon and all these things, we'd be able to easily make that journey.
Have you heard? Sorry to interrupt. Have you heard of the teleportation experiment?
No.
You haven't heard of it? Okay, they carried out an experiment. This is quite a long time ago now, where they teleported an atom from one location to another location. This is scientific fact. Zillinger, that's the name of the scientist that performed this experiment, Zillinger. And some scientists say that we live in a black hole. There are black holes within black holes, and we are living in a black hole. That's what some of them say.
Well, that's interesting because you may have heard me say just now that I think we're standing on top of a black hole.
Yeah.
And because the only way you can get light dense enough to be material is to crush it like through a black hole. And the reverse of that is I say to people, imagine 100 kilograms of firewood. We burn it this afternoon, and tomorrow morning, all we've got left is a few grams of ash. But no weight has left that fire, only heat and light.
Yeah.
So I broke down that structure, removed the heat and light, and all of the mass is gone.
Yeah, that's why.
So everything, what we believe is mass, is really just condensed heat and light.
That's why plasma. I think you're really going to like this scientist, Professor Robert Temple, the author of A New Science of Life. He's supposed to be on the cutting edge of plasma, and I'm not a scientist. I don't know directly what he's talking about, but intuitively and philosophically, from what I understand, you're going to love him.
All right.
You're
Well,
gonna love him.
I'll check him out.
Yeah.
I will
Did
check
you get
him
the
out.
book?
Yes.
Okay. And does that look interesting to you? That's Stephen Phillips, the guy that's pushing the
Wow. So
you know,
this-
occult chemistry.
Right, this image here is very fascinating to me because
Okay,
imagine,
that's a bit, yeah.
imagine this purple bit is our Earth, and then everything around it is like
That's
this.
what I'm showing you.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
that's that figure of 8.
Yeah.
You might want to have a look at that. Have a look at that. That's that figure of 8 shape that is like your Taurus, your typical
Yeah.
Taurus. Now, you not only is that reflective of the Earth, but it's also reflective of your body.
Yes.
Each of our bodies are an
Yes.
electromagnetic torus, and that 8, maybe the center of that 8, may be your heart,
Yeah.
or it may be your belly button. I'm not absolutely sure.
Well, what Theosophists call the astral body.
Right now, the heart is an anagram for Earth.
Yeah.
Her
Yeah.
Earth and heart are the
Yeah,
same.
yeah,
Yeah. So what if the Earth is the heart of the entire system, and we're standing on the heart, if you like, of the entire system?
And also, what he's saying here, everything, the atomic structure of everything is made of 5 platonic solids.
Yes. Yes.
Icosahedron, dodecahedron.
My little 8-year-old boy knows all of these better than me.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like, if you look deep into structures, whether it be the atom, I know you don't believe in the atom, but like, if you look deep within the structure, that's what you'll find, the atomic, the platonic solids.
Well, everything is fractal.
Yeah.
You know, everything actually is our world is built on fractal. And so we are maybe a fractal of the Earth, of God, whatever, of all that is. We are a fractal within.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
And I say to people, you know, like the Russian nested dolls called the Matryoshka. There's 7 of them. What if we're the small doll?
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
supposed
but
to be the Kabbalah.
they
He's
put
into
the
the Kabbalah.
Kabbalah,
Yeah.
yeah.
What's your background, by the way?
Sorry?
What's your background? What do you study?
Engineering.
Engineering.
You know, when it comes to like the theodolite, is that kind of you understand that, right? We're told that the theodolite is going to take care of the curvature calculation for you. You don't have to worry about that. Just build like level, and then the curvature is already in there. Don't worry about that. But we look at like the Danyang Bridge or whatever, these 100-mile bridges that they've got in China, and we find that, you know, yes, they may go up because they're a suspension section or whatever, but they're only going to go up as much as they come down. And they're only built with maybe a sort of hump in the middle because of spreading the load or making it stronger, like an arch, yeah? But they kind of coming across one level body. Suez Canal also built engineered level for 100 miles.
Are you familiar with the golden section?
Golden ratio.
The golden ratio, golden
yeah.
section.
Yeah.
Apparently everything is supposed to be made up of the golden...
The Fibonacci.
Yeah. Fibonacci and all that.
Yeah. Everything. Well, I mean, if you look at pretty much everything, maybe not. I wouldn't want to say all things, and someone say, well, what about this? But your ear, you know, the shell of the snail, the way that the cabbage or the cauliflower is formed, the flower patterns and so on. It's all showing that 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 or whatever it is. You know, the Fibonacci growth, the spiraling growth. So our Earth is the same as that, and your zygote, you know, when you were first created, each of us were first created, we start to grow in the same.
That guy said to you, did you see the manufacture of your phone? You should have said to him, did you see your conception?
Yeah.
I wanted to say that.
Yeah.
But sometimes it don't come out.
That's a good point.
Well, you can see your conception now because it's technology all over the
But
place.
the bottom line is this, is that it doesn't matter how I move that bottle, once that water's at rest, it's always going to find that level, and that level will be this level.
But that doesn't fit with your Apple model, though.
Well, inside of the container, so just like inside of this container, we can have things settle in strata. So it's a great point that you make, but I would respectfully offer to you that inside of the snow globe, you will have the heavier things at the bottom and the lighter things at the top. There will be air bubbles at the top, then liquid, and then sand or whatever at the bottom. Well, that's the same that is true here. What is weird about the globe model is that we're meant to believe that as you go through the exosphere and the mesosphere and all these different like layers, which are like a circle, like a spherical thing, they're somehow able to maintain that, let's say it's 50 miles, they're somehow able to maintain that 50 miles in a round without anything containing it. Because the moment I put a lid on it, you would understand that the lighter stuff is going to gather at the top, or if I put a container on, the lighter stuff will be at the top, and the heavier stuff will be at the bottom. But that will still be within strata, even if I made my container a ball, like a snow globe.
So you said the sun and moon are small and local, right? Circling around the Earth. So would the day and night cycles be completely different between the hemispheres? For example, so during the summer now, we've got very, very short nights.
Yes.
During the summer in Australia,
long nights.
Even during prime summer.
Yeah. Well, now
is that true? I've never been down there.
Well, I mean, obviously, being in South Africa, growing up in South Africa, what was always surprising coming to England was how long the nights were in the summertime and how short the days were in the wintertime.
Here.
Sorry, we're all going around. How long the days were in the summer. Yes.
Here.
Yeah. And how short the days were in the winter. We do not get that extreme.
That's different down.
Yeah.
That seems like quite an obvious difference, though. I don't know why that's not.
Yeah,
the more focal point of the argument.
Well, and actually, if we look at the time and date calculator, timeanddate.com, and we sort of take the globe and try and shine a light on a globe and then turn it once in 24 hours, and notice where we have time, the lighting and the non-lighting, it doesn't necessarily match with exactly what we see. But because there's so many confusing elements to the globe, i.e. because it's tilted at 23 degrees, and because during the English summer it's further away from the sun than in the southern Australian, South African summer, right? All of these little variations have to be built into the model without us understanding how, for some reason the sun is now going to be thousands or even 1 million miles further away from the sun for a few months, and then it's going to ellipsoid in and get a little bit closer. The same with the moon. The moon is jumping around the sky from night to night, and we're like somehow meant to believe that this is just able to kind of hold this based on, a gravitational attraction. And then the time zones are weird when you really start to drill into them, because you find out that in the very northern part of the world, like say above Scandinavia, you've got 19 time zones. Right. So if you go that far north, and then when you come into the median area of the world, we've got 24 time zones. So the majority of people are inside of 24 time zones. And then when you go to the southern region, you get 32 time zones, and they have to have half-hour time zones and so on, and all sorts of weird things that don't kind of make sense with a sort of Terminator line just generally turning once, once a day across the globe.
Have you heard about the inner core of the Earth? There's a ball of
molten steel.
Yeah, it's like a miniature sun.
Yeah.
In the core of the Earth, and what scientists have recently said is, it suddenly stopped. Well, no, it was in the process of stopping, and then reversing its direction.
Right. Well, we know that there's been these magnetic shifts, pole shifts, and so on. And when you see
tectonic plates,
maybe, but maybe, and I don't want to discredit that or discount that. But if you can take a magnet and flip the polarity like this, then everything would flip in a way and change. But I thought what you were going to say is that we've realized that once you superheat the iron core, it loses magnetism. It no longer has any magnetic attraction. So that we're maybe
the scientists said that.
Yeah. So this idea that our magnetic attraction is coming from this iron molten core at 4,000 miles beneath our feet is pseudoscience. And of course, what I learned since I went on this journey is that the deepest humanity has ever dug into the Earth is 7.4 miles, 7.6 miles.
The Russians. I think it was the Russians.
Super deep.
They broke the record, the Russians.
I think the Americans were involved with it, actually. But yeah, in '97 they gave up, I think, because they got 20 centimeters in the last few years. They had nothing that could drill, into that, whatever it is. It's so hard, so hot, so whatever. So, and apparently, as they were drilling down, the geophysicists were saying, well, we're about to hit water, and they'd hit oil. Oh, we're about to hit something else, and they'd hit something completely different. So our technology that we send we bounce a little noise off the ground and say, well, it's told me that there's this under there. I think the further down you go, the harder it is to be accurate on that.
Well, the thing is, think about the amount of oil they've extracted from the earth. Yeah? Trillions of tons. I'm sure that oil in the earth had a very significant role to play with regard to tectonic plates and God knows what else.
Okay,
and
so the oil is
They've
interesting.
taken that out.
Yeah. Now you're old enough to remember in 1970s they told us we were running out of oil. That's 50 years ago, and we're pumping more oil than we were then. So what's the story? Well, it turns out that there's no fossils inside of our oil. They call it fossil fuel. There's never been a bone of any sort. It comes out pure. It comes out pure like blood. So it's my contention that the oil is abiotic. It is self-recreating. The earth grows oil in the same way as your body grows blood.
It's the earth's blood.
It is the earth's blood. And it is second or third most available liquid on Earth.
But what do you think personally, what effect that has on the Earth itself, extracting all that oil out?
No problem. No,
really?
but I do not believe it's like a tick or a mosquito coming and extracting a whole belly full of food.
Okay.
Your body won't even notice it.
Okay.
I believe that the well may dry, and if they come back after 20 years, it's full or half full again. The Earth is creating that. I would like to believe that mankind is not the scourge here. Mankind is not a parasite. Mankind cannot damage or destroy the Earth, although we should take care of it, just as we should take care of our own body. Like I cannot say you're absolutely wrong. It's because if I had to say, look, give me a pint of blood every day, that would cost you, right?
Yeah.
Your body couldn't recoup that. But the same is true is that if the well were empty, BP would move somewhere else. And then they'd sell that well to a second-rate kind of oil driller who would go and suck out oil very little, but it would keep refilling.
So what's causing the earthquakes?
Well, okay, so if we're on a vibrating plate, if we're on an electromagnetic plate, then various things that are happening within the system, particularly perhaps in the underside of the system, are going to create pockets of air. Just think about a pimple on your body.
Yeah.
You know, your body might get it, you've been partying too hard or whatever, and you wake up and you've got this eruption on your forehead and you go, bloody hell, what's that? Well, your body has had a response to something, and that response has emanated as a pimple. And I think that these things, and a pimple on your body at the Earth scale would be a Vesuvius. It would be massive.
Do you remember about the all the whales washed up on the seashore?
Yeah.
They blame that on the the military radar in submarines.
Right.
It was interfering with the pineal glands of the whales, and they lost their coordination and direction.
Right.
And they reckon it's military radar from submarines. It was interfering with their navigation.
Have you heard of HARP? You've probably heard of HARP.
Yes.
Yeah. So HARP is this auroral projection system that the governments of the world have got, and they can use it to send out extreme, powerfully focused beams of energy. Some people suggest that the Haiti earthquakes, what was created by that, perhaps even the Banda Aceh 2006 Boxing Day tsunami, can be created by a weapon that's, used to create a frequency. Let me put it to you like this: if I brought you some beautiful music at 432 hertz, you go like, that's really nice. But if I changed the frequency and it was starting to get painful, and it'd be like, oh my gosh, that's such a screech, now I'm actually in pain. Well, if your body can be reduced to the floor based on a frequency that I can put into the environment, what if I can do the same? If I've got a big enough piece of kit, what if I could do the same to the Earth? Now, I'm not saying that all earthquakes are man-made or anything. I'm not suggesting that. I do think that the system, just like your body, is going through various growing pains and so on, and that will, just like a belch. You've eaten something too acidic or whatever, and your stomach wants to belch that up.
Yeah.
Well, I think the Earth is probably living, and it's doing things like that, belching and burping, and it's twice a day. It's got these tides, which I believe might be a breathing in and a breathing out.
It's going through puberty.
Young Earth theory.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows? Although you might be interested to know, given that you've been willing to listen this long, that we believe that there were ancient cultures or epochs that have been wiped away by like a Noah's flood event.
Atlantis.
Yeah. Where now Atlantis
Lemuria.
could easily, if the water level rises by 500 meters, a lot of land would disappear, and we hear about it in fables when the survivors talk about it.
Well, Plato wrote about it.
There's going to be new heaven and new earth.
Yeah.
When Jesus come back.
Yeah, I've heard that. And
It's in the Bible.
yeah, and you know the Bible's very much about the Earth not being a globe. It's a flat Earth book. I used to tell my preacher that when I was a teenager. I was like, well, the Bible verses are all speaking of an Earth that's not moving, that has a container or a roof, firmament, rakia, and that it was created first, and that the sun and the moon were created as lights for the day and the night after the Earth, which is completely opposite of the way that the science would tell us that we came from monkeys rather than God created us.
Well, the scientists come from monkeys.
The scientists come from monkeys. Yes.
I like that.
I like that. That's very good.
That's very good.
In fact, the monkey is more intelligent than the scientist.
Yeah. Yes, sir. You have earned a flyer.
God bless you.
God bless you, and be more. And be more. Thank you. Have a great day. All the best, eh? Cheers. Has anyone ever told you look a little bit like Muammar Gaddafi?
Yeah.
You've heard that?
Speaking of Gaddafi, you know why they got rid of him?
Because he was trying to feed the people. He had that big water program.
You know, in what's his country?
He'll tell you.
Gaddafi's country. What was it? Libya. That's it. You had free healthcare.
Yes. If you got married, you got $50,000 for a house.
You got everything sorted.
Petrol was like, gas was like 10 cents a litre.
But you know what he wanted? He wanted to get rid of the dollar and to make Africa Europe.
The gold dinar.
Yeah, something like that. Now he shook hands with Tony Blair, and within 1 year he was dead.
Yeah. Yes. Now, I've got to allow the possibility that even Muammar Gaddafi was controlled, and that when he died, he wasn't really dying. I hope that that was just for show. That he didn't have to die.
Muammar Gaddafi, he talk was good, but that opposite what he talked. I saw him in Damascus. I was from Syria.
Oh, right.
He spoke to Arab leader.
Okay.
He said, I don't want to be filmed here.
Okay.
He said to all the Arab leader in Damascus, Arab League, you know Arab League.
Yes.
He said to them, how can we allow Arab League? How can we allow America come and execute Saddam, Arab leader? And he told all of them, tomorrow will be your time.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he was right.
Yes.
I
He
agree
was
with
right.
him. He speaks a lot.
He was
of
a prophet.
sense.
He was like a prophet.
But the problem is he doesn't practice what he preached. I know he was good, spending money, but at the same time he was a dictator. He was brutal.
Well, you name me one politician.
understand.
You name me one politician that practiced what they preach. One politician.
Politician, another Arabs, they don't talk.
Yeah.
They don't think I will fight America. He fought America.
Well, Saddam did.
No, don't talk.
No, Saddam. He told everybody to attack Israel.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Emirati, maybe they don't like American,
but
they don't talk.
Yeah.
They play game.
Yeah.
It's all about game. Gaddafi, he signed the UN, he cleared the UN charter. That's act as idiot. Maybe he's right. You understand? But he make him idiot. Maybe he's right. UN is corrupt. UN is the biggest. United Nations is the biggest terrorist organization.
Well, who runs it?
Honestly,
Who runs the United? Exactly.
Run by America. You go. I'm a Syrian, you know. And 14 years Syrian war, 1 million Syrian minimum died. Why? If you go to the UN, you want to condemn Assad, you get Russian veto.
Yeah.
And Russian is in Syria, they fucking Syria.
Yeah, they've got Russian bases.
Russian bases.
Russian aeroplanes, everything.
Russian bases, they defend Assad.
Yeah.
If you go to the UN, you criticize Assad, you put sanction on him, you get Russian veto. And Russian there, they kill in Syria. Now you go to the UN, you condemn Israel. You get what? American veto. An American bomb, American money, American fighter. So this is will perpetuate.
These are the Zionists.
War.
The Zionists.
Perpetuate killing.
Yeah.
If you want to dismantle Zionism, if you want to dismantle all the war, you need to dismantle UN first. And 4 out of 5 UN permanent, they should not be. Britain, America, France, Russia. These are 4 racist countries.
I know.
How can you put them to be a permanent member of your security?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Because they've been controlling the game, the world wars, both world wars to break this Turkey.
60 and 60s and 70s.
Ottoman
United States was
Empire.
apartheid. Britain in the 60s and 70s, they say no dogs, no black, no Irish. This is a racism.
This is called the New World Order.
Yeah. But remember,
Global domination.
Remember, I say to people that the best example I can give you to think that we're all in this together. South Africa. Well, I was born in England, but South Africa is where I grew up. But if you remember,
I was born here, but my parents are Turkish Cypriot.
you remember that in 2020, everybody got locked down the same. Everybody was lied to about COVID.
Yeah.
So, I swear to God, I was in Bahrain with my girlfriend. I see the guy he wearing like a out of space. I said to my partner, this is a madness.
That's fear. That's fear.
I never wear a mask. I never had a job. I didn't give a damn.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Good.
If you want to take my freedom to protect my life, do you think I'm a fucking idiot? How can you lock me in my own home?
Yeah.
I just don't understand. This is great nation. How can British public buy to that?
Because they are propagandists. You see,
I know, but how
The
can
media, the
mass
media.
idiot? How can mass idiot? I know I'm not perfect. We all have fault.
Yeah.
But how can, as a basic logic, how can I shut down your business? If you shut down your business more than a week, your customer go. Any business, if you shut down any business for more than a week, you will have no customer.
Think about this. Like, let's say you're the ruler of a South African, an African country or an Arabian country, and you see all your neighbors are shutting their businesses down.
Yeah.
Do you think to yourself,
I
that was
wouldn't
a
say
good
that.
opportunity to keep my business open, because now I'm going to make a lot of
More
money
money, yes.
while they shut themselves
Yes.
down. I'm not going to fall for that trick.
Yeah.
South Africa, when they locked them down, they claimed to have 4 cases of COVID. They locked down 60 million people and shut down all their businesses. Why would you do that to your, even if you're a businessman, you've got 10,000 staff and you've got 1-2 people calling sick, you go, we're going to shut the whole business, the whole factory shut down.
I'm the owner, I will go work.
Yeah, but
if my customer, if my staff doesn't come, I will go work myself.
Yeah, but
So why did no country in the world, except 3 countries, there were 3 countries that
Norway,
said,
Sweden.
No, this is a different point. There were 3 countries that said we're not using the vaccination. Haiti? No, Haiti?
Did you have a vaccine?
There was no lockdown in
Did you have a
Sweden.
vaccine?
No.
Tanzania, and there was one other president, and they all said no vaccine.
Yeah, but
within 3 months, heart attack.
Yeah, but really, but there was no lockdown in Sweden.
No, there wasn't a lockdown in the way that there was here. Yeah, there wasn't. They did do stuff. People will say we did do stuff, but it wasn't like.
Say basic mother nature. Anybody should understand. If your time up, you're going to die no matter what.
But listen, do you know what
This
happened?
is the basic mother nature. If your time is up, I know guys, my mother cousin, he hit with 27 bullets. One pair of her balls went, and he still survived. Believe it or not, my mother cousin, 27 bullets to get shot. One pair of her balls went,
flat.
and he still survived.
Earth is flat, not a globe. NASA is fake.
Yesterday.
NASA fake space.
Yesterday.
Never went to the moon. International Space Station in
Yesterday.
a TV
When
studio.
the
Earth
guy
is flat.
survived.
Earth
One
is
guy
flat.
survived. His time is not up.
No, it is true. You know, when COVID came out, the Prime Minister was telling everybody to lock down, and he was having a party with his friends
I
in
don't
Downing
exactly
Street.
know what
Did
it
you
is.
see that?
That's
Bullshit. Boris Johnson,
The
wasn't
trick
it?
is when people say flat Earth, forget flat Earth.
Yeah.
It's, what was it not? Not
Yeah,
what is
exactly.
It? What
Exactly.
is it? It's
That's
what
why
it's
I've gone with Earth is not a globe. Earth is not a globe.
And the more you look into it, a couple of things that I've looked at is like basic physics. So heat transfers by convection, conduction, radiation. So in space, there's no convection, only radiation.
Yeah, nothing.
How do you get rid of the heat?
But did you get COVID?
If you put your iPhone out in the sun, 10 minutes it'll be red hot.
Yeah.
So if you go up 20 miles, it's going to be super red hot.
Yeah.
How do you get rid of the heat? You can't.
No.
So how do people in the ISS get rid of the heat?
Ah.
you'll burn up.
Yeah, wow.
So how do you get rid
Wow.
of it? 'Cause,
Well, they'll tell you, they'll explain it to you as that because the particles are further and further apart, it's not really heat in the way that we believe it. I don't believe
it's the
that.
same sun
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
pounding here
Yeah,
on my
yeah, yeah.
legs
Yeah,
as
yeah,
if I'm 10
yeah.
miles up.
Yeah.
So if I stick my
Yeah.
so the ISS, I think it's like 887 square meters, let's say. I think it's bigger than that. But they've got these arrays that
Yeah.
get hot.
Yeah.
So where do you get rid of the heat? And if you got, I worked out it's like 13 megawatts of energy.
Wow.
Where does that go?
Wow.
I've asked loads of people, no answers. They just walk away.
Right.
I've got friends who work at the the European
Space Agency.
No answer. And then that's before you start talking about working in a vacuum or propulsion. Or before you even look at it.
Yeah.
Why has there never been a flight that's gone from South Africa to Chile over the South Pole?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or Australia. If you're going to go from South Africa to Australia, or you go over the pole and then the other side. Quickest way. Why do you never do it? Oh, it's too difficult. It's
Too cold.
This is 1 degree difference from the North Pole.
Wow.
So why is that too cold?
Yeah.
And is it safer to fly over 15,000 miles of ocean or 6,000 miles of snow? I'd rather land in the snow than in the ocean.
True.
As no matter how cold it is, you will die in the ocean. But again, it's... So I very rarely get to speak to anyone because everyone thinks
you're nuts.
Of course. Everyone thinks you're nuts.
Everyone. But I mean, look, it's observable.
Yes,
it is. It is observable. Does it feel like we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour?
No.
Does it feel like we're going through units at 1,000,000 miles an hour?
No.
It doesn't, does it? And yet, if you get on a roundabout in a little kiddies park and you're going at 2 miles an hour, boy, do you feel it get dizzy when you get off.
Well, what the people will say is that you can only turn the roundabout once every 24 hours, and therefore you won't feel that. But what they're forgetting is that the roundabout radius is about 2 meters. The radius of the Earth is 4,000 miles. So therefore, at the end of that 4,000 mile radius, you're going to be moving 1,000 miles an hour. It's not about the angle of change; it's about the speed at that height. Hi there.
No, I was just listening.
Oh, okay.
Well, interesting ones. I've seen people get a high-powered rifle, shoot it straight up, and it lands pretty much. So if you stood there, you'll kill it.
This gentleman is making the point that we can't prove that the Earth is moving. Like people have taken fire a bullet straight up, and it'll come. If it's perfectly perpendicular, it'll come straight back down. But if the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, that bullet should be left behind a little bit. Same as when Felix Baumgartner did the Red Bull jump. He spent 2 hours or 3 hours trying to get up to 200,000 feet. And when he came down, he was 45 miles ahead of where he was, rather than 1,000 miles or 2,000 miles away. Though they make us believe that the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. We're saying the Earth is not moving, and the atmosphere moves if the wind is.
Not moving.
Yeah, and the only time that the clouds move.
So what is moving?
The clouds are moving, and the lights are moving. The lights are moving in like a disco or a nightclub. So you stand in the nightclub and you see the lights going like this once every minute or whatever. That doesn't mean the floor is moving. It means the lights are moving. And those lights have had exactly the same pattern for 2,000, 4,000, 6,000 years. We've got an old computer called the Antikythera computer that was discovered in Greece. And it's meant to be over 2,000 years old. And it was able to predict all the eclipses and everything that happens in the sky based on everything with the Earth not moving and the sky, the lights in the sky moving around our head once a day. Sometimes slightly less, sometimes slightly more. The moon is a little bit slower, of course. than the sun.
Either rotation or translation. No, none of them, you mean? No, none of these kind of movements?
No, well, they do. I mean, they retrograde. So you got stars like Venus or whatever that will kind of sometimes go faster than the stars nearby, and then sometimes it'll be slower.
Depending on?
Depending on its own epicycle. Now, when we look at the movements of these stars over a flat Earth, they make the flower of life pattern. They're doing this kind of circling in and out like a spirograph. When you take the spirograph, they're making these over a flat, non-moving Earth. But the best proof that I have for people is simply water. Water in your bath is level. In your swimming pool, it's also level.
Yeah.
An Olympic swimming pool, a lake that's 1 mile long, we can see the other side, no problem. We can see our friends' feet on the other side. Now, if we made that mile 10 miles long, we wouldn't be able to see so well because our eyes are not strong enough. But if we took a powerful camera, and we have them nowadays, we can see all of our friends standing 10 miles away on the other side of the beach. Now, the world record photograph, as I put on here, is in the Guinness Book of Records, 400 kilometers. And we can see all of an island from an observation point in France. Twice a year when the sun sets right behind that island, you can see the whole silhouette of the island.
Sorry, if may I ask you?
Of course.
What are you? What do you do? Are you an astrologer?
I'm a living expression of God. As
do
are we
you
all.
have, I mean, any background?
I'm extremely intelligent.
No, I am not doubting about that.
I'm extremely intelligent.
I am just the opposite of you. But the question is, if you have, some kind of academic background or something.
Yeah. So when I discovered this 10 years ago, it forced me to, in order to answer the question, is the Earth a globe or not? I had to go and study all of the science again. And so on my own. And I say to people, like, if I need someone to stand over me and tell me what to study, then that means that I'm not thinking for myself. But if
but you are given all the options.
Because yes, and so I can go and listen to the best professors talk on evolution,
Can I say something?
Sure.
Have you heard the expression "trust for science"? Have you heard that? Was it the same in Spain? Trust for science. During COVID, they said trust for science.
Yeah.
My advice: don't trust for science.
But it's not black and white, actually. It's not. I believe it's not black and white.
Night and day. How would you explain that?
Night and day? Okay, so imagine the lady asked me a question about night and day, which is a question I get quite often. So imagine that we're inside of a large football stadium. Okay, and I have one light inside of that stadium, and it's only bright enough to illuminate half of the stadium at any given time. So I take that stadium around, as I move the light around the stadium, the people on that side are going to get darkness, and it's going to be night for them for 12 hours until I bring it back. Now, because we have seasons, it means that the light isn't simply doing a single track. Sometimes it's a little bit on that side of the stadium more, and so they're getting summertime, and these people on this side of the stadium are seeing more winter. They're getting a shorter day. So this works absolutely, and the same is true with, like, say, streetlights. Look at this example here. The streetlights here look shorter and shorter and shorter. Eventually, I can't see them. But my friend who's standing 2 miles up the road will say, well, it's right above my head. What are you talking about? That's called perspective. Everything is going down. And the further you are from the heat, let's say I open the oven door.
So in your opinion,
let me answer this question. I open the oven door. Are you going to feel the heat?
How do you?
It depends. The answer to the question is, you should say, it depends on how close I am to the oven. Because if I'm standing 10 meters away from the oven, I won't feel it. But if I'm standing 1 meter away from the oven, yes, I will feel it. So the same is true in the seasons, is that if the sun is nearer me, like it's in Cancer at the moment, then I'm going to feel it more. But when it goes to Capricorn, it's English winter, and I won't feel it so much.
So can I say something? How do you explain a lunar and a solar eclipse?
Ketu and Rahu are two dark bodies that have been spoken about by ancient cultures. They believe that these are invisible to us until they cross in front of the lights in the sky. And we've had examples of eclipses where both the moon and the sun are above the earth. So the idea that the earth is creating the eclipse has been falsified.
How is it possible that sun is round and earth is...
What is round?
Sun.
The sun is round.
Yeah.
Yes, but is the sun like that balloon, a sphere or round?
It's a sphere.
So how do you know it's a sphere?
Because you have photos of it.
No.
You can clearly see the curvature.
Okay, I'll accept that we can see some kind of edging. The same is true with the moon, particularly the half moon. You can see what seems to be like a bending in. But that bending in is happening on the inside of the crescent as well. So the idea that it's actually a sphere, we can't prove that, but we can accept, I think we can agree that we see like a round thing.
The point I would make is we can't explain everything. We can't explain everything. We don't have all of the answers, but I can give you good reasons why I believe it's not a spinning ball. For example, have you heard of a vacuum? You know what a vacuum is? When you have a metal special container and you suck all of the air out. You in a science lab. You know what a vacuum is?
Share this if you can.
So they say that outside of the Earth, the air gets thinner and thinner, and then it's a vacuum in space. Have you heard of that?
Yes, because you have.
But what's the container around the Earth keeping that vacuum? There's no container. In a lab, no container.
Can I give you a flyer?
Okay, but have you been to space?
No.
Have you?
Have you?
No, I haven't, but my friend, my dad's friend, is an astronaut. He has been to the ISS one time, and he showed us photos. The Earth is a sphere. He even called us on FaceTime and showed us that the Earth is a sphere. And the second thing, you have planes, you have Flight Radar 24, this app, or any radar in like control tower. You can clearly see that the planes are going by a curve. And then when you look on a map that shows the Earth as a sphere, you can clearly see that now that curved line on a flat map is a straight line on a curved map. And when you're flying on a plane, if you have enough fuel, which was proven by the military, you can fly around the Earth.
Can I reply?
Yes.
So, all of the flight manuals for the air forces, for the pilots, they all say for navigation purposes, assume the Earth is a flat, non-rotating plane. All of the manuals, I can show you for the RAF, for the US Air Force, they all say for navigation purposes, assume the Earth is a flat, non-rotating plane.
People are so caught up.
Secondly, when you get to altitude level, when you get to 10,000 meters,
They want people to know eventually.
it flies completely level, whether it's going to Vienna, whether it's going to Istanbul. Let me finish my point. Whether it's going to Sydney, it gets to that level, it gets between blue and brown.
Let me just follow this story.
Completely level. If it was flat, it would be doing that.
Okay, wait a second.
Explain.
I'm in a Air Force high school in my country, which is Poland. And I'm studying physics, like extended physics, and you have something that's called a magnetic field. This pulls the plane to the air, that's why it can fly flat and stay level to the ground. And if you look at the controls, I'm finishing my pilot's license right now, and you can clearly see that the altitude is not the same. You're just shaking, and because you're shaking, you don't feel that the magnetic field is pulling you in, and that's why you feel like you're flying level, because the magnetic field pulls you in.
So you think the magnetic field's doing that? It's pulling you down all the time?
Yes, it's pulling you down, because if it wasn't
Why does the gyroscope show that?
Wait a second.
Answer that question. Answer the question. Why doesn't the gyroscope? If I can fly for 11 hours and my gyroscope shows me that I'm still 1 degree above the horizon.
Because the Earth is so big that you can't feel it.
So can you see a ship go over the horizon when you're standing at the beach?
Exactly. You
So
can.
how can the Earth be so big that you can't feel it,
So
but you can see a ship at 3
with
miles?
your
They don't stack up.
mentality-
You can't have both. You can't have the ship has gone over the horizon. It's a 20-meter ship. It's gone over the horizon. Therefore, there's 20 meters of curvature in just 3 miles. But I'm going to fly on a plane that's going to do 3 miles in less than a minute. And I'm going to have to allow for that 20-meter curvature. And I'm not going to feel it. My gyroscope's not going to measure it. My body won't tell me that. Yeah. So there's lots of, by the way, there's lots of pilots who have left the globe and who fly international planes. I've got friends who are pilots who say, yes, we were taught to treat the Earth as though it wasn't moving, and as though the Earth was flat. Because if you go over in Poland, if you go over a mountainous region, you're going to be given out. You got your height above the ground will change, but your altitude above sea level will stay exactly the same.
What if
Yes?
you take
Yes?
photos of
Yes?
the ball and
And by the way, let me offer you, before you can continue, there is a very famous Polish astronaut.
Exactly.
Are you aware of him?
Copernicus.
And he comes out and says, we've never been to space.
But at his time he couldn't have gone to space, and he proved, you have in Olsztyn, in this city in Poland, you have his lab, and you can see that how he proved that the Earth is round. And the second thing, with your mentality, if I climb to the top of Burj Khalifa, I can see the Chicago skyline. I can see London.
Why?
Because the Earth is flat. So,
So do you
with
understand?
physics, I can.
Okay, no,
I can see
wait. How far away is Burj Khalifa from Chicago? 5,000 miles. Yes? Now, how far away can you see me if I walk on a flat plane away from you? I'll give you another example. When the train is approaching the station from 1 mile away, the train looks small, but gets bigger and bigger until it gets to the station. Now you see the normal size. And then when it leaves the station, why, it gets smaller and smaller, yes? The same is happening for the ship. As the ship is going away from you, it's getting smaller and smaller. But because you're standing on the beach, you're at the very bottom of the picture. So you start to lose the bottom first, not the top. Whereas if you go into Burj Khalifa now, and your friend is on the beach, and he says, the ship is gone now. I can't see the ship. I can't see the ship. You're saying, no, but I can see the ship. And I can see a ship behind that ship. And the water is level behind that.
No, but this literally proves that the Earth is round, because you can see the like sunset thing. When you're on the ground and you climb Burj Khalifa, you can you can experience the sunset twice. Once on the ground, because the Earth is round and it's starting.
You're not seeing around the curve. If you think you go 800 meters and see the sun that has gone around the curve of the Earth, it's because you were programmed to believe that. I'm saying that the reason why they put the crow's nest on the top of the pirate ship, same as the lighthouse, goes up high, because the higher you go, the further you can see. That doesn't make it curve, bro. I can take you to the flattest part on Earth, and we can say we can go in a hot air balloon, and we can go up to 100 meters, and we will see much further over the level than our friends who are on the floor.
What if you
Yes,
take
can you agree that that is an observation that you and I can actually take? We can actually make that observation.
But look,
like you said, because it's not only the sunset, is that if I go into Burj Khalifa and I'm from 800 meters observing, I'm seeing much further. Then when I go in the aeroplane and I fly over the Mediterranean, I can see 50 ships all flat on the flag, and you can see that, right? But you're claiming that at 3 miles, when you're on the beach, it's going over the curvature, but you can see 100 miles this way, 100 miles this way,
on
all
beach,
flat,
there is
all
no
flat. And you know what? There's a lake in called Bilikal, which is in Russia. That freezes over in the wintertime, and they turn it into an ice rink. It's hundreds of miles of flat ice. There's no curvature, guys. You think you see it, but you cannot measure it. If you're a scientist, then you should measure it.
You can do that if you have a strong enough laser and you stand, for example, in Greenland.
Yeah.
If you point it straight towards the ground, the person that's like below, for example, we can take in Mexico, can't see the
Aurora.
Can see like the light going.
Okay, so we've done experiments. Yeah, we've done that experiment. Let me help you. We've done the experiment. We've taken the laser. We've already. Don't tell me that we should take a laser.
And you failed that test.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. And in fact, recently a guy took over ice. He took lights at 6 inches off the ice, and he filmed them from 8 miles away. The curvature formula is, you're a science guy, what's the curvature formula?
Wait,
what's the curvature formula? Do you know the formula for curvature?
I don't remember.
You don't know it because you were not taught this in school. We were not taught that, because if you are smart and you are taught that it's 8 inches per mile squared, 8 inches per mile squared of curvature, if you allow for that, then you will realize that you have seen things too far away according to
which means
if Earth is
plane, ladies, yes.
then it has an end,
Okay,
right?
okay.
So where is it?
Okay.
Well,
okay.
where is the edge?
Okay. Now you're really sure about this. Let me tell you what happened in 1956.
We don't have all the answers.
Well, yes, but let me tell you what happened in 1956. A guy called Admiral Byrd, he was the most famous admiral in the American Navy. He spent 10 years exploring Antarctica, and he comes back and goes on TV and said, I found land that no human has ever stood on. I found land bigger than America. I've found resources that will last mankind a lifetime. And the very next year, Russia, America, China, all of the big countries, Sweden, they locked off the Antarctica. There's something called the Antarctic Treaty, which has been in force since 1958 and never broken.
Right now
Never broken.
We have planes.
And we've
we
never
can see
flown.
everything.
And we've never flown underneath Antarctica. We've never flown underneath Antarctica and come out the other side. We've never flown out and come out the other side.
It's from, if I remember correctly, it's from Peru to Indonesia. You're literally flying over the center of Antarctica.
Never happened. Never happened.
It's a new flight.
Yesterday we were.
That's never happened.
How much?
So we
how many
can't.
times
So
have
we.
you flown?
So I'm answering your question quickly. This is that we have to be in a container. Water must be contained. We cannot have like a pizza and then the water is running off the edge. We have to be inside of the egg. We have to be inside of the apple. We have to be inside of the orange. People, fruit does not grow on the outside of its skin.
It has no
Human does not grow on the outside of the skin. The bark, the shell, the peel, all of these things show
you
us
have
in
to have
nature.
Because the
There
border
must be an edge.
Must be
the
an edge.
border.
Well, that's why they.
If you have, may I, your card for a second.
If you study
This is-
physics,
And this is edge. So
Yeah.
if
Do you know
this
what
is
okay.
earth,
Okay.
there must be an edge.
Okay. Do you know what a snow globe is?
Yeah.
Is there an edge?
When we're going back from now
So if we live inside, because you believe you live on the outside of a snow globe or of a globe, and I'm
There
saying
is
that
an
we
edge.
live inside the snow globe.
There is an edge.
Doesn't that make more sense
there
to
is
you?
an edge.
There is an edge.
Yeah, maybe.
So
Then-
I can
then
just
maybe-
walk straight
Yeah.
and I will run like in snowballs. There's this glass thing. I would run straight into the glass.
Have you seen
Where's
the Truman Show?
glass?
Have you seen the Truman Show?
Yes, I have seen
So
it.
the Truman Show is maybe
You can't go
we,
to Antarctica.
and we're not allowed to travel. Guys from Holland tried to take their boat to Antarctica. The Navy turned them
If you
around.
fly-
Guys from Australia tried to take their boat down there,
Antarctica.
and they turned them around. If you were the richest man, Elon Musk is fake, by the way. But if you were the richest man on Earth, if you were the richest man on Earth, you would
agree
not
with
be
Elon
allowed
Musk.
to. You would not be allowed to go there.
I agree that Elon Musk is not the richest guy on earth, but why would you go there?
Elon Musk is a deep state agent.
He's
There's
not-
no way
he's-
that a guy
Yes, I agree with
took
you. He's not
$300
the
million
richest.
and started doing what NASA does. NASA spends $70 million a day.
But
a day. A
he
day.
is-
Every day NASA spends $70 million, and you telling me that he sells PayPal for $350 million and then starts doing SpaceX and Tesla and all these other things with $350 million, but NASA, they need him to go up and take people
He
off
makes
the
money,
ISS.
but NASA doesn't.
He's
NASA
fake.
takes from the government
He's fake. He's deep
because
state.
it's financed by the United States. By the United States, yes.
Just-
and wait,
yeah. So
let
now
me finish.
SpaceX is funded by the
Because
same money.
SpaceX used the technology that NASA has already invented 60 years ago.
They lost the technology. And NASA admitted, why haven't we
But
been back?
most of the
Because they lost the
computers
technology. Oops, we lost it. We lost the tapes. We lost the little photographs. They said, oops, we lost it. It's a bit dumb, isn't it?
NASA went to the
losing
moon
technology.
60 years ago, and with computing power less than what's in your mobile phone. Yeah, and yet we can't go back today. We can't send people back there
We
today.
invented atomic weapons, nuclear weapons, without even phones. Without phones, we invented all of that
And you
stuff.
know that the Manhattan Project had 100,000 people working on it, and no one in the world knew about it. So you think it's not possible then to keep a secret?
It is possible to keep a secret, but we're talking now about Earth. You can fly. You don't have to fly to
When
the
my
Antarctica.
young man, when you were a little bit about 10 years ago, when you were 5 years old or 7 years old, yeah, you would have believed that the Earth wasn't moving and was flat. You would have known that. But you went to school and they told you were wrong. They told you not to trust your senses, that the Earth is moving, you're too small to feel it. That the Earth is curving, you're too small to see it, except the ship is going over the
Have
horizon.
you read the book that Copernicus wrote? Have you read that? Have you read it?
Are you a Christian?
Yes.
I am. We're not talking about religion right now.
There's books that are written out there. There's books that are written out there that people believe to be true from 2,000 years ago.
How can you read it?
Other people, the Bible.
No.
When I read
Have
the
you read
Bible,
the Copernicus, the book that Copernicus wrote?
Have you read the Bible?
I have read the Bible. Not like the whole Bible, the simplified version. But I read.
You've read books, I've read books. What does that prove?
How can you explain that
Copernicus,
we
have you
have
seen
and
the
we know
equations?
about
Have you seen what-
atoms
how he
that
proved it?
we can't
What does it do?
We can't see the
find
atoms.
find in
You would
Earth?
see,
On Earth.
you would see a
Atoms?
solid
Atoms.
argument that's proving
I don't.
that the Earth
Sorry,
is
what
a
do
sphere
you
and
want
it's
to put?
moving.
So I could show you proofs.
Oxygen or something like that. But we have
hard for me when I'm talking
to know about it.
Why?
Yeah.
But
The Earth is
we
a
can
sphere
find
and
it
not a
somewhere
flat
else,
surface.
not on Earth.
Do you know
How could
something
you
about
explain
maths?
We can find them somewhere else.
Yeah, but not on
Yeah, I
Earth.
know a little bit about
And
that.
we
If
know
you have
about
a flat-
that this
Okay.
figure, right?
exists.
Well, the best answer I can give you on that is that either we could make
As an
something
edge.
up because we're tricking people,
Not as
or
an edge, but
we have
you can
extra land.
really
You
fly
know, the word
around
extraterrestrial
Don't-
comes from
you don't
extra
have to
terra.
go to
And on a flat
Antarctica.
Earth,
You can just
we
fly
think that they're hiding continents. We think that there are other lands, possibly, and if so, then there might be materials on those lands that are not congruent with what we've found here. So that is I'd accept that. I'd even accept possibly aliens, that there are beings on other continents that we cannot see, because we believe we live on a globe and there's nowhere to go. But actually, if we knew where the gates were through the ice wall, that there might be other continents. And
May
the
I ask one question? Where, when did you
with your arguments, the Earth
find
should
out
be like a
that
roller,
the
like a
Earth
rolling-
isn't round?
I don't know what it is, but I know.
When?
10 years ago.
When?
But
10
you're
years
saying
ago.
that
Okay, but when? I mean, I don't know, at school, at...
10 years ago, I'm nearly 60. So it was long after I finished school.
Okay, but...
Let me tell you that I was already 45 by the time that or older, before I started looking at the idea that there is curvature to a globe. And if there's curvature, then I should be able to measure it. Don't tell me that I can see it.
The whole universe
I need to be able
is
to,
made out of,
scientists
like,
should
slab
measure
things.
the observation to try and understand what they're seeing. And now I try and measure the observation of the ship going over the horizon, and I find that it depends on the weather on that day. It depends on the power of my eyes.
Yes, if you see Venus,
I asked
it's
you
a round
when,
ball.
and I mean
can
the
clearly see that
point
it's a
in
ball.
your life.
Yeah.
I don't mean.
But if you
Everybody
Okay, I'm gonna-
tells
I'm gonna-
us that
I'm gonna-
the Earth is round.
Okay.
And
up,
when
it's like
did you?
it's shining, it's bright, and the
thought
second one is
that
dark. That's
it
because the
must
sun,
be true.
if you shine a light
Well,
on
it
a
started
ball,
for me quickly.
then
I'll say
one
that
in
I wrote a
dark
book
room.
about being in a
One
war in
side
Angola in 1987.
bright, the second
I
one
wrote the book in 2012, 2013.
side
After I
dark.
wrote my book,
So
someone said to me, "You know, your battles were being orchestrated. Like there were the Americans and the Russians were working together to orchestrate your battles." I found that hard to believe. But I started looking at that stuff, and as I looked into that, I found out that 9/11 was not done by Osama bin Laden.
Okay, so you find
I
out
believe-
by a book, and you don't trust it because someone wrote another book, right?
No. So when it comes to establishing that the Earth is not moving, well, my senses tell me that it's not moving. So prove to me that it's
my
moving.
point.
That's the question, yes. So the other thing is that water is level wherever I can measure it. In
Who
the
are those
distances that
scientists?
I can measure it,
So
yeah?
Who are those scientists?
I am
go
that
back to the
scientist.
Burj
I went
Khalifa.
out and tested that. You tell me,
with your-
you prove to me
your
that the Earth is
mentality,
moving.
you can
I'm
go
saying
up
that the
to
Earth is
Burj
not moving. The
Khalifa,
trees
take
are
a
barely
really
moving because there's a
strong
slight
stroke,
wind. But
and
the
you can
trees
see
are
the
barely
Chicago
moving
skyline.
because there is
They're
almost no
flying.
wind today.
Where are you?
Yes, but you prove to me that it's spinning.
The thing is, for some people,
So you're saying
And you know what? The best, sorry, you can answer that. But the best scientists in the world back in the late 1800s did the interferometer
If I have a
experiments.
strong enough
Nicholson,
scope,
Morley,
I can do that.
and Gale, and all these
I'm
French
not
and
telling you
English
you're right.
scientists,
If you
and
have
they
a strong
couldn't prove that
But
the
it
Earth
has
is
no
traveling
sense.
around the sun. They
It
couldn't
has no
prove it.
sense.
They couldn't prove it. So
You're
we're still
saying-
not
But
in
you-
the ability
if you made
to
one,
prove
you could-
what
with
your
your
child,
mentality,
one day
you
when
could
you have
see
a
the Chicago
child, she will
skyline
say,
from
he
the
will
top.
say, "We're not moving," and you'll say, "No, because you don't understand science. You got to read this book. This book will tell you that."
So maybe we understand science because
yourself.
most of the scientists, most, literally most, the smartest scientists tells us that.
The smartest Muslim preachers tell us that Muhammad was the final prophet.
Do you think you're smarter than them?
where's the vacuum around
It's not about being smart, but it is about being caught up by a belief system, because there are very smart preachers in Islam, very smart preachers in Christianity, and very smart preachers in science. These people are smart, but they believed a particular part of it. Now I've realized that that part of it doesn't stand up to scrutiny. I cannot measure curvature over water.
So
And
you're
if
in
you
your
can,
opinion,
if you can, sorry, go on.
maybe you're doing it wrong, and you're saying that all the researches that have been made, like,
Is there anyone,
hundreds
any
of years
scientist
ago, are tricks? All of that researches
Are
are
tricked.
tricks.
Are tricked.
Is there
They're
like,
not tricking. Remember, like
they are
even
so
if you
strong
don't
that
believe
they
in
can,
Islam,
like,
the,
pierce through them. But if you took a
Muhammad,
really
the
weak
preachers
one,
who are
they
teaching
can't pierce
Muhammad,
through them. If you
they're
take a
not
balloon,
thinking they're tricked,
you can
right?
pierce
You
through
don't
the
believe them, right? But they absolutely believe that they're right.
Because it's so
Yeah, and they've got books to prove it.
so thin. Okay, we have to go back.
But
It's so
there's
thin
more
that you can't
research
pierce
to
through
think
it.
about
Thank
it
you for
one more
talking.
time.
Have a nice one.
Thank you.
Bye.
I'm 10
Have a
years
nice
in.
day.
I'm 10 years in. Good luck. All the best.
That's good.
Well done, you.
You know, we might have sown some seeds. We might have sown some
Yeah,
seeds.
yeah,
So dogmatic.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
young.
yeah. Well, it's amazing because
I'm sorry,
give
I didn't mean
me
to
the
take
boy
over.
till 7 and I'll give you the man.
I didn't mean to take over.
Give me the child till 7. No, you're all right. I
They're
enjoyed
so
that.
dogmatic. They really are for young people, man.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah. Well, this is the cognitive dissonance that
Yes,
you're fighting
completely.
against, is that
Completely.
and people get so strongly
Very
certain about-
defensive.
Yeah.
Very defensive.
Yeah.
Gosh. That was hard work, but good. Good.
So you can see how you get drawn into talking
completely.
about things beyond the basics.
Yes, completely.
Because they're like, no,
Yeah.
tell me this then. Tell me this.
Yes,
tell me
no, I had to say to them, look, I can't answer all the questions,
Yeah.
but I can give you strong evidence that it's not a spinning ball. That's all I can do.
Yeah.
I can't answer why the sun does this, and I
Yeah.
can't. I give you possibilities.
Yes. You're like you're right. Speculating.
So 4 years ago, I watched a documentary on YouTube called Level by Eric Dubay.
Oh yeah.
That's what.
Is that
brought
what
me to
excited
this.
you? Okay.
Yeah, completely. Have you seen it?
Yes.
Of course you will.
I
yeah.
mean, Dubay was someone whose evidence kind of really helped me get over the hump a little bit.
I mean, in many ways, he collated evidence that was already
Earth
there.
is flat. Yes. Earth is flat. Earth is flat, not a spinning rock in space. NASA is fake. Space travel is fake. Goodbye. Farewell. Go well. Earth is flat. You are the center of creation.
Thing is, the same time 4 years ago, just a month earlier, I came to believe in Jesus Christ as well.
Right.
From being wishy-washy, New Age.
Okay.
So I came to believe in Jesus. I watched another video that convinced me that Jesus Christ is real on an intellectual level. So then I bought myself a Bible and I started reading. And a month later, I came across the Flat Earth video, and it all ties together. It all ties together.
Yes.
It really does.
It really does. In fact, when I first found Flat Earth in 2015, I went and bought a Bible.
Wow.
2015,
that's a long time.
I was one of the early school. And I went and bought a Bible. And, and then for me, I felt like, and this is where I have beautiful Christian friends, but where we disagree is that I think that Jesus was trying to tell us who we are, not who he is.
Okay.
You will go and do greater things than I, says Jesus. And so I think that for me, if I was wanting to demean what Jesus, if someone comes, you say you're a doctor or whatever, virologist, and you're saying, listen, this virology is not, people are going to go there to extreme lengths to kind of demean what you said and what you were trying to empower people with, right? And I think that what Jesus was trying to do was to empower people with information, and what the power structure did was to take those words, interpret them in a particular way such that it would usurp your own divinity and hand it out to an exterior or an external, which is why I mentioned Mars earlier to people, because I think that the Mars belief, the religion of going to Mars and Elon Musk, has been sewn into this game for a long time. You're aware that Werner von Braun, who did the rocket program, wrote a book about the Elons going to Mars.
Oh, really?
He wrote a book in 1956, 57, I think. He published it about a guy called Elon taking mankind to Mars.
But you're right about him being fake, Elon Musk. He's a complete
fake.
A
But
so-called genius.
Even his name, even the name and the connection to Werner von Braun, who put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone. You probably come across that.
That's right. Yeah, but the whole Elon Musk thing is just a big mythology.
Musk is an actor. He's been designed probably from birth, but certainly along the way.
Yeah, the whole thing. Look at his videos of Bezos and his records. They're so CGI. They're just so CGI. They really are.
Yeah. And even some of the computing stuff, I think a lot of what's happening is that they've got this like high-end tech, and then they'll just say, oh, well, the genius Musk came up with this, he's been sitting in his office, and then, 2 days later, he's just invented this, Neuralink, or this, Starlink, or this other thing. Oh, and he can go and recover astronauts for us, because we can no longer do that for ourselves. The space program has gone so far backwards. Once we could go to the moon, then we could go to the space shuttle and the thing. Now we can barely get off the ground. And people are meant to believe that this Musky guy has just come along and just
create it out of
in his own free time, in his own time. No, it's all.
I think what we've got to be careful of is our energy, giving it to that. I don't even mention their names, because as you said, the energy is within. That's to extract it. If I can keep off the camera.
Yes, I remember.
But you see, as you said correctly, is that Jesus said, what I can do, you can do and more. He also said, ask me of nothing.
Yes.
So he's trying to create leaders and not followers. But, sorry,
Yes. Yeah. No. No, absolutely. And I think the kingdom of God is within.
Yeah.
You know, this is the temple of God. You know, I'm standing in.
Hidden in plain sight.
Yeah.
But you see, the original scripture was the Emerald Tablet, 38,000 years old. You see, Gnosticism's got it.
Yeah.
But Gnosticism is like, it's another. It's one of the smallest minority groups, I think. But yet they got it. They get it. They're saying what we're saying.
I align with it, some of the Gnostic stuff that I've come across.
The
Yeah.
trouble is, the guy I went to a group and I went through it. Wasn't a very nice guy. He's got no self-awareness.
Right.
You can understand or have the wisdom, but if you don't know yourself, he was very rude. And I thought I've got to question myself about this. So what I did was I met someone, I think here, and I said, it's a shame because I was really into Gnosticism. I went to a group. I couldn't connect with this guy. He was rude. He was egotistical. He only wanted to hear his own voice. If you asked him a question, he would blank you. And I said to him, I had to really look at myself, and go, am I really picking up on something that's within me? Or am I? And I met a guy here who went, no, I don't like him. I went, oh, you kind of confirmed it for me because I was questioning my judgment on it.
Yeah. I think one of the hardest things about coming into occult knowledge is not getting like the ego that separates me from you, that makes me think that I'm better than you, you know? And I think this is one of the challenges of coming into a situation like this where people are barracking you and giving you a right old hard time and sneering and whatnot, and you've got to hold that kind of loving kind of position despite knowing things that they really don't know, and they believe, like 5-year-olds or 7-year-olds, or the children that are in sort of the top end of the junior school, they think they know it all, but they're about to step into high school and it's going to be a completely different ball game for them. Well, this is...
But you've always had a good energy. I've always felt a good energy around you, and that's first and foremost. There's people here, and I'm not saying they're right or wrong, that's their well, but they come across talking about scripture, but their energy's really off.
Yeah.
And they're quite defensive. It's like their ego's there. Their identity is my identity is correct and your identity is wrong. And that's all conflict. The scripture doesn't teach us that. It teaches us to be all brothers and sisters.
That's right. And yet, we found all sorts of reasons why we don't.
Responsibility. And I've had to learn to understand that responsibility is very powerful. But it's part of my journey to ground myself without being drawn in. You've got the crowd round him today.
They try to make fun of me.
You see, when I meet this gentleman here, I only see him as a brother, nothing else. Nothing else. And me and him have a connection, I hope, and I do. But I don't have to know, I know where he comes from and it's interesting culture, but I don't have to get involved with anything else because I don't want to ruin that
relationship that we have.
Well, because the thing is that our ego is so attached to identity. You know, whether it be that I was born in this country, so I wear this flag, or I was born in that country, and I believe this, or in this religion, and I believe this, and so on. And then that ends up becoming a wall between us.
But that's okay though. You don't come. See, I'm not contradicting you. There's no wall here.
Yeah.
You can only,
Well, yeah.
I can create it. If I want. But I only see the man, and I see a man who's lived a very interesting life, and he's got a lot to offer. And he's got a lot of love in him, and that's what I need from anybody, really. Oh yeah. I'm gonna have a walk around.
All right. Well, thanks for the chat. I'll catch up
So what is
later.
that? What is this, sir?
This, my brother, is me saying that
Earth is not
a globe. Yes, Earth is not a globe because water is level. Water is always going to run
because
level.
I can see that because I've gone around the world.
Yeah.
I travel east on a ship.
Yeah.
And came back home.
Okay.
So that proved to me
that Earth is
there's a globe.
What if I said to you that there was a magnetic center in the circle that you just described?
Yeah.
and that I could go just like the M25 for London. I could go around the M25. Doesn't make London a ball.
No,
But
no,
what
no,
if
no.
I had
The
a
road is
Yeah.
road is around the London, around M25. They built it when I was here. I saw when they were building that, not long ago.
Yeah.
It's only 25, 30 years ago.
Maybe a little.
Yeah, something like that. I know that. But it's very fascinating. At that time, I didn't realize it because I was a youngster, and we left. I was from Pakistan. I was on a ship. I was an electrician. So we left, Pakistan and traveling toward east, and different countries, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka and
Malaysia.
Yeah, this was carry on. Then we came to the Pacific. Then we gone to the Pacific. Then came to the canal, Panama Canal. I crossed the Panama Canal.
Really?
Yeah, fascinating thing. Look, one sea is there and one sea is there. These they're taking from this ship. Doesn't matter how big, that ship. That's
Tell me with the Panama Canal, if you enter from the Pacific,
and
you're going through to the Atlantic side,
Exactly.
yes? Do you go? It's locks.
Oh yeah, locks. Yeah, locks.
Do you go up?
Up and down.
And then you come down.
Yeah.
Well, what if I was to tell you, sir, that the USGS, which is the governmental survey, say that the difference between those two oceans' height is 9 inches?
Only.
So when you go up, it's like if you cross England from the east coast now to the west coast, yes, Wales way, you're going to go up 300 meters from the sea, maybe 400 meters. It's not very high there in England. Yes, not like Pakistan. You're only going to go up 300 meters, 400 meters. Then you're going to come down 300 meters, 400 meters to the other side. I'm going to show you this. This here is all the mountains in America.
Oh yeah.
This is New York.
Yeah.
California.
Yeah.
Now what you notice here is one straight line.
Yeah.
Yes, I come up, I go down, I go down, I go down, I go up 3,000 meters, and I come down 3,000 meters. So the sea on the east coast and the west coast is about the same within a few inches.
Could be. I'm not.
So imagine that what we actually live on is like if I was to take a dining table and I was to put a rim around it so I could contain water inside of it, and then I was to put some rocks inside of that with a magnetic center, then I could take a ship and always have it easterly heading with my north or south that way, and I would always go around in a great circle. But it's such a big circle because we're talking about 30,000, 40,000 miles maybe
more
you're
than
sailing.
that.
Yes. Such a big circle. You don't feel that you're actually just turning around, you're going around the M25 for the world. Like all sailors, you come from an old culture. All sailors, if you go back to your great-grandfather,
I was the only one sailor,
No, but if you go back to your great-grandfather, they wouldn't say they live on a ball.
No.
They wouldn't say they live on a globe. They would say the earth is not moving. Don't be telling me this is not
believe
moving.
that Earth is a flat.
Yes.
It used to be, It is.
All cultures believed that it was flat. And those cultures, they built temples that we cannot build today.
Oh, yeah.
They built the Antikythera computer. The Sumerians had the astrolabe. The astrolabe was designed to predict eclipses and things like that, based on a flat Earth where the lights are moving around us
This is
all the time.
This is this is the study of stars, study of moon, study of the weather, all that. It is a study.
You were an engineer. You were not on the deck.
Yeah. I'm everywhere.
Okay, because did you ever use to what do you use it the thing to measure the distance your travel? You look at the stars with not the theodolite.
No. When I was on a ship, I could see that everything is around me.
Yes.
And I see sun and moon and sunset setting in the water, rising from the water.
Yes.
If I was the middle of Atlantic, this big pond, I was middle of that.
Beautiful.
I tell you, the beauty, you can't imagine.
Now, let me offer you this. When you're standing on the top of the ship and you're looking over in the sea, in the Atlantic Ocean, your vision in this direction is 50 miles.
15, only 15.
15 miles.
15 miles, yeah.
15 miles, 15 miles,
50, yes.
15 miles, 15 miles. So you're creating a circle with your vision, yes?
Yeah.
We agree that. Now, the street lights here, they're not setting. You see this? These street lights are not setting, are they? But because they're further away, things go lower and lower and lower. So what if the sun, like the aeroplane that flies away from me, is cruising, but he's going lower and lower and lower. But when he comes towards me, he's coming higher and higher and higher, and then lower and lower and lower. So what do we? So that exactly with the sun. So what if it's a light that's traveling over your head? Let's just say 10 miles. It's 10 miles above your head, and the light goes. Now it's going to set. Same with like a hot air balloon. You see, you're standing underneath a hot air balloon. It's 200 meters above you. You drive away from it. Slowly, it starts to go down. But it's still at 200 meters. But eventually, it's like I can't see it anymore. Is it in the air? Yes.
This is our eyes.
This is our eyes. It's perspective.
When we see, when about more than 50 miles, then we see the mast of the other ship
first.
Only mast.
Yes.
Then slowly.
Same with Burj Khalifa, right? Where if you drive across the flat desert, first thing you see, top of Burj Khalifa.
Yeah.
Same as if you drive to an English town, you see the cathedral first.
It's around.
No. That proves perspective.
Oh, Sunny boy, how are you?
Dying.
Why? You want water?
You should be wearing shorts and no shoes.
Finish? You finish? I'll give you some water. Yeah, if you need it, please. You take care. They're good boys.
Yeah, so actually we realized that the reason they put the crow's nest at the top of the ship and the lighthouse, and put it on the top of the hill. Why? Because the higher it is, the further you can see.
Yes?
That's because your friend, you're standing on the deck of the ship, and you can only see 15 miles, but he goes in the crow's nest, he can see 20 miles.
Oh, yes.
That doesn't mean he's seeing around the ball. It just means that he's changed his perspective.
Oh, yeah.
You see, because we can do the same experiment on a railway track that is perfectly level. You put your head down on the track, well, you can't see very far at all, but you stand up, now I can see the train. Now if you go 20 meters up, you can see beyond the train.
Oh, yeah.
You see. So this is what perspective is being used to trick us to believe that this is because we're on a ball.
It makes no difference to me. If it's a globe, it's a globe. Make no difference to me.
Well, if it's not a globe, right? That means that NASA and all the governments of the world are conspiring to control you. That's what it means.
One thing I tell you. This is I know what's going on at the moment. There's the Zionism, which I didn't knew about a year ago. I heard the name, but now it's coming to us, And I met this Jew guy. I said, "What the hell are you doing here? Because you don't convert people to Judaism." And then he told me, "We're going to control the world." How? Money. How? Power. How? With this. How? The banking system.
Yeah.
If they switch off this telephone, what are you going to do? You're completely lost.
Yes.
I remember I was working in an office. I was an electrician, testing all electrical wiring, and there's about maybe 50 people sitting there. I said, "Look, I'm going to switch off, for half an hour. So test everything." He says, "What are we gonna do half an hour?" They are so bloody, slave to that computer. I'm talking more than 50, about 20, 25 years ago. Tell me now. Now you carry this.
That's why we must carry cash.
No.
We must carry
I
cash.
always carry cash.
Because,
they are going to, look, Sonny, they are going to, now, banking in my lifetime, about thousand bank, gone shut down. Your post office, thousand. Now what they say? You go and they do that. I don't even carry telephone. No.
Good for you, man.
No. This is the best
technology.
That's the one. If you don't use it, you lose it.
Yes.
And you try. Artificial intelligence. When you are, you got intelligence, true intelligence you got, and you rely on artificial. Shut up.
Yep.
See, now the youngster, making money easy. What they doing here? For what? For this player? No, they're wasting their life. They're wasting their life. They're wasting their money. Easy come, easy go. and they are completely controlled.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I
Absolutely.
am
No,
controlled.
So I agree with you on the thing about Zionism is that
Well, they want
is
they
that
look. This is always
they've been
the case.
around for a long time. Right?
More
than 100 years.
150 years ago.
At least.
Yeah,
and
something
and,
like that.
and what we see, and Zionism isn't just about Jewish, right? It is the
Oh,
Christian,
no, it's all right.
Christian
Oh,
Zionists,
you know,
people who believe.
even Muslim there.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Actually, what's happening, I'm from Pakistan. You know, Egypt, what's happening in Egypt, you know? They have a government, you know, they have election, they have a government, and they say we don't like it. They put this guy in the prison, and they kill him. Similar thing happening in my country.
Really?
Exactly same thing.
Wow.
Exactly same thing.
But who's controlling that? Because you see, like in Ukraine, we know that they got rid of the previous guy and put in Zelensky. This was CIA.
No,
This was
yeah.
Mossad.
Well, you know that.
So,
we don't need
so
to
the
talk
same with
about this
Pakistan
thing,
might be true because you see, I don't believe atomic bombs are real, but Pakistan is an atomic country.
Oh, yeah.
So they are already in the club. In the same way as Japan, JAXA, they've got a space program and so on. So for me, if you realize that maybe atom bombs are not real, because Hiroshima, they started building Hiroshima 3 days after the bombing. Now, if we were told in school that the nuclear fallout would last thousands of years, you couldn't do anything.
It happened yesterday.
Yeah.
What happened in Russia when there was a Chernobyl?
Yep. Now you can live there, people are living there. Same in Japan, where they had the tsunami, Fukushima.
Oh, yeah.
They say, now the property is more
these
expensive.
phenomena are telling you that there is something fantastic going on.
Yes.
And who controlling all that. But I was last night. Oh yes, there's a philosopher, I was listening to this. Actually, philosopher always question, but they don't have any answer for any bloody thing, Or now they combine philosophy and the science, together. But people have to think themselves, actually. We are drugged of, having a good life. In America, I was going to America for more than 50 years. In 1969, I was there first time when I was a young boy. So on ship. So I see that. Okay, after that I went there. Gambling, drinking, women, and easy money. My goodness. Now, it's so difficult to earn money over there. You see?
Yeah.
China, where's the China gone? I remember, when I smell phenyl. You know what phenyl?
No.
That's it's a anti thing in a toilet. They use that one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, white.
Oh yeah.
I can smell there's a Chinese ship standing there. Smell. Now, the best ship, Chinese ship, best in my lifetime. I'm talking about nearly 60 years now, because I was an apprentice, 60 years ago.
Yeah. And let me tell you, if the Zionists are going to control the world, they will use America. They will use China. They will
They
use
can't
countries.
use China.
You don't think?
No, I don't think so.
Because I thought it was like the
China
communism
and
is-
Russia, they won't be used. That's their actually. They want to control even Iran. They can't control Iran. They can't.
Yeah, well, I think the banking is interesting because there was a document that came out in the year 2000 or 1999 called Project for a New American Century, in which they called for the overthrow of 7 countries: Syria, Lebanon,
Arab
Iraq,
countries.
Iran, including Iran. Iran is the last on those countries, and you know why? Because they don't have a central bank that is controlled by the Jews, by the Rothschilds. Yeah. So they were the last country that apparently is standing. Now
It's also part of Greater Israel.
Right.
Iran is the last part. The city in Iran is part of
So
Greater
that's the
Israel.
Zionist kind of bigger plan, right?
Yes.
To wrap that all in. And the only way you can take control is just in the same way as they broke up the Ottoman Empire, is to take it into conflict.
Now
And
they're
so,
building again. Ottoman Empire is going to build again.
Right.
People think it's finished. No, it's not. Listen, what history you have? American history. You don't have American history. It's only 500 years old. British history, even not more than 1,000 years. Our Indian history, 3,000, 5,000 a year. Our Iranian history, how many? Chinese history.
China,
Just go and
India,
see that.
and Iraq.
You know,
Yeah.
they want
Yeah.
to control those people
Yeah.
who built everything around you, and you want to control them? No way. Iran, you can't touch Iran. I tell you, because the people who want to die, you can't kill them, sir.
But the problem we've seen in the past is that sometimes a puppet will be installed.
Oh yeah, we
You
know
they
that.
will
It's-
the CIA
yeah,
will
this
create
is
an
really-
overthrow, the Shah,
Yeah, I know.
whatever.
Well, that's what they're doing in Iran right now. They
Right.
want to install the son of the Shah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
They want to install Reza Pahlavi, who is, very friendly with the Zionists. He put on the hat. He did go to kiss the wall, and they want to instill him into the government. They want to overthrow. Well, there's now a ceasefire, so the chances of Khamenei dying now and being taken over by Reza Pahlavi is smaller, but that's their plan. They want to put Reza Pahlavi in power because they have complete control over him.
Awesome. Well, that's great information.
This is
Thank
what
you.
happened in
So-
Saudi Arabia. Who put them there? This family of Saudis. Who put them there?
The British.
Yes, it.
No, the British created the Balfour Declaration. Which
Yeah,
creates
you see.
Israel, of course. So these things
But
have been engineered.
I tell you, these are engineers. But one thing I know, why I understand, this is a man planning, and what I understand, the who create everything, I accept his planning.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line.
That's right.
So I
like
follow. I go and accept those ones.
Yeah.
So anything happening around me, make no difference. I
Yeah.
feel free.
Yeah.
Even I've been in prison, but still free.
But now, I'm sympathetic to what's going on in Palestine. Don't get me wrong. But I'm going to ask you this question then. Why, if you like, I'm okay with it, why are you, I assume, protesting on behalf of Palestine?
Yeah.
Why? See, for me, I want no killing in the world. I would love for the world to have no killing and for us to all be brothers and work towards a common goal. So I want that, and I'm not a supporter of what the Zionists are doing, not at all. However, I agree with your other statement, which is that man and his little games are going to cause himself all sorts of discomfort.
Oh yeah.
But I need to, rather than immerse myself in this discomfort, and I went to war in Angola in 1987, so I've been immersed in it, the propaganda.
So you do that.
So yeah, but I'm like, okay, so I need to try and step out of it. Now, whilst I think that the Jewish people are some of the most propagandized people on earth. They get so much propaganda given to them. You are special, you are this.
They were. I'm not saying that. They were. That's in the Quran too,
Yeah,
They were.
this has been so for thousands of years.
Yeah, but,
the Quran, 1,400 years mentioned this. It says, if you, the Jews, it mentions the Jews, and it says, if you are truly the guardians, the friends, the beloved to Allah, to God, then wish for death. If you are really His friend, if you're really, the best of people, if you're the chosen people, then wish for death. This was mentioned 1,400 years ago.
They won't wish it.
Right.
Ask me. I will.
They don't even believe it.
I will.
You trust?
Yes, of course.
You trust.
Yeah.
That's good.
That's
Of course.
Because He created us, and we're going back to it.
Yes.
Because Adam was created and put on this earth, and now we are testing here, and there's the two places there. One is hell, and one is heaven, and everything else will finish. Then there will be only your Creator and human being and jinn. There's another three, and everything else, all the angels, everything will be finished. And then the people who are in hell forever, the people in heaven forever. But you have to earn here.
Wow.
You cannot, by doing this thing, no. This is a temporary thing, for a few minutes.
Yeah. And a school. What about the idea that it's a school, that we're here to learn something, but what the school is going to do is going to distract you with all of this, it's going to distract you with all other things.
That's
you
it,
see?
yeah.
But the test is that I'm going to create a situation between you and me where we feel enmity. But can I step over that in love and go, hey, well, we actually are brothers. Let's not fall for the trap of I want to be richer than you or whatever.
No.
So that's what
Today
I think
he's
this
a
is
richer,
school.
tomorrow he's a beggar.
But now what is he going to learn from the test of being the poor man or the rich man? Because we're all here to learn. We're all here to learn something. We're all here to learn something. Is that a UFO that just came out of nowhere? That's handy.
I'm still learning how to use it.
That's handy. So yeah, we're on the same page, and I would
Actually,
ask
as a human, we are always on the same page. Doesn't matter our wording is against each other, but end of the day, we are similarity. So many similarity, but how we've been brought up, how we see things ourselves, because the greediness and hatred is built in us, But if you use those hatred and greediness in the right places, you benefit. But if you use these, even a love, and you use in a bad place, then you lose that. So everything is built on you and us, and we are exactly similar to each other. Same blood.
Yes.
Blood.
Yeah, same blood, brother. Same blood. Same blood.
Okay, that's
nice to talk to you, man.
That was nice. It's like the Quran said 1400 years ago. We were created from one man and from one woman and in different tribes. Not that we may oppress each other, but that we may get to know one another.
Right. Where I have a slight difference of opinion on that is that I think that God, Allah, can create a red rose, a yellow rose, and a white rose at the same time. And so I think that when I see my roses in the garden kind of thing, I'm like, one is not better than the other. They have a different vibration, a different color. But they all come from the same source, really. But they look, and that, the red one will continue growing red ones always, and the white one will continue growing white ones always. And that's what I see when I see Africa, Europe, the Middle East. I see people from that just different color of the rose, really. And so where evolution, now I know you don't agree with evolution, but where evolution will tell us that a black man and black woman came together and made a white child, that's bullshit.
That does not make sense.
That doesn't make sense. So the same is true for me, that the idea that Adam and a woman made every color that's here doesn't make sense to me.
Sure, and this is actually answered. And of course, from our paradigm, we have the answer, and it's your choice to believe and accept. Our paradigm is that Adam was created from the dirt of the earth, and the dirt was taken from different places, different colors. Adam was a mix. Adam was a combination of everything that you could find on earth. That's why from Adam, from one man, and from Eve, who was created from Adam, everything came from Adam first. Eve even came from the rib of Adam. He was made of all of the earth. That's why we have everything from him. That is our paradigm.
Beautiful. I mean, but then in a way, is that how does his offspring, let's just say Adam's offspring, they come out with a certain color. Let's say it's a red rose.
Absolutely. I understand the question.
This is what I
with skin color and maybe eye color, blood type, everything. Yeah.
And my problem with Christianity, because I grew up Christian, was that it was like, hold on. So there was Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden.
Yes.
And then they had two sons. And then those two sons had sex with who?
Yeah. So this is the question of,
so even as a child, I was saying, so there must have been a village for their sons to go to in order to meet women. There must have been another place where there were already people for them to breed with. Otherwise, two men cannot have children. We know that, and they're trying to push that agenda today. Right? So now, when being a flat earther, we start to look at Earth rather than as being like this ball flying around, the speck, flying around a central nucleus, call it the sun. This is where atomism comes from, is that you've got this tiny little speck in the middle and everything flies around it, and then from that everything exists. Now atom and Adam are almost the same word. And so I think that, with respect to you, my brother, that I think that the whole Adam and Eve thing is actually hiding the magnetism and electrical. Adam being how do I get to this? But you need the male and the female. You need the positive and the negative. You need the yin and the yang. You need the electricity and the magnetism. And the magnetism is the feminine magma is like the earth. We say like Mother Earth, right? So the magnetism is the earth, and the L, the electrical part, is the sky or the spark of divinity, of light. So in order for you to have a child, you have to give your spark to the potential mother's little magnetic thing. Okay. And that combination of the two coming together will create the zygote, which will then become new life. So you can actually take the story of Adam and Eve from a Christian perspective or Muslim perspective and say, is this, and even from the Catholic perspective, the Big Bang.
Sure.
I joke with people because it was invented by a guy called George Lemaitre. He's a Catholic priest, Catholic preacher. And I say to people, the Big Bang is a joke because creation, when Allah expresses itself through creation, it's expressing itself through your child. So your child is creation. Your child is created from nothing, from an atom and an Eve, an electrical and a magnetic coming together, or a Big Bang, because we kind of joke about sex being a bang, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right? So the Big Bang actually is the creation of yourself, and you are the one universe. You are the center of the universe. You are a universe unto yourself. We are the multiverse conversing right now. This is my theory, that we are the multiverse conversing. So you're the center of your universe. I'm the center of mine, and you're the center of your universe. The sun and the moon, these lights are playing for us individually. They're uniquely positioning themselves around and centering themselves around you. So you might be the nucleus, if you like, of the microcosm, of the atom.
Sure.
So those are some blue sky thinking, if you like, thinking about definitely how else it might be. Because I have respect and admiration for people of your faith. I had three. I think a drug dog. I had three Iraqi refugees, Muslims, live with me in 1990s in South Africa. They'd gone away from the first Gulf War. And so I already, from a young age, had a connection to Islamic story. Although it was obviously at odds with the Christian story that I was brought up with.
Yes.
And so what I say is that, and because Muslims have said to me, a lot of what you think is very similar to the Islamic doctrine. You're almost a Muslim. And I say, but the problem I have is, even though there is a great respect and a nice treatment of Muslims, and they're really, in the main, quite good to their community and so on, I all admire that. However, if I chose your team, I would be unchoosing the other team. And so, and as you see it here in the Speaker's Corner, the Christian-Muslim differences are quite powerful, quite unhealthy even. And I feel that that's to our detriment, because like we were talking about Zionism a minute ago, like Zionism can be exploited to get me to go to war with you, and that is a recipe for disaster. Yeah. And so I would rather say, I'm not going to disrespect your belief, but I'd rather stay away from choosing yours or his or another person's one, because then I'm in the which book do I prefer? And of course, you being raised in a Muslim family, 98% of people raised in a Christian family or Muslim family, Jewish family, whatever, they're going to stick with that, right?
Sure.
That's a fact. I know there are converts. People will tell you that people are joining Catholics faster than ever, or more Muslims. The community of Muslims is great. I accept that. However, the majority of people, when they're given a belief system, which is the same as this globe, when you're given a belief system at the age of 6 or 7, then you live on a globe. It's very hard to unpick that.
But it would be correct.
What?
To go from being a glober to being a flat earther.
Well, I mean,
because you accept reality.
Yeah.
You make the observation of what's around you. Yeah. You don't believe the spoon-fed lies that you've been given since childhood, and you accept reality for what it is. And that would be the wise thing to do, not the cowardly thing to do. Because even though you're switching camps, even though you're leaving behind everyone you've ever known, because they're mostly globe-earthers, you're still choosing to believe that which is real.
Yeah.
So that's honorable and respectable and correct.
What we have to accept. Yeah, thank you for that. What we have to accept, I have to accept, is that there's lots that I don't know, and I do not care to claim that I know what God, Allah, plan and how we were made. I mean, we're so phenomenal. How we were made, how the earth was made. These are things that I'm willing to say I do not know. Science loves to say, we know the whole deal. And
Very arrogant.
This is how it all is. And obviously with the title of Flat Earth, it puts me in a particular club, which also can be a little uncomfortable, because I would rather not be in a club. I would rather say, hey, we are all one inside of a system that I think is an electromagnetic torus. It's a bubble that we're inside of. But the Earth is definitely flat.
Are you Christian or
no?
What's your?
I don't have a belief. I don't have a religious belief other than I like to say I have a knowing that God is with us.
You believe in God?
There is here, and that Allah or God or the Most High, there's a hierarchy here, and I liken it to perhaps the Russian nested dolls. You got the 7 dolls, the small one right inside the middle, and they're all like all the way up to the top one. Right. Well, we might be the small one, and there might be levels to whatever Allah is, the all, God. There are stages that it's not necessarily just you and then God. It's like there's you and then there's your higher self and then there's something about that and something about that. But this is all in the realms of speculation, because I can't test that until I die. And then I can't come back and tell you about it. However, I had like a near-death experience when I was 45, about 10 years ago. And I was an atheist. I was like, there's no... we're at war with each other here, we're at war with each other there. And I wrote a book about my time at war. And then someone gave me a bit of money and said, why don't you write a second book? So I thought I'll start researching religion to see why religion professes love and God and all of this, and yet we're at war with each other all through the centuries. So I started that journey, and I had DMT. I just want to say, have you heard the term DMT?
DMT, the drug.
Ayahuasca. Yeah. That's what showed me God. 10 years ago.
What was your experience like with it?
It was 7 minutes long. I smoked it, and I was in Johannesburg, lying outdoors on a chaise lounge, and the guy took me through a ceremony. In the first 30 seconds, I felt like I was dying. Everything that I cared about was ripped away from me. It was frightening, the most frightening thing that I'd ever been through. And then calm, and I was immersed in love that was greater than any love I've ever known. And then everything around me that I could see, I'm not tripping. I'm not like, oh, this is all weirdy, kind of acid tripping or whatever. This is like clarity beyond anything I'd ever realized possible. And everything that I could see in my space around me, I was in an outdoor space, as I said, everything was light. Everything was just frequency. The trees were just like pulsing like this. The plants were just pulsing like this. The walls were just, I was like, that's a brick wall, but I can't see it as brick. It's just like red light, just pulsing, pulsing, pulsing. So that was one of the most powerful parts of the experience. There was more, but I don't want to take too much of your time. However, I've done a lot of research since then, and there have been experiment or scientific work done with DMT. There's been lots of people talking about it, and I've studied a lot of it, like near-death experiences, and there's so much in common. So the first words out of my mouth was, it's true, there is a God. I was paralyzed during the 7 minutes. I couldn't speak or move or anything like that. And I was an atheist going in. My dying mother 4 years before couldn't get me to accept there was a God. The first words out of my mouth was, it's true, there is a God. I put my hands together.
What made you change your mind after?
I saw my higher self. What I believed to be my higher self was like this blue being lying with a big grin on his face, and I could see him beneath me. I was like, fuck, that's me. But this being is invincible to anything that's here on Earth. Nuclear bombs, although I don't believe in it. Nothing here on Earth can hurt that. And when I leave this, I go back to that. Now, is that God? I don't think so. I think, as I said earlier on, I think it's like a pyramid scheme. And that's the higher self above me. And he didn't give a shit. He was like, yeah, nothing here matters. Nothing here matters. Now, obviously I'm troubled a little bit by that, because I think it matters that I harm you. That matters. The golden rule applies. Do no harm, right? Love thy brother. But otherwise, the journey of this experience is really kind of up to you. I'm not going to judge you for doing it, but maybe over lifetimes, maybe we reincarnate. Maybe over lifetimes we come here to learn something. Like I said earlier on to these guys, I think it's a school. I think we're here for a learning, not the material school, but the spiritual soul school. I think that's it. And your connection to Allah, your connection to like I think there's something valuable in that. That's why in our Western culture they have demeaned God in so many different ways. And the globe, by the way, is a diminution of evolution. Is a diminution of that. All of these things is about demeaning you and our connection to God. So take my flyer, if you don't mind. Thanks for your time. Okay. What's your name? Dave. Ahmed. Ahmed. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Salam alaikum. So there you go.
Amazing. Would you say, from your experience and your beliefs, that monotheism makes more sense than polytheism? Is that something that you would?
It's not. You're not going to convince me. It's got half as flat, isn't it?
Well, the sea is level. You know, this is all. Where's the curve?
No, she's not doing
Well, no, can you see a curve here? This is 3,000 miles, and that's 1/6 of the way, or 1/7 of the way around the globe. So this bit here should be bending about. Nice hat, by the way.
Thank you. If all the other planets around, why is the Earth
Are they round, and are they planets?
Made 99 attributes after themselves. When you learn these attributes, just like on the Quran, 99 attributes, you learn these attributes, you learn Fusa Arabiya. Stuff like, Gafur Fi, or Quahab. Quahab.
No, that's different.
Huh?
That's different. That was not Fusa Arabic. That was
Fusa.
No, that was not Fusa.
It was.
That was, you did not say a single big letter there.
That's a flat, that is
You
pretty
missed the whole
rocky
alphabet,
space.
man.
That's his
There's
fake.
30 letters.
You've
You
been
said
lied
none
to
of
by
them.
school.
But,
School is brainwashing.
Once paid a lot of money, you're going to say this
Who is
stupid
singing? Do you know
woman
who
sing.
it is? Do you know?
But yeah, but they're not interested in where we come from, or what kind of world, where the world comes from, or what history, or like how
We've
we're
been
going to
dumbed
survive.
down. We've been dumbed down and made to think, this, all we're worried about is the next party or the next paycheck.
Yeah, I used to be like that as well.
Yeah, well, but that's why it's school. It's okay to you need to. How do you learn to walk? But by scraping your knees.
Yeah.
We are all learning to walk here, but some people have been given like a baby walker, and they're like, you never need to leave the baby walker, we leave the training wheels on forever. Oh yeah, because you can meet adults who can't swim, right? Because they were never given that opportunity to learn to swim when they were young. Same with a bicycle, would be like, I need the training wheels.
They got this fear.
Yeah.
They keep sort of
topping up. Yeah.
These are things.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, sir. How are you? Silence. You've been silenced.
Dental work.
Dental work. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't need to film you. Huh? I don't need to film you, and I don't mind that you're having dental work. I'm just telling you. Good luck with that. Is it because you're missing some teeth?
Look, I'm not running for number 5 television. They believe all the bullshit that you're building here.
What did you say? The television watching news believers? Sorry? What did you say? The television watching news believers?
I'm saying the television is creating zombified
Yes.
idiots. And they believe all the bullshit that you're exposing here. Because when you look at all the scientific facts, it says more so you live on the flat earth. And I'm not even a flat earther. I'm just looking at it from a reasonable point of view and saying that makes sense. this doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It's bullshit, all of it.
Yeah.
The same as the education system, the same as the medical system, the same as the culture, the same as the music. It's all lies,
Banking.
bullshit, and it's driven by central bankers. You know that, that's why you're doing this one. I know it, but it's coming to an end. And if I hadn't got this on my gob, I'd be on the front line. And I will be anyway.
You will be in the fullness of time, but let me give you my flyer,
Yeah,
a little
please.
memento.
So, what are you doing, by the way?
Well, I just, like to tell people that the Earth is not a globe, and we can demonstrate that with real-world observations. That
Could you convince a non-believer in a short time?
not really. I mean, it's a personal journey. So for me, it's when I heard it at first, I kind of also thought, nah, probably not. But I'm willing to go and have a look at it.
Yeah.
And it took me months before I was like, damn, there's something really to this. You know?
Yeah.
So I can't convince you
I
or
think
anyone.
that's a natural process. People do the same as you do.
It's your own. It has to be your own journey of discovery. Like I say to
Yeah.
people, if you want to be the captain of the ship,
Yeah.
I cannot tell you about being a captain of a ship. You have to go out. I can give you some lessons on captaining, but ultimately you're going to have to go and sail that boat out in the storms
Yeah.
by yourself to earn your captain's stripes. And that is how this information is that
Yeah.
you've got to be willing to go and do the work.
So say that I was willing to go on that ship.
Yeah.
Have you got anything specifically that possibly could lead? I mean, for example, I could say that today's modernity began with 9/11.
Yeah.
And I could prove it with scientific facts. Everything about it says it didn't happen the way that it did.
Yeah.
3 towers fell. We all know that. One of them is still on the television before it fell. So it's all
Jane Stanley, I think she was.
No, so we know, we agree, that's true. And that was at 20 past 5 at night time on the same day. And I believe, looking at some of the patterns, I know why the BBC said, yeah, we cocked up. That's what they said. And that's because Jane Stanley was standing in front of a green screen. She wasn't even there.
Right.
So that's why, because I've seen the BBC before.
Right.
And then I've seen their patterns and I've got it on green screen. I've got it. And I know that, you can tell by your expression from the lighting. So, but it's a reality that anybody can believe in.
Yes.
9/11, and we know who did it.
Yeah.
We know why they did it. That's why we're here today. So one question for you, because what you were saying to me, I appreciate, and I really do appreciate somebody like you that's on the front line. I absolutely do. But what you said wouldn't convince me of anything. There needs to be something that says, oh shit, that hurts. Rather than if I punch you on the arm, it'll hurt. I mean nothing to me, but just does. So it has to be something that you can say and to take me with you, because there's millions of things now. I've seen Flat Earth Dave, and you've probably seen
Flat Earth Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a friend.
Oh yeah, he's great. I don't know where he's from. I know nothing
Connecticut.
about it. I've heard something about it. What?
Connecticut. We hung out together a bit last year, and I should be hanging out with him again this summer in Spain.
Oh
yeah.
So you're pursuing this full time?
I mean, I was the first person in the modern time to come to Speaker's Corner 7 years ago with this one. So I found this out in 2015, and then a group of us got together in 2018 and started, Speaker's Corner, and I've been coming on and off ever since. But now I do it around the cities that I go to. I try and get out there, and we did a tour around England in 2019 around Europe. Just going from city to city and just putting the banners up and talking to people and so on. So yeah, I'm a frontline guy, and so that's why I know Dave Weiss, because he was like, man, this guy is really good at what he does in the street. Because he used to say, I've heard him say this, that he thought street activism was a waste of time until he saw me doing it.
Sorry, say it again.
He thought street activism was a waste of time until he saw me doing it.
Oh, yeah.
So
I've got your name on here, haven't I?
Yeah.
On your website.
Yeah, my YouTube is on there, so you can go and check that out. I've had him and Mark Sargent and a few other fairly well-known people around the table.
So let me ask you just a couple of things then. People are waking up to it now because we've got a certain amount of people that came out of COVID.
Yes.
That found the bullshit, and now they're looking for new things.
Yes.
So do you think that you can Where do you think you're going to go with that? Because I'm thinking about technocracy, surveillance. You think there's enough? You know about all technocracy, don't you? Of course. So do you think you can collect enough people now?
Okay, so I think that the trajectory that humankind is on has been written a long time ago.
Yeah.
And so the plan to what they call it, the New American Century, the project with PNAC, all of that stuff, the creation of the world wars to get us into a state where perhaps we're living under increased totalitarianism.
Yeah.
All of that stuff, in a way, has to play out, bro. It's a little bit like
it has to play out.
It has to play out. It's a little bit like.
Where would the end be if that played out?
Well, I can't be sure. So where humankind ends up, what it does is it does this Sodom and Gomorrah thing they talk about in the Bible. Is by the 7 deadly sins, it ends up burning itself out.
Yeah.
So,
do you think possibly that the wars that we have now in Palestine and so on, and after Iran, they just lost Russia? Do you think that, what was I going to say? Do you think that that's a diversion? Because I hear what you're saying, but I wouldn't agree. I think they're creating a diversion because they're heading for 2030. There's no turning back. They want 2030.
Yes. Well, remember 2030, can I characterize it as almost like Chinese social credit, monitoring of everything, the minutiae through the digital currency, 15-minute cities. You as a human are a scourge on the earth. You are destroying it, blah, 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 destroying the planet, right? Yeah. So all of that stuff is a lie, in my view, but the agenda is alive and real for the majority of people. The majority of people will accept that, climate change is real, and the ozone, or whatever they used to tell us, and all these sorts of things.
So one question then. So all the things that you mentioned about China, do you think that's actually technocracy coming from the other side?
Yeah. Oh, you mean, when you say the other side, do you mean the Chinese side, or do you mean from outside?
I mean from outside the Western belief that we're going to be on the receiving end of it.
Yeah.
But the reason I asked that is because a speaker for the Chinese party, he was talking about the BRICS, and he said that we are in the BRICS, and we are looking at the 17 protocols of the United Nations of what's it called?
2030
equality, that kind of.
Oh yeah.
Of I can't think. They use one word to say that sustainability. Well, they are in the BRICS because of sustainability. That's what the Chinese guy said. And I think Putin has done a brilliant job. But I've seen the false flags in Russia.
Yeah.
He's on the other side. I think that Russia is playing good cop. We are the bad cop. And that guy said that about the Chinese. They're with the BRICS, and all the collective security and the digital currency is coming in from Russia. I think that the technocracy is not going to come through the banking system. It will, but it's being driven from the other side. It's being driven from Russia. It's being driven from China. And it's going to happen to us because it's happening there. Because we can't see them. They're the good cops.
So imagine, we're on the same page, I think, because imagine a scenario in which we have a third world war, World War III comes, and China and Russia win.
Yeah.
They get to bring in the Chinese style, monitoring and social credit. Because the Chinese will be there.
One question, I don't want to bowl over, but one question. If there was a third world war, that would also benefit the people that try and destroy the West.
Yeah.
So
it is to implode, ultimately, to implode America and so on. So your question about, so there's two parts to this. One is mankind. It's like having a teenage son and saying to him, listen son, you got to slow down on that bicycle, you got to slow down until he fucking breaks his arm.
Yeah.
He's not going to listen to you, right? Well, the same is true with mankind. And I've been out here for 7 years, as I said, going, listen, we're being lied to about everything. Everything. But you don't want to hear that. That's fine. You're going to have to break your arm. I don't want you to. But that's the inevitable. As an adult, you know that the risk is.
I was talking about.
Yeah.
The pink tax.
And that's, well, even with, okay, so as you said, with lockdown, some people went, shit, this is not right. And a small percentage of those people went, then there's something else. It's not just the lie about the COVID. There's something else. A lot of people go, no, COVID, lockdowns were bad, but take the vaccination. The vaccines are bad, but the government.
So let me just add one thing to that. Supposedly, most people won't be here because they'll be dead because of the jab. So there's only going to be a few man.
But so the other part of my answer. So yes, a lot of people are going to be injured, right? A lot of people go to war based on the propaganda of whatever country they live in, right? Yes, I did. So people are going to be injured. There's no the physical. Yes, that's going to happen. But there is a spiritual journey here. Now that's the most important journey. Is that even though there's madness and craziness happening out there, you and yourself can still find Zen, centering, balancing, harmony, neutrality with what's going on. Because if I'm pulling you this way and he's pulling you that way, and we're in control, and you're going this way and that way, you're not in control. But if you're in harmony and go, I see the blue, I see the red, but you're not getting me. I'm staying on my center green line here. I'm going to stay neutral, just like the electrical system.
So you do know also that Christians are on the receiving end. Right, they are the targets. In this country, in Europe, they've been on the target for a long time. The churches are coming down. They just did the same thing in, was it Romania? Trying to bring the church down there. And Putin somehow is keeping that country together on lies of the last World War, because we know what the USSR was like in the last war. They were the bad guys. So I see if I can just bring it together. We're saying China was brought together, was taken over by the Western banking system with President Nixon and so on. You've probably seen the photographs. Nixon over in China with Mao Zedong and the rest of them. Chinese went Western a long time ago. That's probably why it's with the BRICS now. It's not threatened by them. And I think that Russia is still communist. I've seen it. I've watched a lot of documentaries, and everybody's the same. Every pub is the same. There's no police on the street. They don't need police on the street. Why not? Because the people are well behaved. Why are they well behaved? Because they've been told what to do. So Russia right now, I think is the savior. It's also the most dangerous, because it's collecting everything together. Says you don't need a password, you don't need a contract, you don't need a passport. Just come and join us. Don't abuse anybody, and you can come in. That's communism.
Now remember, for me, as someone who believes that the space agencies are faking space travel, that means that Russia and China and Japan and so on, these countries all at some table know that they're pulling off a deception. So they're working together towards that end. Same with the Antarctic Treaty. All of these powerful countries that are meant to be at war with each other are not breaking a treaty in which any one of us could go into this Antarctica, where it's claimed to be resources that would last mankind lifetimes. This is what they said, but 50 years ago.
Andronica Treaty.
Sorry?
Which treaty?
The Antarctic Treaty.
Oh, Antarctic.
Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, I've been wondering about that. Recently. All that information is on your website.
Well, unfortunately, my website needs a little bit of work, but I've got a YouTube channel as well. You can go and check out that stuff. And obviously, it will lead you. Do you have Dave Weiss's app? Flat Earth Dave. He has an app that you can put on your phone. It's called the Sun and Moons app.
I've never. I've seen advertising. Because he said it's only £3.
£3,
I think he'll refund you for the most. He'll give somebody 200 Bitcoin if they can prove
2 Bitcoins or something. $200,000 if they can prove it. Well, he's had that offer out for more than 7 years, I think. So I haven't seen him.
You can't fault him. No, I can't fault him. I believe him. But I am thinking, where's it collectively with the things that we've been talking about? I'm not sure where it can go, because these people won't let go of 2030.
No, they're not going to let go. But remember what I said, there's the external agenda. And you can be an observer of the external agenda and wise to it, and alert your friends to say, listen, we're being tricked. And if you want to stay in the city, be willing to accept over the next 10 years ever increasing control. And if we go into a situation where the Chinese style comes in any way, then it's going, which already it has, but as that gets tighter and tighter, and you're like a frog in boiling water. You can no longer get out.
Yeah.
So this is the time, if you want to find a life for yourself that's got less control, then you want to be out of the city. You know, and as I say to people, if you can get onto the land...
But I can't see where people could benefit from getting out to the city. I mean, you obviously know of Jeff Berwick.
Yeah, Jeff Berwick, yeah.
And he's in Mexico.
The dollar vigilante.
That's the one, yeah. I mean, we've probably visited many people because it's a greater reality. You have to be in the greater reality.
Yeah.
And when, I think there's
he's a flat earther, yeah. Berwick.
Yeah, I was just going to say that he believes that he can live on his rights in Mexico. But as Obama said, they only need one road, and it's gone. There's no problem. No one is safe anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, same as now, there's heat wave. None of it's not true.
Now, I'll accept that point. And so if a person lives in the city and that's where their place is, that's fine, because I think what I was saying is the second part is that your zen, your balance, your harmony does not need to be predicated on this craziness that's going out on the Middle East, or the pressure that they're putting on you with bills and all of this sort of stuff. So you can find your harmony despite the madness in the world. And I think that's the best outcome that any of us can have, because I do not think that, even if, answering your question, even if all of these people now learned that the earth was flat and they all went out and sold it to their friends and family,
Learn that
the earth was flat.
Oh yeah.
If they had a transformation that, you know, and tens of thousands of people left London today and put it on their social media and so on, I say to people the example is this: Shawshank Redemption. You know the movie?
I do. I haven't seen it. I've seen clips of it.
Okay. So in the Shawshank Redemption, a guy's put in prison for a crime he never committed.
Yeah.
He realizes that the warden is corrupt. Because the truth comes out that he didn't commit it, and the guy who did commit it admitted to it to another cellmate. That cellmate gets killed by the warden because the warden doesn't want his guy to get out, because his guy is doing his banking for him. So his guy spends 20 years chipping away at the wall, and eventually, quietly by himself, he finds a way out, and he escapes the prison, and he finds himself in an idyllic place down in Mexico with a boat and a simple life. That's what he finds. However, because the warden is corrupt and you've discovered that, does not mean you can open the gates to the prison and let everybody out. The people here, we are all prisoners in the Shawshank prison, and the only way out is through self-work, not through the prison change.
So let me say,
is your flag in here?
Why, what's happening? What's going on?
It's your.
No, I don't know. Why? Tell me what's going on.
It's yours or not?
What's the reason? What's that meaning? Why? I can't stand in there.
No. It's yours. It's your. Okay. Do you record?
Yeah.
Okay. If you turn off your record, I will. Okay. So, what do you mean about this flag?
Well, the Earth is not a spinning ball in a vacuum of space. It's not a globe. We base it on water. 70% of the Earth is water. Now water, like in your bottle here, if I may, the water will come to level, horizontal. All water, Suez Canal, any lake, anything that you can measure, we can take a laser, shoot it over 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles, we find it's all level. There's no curvature to the Earth. That's the first thing. Second thing, we find that we can't prove that the Earth is moving. The Earth, like it says in the biblical and the scriptures, says the Earth is not moving. It's the sun. The Earth is moving. The sun is moving, but the Earth is not moving.
Oh, do you mean that sun move, not Earth?
Correct.
Okay. Should you use a telescope for this? You should use a telescope for that same situation, that how sun moves.
So we've got a great observation.
No. Just if you sit and check, you want one telescope so you can see all movement. So because you never use a telescope.
I use telescope. I use telescope. And from here I can see France. If it was real, France would be below the UK by 10 meters. From London,
point your telescope along the ground, sir, and you'll find that you can see things much further away than the curvature formula.
But this question that say that
you
sun
could prove
go
the
round
Earth was flat tomorrow.
Because you don't use
if you go to New York and you set up on the top of a building a microwave thing.
He's finished.
You go to New York, set up a microwave dish
on the top of a skyscraper, set to another microwave dish on the cliffs at Land End, and you should be able to send microwaves that communicate with each other.
Yeah, when Marconi first shot signals over the Atlantic, they said they wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah, because it's shortwave. Because it's shortwave. Shortwave bounces off the ionosphere.
That's what they tell us.
Well,
what if it's just going in a straight line?
Well, you set up a microwave.
Because the idea that I can get a signal to bounce off a gas layer, that's theory. We can't prove it.
We do it.
No, we can't prove it.
That's why the BBC World Service was on the shortwave.
Well, I think because you can get a more powerful signature, right? I mean, I'm not an expert on this kind of thing. But
I don't think you're an expert on anything, are you, really? Let's face it.
Works at line of sight.
Sorry?
These things work at line of sight.
Yes, I know.
You believe
I know.
you live on the globe? Okay. So how do you
I don't want to be a big selfie.
How do you prove it? Well, don't come and stand on my banner here and tell me questions. You can be on the camera.
You want to see, not far from here, you've got the Science Museum. It'll probably be shutting soon. We go there and ask to see Foucault's pendulum and talk to someone there, and you'll realise that not only is the Earth a sphere, but it's spinning. And you could talk to anyone there about it, and you could see Foucault's pendulum.
How do you prove you live on a globe? You can't. Take the walk of shame, bro. You're in a religion. And well, it's a belief, right? You believe you live on a globe. That's
I live on a sphere.
You can't prove it.
I live on a sphere, and I'm Christian.
Foucault's pendulum isn't the proof.
Sorry?
The Foucault's pendulum is not the proof.
Oh, it's a very good proof to me.
Time for dates I could do with the smoke. Thank you, my brother. Bismillah.
Children, a greater reality is what we want for our children. They will have a greater reality if that's just the time.
What's the time? Any idea?
I don't believe anything about
Only 33 lives. Taking the piss, right? Yeah, go on.
If you follow the
Put up a microwave dish on the top of the top skyscraper. Go to Land's End and put a microwave dish on Land's End, on the cliffs of Land's End, and you should be able to communicate. And that will prove, beyond any doubt, that the Earth's flat. But nobody from the Flat Earth Society wants to do that.
Well, these I think that if that was a viable, has it been tried? Has it been tried?
Well, try it.
No, I'm asking you. Has it been tried?
It's probably not worth trying.
Well, that's the thing. It's because it might disprove the globe. Right?
I mean, that's why we put up communication satellites.
But those satellites don't seem to work for me when I'm out of town. Do you think that the phones are connected to a satellite?
Well, not directly.
Oh, how?
You're connected to a microwave link, aren't you?
So they're connected to a ground tower, that ground-based tower like that.
Yeah.
And that ground-based tower goes to a cable in the ground.
Yeah.
And that cable then goes undersea to America.
Well, it doesn't necessarily go undersea to America. It could go via a satellite link.
Except that the industry admit that 99% of all data traffic is on undersea cable.
I don't know.
But that, I'm telling you.
It may well
you
be
can go and
the case.
research that. Go and research that.
Usually, if the Earth was flat, you could send over a microwave link. That's a hell of an expense they needlessly take on.
Why? Because see, what you mean with the undersea cable?
Huh?
You mean with the undersea cable?
Yeah.
No, I think the amount of the bandwidth that they have, the amount of bandwidth that they're offering with undersea cable is far beyond what they can do with any sort of microwave links.
Yeah, but you can
South
put a
Africa
microwave link.
is a great example of that. You know, about 10 years ago, they finally brought undersea cables onto Cape Town, and from then on, they had high-speed internet. But before that, no. So we need cables. We need fiber optic cables for high speed. But once you go
when you
through
get put on the
towers,
telephone at home, right? 85% of the cost of getting your telephone is the cable that goes from your telephone to the exchange. Now, don't tell me that a microwave link wouldn't be cheaper.
No, it probably would be cheaper, right?
It would be cheaper.
But the thing is as I said, you're not going to get the same amount of data potential. You know,
But
a
you
fiber
can't-
cable can take. I did an office refurb, and we got 100 meg fiber. This is 20 years ago. We got 100. We got 100 meg. How are you doing, brother? Good to see you.
No, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but you know your birth certificate
here?
is a contract.
What is that?
That's chalk, yeah. The name on there is
Why
capital
did you
I forget which got
deface the earth?
Deface
Well,
it.
that's a contract. You did your
I
mother.
think you worked that out yourself, son.
They signed.
I see you picked a flat bit to do it on.
They registered my birth.
No, they didn't.
They did, they registered my birth.
They signed the
How are you doing?
contract.
Yeah, good.
It's been a while.
It's
been a while, yes. I did. You understand the right, were you?
When they
No,
signed
I
it,
couldn't.
they were
get
not
there.
given
Am I on
mortgage
film
credit.
here?
No.
My hair.
Yeah, but I will be at speak. We have been invited to talk at Hope again.
Right, okay, I may well be there.
But Darren, you know, is, Darren Nesbitt. He and I are mates. You know, we met at the first English Flat Earth conference in 2017. That's how we first became friends. And but for him, you know, he is maybe you could say more pragmatic than me, but he's, you know, view is that Flat Earth is a bit of a distraction. You know, even though he knows the Earth isn't a globe and it's flat or whatever, it distracts people because it's so intensely hard for people to hear that they will not. I will lose them before we get to talk about climate change being a hoax and so on and so forth. And there is truth in that. I accept that.
Yeah, you've got to pick your battles.
Yeah,
But,
you know.
but it is the ultimate. I mean, I still haven't done enough.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't even say I've been struggling. I've just not been bothering
to touch it. Yeah.
I mean, I do occasionally watch a bit of Dave Wise, but I've got some questions for you, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, yeah.
And
I'll be hanging out with Dave Weiss in September, so
Okay,
I'll
cool.
put them to him directly.
Okay.
If they're anything
All right.
relevant.
Okay. If you're stumped here, you probably won't be though. But it's because my guess is that you'd be up to date more than me.
Yeah.
But the whole Jared thing on the South Pole.
Jared.
Yes, I've got some questions about that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Because so a couple of things. I'm going to go and see Piers in a bit, but
okay.
But when he starts speaking, but
he won't touch Flat Earth either.
oh no, we ask questions. He goes bananas.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, it's
I
like
mean, but I'm sorry, you
it's an
can't
insult.
ask questions. It's not science.
Yeah.
We'll use that against them, but now I'm having to use it against Piers.
It's funny, isn't it? Anyway, carry on. You've got questions. This is a good one.
Yeah, so I saw Steve Faulkner's response to Jaren's thing about the
24-hour
sun, which was really fascinating.
Yeah.
But ahead of that, there was so I can't find it again, but I saw some debunking before I heard of Jared or a lot of it, showing, and it just showed this studio, this circular studio that they could make a 360 surround view. Now these studios, like artificial, it's just all wall to wall, it's just completely enclosed LED screens, and it showed some of the footage from the South Pole. And this guy was just walking through the camp, and there was 4 different shadows. It was like, what the fuck is going on here?
Okay, so
it's like really that. So is that whole thing artificial? Certainly that bit looked, but I can't find it again.
Okay.
And then Jaron saying the whole 24-hour something that settles it in every argument. I mean, it's like nothing is explained by Flat Earth now. It's all explained by the guy, and that doesn't ring true.
Good.
And Steve Faulkner's approach about the midnight sun at all the different stations in Antarctica was fascinating.
Okay.
And
I watched some of that, but not all
right.
of it. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's kind of like it was a bit shooting fish in a barrel in the end, but it's like you got to do that, like with the data. So it's absolutely overwhelming. He was just saying like, no,
this is the data from this station, half a mile away supposedly is this data from this station. It wasn't even the same day.
Yeah.
When but it's over and over and over, and he nails it. Stations like they're supposed to be within half an hour. The difference in the statistics of the sun setting, the sun rising, wasn't even the same day.
That's right.
Wasn't even the same day mostly. It's like 3 different days for 3 different stations that are within a mile of each other. It's like these are supposed to be scientific stations. So I just wanted to have you come across that? Have you come across that?
I've thought about it a bit. I mean, I
thought about it or done the work. That's 2 different things.
Please need your step ladder or something to stand on.
Well, just kneel on the floor in the ball and then stand with you.
Yeah, let him stand on your back. Hold him on your shoulders instead of like.
Sorry.
So just to say that, firstly, even if there was a 24-hour sun and it was proven to be real, it doesn't change my perspective on the Earth. It gives us more information about how the electromagnetic system works, but it doesn't change the way that the Earth is. That's the first thing. Secondly, I didn't expect for them to find a 24-hour sun because living in South Africa, we never really imagined that as possible. We always knew about the 24-hour northern sun, but we never imagined that possible because if you've been to South Africa or one of those places, we do not get anywhere near the long days that you get in the summer here. Like 10 o'clock. No, the latest in Cape Town, which is the most southerly point, 8 o'clock in summer, it's gone and it's dark. That's it. And you do not get this long and lingering, evening. You do not get that. And you also don't get the same shift in the winter where, you get the 4 o'clock sunset.
Yes.
No. Where I grew up, it was 6 o'clock for winter, 8 o'clock for summer. That's it. 2-hour shift. So I never expected for us to go another 20 or 30 degrees south that we were now all of a sudden going to be getting 10 p.m., 11 p.m., 12 p.m., 24-hour sun.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that. So it did come as a surprise, but it didn't kill anything to do with the flat Earth. That was interesting information, and I might even get to meet one of the guys who went later this year. I might get to meet him, but I'd like to believe that they really believe that they were at the not South Pole, but in Antarctica. And if they have multiple shadows, is it possible? And I'm just playing devil's advocate here because it could have been done in a stage. I don't know. But is it possible that because the white of the mountains nearby are so white that the sun reflecting off that could give you a second? It
didn't look like that. You could, because as they were moving through the camp, you could see, unless they were CGIing this footage, you could see the shadows moving, and where it was where you could see the direction of the light source as they were moving through.
So at the time of that,
it couldn't have been mountains in the background.
At the time of that experiment, it felt to me like the better experiment would have been to have 3 positions: one from South African Antarctica, one from Australian side of Antarctica, and one from there, and for us all to correlate the observations that we make, because that would be far more useful and powerful. Because even in the flat Earth debate, I've never been absolutely sold on the mainstream model, which is that it was on a disc.
Brilliant, Dave.
We'll talk
come after.
This is a political. Guys, Earth is flat. Earth is flat.
And they think they're safe themselves. He's really messing with them.
This guy made a name for himself. Don't tell me that the Earth is flat. I can prove that it's a globe. Water is curving all the time. Water curves, don't you know?
Are you recording yourself?
Yeah, no, I'm recording you.
Yeah, record yourself.
Earth is not a ball. You are not evolved.
The Earth is round.
Yeah, like a frisbee.
Round,
Like a
spherical.
frisbee. Very
spherical.
Can you prove it?
Can you prove it's not? The burden of proof lies with you.
No, the burden of proof lies with those making the claim. And for thousands of years, everybody said the Earth was flat until the last few hundred
And then
years.
science evolved and we developed the heliocentric model. Science.
Yes. Oh, so could I be a real pain and ask you for one of those? I came out with I left or lost my stash.
Only if you say the world is flat. Then you.
Thank you. The world is flat. Earth is flat. And guess what? You know what?
The Earth, okay, I'll compromise. The Earth is locally flat.
But you can claim, people claim that they see a ship going over the horizon. Locally. So which one is it?
Well, you do. I've seen that when I lived on this.
But everyone will come to me and say that I see a ship go over the horizon, ergo globe. When we say, well, hold on a minute, if I bring up a powerful camera,
It's not a sphere. It's not a sphere.
I can zoom into that ship that we said went over the horizon, disproving that this is curvature, proving possibly that it's perspective. That's why we lost it.
If you can pay for me to have a flight out of space and see the globe for myself, and
That's what they say about the flat earthers. You know, put them in a spacecraft and send them up. Well,
exactly.
You know, they recently did that with Katy Perry, and that was such a joke, right?
He believes the Earth is flat. Not even he.
And I'll talk to you later. I'm just going to listen to Piers.
Thank you so much. Honestly, I've been here all day. I pre-rolled 6 so that I wouldn't have to stop and talk. I'm all ready to go.
You're more than welcome.
Thank you very much.
No, we can't have that here. We can't talk about Gaza. And they clearly believe in genocide of children in Gaza, and they're right, but not correct. That is yes. Has to be against all sexual abuse. Only by identification. You've got to know first of all.
Earth is flat. Earth is flat, London! Earth is flat, not a spinning globe. NASA fake space. NASA punk you. Hello, I remember you. You've been in the Concorde, haven't you? Or something.
The Concorde, no. You're the flat earther guy.
Yeah, you're the one who says you can see it from space.
Yep.
From the plane.
Yep. From a helium balloon.
I brought a poster here with some pictures. That one's at 120,000 feet with a weather balloon, right?
Okay.
There's no curve limit.
Yeah, but you see, the problem is that you've got to use lenses, which mean you're getting diffraction. But you're quite happy as long as diffraction happens inside the lens. If it happens outside the lens, you don't accept it.
Well, I mean, my observation of a horizon from the beach or from the plane is that it's level.
It's level.
Yeah. That there is no, you know, like they say, we can see a ship going over the horizon at 3 to 4 miles. You can Google that. That's what they say. 3 to 4 miles, it goes over the curvature. And yet, when I look across 10 miles or 20 miles, I don't see any curvature. I can watch a ship come from my right side across to my left side and
So
make
what
no.
you're saying is you can sit on a coast somewhere and actually watch a ship, if you had the right optics, watch a ship travel across an ocean.
If you had the right optics, possibly. But it's quite a small object, right? So the further away it goes, the harder it is to resolve, yes? So what I put there is the world record, or Guinness World Records. They've got the longest photograph over water is 400 kilometers. So the only reason they can see that is because 2 days of the year the sun sets behind the Finisterre Mountains, and so on that moment you can see the whole silhouette of the Finistrelles.
Okay, so what about the diffraction of the light through the atmosphere? Because as the sun gets towards the horizon, it will actually increase in size.
Yeah, it does happen sometimes.
It happens all the time, whether you see it or not.
Not every day. No, some days it looks smaller, but I think that's atmospheric diffraction. Yes.
So it happens.
Yes. But now that's changing that. Now, there's a very famous photograph of Chicago across Lake, on whatever it is, Michigan.
This is atmospheric diffraction of light, which is why you get this magnifying effect, and you will bend it, which is why you'll see it along long stretches of water, apparently flat. Looks flat, but it actually isn't. So if you get into land survey, the surveyors will actually have to account for the curvature of the Earth.
My uncle Brent built some of the Bristol docks. He had to account for the curvature of the earth.
I mean, no one knows this. You may have heard me say this before, but I mean, no one knows what is the curvature. You know, mathematically, how do we calculate? Like, if you've got a 10-meter ship, you should be able to say to your friends on the beach, say, look, after this distance, I will be gone over the curve. 20-meter ship will
The
take
thing is, you're talking about a perfect situation, but what's happening is that over an ocean, you're getting layers of very dense air, very wet air.
Correct.
The fraction is essentially curving it, and you can see for a great deal further.
So guys have taken infrared cameras.
Okay.
Using infrared cameras, they're able to cut through the atmosphere and see land masses from...
Infrared cameras diffract light, reflect light in exactly the same way. There's no difference. It's just a continuation of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Well, I've seen this guy called Jay Tolan Media in America, in California. He took a plane up with an infrared camera and took a photo down the west coast of America and could identify landmarks in Mexico. And they estimated that was 1,000 miles that they were seeing.
So what's your point? What altitude was he at?
Oh, maybe 20,000 feet, right?
The thing is, I mean...
But if it's a curve like they say, at 8 inches per mile square, then we're talking about...
That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That's approximation for a short distance.
Sorry, I've got a NASA fan coming here. This is always going to be interesting. Yeah, well, I mean, we're told that the ship is going away at 3 miles over the curvature. And if we can stand in France and look at the White Cliffs of Dover on a clear day, that's 20 miles, more than 3 miles.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're not. I mean, I don't know how tall the cliffs are, but you've got the diffraction of the atmosphere. And you say on a clear day, which means that the conditions have to be exactly correct.
They have to be right because our atmosphere is moisture, right? It's wet.
It's also you had a temperature differential from the surface up.
Well, yeah, and the closer you are to the water, the more moisture there is in the air. So
which will change the diffraction.
Yeah, and altitude.
Refractive index changes.
Yeah, but what refraction does is distort. It doesn't give you like a clear, perfect resolution, which is what the photos of Chicago are. They're like the perfect, all the buildings are in perfect condition. You can see down to the shoreline.
How many kilometers? 80 kilometers. That is one incredible camera, probably in the sort of multiple gigabytes in pixel density.
Well, that photograph of Finisterre is very clear. It's 400 kilometers away. And it's Guinness Book of Records, so you can go and check that out yourself.
I might have a look at it.
Yeah, have a look. It's 260 miles, 250 miles, something like that, and 775 miles. And people go on tours to go and take a photo twice a year when the sun happens to be right behind that mountain. So that's one to look at, my friend.
Okay, so just in your model, what's the altitude of the sun?
The altitude of the sun is not a fixed altitude because it's dependent on the position of the observer. The observer is going to determine, the sun will set for you when you're standing on the beach, but if I'm standing on the top of the Burj Khalifa, it's going to set half an hour later for me. That's because of my altitude. I took off from Dubai 1 year after sunset. I was in the building as the sun set. I was watching it. It was beautiful. Jumped in the plane, took off. As we got through the cloud layer, I saw the sun again above the clouds. Now, like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, is that even at the Red Bull jump, Felix Baumgartner's Red Bull jump, he wasn't high enough to see curvature, even though the fisheye lenses that we got from that show us that. Yeah. But when he jumps out of the cupola, there's one camera just behind his head, and it's like a level horizon outside of the cupola. So no, we are being at the point of the sun. I'll give people this example of the moon because it's one that we can all relate to. And that on a full moon night, if there's clouds over where you are, the clouds in your town will be illuminated white. They will be light, they will be bright, there will be a hot spot around your village, your town.
Hot spot or bright spot?
A bright spot.
Different.
Okay. So there will be a bright spot where you live. Now, if you phone your friend who's, say, 20 miles away from you, you're Australian. Or you're Australian? Oh, South African. Sorry. So, I should have recognized that. So your friend, let's say you're on the Cape Flats or in the Karoo, somewhere super that's known to be flat. There are some mountains, but it's known to be flat. And your mate, who's 100 kilometers away from you, will say to you that I don't see that bright spot over you. I see the bright spot over me, but it's dark where you are. So
Why would it be dark?
Because, well, that's a great question. Why would it be?
But the thing is, I mean, if you're illuminating, this is what's called the cloudy day effect in lighting, where you put an intense light onto a diffuser, and that'll kind of give you a flat light, so you don't get shadows.
Yeah.
But if you have a point source, in other words, a full moon, that will give you shadows because it is literally a point source.
Right, but I don't understand that, because if it's 250,000 miles away, 400,000 k's away, whatever, then the light that's reflecting from the sun, which is the model, is going to be sort of parallel in the same way as the sun's light is meant to be parallel coming in and illuminating the entire observable blanket equally. That would be my logical, real world explanation.
So what you're saying is the point source 250,000 kilometers away, you move 20 kilometers this way, it is going to make no difference to the angle of
well, it would make a difference. I agree with that. However, what I'm saying is that it should be illuminating that whole 20 kilometers always equally, rather than I'm here, you're 20 kilometers away from me. I'm saying no, it's light here over my town, but as I look down that way, it's dark. I've been making this observation a lot.
So when you're saying when you're looking 20 kilometers away, well, you're actually 20 kilometers away.
Yeah, there's a big difference. So the person who's 20 k's away in a different town will say, no, it's only lighting up my village. It's not where I can see where you live along the cloud layer. I know where your town is, 20 k's away from me, but that all looks very dark down that way. But where you are, so the point I'm really trying to make is that the sun itself is not a physical single place that we're looking at. It's more a unique interpretation. No, not a single point of light. It's more that it's like a let's say we had to put a Pyrex dish, a large Pyrex dish over us, very large, and you're standing 20 kilometers away, and I'm standing 20 kilometers away. As I take a light over the top of that Pyrex dish, you and I will observe it striking the glass, the Pyrex dish, at slightly different positions based on our place on the ground, on the floor beneath that. That's what we would observe if we made that observation or made that experiment. So what I'm saying, or what we believe is that what we look at the sun is a secondary sort of like when we take a magnifying glass. It's a secondary point of that from the originating light. So this the little dot of my magnifying where I've concentrated that light down onto the paper, and I'm going to burn the paper, right, as we used to do when we were kids. That experience will be determined very much by how much I angle the light or my position as if I'm on the paper as to whether or not that's coming directly to me.
It depends whether if the light is incident, whether it's perpendicular or if it's coming in an angle, because the light is essentially spread over a bigger area.
Yeah.
Which is what happens once you start getting outside of the tropics.
Yeah, and well, actually, we were talking about how the difference just now, about how the difference in South Africa of our summer-winter variation. We have a very small change in the sunset time. It's about 2 hours from summer to winter.
It can get quite late there when the sun goes down eventually.
8:30 is about the latest. I lived in Cape Town for a few years, and I think it's about 8:30. Not only that, the darkness, and English people have said this to me, it's like, oh, it's really weird, is that, 1 minute it's light, and then within 15 minutes it's like black, it's dark. You don't get that here, maybe in the winter perhaps, but you don't get that here. You get this much longer, gradual, 10 o'clock or whatever.
A lot of that's to do with the atmospherics, because, for instance, if the cloud layer is being illuminated by, depending how tall the cloud layer is, that acts as like an illuminator. For instance, I grew up in the tropics, and, a little bit after 6, it's pitch dark.
Yeah.
Because there's very little cloud.
Yeah. No, so it's one of those things that if you just spin a globe with a light source pointing at it, it's hard really for us to recreate that. But then they'll say, well, because the Earth is tilted at 23 degrees and during the southern summer it's closer to the sun, and all these sorts of variables that are hard for us to test are the explanations as to why these things happen. But it may be, if you look at time zones very closely, you'll find that in the above 60 north parallel, you'll find that there's 19 time zones. And then in the main median part of the Earth, there's 24 time zones, as we all accept. And then in the very southern part of the Earth, there's 32 time zones. And so if you think about your dartboard, right, you're going to have much less in the center and then much more space that you need to now account for.
The
in the
annular
outer
area
ring.
is far bigger. Okay, let's explore that, because if you take the North Pole, you've got the equator, and then you've got the ice wall, is it, around the outside?
This is the theory.
Okay.
Yeah, theory. Yeah.
So the sun orbits between the
Cancer and Capricorn.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what we're saying is that the insolation from the sun in the northern hemisphere is essentially 1/3. Sorry. The insolation there will essentially heat that area, but it has 3 times as much south of the equator, area-wise.
To travel, or
the area, that same solar energy, instead of just landing on the north of the equator, when it goes to the south of the equator, the area is 3 times as much, but yet the weather's similar. It should be freezing.
Okay, I have to think about that. I'm not sure. I mean, you know, for me, yeah. Well, one thing that's interesting, I don't think this quite answers that. One thing that is interesting is that, you know, our climate, the southern climate, is quite different from the northern climate. You know, there is a much hotter kind of. I know obviously Cape Town gets a bit colder, but it's a much hotter world. It feels to me in that part, even though I don't think I'm helping myself here.
The thing is, you've got 2 currents. You've got the cold, and you've got the Indian Ocean, which is warm. You've got the
Atlantic.
The Atlantic, which is cold. Yeah. Depending where you are, you get the hot or the cold.
Yeah. So I stood on Cape Point one year. This is before I found the flat Earth stuff, and I was mind blown that I was standing there and seeing the 2 oceans side by side. You could see the darker, warm Indian stuff coming down this way, and very cold, clean water coming up this way. And then years later, when I started thinking about, well, how would the currents work and so on a flat Earth, I started to wonder whether if you had a swimming pool version of the Earth, and you had a pumping system to move the water around that, then the water that's coming down Africa on the east coast is on its way down to a cleaning station, and then coming back up from the cold, clean, having been cleaned and refreshed and returned to the system. So that, you know, if you ran that around, I'm not saying it's the only pumping station, but that kind of fits with this idea.
I mean, the thing is, you're talking about billions upon billions of tons of water. And the only thing that has anything like that amount of power to drive that is the sun.
The sun. Oh, what about gravity? You see, gravity is this thing. We used to say there's billions and billions and trillions of tons of water. And all of that is being held down or held up on the underside of the globe. It makes much more sense in reality to say, let's put our mini town, you know, in Durban we had a mini town. Let's put our mini town in a container, and we'll stick rocks out of that above the water level, and that'll be our continent. That makes a lot more sense than we've got to try and come up with something that is going to be a ball, and I'm going to get water and people to kind of go under that ball and not even realize that they've been on the underside of a ball.
So, I'm sort of following your point there. I mean, okay, let's just take the ball idea. If we are living on a flat Earth, great. What's underneath us?
Rock. Floor.
All the way to where?
Well, you know how far we've dug into the ground?
About 20 kilometers.
Yeah, 8 miles. 8 miles. So no one in science can claim, they can theorize, but they can't claim to know what's beneath our feet.
Well, they have got seismic data, and they can map the mantle and this sort of thing using acoustics.
And you know what happened with the Kola Deep, the super deep, the Russian and American project in the 1990s, 80s and 90s. They, as they were going down, their geophys guys were saying we're going to hit water next, and then they'd hit oil, or we're going to hit rock, and they'd hit something soft. You know, so it calls into question the accuracy, because if I fire a thing down into a place that you and I are never going to be able to visit, and then I interpret the data in a particular way, then how are you ever going to challenge my data if you can't go down there? The same applies with the stars, is that if I say no, the stars are 100 miles high, and you say no, they are trillions of miles high, you and I are struggling to prove either position. However, what we've got to prove the sun being local is that pilots in the cockpit of their planes have turned the camera around and panned onto the sun nestling inside of the cloud layer. And lots of people from the ground level, and this you might say, well, this could be atmospheric, but from the ground level have taken photographs of the sun and the clouds interacting with each other, and the clouds wrapping around the sun. This is footage that you can go and find if you want to. So, but the footage of pilots filming this with the sun down there, inside of the clouds.
But the thing is,
the question.
Your pilots are sort of sub 40,000 feet, so there are clouds above them. So you will be able to have a sight line through the clouds to the sun and say, well, there's clouds above.
Would you be willing to even look at that information, like the evidence of it? Because I think when you see that, you would struggle to continue to make that argument because it's so clearly just there and in the cloud.
So what you're saying is that there are clouds above it. So essentially, the sun is less than 100,000 feet. That's kind of what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and actually, when we take the 120,000 feet type weather balloon and it pans around, you'll see the sun over there somewhere, and then it'll be a hot spot on the cloud or the cloud bank below it. So we can suggest that, as I said, I don't think that it's a physical single point that we're looking at. We're looking at a projection of something else, a projection of a wave, a projection of an energy. But you will see it, say you're in the plane at 40,000 feet, you will see it there, but someone who is immediately below you, say on a beach, they might say, well, it's sunset now, and it's actually starting to go down for me, because it's that time of day. It's 7 o'clock.
Depends where the observers are.
Absolutely, absolutely. But we know the example of the one did I say to you, when I was flying out of Dubai? Right. Well, I was flying out of Dubai years before I came into Flat Earth, and I watched the sunset in the hangar, in the terminal building, and then I climbed on the plane. And once I got on the plane, and then we took off, and we got to cloud level, I saw the sun again. It's like, wow, how am I seeing 2 sunsets in one day? And that observation, if you really plug in the maths of the 4,000 mile radius of the Earth and then the 30,000 feet of the flight, I am just above the surface of that 4,000 miles.
An aircraft doing, I don't know, 400 or 500 knots towards or away from the sun, that's going to make a big difference.
How fast is the sun moving away from us?
About 1,000 kilometers an hour.
1,000 miles.
1,000 miles?
Yeah,
Okay,
1,000 miles.
The aircraft's going to be doing about sort of 400, 500 knots,
miles,
about 600 kilometers an hour. So, it's not
so
huge.
the sun is actually moving away from us, or the Earth is rolling back from the sun, according to the model, faster than the plane is traveling, almost twice as fast as the plane is traveling. And we never have to account for that.
Depends where you're flying to and from, because Saudi is actually north of the equator.
It is, and it's one of those weird things as to why, like, some flights, like Argentina, South Africa, for example, when they started the Tri-Nations, but they added Argentina a few years after that, right? You remember that? I was watching rugby a lot back in those days, and it was like, okay, they're going to fly the Argentinian team to London and then fly them down here. But if you take a globe from Argentina and take a piece of string to Johannesburg, that piece of string is shorter to Johannesburg than it is to London.
On an actual globe or
on an actual globe?
Located projection?
No, a physical globe, which is meant to be...
The other thing is aircraft don't like flying over large areas of open water. It's not a great idea.
I've heard that too, but, anyway, I mean that... Hi.
Oh, we just wanted to know about what you think about the flat.
Okay. Well, I was brought up with the same education you were, as that...
Oh, sorry for interrupting.
No, that's all right. We've spoken many times.
It's a building, not...
So we are saying that we cannot prove that we live on a globe. And the proof that we live on a globe requires that the water is bending and the Earth is spinning. We can't prove either of those two things. Okay, so we can invoke a theory called gravity, that because your bottle will fall on the floor when you drop it, that means that a rock is going to pull water in underneath it. And this is what you're taught when you're this age and you can't think for yourself and you've got to listen to what teacher says and you want the gold star in your book. You've got to answer the question that gravity is attracting all the water to the underside of the globe, and that people can go underneath there and walk there without even knowing that. So that's what you're taught when you're young. But I say gravity is really an expression of buoyancy and density. So if I am in a swimming pool, I'm more buoyant than when I'm in the air. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yes. So I float in the water but I'm heavy in the air. An anvil will float on a bed of mercury, on a pool of mercury. Why? Because it is lighter than the mercury that it's displacing. So everything either floats up like the helium balloon because it's lighter than this air until it gets to the right level where helium sits, and the helium will just hang out there. That's where it's happy.
But if you're in water, you don't float because you normally you sink unless you fill yourself with air. So
With some air?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well,
how does that? Because if an angle was placed in water, it would sink. If you place it in water, it would sink.
yes.
But then on air, you don't.
No, on air, well, we do sink. We're standing on the floor right now. And if you went up to a mountain that was, say, 2,000 or 3,000 meters tall and got on the same scale that you use down at sea level, you would find that you were heavier on the scale at 2,000 or 3,000 meters, even if you could do that in 1 minute. So your body hasn't changed, you haven't eaten anything, you haven't drunk anything, you haven't gone to the toilet, but your body will be heavier on the scale. Why? Because the air at 3,000 meters is rarefied. It's thinner. It's less. It's gonna give you less buoyancy, less flotation. You take that same scale and put it at the bottom of the swimming pool and stand on it, and it'll probably weigh 3 kilograms. You'll probably weigh like 3 kilograms. You know. And as you say, if you fill your air with lungs, you create.
we've been talking this whole time.
You create
I
more
have a question.
flotation potential.
Yeah.
Same with a hot air balloon. A hot air balloon is only going to rise once it's filled with warm air. And because of that heat differential and that lightness that it's created, hot air wants to rise, right?
I have a question. What would it take to prove that to you that the Earth is round?
Well, I was a believer in the round Earth and the moon landings up until the age of 44. So my question is, why is it that you believe that you live on a globe? Because we can't prove it. When you were this small, you would have said, no, the Earth is not moving and I can see water is level.
Unless if I go out of space and see it.
Yeah.
But we can't prove that the Earth is flat or round.
Well, here's the thing that you can prove, is that water is level. You see, so we can take a laser and fire it with even one that you can buy yourself, fire it 10 miles. From one beach, your friend can be on the other beach at 10 miles and they will see that light. But according to the formula of curvature, there should be 800 inches of curvature in just 10 miles. And in 100 miles, there should be thousands of feet of curvature. According to the maths, according to Pythagorean maths, it says 8 inches per mile squared. You can Google this. What is the curvature formula? And you can find that out. And that was what stopped me 10 years ago, was when I heard the formula. I went to school, I studied science, I was reasonably well at school. But when I heard the formula, which I never got taught at school, I was like, hang on a minute, I grew up by the sea. I've seen things too far according to that formula. 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah.
That's the globe formula. So the curvature we can't prove, and Einstein himself said, there's no experiment that we can devise that will prove Earth is moving. Now, Earth is moving in 4 directions simultaneously. Did you know that? It's spinning once a day. It's traveling around the sun once a year. The sun is moving through the Milky Way at over 1 million miles an hour. The sun is, then the Milky Way is moving through the universe at even faster. That's according to what they say. And yet the stars are the same for thousands of years. Zodiacs are the same for thousands of years. Earth is spinning faster than the speed of sound, and yet these trees are not moving.
Yeah. But surely if the Earth was flat, how would that spin probably if the Earth is flat? And also,
how would it spin?
Yeah, like
it doesn't
if it's
spin.
Just like
It doesn't spin.
So it just moves around.
Have you ever been to a nightclub?
No, but yeah.
You never been to a nightclub?
Yeah.
Okay, you know how a nightclub works is that it's got a dance floor,
Yeah.
and then it's got lights that move around the roof.
Yeah.
So the lights are moving around the roof, and then we've been convinced, because we've had too much to drink, that it's actually the floor that's moving and the lights are not moving. But no, what you see when we say sunrise, it's because the sun is rising, not the Earth is
Give a
turning.
second to sing or no? Okay.
The sun is rising because it's coming closer.
Give a second, I can do the sing or no?
I did fairly recently look up
Like a deep conversation. Oh, sorry.
the contrast.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was speaking.
I did recently ask AI about this formula for the curvature, and it said no. Some flat earthers,
Oh, thank you.
flat earthers are promoting this formula, but it's actually not the case. So,
what is the formula then? Did you ask it? What then? What would be the
yes, and it was something quite complicated. But yes,
So it
So
was
you
saying,
should ask it as something to simplify it. Say, okay, so I've got an observation 10 miles away. How much curvature is in 10 miles?
Well,
Answer
here's
me
the
that.
other thing. So I have asked peers, challenged peers on this, and others. The refutation for that is that there is that light bends around the curve. Now, it is a refutation. I don't hold that it works, actually. It doesn't hold true. And I've heard of experiments which are done so meticulously that it just doesn't hold, this refraction theory, because it is a theory. Refraction is part of astronomy. So the way that the stars are calculated from the visible point on Earth, when they're lower in the sky, there is supposed to be a thicker amount of atmosphere for them to come through, which is why lower stars will twinkle a lot more than ones above the head. And that's their model. So refraction is, and there is an element of the calculations as to the location of the stars that is about refraction. But I can't get it where you're going like 100 miles, where you've got lasers going all the way, and then you get this perfect refraction. It just doesn't.
No, refraction is always going to create like a distortion. You're not going to get like that perfect image.
Perfect where you do lasers and
so when you can take a photograph of all of Chicago in perfect, crisp, clear clarity and so on, that has to be the image. You're not seeing a refracted image. Otherwise it would be stretched and distorted. Further I go away from any street light or starlight, the more atmosphere I'm going to go, because as it goes down on my horizon, it's going to have to come through more air or more atmosphere to get to me. So yes, there's going to perhaps be more disturbance of the image.
Yes.
I accept that. But what they do is that the ship's the guys on the deck.
These
right?
don't work, you know.
That's what I'm saying to you. They do, it works for me. It's working for me all the time.
Why do you touch me? Then you've got dirty hands. And,
I know.
I've listened to doctors and nurses explain how medical masks need to be used, right?
Yeah.
And they would be ruthless with each other in the operating theatre if anybody touched their own mask, because you have to scrub, totally disinfect yourself for 5 minutes at least. And then you put on gloves.
You know why
and
they
then
wear
you put the entirely new masks.
You know why they
wear them as splash guards. That's why they wear them. That's all. And it doesn't protect you from any virus or any. So what are you wearing it for?
I'll tell you.
I choose to.
So this is like, this is Stockholm syndrome.
No, there's more to the story. There's more to the story. There's more to the story. He's winding you up.
It's for
he's winding you up.
For anonymity, to hide your identity.
No, don't believe that.
I mean, I get that. I can totally get that's a balance.
I'll tell you, okay? I'll tell you. What I would say is...
Can you take it off where you tell me, because I can hear you better, because I can't hear you properly.
You can either take it or you don't take it. Do you want to hear it or you don't want to hear it?
Well, I can't hear you.
Okay, I couldn't give a shit.
That's good. Anyway,
that's what we're dealing with.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Compliance. That's right. That's right. That's why the tyranny will never win. Resist.
All right, man. All right.
Thanks very much. I'll check your channel and everything.
Yeah. I really enjoyed your company today.
YouTube, it was really great. I don't believe in coincidence anymore.
Good.
I believe in destiny.
Yeah.
I've learned now,
Yeah.
so it's great. And I'm involved in other stuff, and I can't throw myself into it completely, but it's distracting me so much from the other stuff. And neglecting others. I'm rewriting the martial art, because I found that when we walk, we leverage from the feet, and everybody works from the shoulders.
Right.
And so it's even beneficial to work, and it's brilliant to work from the feet, because you're free to work from the center. So I'm rewriting stuff. So that, but otherwise, I fell down the rabbit hole and I found it was the same as enlightenment. There's no difference once you check them out. And they can have the same effect on us as you mentioned before.
Yeah.
You know, the Zen.
Yes.
The
Take a flyer.
What is this? Flat Earth?
You're South African.
Yes.
How's it?
Is this flat Earth stuff? Is it really?
Listen, I grew up in Durban, right, on the sea, and when I found out there's a formula for curvature over the globe, water, 8 inches per mile squared, I know that I couldn't, there's no curvature. Take a flyer.
It's incredible to see such a variety of people here now.
Yeah?
You know,
well, because they got this on, they got other younger people coming through. You see.
But that was a brilliant reaction.
Yeah.
She came and had a laugh.
Yeah. Yeah.
She laughed and left.
Yeah.
Laughed and left.
Yeah.
Well, but she, I mean, you can't dispute. We wouldn't be here saying this unless there was something in the factual, checkable information. And none of this other stuff is factual or checkable.
Yes, yes. I'll be here in August for 3 weeks of August, so hopefully I'll see you again.
Great. You know, it really has been a pleasure, believe me. I love to meet real people with an opinion, critical thinkers, human beings. You know, it's been great. Thank you. I know you don't mind. But I know.
No, you go well. You go well, and I'll see you again.
This was a rip-off, by the way. It cost me a lot in Bitcoin, so I paid a fortune in the end. But I went to somewhere, I made some crazy decisions and
Sorry about
did the
that.
wrong thing.
Yeah.
But I'll get it fixed up.
Good.
Then I'll free my spirit.
Good. Go well.
Oh, I still don't know your name, but I've got it.
Dave.
Dave.
Yeah.
Dave again. Okay, Dave.
What's
John.
John.
Two biblical names.
All right. Yeah, indeed.
Great, man. I'm with you all.
All
I mean,
right.
I've got a totally different idea from the Bible now. I find I'm writing the movie as I go along now.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I said. I've met you, I wrote you in,
Yeah.
and now I'm convinced.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I needed today. I needed to meet you.
Awesome.
I'm writing it all in.
Awesome, John. Go well,
Great,
brother.
Dave. Cheers, man. I'll see you in
Good
August.
luck. Yeah. Hey, guys.
Good?
Good?
All good.
How are you doing?
All good.
Good, man.
He's
we got the
intrigued
same
by
eyes.
your- Huh?
We got the same eyes.
Yeah, sort of.
I can
Blue?
tell.
Yeah, a little.
Yeah, very similar.
You guys do
look
quite similar.
Very
We look
similar.
a bit similar.
Very similar.
How old are you? You're a bit older than me.
57.
Oh wow.
A little older than me.
He's quite similar.
I went to a war in a country called Angola in 1987, before you were born. So I've been around, and I used to shoot long-range weapons, like tanks, yeah? And we never had to make any allowance for the Earth spinning. Have you heard of Coriolis force?
Yes.
Coriolis force is said to be why the weather patterns form clockwise in the north and anti-clockwise in the south or whatever, right? That's Coriolis. And they say that a sniper needs to make allowance for the way of the spin of the earth when he's making a 1 mile shot. I used to make 1 mile shots all the time. We never had to allow for whether I'm facing this way or that way or whatever relative to the spin of the earth. So that I knew as a youngster, but I also knew as a youngster when I was 19 in this war that the Americans were lying to the world about being in Angola because I saw the CIA operatives on the ground while we were in battle. Right?
Just out of interest,
So-
isn't your whole theory predicated on the idea that like there's no Antarctica?
So let me finish, and I'll get to your question. So then I write a book about the battles that I was in. I gave Prince Harry, just down the road here, I gave him a copy of my book in 2014. A little while after that, I found out that 9/11 wasn't done by Osama bin Laden. And a little time after that, I discovered that there's a formula for the curvature over water. But we were never taught this in school. The formula for curvature over water, according to Pythagoras, with a 4,000 mile radius, is that it's 8 inches per mile squared. Now, I grew up by the sea, and I know that I could see things at 10 miles, 20 miles, and even 30 miles on a clear day that should be behind the curvature of the water, according to the globe maps. So if it's true that we are not on a ball of water, then you have to ask yourself the question, why? Why would they lie? Why would they be deceiving us why would they be tricking us about the nature of the earth? And the truth is, and I'll give you the quick answer, you can ask me anything else, but the quick answer is because you are the center of creation. Whatever God is, resides within each of us, and this is our school, our place that we've come in the material form. We are eternal beings, but we've come in a short form material expression now to have a learning experience. But that learning experience has been usurped and controlled by, we could call it the government, we could call it religion, we could call it whatever, but by powers that be that would rather control you, stand on your neck in the physical, maybe to control your spiritual growth. That's why.
So why have they been lying to us for like 3,000 years? Because I believe there was an ancient Greek guy that went down to the Nile, and the Nile is one of the longest river on earth. And he basically said,
the Nile is running up the side of a ball.
At 12 o'clock, you know, I'm going to write down how the obelisk is the shadow. And then at the end, he said, and they were in different spots because the Nile is the largest river on earth. So, and they were at different spots in time because they were in different places on earth, and the curvature had changed by then. So you can't see from one end of the Nile to the other. It's the longest river on earth. So there was a difference in where the shadow of the obelisk fell. So they've been lying for what, 3,000 years now?
Okay, so that's Eratosthenes, and that's 2,000 years ago.
Okay.
And Eratosthenes comes up with this idea, apparently, if it really happened, that yes, if you can do the sticks and shadows experiment. But guess what? Guess what? I could take a street light and put a stick at 10 meters away from that street light and another stick at 20 meters away. Which is going to make the longer shadow?
But it's because
which is going to make the longer shadow?
But it's because it's the other end of the earth. It's not just a street light. It's the longest river on earth. It's one end to the other.
No, the experiment was done 500. They said 500 miles apart. Now this is 2,000 years ago. So how do you think that they could get these measurements at exactly the same time 2,000 years ago? That's it.
Because it was 12 o'clock.
I will accept that is a theory that underscores the idea that it's a globe, right? But it does work on a flat Earth. It does work on a flat Earth with a small and local light, which is why I gave you the example of a street light with two sticks that are either further away. Of course, the light has to be small and local.
But why have they been lying for 2,000 years then? Because that was their proof back then that it wasn't flat.
So here's the question for
Why
you.
have they been lying 2,000
Since
years?
2,000 years, we've had Archimedes.
We've known it's globe.
So here's the thing. Since 2,000 years, we've had Archimedes. Now, Archimedes is recognized to be like the father of shipping, the screw. One of the most incredible minds that ever existed was a guy called Archimedes. Guess what? He never designed a globe. The oldest on-record globe is 500 years old. So the first time anyone ever built a globe is 500 years ago. So if they really believe that,
But
why weren't they?
Aristophanes wasn't even far off. He calculated what the circumference of the globe was, and he was off by maybe 500 miles from today's modern adjusted.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I really can't argue with that. However, what I try to do is to bring people back to the stuff that we can test for ourselves. Because, like I said, that Eratosthenes experiment can work with a small local sun or a distant, faraway sun, like they claim it is. And in the time of the last 100 years, they moved the sun from 3 million miles to 27 million miles to 80 million miles to 103 million miles, and now it's sitting at 93 million miles away. So every time they move it, they have to change the size of both the sun and the moon, because they're meant to be the same size. They're the same size in the sky, but they claim now that it's 400 times further away. So let me keep with the simple stuff. The simple stuff is that water, when at rest, is level. Disprove that, and then you might be onto something. Disprove that. Okay. Before you give me any more,
Can I ask you another question then?
No. Let me address this. Where can you prove to me that water is curving?
Yeah.
Where can you prove to me that water is curving?
Can I ask you another question? Why are all the other planets circular and ours is flat?
Circular.
Sorry.
He'll say everything's circular.
Why is ours the only flat one?
Your first question was correct. They may look circular, but actually, they may. But because that's what you see. You see a little. You see when you were small, before you got indoctrinated, you said, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are."
That's a good source.
Because the truth
that's
is,
a good source. Yeah.
You don't trust
That's
yourself.
awesome.
No such thing.
The truth is that you are seeing a star, but you are told by your school teacher that it's a rock, shining light back over millions of miles.
No, you're not told it's a rock. Stars aren't rocks.
Mars.
They're gas.
No,
What is
Mars is a planet.
Is that not a rock?
star?
It's not a
It's not
star.
a star. No.
So Mars is not a star.
No, it's not.
But
It's
when
a
you
planet.
look at it in the sky,
Yeah.
can you determine the difference between that star
Yes.
and Capella?
Yeah. Mars is orange. Mars is a red
Okay,
hue.
I'll accept that it's red.
Okay, so you can
I'll accept
differentiate.
that the light is red, but the idea that it's a rock reflecting light from the sun, yes, this is what you guys believe, is nonsense. And here's another one. Venus which is on the inside track of the sun, of the Earth, should never be able to reflect the sun's light. Think about that. How can a Venus, which is inside of the distance between you and the sun, be reflecting light from the sun?
Why are you showing those shoes on?
Reflecting, because I'm earthing. Now you're wanting to distract from that.
But why? Sorry, I've been thinking about it from the start. Just wondering.
We're meant to be barefoot. All of this.
But like, why would we develop shoes? What was the theory behind developing shoes? Like, what was the big conspiracy on why shoes are evil? Because there's a lot of glass around here.
Okay.
Like,
So
I'd step on it.
A lot of what?
So Adidas and Nike can make a great.
Oh yeah. No, them back in like ancient Assyria when Adidas was around.
They weren't wearing rubber, bro.
They'd be wearing sandals though.
Sandals are leather.
Yeah.
And leather you can earth through leather. But you can't earth through rubber.
Yeah.
We're electrical beings.
Alright.
And most of your life you were never earthing or grounding. You know the experience.
I wear sandals.
Okay. Leather.
I got some sandals. I got some leather sandals. Moroccan.
Good. Well,
Very nice.
because being in touch with the earth is a very important thing. I'm not saying we should never wear shoes.
What's the benefits of being in touch with the earth?
Because you are an electrical being, and the earth is an electrical system, and you are discharging charge into the earth. You know, like an
electrician. I could get a tax break when I bought trainers because they're rubber soles, so I can offset it against tax.
Yeah. So we're actually insulating ourselves from the thing that we come from, which is the earth. So we're meant to be in contact a lot with, if you heard the expression, well grounded. This is what I'm doing right now. It's called grounding. So, you guys got any questions?
Yeah, I guess my question would be, suppose you're right. Suppose the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
So what? I mean, aren't there bigger issues at hand that you should be devoting your life and spare time to?
If it's true, let's just work with this theory, right? Let's just say it's true. That means that the Russians, Chinese, Americans, British, French, Europe are all working together to hide what is outer space. They're working. Hold on. The whole world. That means that when we go to world war with each other, those powers that are warring with each other are doing it so that they can kill you and me, not because they're really at war with each other. Because they are
how does that link back to the Earth being flat?
Well, because it's like a shared secret. See, because to have a space agency called ESA, NASA, Roscov, JAXA, all these different space agencies, if it's fake, we're working on this hypothesis, right? If it's fake, they're all faking it. That doesn't mean that everybody who builds rockets knows that. No. The person who builds the rockets has no idea. The person who builds the satellites has no idea that their satellite is actually going to be floated on a balloon. It's never ever going to go into space. So it means that all wars are being created by the same banking people, by the same entities that are looking to demean God and what you are. Because if you believe in a globe, you believe in Big Bang, and therefore you believe in evolution.
No, that's not necessarily
Absolutely.
true.
They are all connected. They are all connected. Big Bang brings water, well, first of all, brings us the sun. Then billions of years later, it brings us this rock. And then somehow, we don't know how, water gets here. And then somehow, we don't know how, slime comes out of the water and becomes fish.
It's called
and
evolution,
then that fish,
right?
Exactly. And that evolution is a demeaning of what you are and a demeaning of God, who created you.
But God created the earth.
Yes. And created the man.
But why aren't any religious leaders backing you and saying it's God's will, it's God's want that He wants His population to believe in a flat earth? Why?
Do you have a religion? Are you
I'm
a
agnostic.
Agnostic. Okay. So you accept, though, that people who are in religion might be mistaught. Yes?
All the way from the bottom to the top.
All the way from the bottom to the top.
So everybody in the major religious institutions who deny the fact the earth is flat, they're all wrong.
I wouldn't go as far as the Pope. I would say once you get to that level,
The Pope is involved.
I would say that he knows. Yes.
You think the Pope knows that the earth is flat?
I would say that he knows that space is fake. I would say that the reason why the biggest telescope in the world is owned by the Vatican, and they called it Lucifer, which the name they've changed in the last year or two since people have been making it public, because the acronym for what a large blah 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 blah, Lucifer. And they own the biggest telescope in the world. Why? Because the Bible says it, that the stars are for signs and for seasons. The lights in the sky are telling us what's happening and when it's happening.
No worries.
The lights in the...
Look, I respect you. I respect the fact you've got your views.
Earth is flat, bro. Earth is flat. You're in a cult.
I respect the fact you've got your views, but I need a lot more evidence before I can even begin to...
You need the evidence.
Yes,
well,
I do.
you see, the thing is that what we've been inculcated is laziness. What I hear from you, young man, is laziness.
It's not lazy.
It is lazy. Why? Because what I've offered you, No, you're saying that there isn't evidence. You've got to go and
I
look
didn't say
for
there wasn't any evidence.
You've got to
I
go
didn't
and
say
look
that.
for it.
I said
you have to
you
look
need
for
to
it.
give... Look,
I don't have to give you anything.
But you're
I'm
trying
giving
to
you a
persuade
door.
us then.
No, I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm trying to say, hey, you've been lied to. Are you going to do anything about it, or are you just going to carry on?
What can I do about it?
Well, first, my people die for lack of knowledge. So you've got to go learn and discover who you truly are. Because actually, if you do not come from an involved monkey story that they told us all, if you do not come from that, you were created on purpose, divinely created. Not no.
What is that?
You were divinely created, and not only that. You're not only this material, well, this is where I'm at now, is that I'm not this material being, but I am an expression of something higher. And that expression of something higher came here to learn something. But if I've taken your learning and mistaught you, then are you truly learning what you should learn?
I can believe in evolution, because that to me makes sense.
Muslims
that God
don't
does-
believe in evolution. Muslims don't.
I don't know.
Perhaps they're smarter than the Christian lot. The indoctrination isn't the same. But I could never understand how my religious teachers could teach me about evolution. I could never understand it.
Why not?
It's like because there's nothing created, there's nothing godly about that. That's like Lucky Strike. It's like according to them, we had to wait for an asteroid to wipe out the dinosaurs. Because without that happening, the marsupials would never have risen and become man in Africa. Bullshit. Black people did not come together and make white people. Yeah, you guys are never going to have a white child. Never. Never. For 1,000,000 years you can try and have children. You are never going to have a white child.
We don't have the same ancestors.
Yeah,
That's
what
what
you're
he's
saying.
saying.
But genetically speaking, it is possible. The black woman is the only woman that can produce a white child and a black child. Just saying.
What? I never heard that. But she would have to have a white man.
No. That's not her genetic.
You're talking about albinos.
No.
I've never seen a white in Africa that was born out of black people.
Would you like to? You can Google
I'm
it.
raised in Africa. I know Africa. Black people do not have white children, and white people do not have black children.
White people
Unless
don't have black
unless in their lineage, maybe 10 generations ago, there was someone of color or whatever, of something different. That's the only way that can come in. You think that in a bed of white roses, you're all of a sudden going to find a red rose? No, not unless the seed blew in there from somewhere else.
It's evolution over millions of years.
Here's the belief. This is the religion.
It's
Here's the religion. Hello, guys.
You think the Earth's flat?
Huh?
You think the Earth is flat?
I think that the sea is level.
Okay.
I don't think that it's a globe spinning in a vacuum.
Okay.
That's where I'm at. So the sea is level, we have topography, we have mountains, we have everything. But we have one sea level on the east coast of England, which is the same as the west coast. It might be tidal variation aside. You don't need to.
That's why if you put on a microwave dish in New York, you can communicate with a microwave dish on top of the cliffs at Land's End. No, you can't. Why do they put up communication satellites?
Right.
Why do they do it? Because the Earth is a sphere, and it's the only way you communicate with the opposite side of the Earth.
Oh, you think the Earth is a sphere?
Yes.
He does, yeah.
Oh, and you don't.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
And I-
For a second, I thought you.
He's
And
so,
I can tell you something.
he's so vexed
I can
about his
tell you-
religion. Earth is
No,
flat.
no. He's going to shut me up now.
Earth is
Now
flat.
I'm going to tell you something where you can go to.
Did I give you a
In
flyer?
London.
A flyer.
Yeah.
What does the flyer say?
A flyer says you are divine, that you are the center of the universe. That's what
Are
it
you
says.
religious?
No. Religion, like science, is a mean of control.
Pardon me?
Scientism, like scientism, is a means of control. Religion, because you know what? If I get you into my religion, you will pay me money, and you will come to me every Sunday and ask me
I
for
don't
help.
have to pay money to be religious.
Yeah, well, the religion I came from, which is Christianity, asked us for 10%. You never heard that?
Yeah.
You never heard tithing?
No,
you never heard tithing?
I have.
Okay, so just because you ain't paying doesn't mean that other people ain't paying.
I don't have to go to church to be religious then.
No, you don't.
There we go.
No, you don't. I accept
can still
that.
be Christian and not attend church.
You see, but the thing is, this is where I differ with Christianity. I came from Christianity, right? And by the way, I was smart enough as a 12-year-old, 14-year-old to say to the preacher, you know, this Bible that I'm reading says the earth is flat. Yes? If you read the Bible honestly with an open heart, you should see that. But I could see that when I was young.
Do you have scripture for that?
Yes.
Go on.
Yes.
Proceed.
God set the earth firm upon pillars. God created the earth, and 4 days later, the sun and the moon for the day and the night, which is complete opposite to what your science taught you. The science said sun came first, and then the earth.
I'm not a scientist.
Okay, but no, but I'm giving you the quotes.
Right.
There are, according to the strong Bible people, there are 200 quotes, including Job, where he says he's going to press the earth out like a seal. Now, you know when they take the hot wax and they press a seal, what do you get? A globe, or do you get something that's flat with upturned edges that can keep water in it? See, water must be contained, sister. That's God's reality, is water must be contained. And what God created was an earth with fruit, the orange and the apple, yeah? And all of these fruit are spheres, but the fruit is on the inside of the skin, not on the outside. You see, we believe that we are the fruit of the earth on the outside of the skin.
No, we're on the inside of the earth.
What?
How are we on the outside?
But you don't think that we're on the outside of the sphere? No.
No, because there's an atmosphere around us, so we're inside it.
The atmosphere is not a physical thing, right? Is there a physical thing? Because I've never seen anything in nature that will say, like a tree. If I take one of these trees and I rip a strip around the entire bark, yes? Do you think that that tree is going to live or die? Okay, you may not know this. What if I peel the orange? Is that orange going to stay fresh, or is it going to dry out?
It's going to dry out.
It's going to dry out. Why? Because it no longer has the skin. So I put it in the atmosphere that you told me was the skin, and you're agreeing with me that it cannot survive outside of its skin.
Right.
Right. So we cannot survive without a skin. There has to be a
skin.
No. The atmosphere just killed the orange.
No. If we're using the orange analogy, the earth would be the inside and the atmosphere would be the skin.
No, the skin is a physical thing. The skin of the orange is a physical thing. The atmosphere.
Pardon me?
So you can't survive without God?
I can't survive without God. No.
God is light, yeah?
God is light.
God light, yeah?
Yeah.
Jesus is light.
I think that.
So what's light? Define light.
What is light?
Yeah. It's photon.
Yeah, perturbation.
Yeah, photon. Yeah?
Perturbation.
So photon, everyone's got photons.
We're all light.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, definition of God is light. We are all.
God is the light. Yes, and we are that.
We are all that.
Yes, we are that. I agree. We're in agreement.
So all these arguments, it don't make sense.
Yeah. So, sister, let me offer you this, because I'm enjoying the conversation. Instead of thinking that we're on the outside and trying to kind of do mental gymnastics, I know where you're at, and I'm not going to try and change your mind, but I want you to think about this. Imagine where our Earth, with all the stars and our known universe, is actually one big apple. And if I cut the apple open, top to bottom, and I let it fall open like this, I see in the center is the seed. The seed, in my conception, is your continents. The apple fruit is the atmosphere, the light atmosphere above, and the heavy atmosphere, the sea, below. And in the center of the atmosphere, of the apple, where the seeds are, is where new life can spring from. So you can create new life. Earth will create new life. This is the only place that new life can spring from, is where the seed is, at the very center of it. And so our whole world, because thermodynamics demands it, is that our whole world must be contained inside a capsule. We must be inside the fruit. And what they've been trying to do since the 1950s is to break the skin, break God's earth. We are run by devils, demons, whatever. You will know this from your Christian studies, is that they say that we are in Satan's world right now. Yes? Have you heard that? Have you come across that?
I've seen that online.
Yeah. So they say that we are in, Christians say this, we are in Satan's world. The 1,000 year of Satan's reign is what they talk about. Well, if that's true, then why believe the stuff that they're telling you, the system, the governments? I come from South Africa. You know what they taught us about black people in South Africa? It wasn't true.
Yeah.
You've heard of apartheid. It wasn't true, but the government said it, and people believed it. COVID wasn't true, but people believed it.
So what was happening during
COVID was a bad flu.
Huh? It was a bad flu. A very, very bad flu. That killed millions of people.
No, it didn't.
Huh?
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. What they did to people killed those people, yes.
By making us stay inside? Because there was a point where we were
one of the most
isolating.
important things for general health is sunshine, would you agree?
Yes.
And being with friends and family? Yes?
Yes.
They took that away from old people. Hold on. They took that away from old people who are so frail that now I frighten them. They die a year or two earlier than they would have died otherwise. I deny them access to their friends and loved ones. They die from loneliness. Then I find out that there is this aspiration thing going on, and doctors are talking about this, by the way. It's becoming quite known in certain circles, that when they put people on ventilators, there was an 85 or 90% chance of them never coming off that ventilator. Those ventilators were actually creating a storm of illness inside their lungs. They were completely doing the wrong kind of treatment. Yes. And if you look at the World Health Organization of flu data, they do how many people die of flu in 2019, 2018, 2017. Guess what? You've got 35 million people dying of flu in these years. Guess how many died of flu in 2020? Zero. Zero. What happened to all that flu, sister?
Is that on the World Health? That's on the website.
I mean, that particularly is not on my website. I lost my last YouTube channel for talking about COVID and saying, listen, I was in South Africa and saying to the people there, listen, do not, this is 2021, do not take their vaccination. Do not take their vaccination.
So I take it you don't have any vaccines?
I was vaccinated up until a certain point in my life, and then I realized that perhaps I should trust God and trust nature. Let food be thy medicine, it says in the Bible. So we should be eating ourselves healthy and finding herbs and plants as your great-grandparents would have done. They would have found herbs and plants for their disease. They would not have gone to the doctors and taken poison into their body. So now people, yes, I have an 8-year-old son who has never had a needle break his skin. And he is super healthy, super bright. I have older children who I believed up until they were about 12 years old, all the needles, all the time, everything. I believed it all. Now with my 8-year-old, having done the research, listen to the doctors that are saying, listen, trust me. If you came into your village and said, that stuff that you're drinking is poison, they'd be like, no. Coca-Cola, drink that poison, it's going to make you sick. No, give me another Coca-Cola, please. But we've got evidence that shows how this damages your body. And yet you can't convince people that they should stop drinking it. No, but it's on TV. Everybody's doing it, Alcohol, everybody's doing it. I should be, doing that stuff. So it's very easy. Mark Twain said it. It's easier to fool a man than it is to convince him he's been fooled. And we have been fooled by all governments that have me pit against you as like somehow enemies. Honestly, I walked along the beachfront of Durban in South Africa and I had African people, one after the other, saying, wow, Dave, what you're saying makes more sense to me than anything I've ever heard. We have the same blood running in our bodies, and yet they will have us divided over all of these things that we cannot prove. So it's food for thought. I'm not going to change your mind, but I am trying to say to you, listen, there's something going on here in the world that is designed to deceive. And even if you're in one religion or another, I don't mind. It doesn't matter. I'm not choosing sides. Even if you're in one religion or another, they are still holding the truth about who we are and what our place is. We are meant to be the queen. We are meant to be the king of this place. We're not like these servants and blah, 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 all these various things. So, for me, it's the most liberating truth that the earth is flat and that all the governments are lying. They're going to get us to go to war with Russia. They're going to get us to go to war with Ukraine, wherever. They're going to get us to go to war because they want to control us and they want your soul journey. This is a soul lure system. They want to hold your soul and trap your soul so that you don't ascend. That's my summary for you. Shake your hand, brother.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you.
All the best. How are we doing for time? 6 hours. How are you guys doing? 38 thumbs up. I remember, 7 years since I came to the Speaker's Corner, and it's, I remember about this time 7 years ago, walking out of the Speaker's Corner, shutting off my phone and said, "You've had 1,500 views on this." So that was the high point for that is parent division. How are you guys doing anyway?
There's a lot of
expressive music. Humanity to medical I could do some extra hands on deck, but you might not have heard me say this. I've got the smoke signal. So I'm kind of running smoke free. I would have
That's what our arguments done. Do you know what I mean? That's where the arguments.
Hey.
I find it interesting that you can have pictures.
Yeah. Why?
Just because if I showed you a picture of a curvature, you would say it's fake.
So if this curvature, let's measure it.
How are we going to measure it?
Yeah, good question. So there's a good way to measure it, I suppose. Let's just say we could take
but
like
what I'm saying is, if I've got to forget that, measuring it, this and that.
Why not?
Because for a moment, what I'm saying is you're posting pictures. The audacity of having a picture is wild to me.
Have you ever taken a photo from space?
Have you?
No. Have you?
No.
Okay. So when they present us with photos from space, it's not something that you and I can go and check for ourselves.
Yeah.
Whereas if I take a photo like this from a plane, or I take a weather balloon up to 120,000 feet and take a picture of that, you could actually replicate that yourself if you wanted to. So what stopped me from being a globe believer was the 8 inches per mile squared curvature formula. As they say that there's 8 inches per mile squared, okay, let's go and measure it. Because science, good science, requires measurement. If I showed you a photo of the Loch Ness Monster, you'd go, no, hold on a minute. I want to actually see that for myself, or take a photo for myself, and then we could compare photos.
Yeah, but can I say one thing? That on that premise, you're pretending that you have to measure everything yourself. That's not how you live your life. That's not how I live my life. So, for example, if I told you how many people live in London, you're not going around counting everyone, are you? No. You're just taking it as the census, as gospel. So, and that's with many things. Like you're never going to measure everything.
So I took the curvature as gospel. That the ship's going over the horizon. That's proof of the curvature. And the photos from space. I believed in the moon landings. I took all of that. And
See, that's the problem you have, though.
I don't have any problem, bro.
No, that's a big problem because you're saying two completely different subjects and adding them together.
What do you mean, like moon landing?
A moon landing has got nothing to do with whether or not it's correct that the horizon goes over. They're not even connected remotely.
Well, yes,
not remotely.
Yes and no,
They're two different subjects.
Because the photos.
So, say for example,
the photos. Let me finish. The photos that you were referring to, like, I'm going to show you a photo of the globe. Comes from the moon landing people.
I never said that. I said no, they're not. There's many photos from different organizations from NASA. Regardless, what I'm saying is very hypocritical to have a photo of something that's projecting flat.
Yeah.
But if I showed you the same photo, you'll say it's fake.
If you can take a photo from the beach like this and find any curvature in that, like measurable curvature, and I don't mean like using a fisheye lens that bends everything. I mean, you go down to the beach today and take a photo and see if you can come up with anything different.
But you could never see curvature from the ground.
then why can we see a ship going over the horizon at 3 miles?
I don't know that. I've never measured it.
That's what,
I don't know what 3 miles.
That's what other people will tell me. They'll come here and tell me that. And
No,
if
but have you got to take
Google-
measurement, or have you sent your own ship out and then measured 3 miles?
Where you can Google that. Now we can take what we can. Google will tell you that at 3 miles, a ship will go over the horizon. That's what it'll tell you. But then they'll also, when you look into what the horizon is, you'll discover that it's called apparent horizon. There isn't a physical horizon because
Okay,
the
but
horizon.
what I'm saying is-
hold on, I'm not finished my point. The horizon will be determined by the weather on the day. Not only that, the height of the observer will determine how far. Because if you've been in a plane, I'm sure you have, when you can fly over the Mediterranean Sea and see ships for 100 miles in one direction, right? And all of those look like they're on a level lake. But the dude standing on the beach, the little man standing on the beach saying, well, 3 miles away, it's gone over the curvature, which is true.
What do you mean, which is true?
Well, either I'm at 30,000 feet observing ships on a flat level body of water for 100 miles.
Yeah.
Or I'm standing on the beach saying at 3 miles it's gone over the curve. Which one is it?
What, from the exact same position?
It could be the same position.
Yeah, but how would you? I just don't understand how you would tell if it's flat or not from the water. That you can't physically see a curve, no. But are your eyes able to see physically a curve
So that's
from that
why we
height?
should take a laser and measure it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, you haven't, I haven't.
I have.
What you
I've
have?
taken a laser.
So can
and
you show
measured
me a
it.
video of you and your laser?
No, I can't do that.
Okay,
But
so
I can show you videos of other people.
okay, I've done it myself.
doing
I've done
laser-
it myself.
What you've done?
You said you've done it. I've done it.
Okay. Can you show me a video? of it?
No, I can't. Same as
So
you.
other people, but I can take you to YouTube and show you other people's videos.
Yeah, but I could take you to YouTube and show you where people are saying certain things are anything.
So what we're stuck on here is the basics of water. Water is called water level. We say water level, and when we can build things, we use a spirit level because that will give us a perfect level. They say that the pyramids were built using channels with water because when the water is level, then you know your building is level.
But this is the problem I
You're
have.
hearing me?
No, I'm hearing you, but this is the problem I have.
The Suez Canal was engineered.
But why did you
for
take that as gospel? Have you
120
measured that?
120 miles, the engineers who built it level, and that the sea is level. Now the
But have you
USGS
measured it?
Yes, look at this. Look at this picture.
Look, have you measured the pyramid?
Have I measured the pyramid?
Because remember, we're not meant to be taking things as gospel.
See this here? Yeah. You would have seen this when you were a youngster at school. This is New York.
Yeah.
This is California. Yeah. So we go up and down because of the mountains that we've got on the landmass, but we start at 0 and we end at 0. And according to the USGS, which is the governmental survey, geological survey, there's 9 inches of difference between here and here.
Yeah.
Now, according to the curvature, if you've got 3,000 miles of a 24,000 mile sphere or ball, you're going to have this is going to bend like this. This is not going to be a straight line. This is going to be the same is true with England. England's much smaller, but actually, if you go from the east coast to the west coast, you're going to go up 300 meters, come down 300 meters. You can take topography maps; it'll show you up, 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 down, down, down until you get to the beach on the other side. So actually, when we sail around England, we're sailing on tidal variations aside. We're sailing on the same level body of water. We're not going uphill or downhill. We're not doing it.
But like I said, you're explaining to someone who, like, I have to take these things as gospel.
No, you don't. You can test them.
No, but so tell me what you've tested. Show me what you've tested, because you ain't tested the level, the laser level you asked me to test.
Yeah.
You haven't done that.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. You just told me you. What? So you haven't got no video?
I don't have a video of it.
But you live your
what
life
if
for
I
this.
offered you-
I've met you here 8 years ago. You live your
did?
life for this, with your kid and your wife.
Really?
You
No,
live
you
your
still
life.
haven't
for
looked
this.
into it.
No, but I'm saying you
All this
haven't
time.
in 8 years.
Dude, you're lazy, man.
No,
Yeah, it's
but in
lazy.
8 years,
Seriously.
in
No,
8
no,
years,
no,
you haven't got a video of
No,
that.
in
You
8
could
years,
disprove it.
you haven't gone to try and prove curvature.
No, but you haven't.
I'm not making the claim.
But
there's
where's your
curvature.
video?
When you're a child, you will say that the water's level, right? You will say that until someone says, no, that ship's going over the horizon. Now, when I take a powerful camera and say, oh, hang on, I can still see that ship, even though it went over the horizon. Why? Because maybe my eyes do not resolve things at 3 or 4 miles away.
Yeah, that's possibility.
That's what.
Why has no
that
pilot
doesn't
ever
mean-
come out though?
Lots of pilots have. In fact,
Yeah?
I've got a
Loads
probably
have,
watching
loads
now.
Loads of pilots have
Loads
come
of
out.
pilots.
Loads of, but the pilot's
That's
wife,
it then.
the pilot's wife, the fucking pilot's cousin, the pilot, everyone's in the confusion.
No, they don't.
Everyone.
The thing is that people don't know. Like, you know,
You do know if you're flying in the direction,
if
that's not meant to actually be the direction. You do know, isn't it?
if you're not a Christian, you would be willing to say that, look, these guys who sell Christianity, they are misled. You're willing to say that, and there's billions of them. You're willing to say that, particularly if you're Muslim.
Well, say
or
that again.
whatever.
Say that again.
You're not Christian, but the people who are Christian, they are not lying to their children. They truly believe, and the same is true of the globe. Yes.
But that's a belief.
The water's flat. Huh? The water is level. The water is level.
The land
we have yes. No, the land has got mountains.
Yeah,
but the sea level in
the earth
East
is
Coast,
flat.
same as sea level on West Coast.
Have you ever flew the plane?
Many times. I've flown actually many times to South Africa, which is 90 degrees around the globe. According to the ball, standing up here in London, standing up here in Johannesburg.
Why is it called Down Under?
Down Under is a lie.
Why is it called Down Under?
Down Under is a lie. That's because it reinforced this idea that they're underneath.
So you believe Earth is flat, right?
Yes.
I believe that Earth had 4 pillars.
No, me too. That's biblical. Yes.
Oh, you believe that?
Yes.
Where
there's 4 pillars.
What's put in the four pillars?
That I don't know.
Why not?
That I don't know.
If you don't know that, how do you know?
Well, those are things that I can't test.
No, you have to prove it to me now.
I don't.
You have to.
I don't.
That's why your
water is level. I can prove that to you.
No.
Give me your water bottle.
Tell me.
Give me your water bottle.
Yeah, can I say one thing?
Give me your water bottle.
Can I debunk that?
You want proof?
Can I debunk that? Can I debunk that?
Give me your water bottle.
Can I debunk that?
1 minute. Yes.
Wait.
You see this? You don't want to accept this because if that bottle was 500 miles long,
I'm talking about pillars.
I'll accept
4 pillars.
We've only drilled 8 miles into the ground.
4 pillars. I'm talking about 4 pillars. What is supporting that?
Like a table. Think about a table.
A theory.
What is holding it?
Which means nothing in your language.
I'm willing to accept that theory.
I want you to prove to me.
Theories mean nothing to you.
What?
Because gravity is a theory, but it means
I've
nothing.
got lots of theories, but I also have laws. There are laws of science like thermodynamics that says if you want pressure, you must
What's
contain
supporting the 4 pillars?
What
do you mean you don't know?
I don't have to know.
And you believe the Earth is flat?
Yes. I believe that the water is
Your
level.
brain must be flat as well.
No, I believe that the water is level.
Okay, so water is level.
You can't prove otherwise.
No, I can prove that water doesn't stay level under force.
Under force, that's a different
I can prove that. And
what force are you invoking?
No, but the whole premise that water goes around the globe is because of a force, which they call gravity.
Gravity is not a force, according to science.
What is it?
It's an effect.
Okay.
There's a big difference.
So it's an effect, which affects what?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to repeat your own science. This is your belief system. I don't need to repeat your belief. I'm saying that we don't need that. We don't need gravity because either things are heavy and they settle, or they're light and they rise.
By the way, that statement is wrong. Gravity is a force.
Of course it's a force.
Gravity is a
I was
force.
getting there, but I was hitting them.
How
Of
is it
course
a
it's a force.
What do you mean? Why is gravity?
Why
a
is it
force?
not? Why is it
Because
not?
it pushes,
Because it pulls
pushes,
down
it pushes
into-
and pulls
It pulls
things
down.
into
It pulls things down. So a butterfly can fly against that force, and yet it can hold a ship on the underside
Yes,
of Australia.
because a butterfly is not as heavy as a ship, and a ship or water, it's all about the weight of something, right? There's lots of things that come into play.
That's what buoyancy is. Buoyancy is all about the weight of something relative to the medium that it's in.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what we see. Why a helium balloon is going to go up. Why isn't gravity grabbing hold of it? It's lighter than air.
Exactly.
That's the answer. Right there. You do not need gravity. I don't need to invoke gravity to show the exact same thing that you just described. And the same is the reason why
But you do need gravity to understand why water can curve.
Correct.
I don't
you
see
need
how
gravity.
you do need it.
You need gravity to make the globe work, yes, but you don't need it
What I'm
for
saying
a flat
is,
Earth.
to say water doesn't curve is disingenuous because you know it curves under
no,
pressure.
no.
It does.
Well-
because I can blow into his bottle and it's going to curve.
Yeah, but he put
That's pressure. Exactly. And that's what the scientists claim gravity's doing.
Okay, try and calm down.
Pressure is
Try
pressure.
and calm down, bro. Listen, the winds blow over the sea and they create waves. So I understand how water can be disturbed such that it is no longer perfectly flat and level. But that
It can be
wind,
manipulated any
no
way you
matter
want,
how
depending
much
on
you
how much
disturb
pressure.
it or shake his water bottle around, you will not get it to form a sphere and hold that shape.
Obviously.
Obviously not form a sphere,
Yeah, what's
but
your
it could stick to the side of a bucket.
inside of a bucket or the outside of a bucket?
It could stick to the inside.
Inside of the bucket.
That's not gravity. We're just talking. That's a different force.
This is what I said to
It's a
when I was
different
12
force.
years old. When I was 12 years old, I was saying to my science teacher, so you want me to believe that the bucket and water with a string is the equivalence of gravity?
No. No one said that. No one said that. No one said that.
Centrifugal force.
I'm telling you that water can be manipulated with force.
Force.
That's what I'm making a
You're
point.
putting a force on it, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so that's what
Like
they say
you're not
gravity is, a
going
force.
to
But you said it's not a force, apparently.
Well, no, I think it's an effect rather than a force.
No, but you got to accept.
If
Listen,
you think it's a
you don't
law
think it's true.
or a theory.
No, but you don't think it's true.
I think it's a law.
That's a law for you, but for me it's a theory.
Yeah, but you don't think it's real.
Do you know that gravity,
so
by
if
the
you don't
way...
think it's real, then you have to accept their premise of what they say it is. You
Why
can't
do I
make
have
up
to
your own-
accept their
Because you
premise?
don't think it's real. So
No,
you
well-
can't say, what you think it is when you don't believe it's real.
I mean, you've literally just said it's a theory compared to a law.
Yeah.
You've agreed with me that it is a law, and then you've just said yours is a theory. You said yours is a theory.
The gravity in my world, gravity is a theory. And that was how I always understood it. The theory of gravity, the theory of relativity.
Yes.
Yeah, a
Not the
scientific
law of
theory, though.
relativity.
Not a theory as in...
Scientific theory. So,
scientific
so by
theory is not the
adding
same
the
as a normal
word
theory.
scientific, somehow gives it,
No, it
like
means that it's been
beyond
proved or
religious.
disproved over amount of time. So science isn't the proving of something, it's the disproving of other things. So if you disprove everything else, you can come to the conclusion that that is that thing.
Yeah. So that was why I came to the conclusion the Earth is not a globe, because I went out and tested this curvature, 8 inches per mile squared, and I found that, gosh, other than for waves and disturbance by some sort of additional force that we can measure and test, then the water is going to find itself level, whether it be the Suez Canal, Great Lakes, or whatever.
And what distance did you measure that over? You said 8 inches per
mile squared.
Okay.
Well, I mean, look, there's people, it's very famous in this country, people love to be able to say, on a clear day you can go to France and see the White Cliffs of Dover. All of the White Cliffs of Dover, 300 feet high, 22 miles away. The amount of curvature, according to the 8 inches per mile squared, 300 feet. All of the White Cliffs of Dover, according to the globe maths, should be hidden. The Americans have a weapon called the rail gun, which they shoot from one ship to another at Mach 15. It doesn't curve. It shoots a dart with a laser to point at the target. 100 miles over sea, no curve. But believers of the globe tell me that at 3 miles, the ship has already gone over the curve from the beach.
Okay.
You can't have both, right?
You could.
How?
Because you could. Why? It curves over 3 miles.
So if I can no longer see the ship from 3 miles away.
Okay, at what point is this on the Dover thing? Because you can see a ship from 3 miles away.
Sorry?
You can see a ship from 3 miles
From
away.
the beach?
From the beach, yeah. If you're standing
Google
over
it.
a ledge.
How far until you can't see a ship? It'll tell you 4 miles.
Don't NASA own Google.
No.
When it suits you, don't NASA own Google.
If we take a picture for the Earth, from any position, we'll find what we find. Circle.
Okay, circle, yes.
Circle. But it's the sun objects when we have that.
Sorry?
Is a sphere. Alone object is
Around.
a sphere.
Sphere, yes. Have you seen this evidence? This one, Finestrelles, you French? Guinness World Records, longest photograph, 400 kilometers.
What did he say?
The Finestrelle Mountain.
From 2.8 to 3 miles.
Yeah, it's 3 miles to be fair.
Oh, there you go. See, I'm telling you stuff that you didn't know. You didn't even know
And I'm looking up the railgun now.
You live your life for this.
And I'm
Why should
looking
you
up
know
the
that?
railgun now.
So you're looking at the railgun?
I'm looking up the
I don't
railgun
know
now.
if we'll get all the information. They'll probably say 80 miles.
Okay, so railgun projectiles don't travel perfectly straight due to gravity or air resistance.
So,
no, gravity.
So did you,
remember,
no.
we both agree
Deal
that-
with that, please. Don't
Yeah,
change
okay,
it. Deal with that.
You laughed at
You
me.
lied. Only deal with that.
Okay.
So firstly, wait, I just say you laughed at me for not knowing the thing,
Okay, wait,
and you
wait a
got
minute,
something wrong as
wait a
well.
minute, wait a minute. When I fire something, no matter what it is, if it's heavier than the air, it will settle to the ground.
That's true.
Would you agree?
Yes, that is true.
A dart or whatever.
That is true.
Now, when they fire the railgun, I've watched a National Geographic thing or whatever it was, a documentary channel thing on it. When they fire the railgun, they're firing it from, say, 30 meters of elevation above the sea level, right? And they're going to fire it at another ship, and they have to hit the hull of that ship, which is also going to be 30 meters or less than 30 meters above the sea level, yes?
Yeah.
So in 100 miles, it cannot drop more than 30 meters. Otherwise, it will not see the target. Now, if we just discovered that if I'm standing at the beach, I admit that I'm standing at 6 foot above the water, right? Which is not 30 meters. So I would allow, in my mind, for a different calculation than 3 miles. Hold on. 3 miles, this is really hard for you, I can tell. But 3 miles, if I go up, say, to 20 or 30 meters of altitude, I think the formula would tell me that I can now see 6 miles, maybe 8 miles.
You think, or do you know?
We can look at that.
You live your life this.
Specifically, I don't understand. This is really hurting you, I can tell.
No, you live your life this.
So
How can you
I'm
not
just
know
trying
this?
to go through a mind experiment, and you're sounding like a child more and more.
Why, what part? What part was like
Just
a child?
listen to me. Fella.
What part of it?
Listen to me.
No, answer. You
Listen
just made
to
it
me.
plain. What part did sound like a child?
I'm estimating the height or the distance.
Yeah, but I feel like you should know.
Remember.
Or do we have to Google everything you say? Is that the game we're playing?
Okay, so what was your point about
My
being
point
on height?
is that if I'm 100 miles away, then the amount of curvature, according to the formula, is in the thousands of inches. Many times more than the ship's height. So the ship, if we want to make the belief that actually this projectile is now cleverly cruising at 30 meters above the sea for 100 miles and following the curvature of the water, then that's something that we can't prove. But whereas it's much more logical to say, yeah, it's a straight line.
Well, you could use the same
laser
logic
can
for
see it.
missiles, aeroplanes, anything like that. How does an aeroplane fly constantly at 30,000 feet?
Because it's a plane.
Okay, so what's the difference? How does a railgun work?
Because the Earth is a plane.
Okay, how does a railgun? Earth is a plane. How does the
well, you know, the flat
Oh,
Earth-
the plane, I see what you mean. Yeah,
yes.
Okay.
So the plane flies over the plane, and the nose sits at 1 degree or 1.5 degrees elevation for 10 hours.
Okay.
And then once it wants to settle, it drops to a 0.5 elevation, and guess what? It no longer has the lift to keep it at 30,000 feet, and so it eventually, over 20 minutes, will settle down to the ground. But it is set at 30,000 feet. I mean, the mountains might come up and down beneath it, but it's setting at 30,000 feet above mean sea level the whole time.
Yeah.
Now, when I first discovered this, I took a flight to France in 2016, only an hour long, but I put a digital spirit level on the floor and zeroed it while we were on the ground, and I watched it throughout the flight, which is why I know what the angles are for that flight.
That's fine, yeah.
Now, I've flown many times to South Africa, and that's a quarter of the way around the globe. It's 6,000 miles around a 24,000, 25,000 mile globe, right? So that's 1/4, meaning that I've started here at the 20 position on the dartboard and I've ended here at the 3 position on the dartboard. That's a 90-degree shift in my perpendicular. My spirit level, my gyroscope, and none of my human senses have said I've done anything other than go up, pressure change, come down, pressure change.
Okay, but you understand that the Earth curves at such a slow rate that you wouldn't be able to feel that.
Well, that's the weird thing about this maths formula. I don't agree with you can Google it. What is the Earth curve calculator? And it'll tell you. You can plug in, what is my height now? What is the distance to the object? And it'll tell you how much curvature should be in the way of you and that object. So this you can do. So, where was I going to take you with that? What was your question?
Well, if the Earth curves at such a small rate and you're saying you don't feel it, obviously.
Yeah. So this is, I argue
So
with
we
flat
forgot about
earthers.
the railgun.
I argue with flat earthers. I say that if we're on let's just say it's a billiard ball. You know, like when I believed in the globe, I used to know this quote that if you shrunk the Earth down to the size of a billiard ball, it would be smoother than a billiard ball. Yeah, you've heard that before, possibly. So I imagine us being on a billiard ball, right? And what they say is that the 8 inches per mile squared gets exponentially higher because it's the miles squared. So at 1,000 miles, we're talking about, 80,000 inches or 800,000 inches of curvature. You're talking about a massive amount. And I argue with the flat earthers. I say, so you mean that it's less curvy where I stand and more curvy 100 miles from me? What happens if I go to 100 miles from me? Is it going to be less curvy again, or is it still
Well, that's the
going to be more
argument that
curvy?
it isn't completely round.
Okay, so a blade spheroid, I don't mind. It doesn't matter to me. But we're still talking about essentially a spherical ball, almost ball-like orange or apple or whatever. Yeah. But according to the 8 inches per mile squared, by the time you get further and further away, the plane is actually meant to be like heading straight down.
Well, it's not, because gravity's in the middle of the Earth. So it's not going down, it's
not going
staying
down
at the
all.
same constant.
Because the Earth's moving.
How far?
I don't know exactly. But like what you just said, the Earth's not meant to be facing down.
Well, I mean, in order for me to kind of get out of the plane in Johannesburg and be standing at a 90 degree, do you understand?
Well, you're not
that?
standing at 90 degree angle. That's the thing.
Why not?
Because
the centre.
The
So
centre.
there's only one up? Or is
Yeah.
it everyone's
Yeah, there's
up?
only one up. There's
So
only
that's
one
a flat earther. Welcome to the flat earth. Because you see, on a globe,
It's
on a
relative,
globe,
yeah, the one up is relative to where you are on the
yeah,
planet.
there's no up and down according to your science. Is that there's no up and down. It just happens to be locally up and down. And when I go over there, it's up and down, but it's not my up and down, right?
Oh, yeah.
But so that means that if we had to stop stop where we are right now, and the Docklands buildings are standing this way straight up and perpendicular, yeah. The Johannesburg buildings are actually doing this. Now you may want to somehow mentally gymnasticize yourself into, oh, no, they're still on the same up. No, they're not.
No one said they're on the same up, but they're up. You're up.
They're
No one said they're on
90
the same
degrees.
up.
Yes. So now, in order for your plane to land in Johannesburg, it cannot land like this. It has to have gone that way in order to land flat, to be perpendicular or parallel.
I mean, I can see
to
we're
the
just going to
ground.
disagree with this. We're just going to disagree about this because that's just not how that works.
I know that's not how that works, because in
There you go.
reality, everything is running off a flat plane. And actually,
it's not. It's-
so this guy doesn't know, it's 1,000 miles an hour. The Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, okay, which is against the direction of the sun at 1,000 miles an hour. But we've got no winds that account for that. There's no sign of that. Planes do not need to make any account for that. Like either they're flying with, against, or adjacent to the spin of the Earth. They do not make it.
They
in
do
fact,
make account.
Pilots
They
are
do.
taught.
They do. That's
Pilots
a
are taught, including I've seen NASA documents that say treat the Earth as though it's non-rotating and flat.
Okay, so
That's
when you
how
fly
we
to
build our
America,
craft.
when you fly to America, it's always quicker flying back.
Yeah, that's called the jet stream, bro.
The reason is because a plane won't just fly as fast as the Earth.
That's so like simple. Come on.
A
The
plane-
Earth is flying at 1,000 miles.
So what
the
do you
Earth
mean
is
the jet
spinning
stream?
at 1,000. You
What
don't
does
know
that
the
mean?
jet stream.
No, what?
There are at altitude, 40,000 feet or thereabouts, there are very powerful currents moving in a circular
That's true.
over the Earth. And if we jump on the tail of that, it can give us an extra 200 miles of ground.
Okay, no, but did it always go the same way?
No.
Okay, so there you go. So why, when you fly to Las Vegas, if you look in your phone now, why is it an hour quicker to fly there than it is back?
Jet stream.
So always. You just said it's not always going the
Oh,
same way.
I only think of the jet stream going in one direction. I may be wrong.
It goes
I may
different
be-
directions.
I may be wrong, but the point is they're using the jet stream to expedite that flight.
Well, let's find out if it goes in one direction.
Okay,
Because if
that
it doesn't,
that neither proves nor disproves.
well,
but
it does.
remember,
Because if you always fly an hour, unless they're deliberately delaying the plane.
what's the speed of the plane? 600 miles an hour, 500 miles an hour?
Irrelevant, completely slower than the spin of the Earth, which means you
Completely
wouldn't feel
slower.
it.
Yeah, so which means that how do we even catch up to something that's traveling away from us faster than us?
But you don't.
No, you don't. You're pulled with it.
Because you do, unless there's air resistance, and then you do catch up with it.
Well, no, okay, so I'll tell you what the mainstream science says, is that the atmosphere is moving with us.
Yeah.
Because it's been spinning for so long, the whole atmosphere moves with us such that on a cloudy day where there's no wind, there appears to be absolutely no movement in the sky. And here's the kicker, is that every mile I go up, my speed the atmosphere has to move faster in order to stay above my head as a column of air above my head, right?
Yep.
You understand that?
But
So-
can you say that one more time, sorry?
Pardon me?
Can you say that one more time?
As I get further away from the wheel, let's say I'm spinning a wheel, yeah, or the Big Ben clock, we know that even though that the clock hand is turning once an hour, yeah, the spindle is moving much slower than the point of the long arm, yes? So that's true here. If at 4,000 miles from the radius, which is where we're standing according to the model, we're moving at 1,000 miles an hour. If you go 10 miles up, you have to go faster in order to stay directly above me, yes?
Yep.
So this is the weirdest thing, is that how is the atmosphere being pushed by what is being pushed to make it go faster than me on the ground? Because when I was a kid and I
The
spun
rate
a-
of expansion. So the universe expands. The universe is expanding faster and faster as we go out. It's true. You can look it up. That's called the
But
rate
how
of
does
expansion.
how does that affect the moving of the atmosphere? in
Because it's the
our-
same on a smaller level. So the universe basically expands at a faster rate than the speed of light. So we, at the moment, possibly won't see, if the universe is bigger than what it is right now, the observable universe is what we have. What's outside of the observable universe, we will never see, because it moves faster than the speed of light. And you can take that to your clock example, right? Out there, it's moving faster, but you get to about here, And this is where, say, the hands are.
But that's a complete.
And it goes closer
now
and closer
you've
and
done
closer.
something completely different. I think we may not realize it, but what you're talking about is the expansion outwards, like as in the Big Bang. What I'm saying is that I've got the Big Ben clock like this, and I've added an extra inch to the length of the arm, the hour arm, or the minute arm, whatever. And so now, when I measure the speed of that extra length, it is traveling faster than the original length. Yes.
The end point would be.
The end point is traveling fast. Yes, angular change is the same, but the actual speed is now different. But the advantage I have here is that I've welded the little extension onto the end of my clock. But we haven't welded the air on. There's nothing welding the air to our thing, which is why, like I was going to say, the example of when you were a kid, you're cleaning your bicycle cogs and whatnot, and you've got the bike upside down on the seat and whatnot, and you're spinning the wheel as fast as it can go, right? Without even having to put smoke near that wheel, that some air which is right near the wheel is kind of being dragged along, but very quickly, as you move away from that wheel, the air is no longer feeling the effect of that spinning wheel, yes?
Yeah.
Well, why isn't that the same on the Earth?
Well, it is the same as the Earth.
No.
It is, because that's what the ozone layer is, and the atmosphere.
No, but what I was just saying is that the clouds that are a few miles above my head, they need to be moving at a faster speed. Angular change the same, but a faster speed.
Yeah.
So what's pushing them so perfectly such that it seems like they're not moving?
They are moving. If you look at the clouds, they are moving.
There are days, like most days, but there are days when you can sit there and go.
So a lack of wind. So the same principle as the jet stream.
A lack of wind.
Exactly. So wind. I'm assuming you know how wind works, and the heat that rises through the air that you can't see. So that's how parasailers can go upwards, because they catch a bit of heat, which brings them upwards. Same principle with clouds. If they're in cold wind, they're not going to move. If they're in hot wind, they're going to rise, they're going to come down, and it's all about the weight of the cloud and everything.
So I totally agree with you on that. I totally agree with you. I think that the clouds are independent from the Earth, and they are affected by heat and other low pressures and blah blah blah. So that's what causes them to move. Some days that they will be unmoving, and some days they will be moving against the spin of the Earth's direction. If the Earth was spinning, they're like, okay, that's going the other way to which way we're spinning. So all of those things to me show an independent system, independent of the Earth, not one connected to the Earth. Obviously, people will give me now at this point. They'll say, "Oh, but what about the train and the plane? The air inside the train and the plane is moving with me." But this is an enclosed system, and you cannot invoke gravity to say that the gravity is the same enclosure as the capsule that is the plane.
I wasn't going to argue that. I was going to agree with you there. I would say that it doesn't do that on the same scale that you think, because the wind, so take for example the wind, is protected by the ozone layer, protected by the atmosphere. Okay, so we're not affected by zero gravity, okay, because we're close to the Earth right now, right? The wind, at the same principle, is not at a level where it's affected by anything else. Because we're inside the atmosphere, imagine this is an enclosed space as well. The Earth is its own enclosed space.
That's what I believe.
Exactly. So, and inside that enclosed space is independent.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So it can move every which way.
You're getting closer to the flat Earth than you realize.
I'm not.
Because for us, the Earth is, it has to be enclosed. Thermodynamics' second law would say that if we didn't have a lid on us, the vacuum space is far more powerful than our little 115 bar or whatever pressure that we're in here. So instantaneously, in the same way as if you puncture a deodorant can, there is an violent equalization of pressure as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And that's what would happen if we didn't have an enclosure. So we say that we have a lid in which there are strata, heavier gases, lighter gases. There's heat over there causing a higher pressure, and there's cold over there causing a lower pressure, and that's going to cause things to move. And then when we look at winds, there are places in the world that have such heavy winds, and there's other places that have almost no wind. So there are all sorts of things that don't quite, for me, that don't fit with the globe model, but quite easily can work on an enclosed system.
Why doesn't that work?
Well, like I said, like if you take, okay, let's just say we fill a train car with a colorful gas, and when we rip off the lid of the train car, When we rip off the lid of the train cover, because I say that there is no lid, but the train is still moving, then immediately the atmosphere will get into that space, interfere with the coloured air that we've created, and then dissipate it down the length of the train in the distance, the direction it has come from, kind of thing. You know? That's what we would see in reality. And so this idea that we have no lid on us, and yet we are hurtling through space at 30 miles a second, even faster if you count the other movements, but just the travel around the sun is 30 miles per second. And that the vacuum of space is somehow being held off by, you know, a gravity or a magnetic shield or something.
Not helium, hydrogen. I think it is nitrogen. What makes up the ozone layer?
Right.
I'm not exactly sure the gases that make up the ozone layer.
But there are light gases, aren't they? And you know, like this example, and you probably did it. Seems you sound like you've done quite a bit of science. You've done experiments where you can take gases in a chamber and allow those gases, either if they're heavier, to settle or to rise in the space, like the steam in your shower. You know, it'll kind of, because it's warm and what have you, it's going to sit up in the ceiling space, right? And so that's what I would expect. Like our hot air should just, the light gases, the freons, and all of those things, they should just go off. To say, well, we've got an ozone layer, and that ozone layer is a plastic skin or a...
Well, they do go up and they dissipate, and that's what... So say if you're standing on top of Everest, you have less oxygen. That's why you need an oxygen mask, because there's not oxygen in the air to do that. So the example you're talking about, it does go up, but to a certain level, which is why you get high up. That's why you couldn't breathe outside the plane.
Yeah.
Because there's nowhere to breathe outside the plane. There's no air up there. So it's not. It doesn't go from suddenly loads of air to
it's a gradual thing.
The ozone layer. To
you and I could walk
space.
up 2,000 meters, 3,000, maybe even a 4,000 meter height today, but we wouldn't be able to go straight up Everest today without a lot of our body becoming adapted to that rarefied air. And here's another weird thing is that I was taught this in science class as a kid, because in South Africa, well, I lived in Durban on the beachfront or on the sea, and in our capital city is Johannesburg, Pretoria, and that's over 1,000 meters above sea level. And the science teacher would teach us, look, if you go up to Johannesburg today, you will weigh more when you get up there. Why? Because the air is thinner and it has less buoyancy. It has less ability to support your weight. So this is not gravity. You know, just because I've gone 1 kilometer above a 6,000 kilometer core, and now I've got a discernible weight. I did it recently. I came back from South Africa 2 years ago, and I put my suitcase on the scales in Cape Town. And then I had to get off the plane in Johannesburg and put them on the scales again. South African Airways, same scales, same whatever. My 20 kilogram bags were 200 grams heavier in Johannesburg. And I hadn't touched them other than taking them off the plane and put them on the next scale. And that's a fact. That we can, obviously, as you go up, there's less buoyancy in the thinner and thinner air, which makes sense in the same way as there's more buoyancy as we go into the water or if we go into the Dead Sea. They say that the Dead Sea is because of, I've been in the Dead Sea, they say it's because of the high salinity, and it may be about that, but I think it may also be because actually at 400 meters below sea level, we're essentially dealing with much deeper or heavier water than we are dealing with at zero at sea level.
Yeah, exactly. So you just prove gravity.
Why?
You just prove gravity. That the closer you get to the center of the Earth, the stronger the pull is.
Well, I mean, if that was true, right, then it would be very minuscule for me at 400 meters or 1,000 meters over a 6,000 kilometer. You know, I'm talking about 1/6,000th of that distance. I would have thought being able to measure myself that kind of thing. But we won't agree on that. Obviously I came from, and I put children through university on the globe. I believed it all. So it's only in the last 10 years that I went, oh, hang on a minute, I can't measure curvature. I honestly can't. I grew up by the sea. I used to go to the beach a lot. I would see things that I just took for granted. But then when I plugged in this formula to my mind, I went, oh, wait, I used to see things that are way further than that away. It says that I should only be able to see 3 miles. It says that I should only be able to see a street light from 5 miles or whatever up the coast, and yet I was seeing 10 miles, 15, 20 miles up the coast, and I was seeing street lights. And street lights are smaller than ships, and yet I can see them at night. The longest we've ever seen furthest we've seen a lighthouse is 60 miles. You know?
I think it's. Well, I know the longest you can see a mountain from another mountain is 300 kilometers. So I think it's somewhere in the Himalayas to somewhere in Serbia.
Okay.
That's across the Himalayas.
Well, a guy recently took a photo of 7 Alps peaks from Wales with a powerful camera, and he's mapped each of them. And 701 miles is the first, or kilometers, I'm not sure now, but it's that long. And then someone in Greece took a picture of something in Israel or something, I can't remember now. But there are more and more of these, as cameras are getting more powerful, there are more and more of these line of sight shots that we're seeing that, according to the formula, and you can plug it in, how much curvature should be in the way. This one here should have, I haven't actually got the picture of it, but this reference I made to the Guinness World Records, there is a picture of that available in the Guinness book. That's, according to if you plug in the formula curvature for 275 miles, you're talking about more than a mile of curvature.
Okay, and he was standing on a mountain?
He was.
And he took a photo of a mountain?
Yes. Okay. But he saw, you can see, you should go and look at it, because you'll be able to look it online, but you can see the water level, and then you can see all of this island called Finisterre. And it only happens 2 days a year because the sun sets behind it on 2 days of the year. That means it gives you a silhouette. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see it because of the atmospheric occlusion. Obviously, the higher we go, the further we can see. But the idea that we're now seeing around a bend and so on. There was a famous one in America, a guy taking a photograph of Chicago across Lake Michigan. It's 50 miles, the photo, 56 miles or something. And it became famous because it was on the local Chicago news channel. And they said, oh, this photo has popped up. This is the weatherman saying, the reason you can see this is because of atmospheric refraction. And we've looked at that and we've realized that we can see the entire buildings crisply. There's no bending, there's no warping, there's no refracting of the image. It's an actual line of sight. And many people since then have gone back and repeated that. And that's what science really demands, is that you see something, you go and test it. And so if I can see something at 50 miles, even less, that's meant to be behind the curve. Now, I know from testing this myself that I can get my little boy to run across a football field. If I put my head on if it's a flat level football field, I put my head on the ground, I will lose his ankles first, then his knees, then his hips, then eventually his head. And that's not because he's gone over a curve, it's because of my angle of resolution on his feet is so small that I lose that first. And then the head. That's why the crow's nest is at the top, because the best angle of resolution is from the highest perspective.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean we're seeing over.
Well, it doesn't apply. Then that example is perfect because then it doesn't apply to seeing from the top of one mountain to another.
Yeah.
Because that's not a low angle of resolution. That's very, very high. In fact, the highest point you can get.
Yeah.
So I see your point, but it's just.
Yeah. So obviously, the higher we go, which is why I use the example of. This is probably before I became into the flat Earth. Was flying out of the Mediterranean, and flying, and just being amazed by how many ships I was able to see. Red Lives Matter. And of course we're all flat earthers, just very few of us know. And if we are flat earthers, we're all together, we're all one creation. But I could see many ships, like I would say 50 ships, dotted around for hundreds of square miles around me. And all of them look to be on a perfectly level body of water. So that's what we observe from when we take angle of resolution and we're sort of top down looking. We can see a long way and everything seems pretty flat. In fact, a very famous Frenchman by the name of Picard. Picard, yeah, they used his name in a TV Star Trek or something.
Jean-Luc Picard in Star Trek, yes.
Yeah, his name was Picard, and he went up in the late 1800s in a gondola, a sealed, pressurized gondola, up to 10 miles. And when he came back, there was a newspaper clipping of him, I've seen him saying, the Earth looked flat with upturned edges from there. Neil deGrasse Tyson says the Red Bull jump wasn't high enough to see curvature. You can't see curvature. He says, he's talking to university students, and he's got this video of it. He brings out this big beach ball. He says, yes, at 200,000 feet or 100,000 feet, you're this far above this beach ball. You cannot see curvature from this height. This is exactly how he said it to these students. He said, DeGrasse,
that guy's a liar.
the Red Bull, you know why they had to come up with that? Because even though most people say Red Bull, I saw all the curvature from the Red Bull jump. Yeah, because the external cameras were all fisheye. But there was one camera on the inside behind his head that was a flat camera. And you see as he jumps out, falls out of the cupola, you see it flat across, just like this. You just see flat outside of his cupola. And that came out and became very well known. And hence, Neil deGrasse Tyson goes on record and says, he wasn't high enough to see curvature. What you're seeing there, this is his word, are fisheye lenses. That's what he says.
Wow.
Now, and then people tell me, no, at 30,000 feet I can see the curvature. Or at 3 miles I can see the curvature. And yet, when I take this photograph, say at 30,000 feet, I know that this expanse, without being able to measure it, this distance here could be 100 miles. That distance from left to right could be 100 miles, and there is no curvature on that. That is perfectly flat. So is that. That could be even further. This one may be only 10 miles, maybe 15 miles across left to right. There is no curvature. You watch a ship go.
And that's the thing. It's like, at least for everyday reality, you relate to the Earth as flat. And it's like none of the engineering projects, like canals and stuff. I actually asked AI this, and it was adamant that the calculations for the Suez Canal, the Panama Canal, did include. But there isn't any. There is.
Okay, here's your question. I heard your question. How do we now?
No, I've got another question.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me do the first one. How do we have sunsets on a flat Earth?
And time zones.
Okay. So remember, before 500 years ago, there was no globe. No globe was ever made up until, according to the.
Yeah, Galileo was always.
500 years ago is the oldest known globe on record. So everybody on Earth.
No, Pythagoras.
No, never made a globe.
Aristotle and.
They never built a globe.
No, but they said.
They went for the sun is the center. We are going around the sun. Yeah, that was the beginning of the heliocentric deception. Let me offer you this. Okay. Like if I had a super bright light here in Hyde Park right now, in fact, maybe tonight it'll seem like this place right here is bright, but I'm going to leave here and go to Bromley.
Yeah.
I won't be able to see any of this light.
Yeah.
So if I took a light across Hyde Park, it was super bright, then the people that were nearest me would say it's super bright, it's midday. But as I walked 100 meters away from them, like, oh, the light is receding now. And guess what? It seems to be going lower and lower, even though we know he's on a level playing field. Just like these photos here. This photo of these lamps. These lamps are all the same height. But because of perspective, it makes it appear as though it's going down. It makes it appear. Now that's the one thing. Time zones are another interesting one. You know what? We've got 19 time zones in the very northern part of our globe, 24 in the bulk of our globe, and 32 time zones in the southern region of our globe. Now, if it is a globe just spinning with a Terminator line that you can imagine, then there should just be 24, bomb, 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 like an onion, an orange. There should be segments all the way around, and they should be equal all the way around. Yes, maybe narrowing at the poles, but there should be 24 positions, Y90, Y24, Y32. That's the time zones. Now, obviously, if I took an example of Wembley Stadium and I said, okay, I've still got this big light, but it can only, unfortunately, illuminate half of you at any given time. So over the next 24 hours, I'm going to walk around the stadium, and you're going to experience both day and night. During the 12 hours, go and rest. You won't be able to see your way around the stadium. When the light approaches you, it'll be morning, time to get up. So ancient cultures who built wonderful cathedrals and all sorts of technology, they believe that everything, the tropics, the seasons, the time zones, everything can work on a flat Earth. It's just a matter of whether we're willing to go and explore the alternative possibility, because most of us are given one answer. There's a season, there's a time zone. The reason why you have seasons and different seasons in the north and south is because there's a 23-degree tilt of the Earth. The reason you have this is because there's this on the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. And we were never taught about the 1,000 miles an hour, but when you really think about it, you go, 1,000 miles an hour, really? How do we not have science? How does Einstein say that we'll never find an experiment to measure this? How did Airy's failure come to be? how did all the interferometry experiments fail to prove that the Earth was moving around the sun at 30 miles a second? 30 miles a second. And yet the atmosphere has nothing to do with that. It doesn't need, we don't need a, we know that a bullet train has to be a sealed container. And yet we're moving faster than a bullet train and we have no sealed container. But this theory of gravity, because my pencil is heavier than air and it fell to the floor.
I haven't answered your...
That's the sealed
That's
container.
biblical. It's biblical, yeah. And even Islam says there's a roof. It's hammered out by God. It's like a steel drum or something.
I'm a flat earther. My friends take the piss out of me.
Do they?
I've been flat earth for maybe 3 or 4 years. The earth is flat. I don't
Bro,
care what anyone says.
they will mock and they will laugh.
You're going to get it, aren't you?
You're gonna get it, yeah. All my mates take the piss.
You had a question.
Yeah, the answer to your time zone question
Yeah.
is that it's not regulated the same way that other things are. So time zones aren't defined just by a longitudinal thing the way you describe it. It's defined by convenience for countries, which sounds stupid, but imagine you had a time zone went bang through the middle of Hyde Park. You could be 12 o'clock here and 1 o'clock there,
South Africa,
which wouldn't be convenient.
Well, South Africa has that, and so
Exactly.
what they choose, because they spread out over about 30 degrees east to west, almost, and so they do choose GMT +2 or -2 rather, and and so the whole country operates on that. But that doesn't affect, that doesn't affect the actual placement of the time zone. So we might decide to choose to use the 30-degree line rather than the 15-degree line in South Africa, which is what they've done. But they could choose either. You see, but so that doesn't mean for them to change that. And then also when you look at the extra time zones in the southern oceans, they're in oceans. There is nothing. There's no land to make the point that you make. There's no continents in Australia, Russia, America. These places that have multiple time zones. Well, they just move from time zone to time zone within the country. They don't say, well, let's move the time zones to suit our country.
In some countries they do. So Russia does it. I don't have examples of other countries, but Russia specifically does it.
Russia is as dodgy as buggery, mate. When it comes to, the size of Russia in reality is not what you see on the map. You can do Google. I did this. I spent 100 hours, no, 50 hours maybe, doing Google hikes where I can plot me a route from this place to this place. And you'll find that the distance from Moscow to Vladivostok is nowhere near as long as the globe or Mercator projections would have you believe that it is. Africa is longer by far.
Well, yeah, that's just because the globe is so skewed. The globe we have today isn't the actual size of the globe. So you can look up an accurate globe, and I think it's something like you could fit all of the UK into. Texas is 4 times the size of the UK.
Many times bigger than the UK. Texas is
ridiculous.
huge.
Or Texas is similar size to Europe. Something like that. So it's the globe that you're talking about isn't a geographically accurate globe. So the example of Russia is.
And then so what we have to wheel out is excuses as to why it's not that. When we live in a digital age, people believe that we've had satellites 50 years up in the sky mapping. So it should be by now possible, 50 years in, if I can map the human heart without even going into your body, I should be able to map with all these satellites the exact position of everything.
We can.
They're all an artistic interpretation. I've heard the Google guy does an artistic interpretation. They come up with a new marble every year or so.
The blue marble.
The blue marble.
Well, he's a NASA guy.
And the Google guy who does the artistic, it's like they admit it's made up.
Well, and the NASA guy, the blue marble that was on the iPhone back in the day.
From space like that.
The blue marble.
Anyway, so it's an artistic impression.
That blue marble that was on the iPhone back in the 2005-7 era, the guy who drew that, a guy called Rob Simmons, he worked for NASA. He was what they call a data visualizer. He took data and turned it into a globe. And he said, I was absolutely surprised when they took my blue marble picture and put it on the iPhone. Now, people believe when they're looking at that iPhone image of the blue marble, they're looking at a photograph of Earth. Nothing could be further from the truth. He said, I don't know what it looks like. So what I did was I took the amount of phytoplankton in the sea and I made it a little more green there. And then I used the clone tool many times to pop clouds in here and all of this sort of stuff. I've never been and I've got no one to tell me what it looks like. So I'm having to go off this data that I have. But so no, there's a lot of things that we take for granted because we're told that this is how it is and this is why it works this way. And I used to believe all of that. And then, as I said, curvature. Curvature killed it. There is no measurable. Let me say it again, measurable curvature. Observable, you might think we're seeing curvature because of refraction.
Are you a flat earther or a round earther? Round. Okay.
Well, I'm having
a
go over the
flat earther or round earther?
Well, when it's midnight here, they start cricket matches in Australia at the same time, same moment of time.
Yes.
How's that possible?
Well, come back to my example of Wembley Stadium.
I've got to go call my family.
And there's another one I'm asking.
Thanks for the conversation. I really enjoyed it.
Do some research on this online.
I think you should do some research. I still disagree, but
I'm on this guy. I'm with this guy.
We came from that. Now, so remember the Wembley Stadium example. The Wembley Stadium example is where the light is in Europe or over Africa. It is still approaching America. Cheers. And then when it gets to America, it starts to get dark here. And then when it gets dark in America, it's midday in Australia. So, you know, we can quite easily demonstrate on a flat Earth how, just think of like a round table on which I've laid out a round map, and then I've got a torch and I'm just taking it around once every 24 hours. So this place is light, that place is dark. The idea that light travels infinitely far and the sun is so far up that it can illuminate the whole Earth, that's all part of the belief, propaganda. So it's small and local.
Have you seen this stuff about like rainbows? Rainbows is another thing where I was like, yo, impossible. So like if you was to recreate a rainbow, you know the shape of a rainbow. Go like ask the best scientists you know with all the equipment, the only way you can recreate a rainbow, like the shape of what a rainbow is, glass dome.
You need a mirror.
Impossible to do it with like a round one.
I did that with Piers Corbyn because we were in Parliament Square, and because he goes on about flat earthers sometimes, and he was like, "There's a rainbow," and he's going, "Look, how do flat earthers account for that?" My friend says, "Same shape as the dome." And he was
go in like a dark room and go ask any scientist, anyone who knows about light, go ask them to go in a dark room and just create any sort of thing which is a rainbow shape. It has to be a dome over the thing. Nothing else.
And you need a reflective surface. Apparently you cannot do it without a reflective surface. You cannot create a rainbow without a reflective surface. So we think
the sun's got to be behind you.
And the sun's got to be behind you.
Because it's the refraction of light.
Yes.
So a rainbow to your eye. So if I'm standing next to you, we both observe a rainbow. We've seen different rainbows.
Yes.
Because it's an angle.
Agreed. And the same is true with the sun. I say that the sun that you and I see are different depending on where we happen to be standing at this given moment in time.
As light hits you.
As light hits you, but you can stand on the beach at sunset and watch the light come to your feet, right? Someone 20 meters down the beach from you can't see the light coming to their feet, but it's coming to their feet. Yes. And then they can't see it coming to your feet. So it's a personal thing. When the moon is shining over your head on a cloudy night, it's only creating a bright spot in your town. When you look away from your town, it's darker and darker and darker the further you can see. But your friend who's further and further away from you, where you think it's dark, ask him to go outside, and he also knows it's bright here, it's dark where you are.
Yeah, it's also to do with
so it's personal.
Particles in the air as well.
Well, I mean that's sounds like a mainstream kind of idea. For me, it's more that the universe is centered on you individually, and so all the lighting system focuses on you. So when I travel on a train across with the sun over there in the clouds, and I'm watching it just follow me, almost kind of coming through the clouds. It's almost following. It feels like it's following me. So I think that the moonlight, it follows you, but it is on a wave. It is on a track, and that wave goes up and down once every 24 hours. And when it's down, it's dark, and it's up, it's light.
The other thing, this phenomenon I experienced twice. I mean, Durban and Johannesburg should be on different time zones.
Yeah.
Because the sun effectively sets at different times.
Yeah.
For one thing. I've been to Cape Town twice by sea. I'm heading towards Cape Town. suddenly there's nothing. And suddenly Table Mountain appears on the horizon. And as you travel further and further, it gets bigger and bigger because you're getting closer. That's not related to the curvature of the Earth?
Well, we're told that that's related to the curvature of the Earth.
Well, what
but
would be the other?
Well, I can do it similar. It's called angle of resolution. You understand that the higher I am, the further I can see. So the higher an object is that I'm looking at, the further off away I am that I can see it. So even if I'm coming towards the Burj Khalifa from 100 kilometers away along the beach, where it's all level, or let's just say I was on a dune or sand flats in South America, Bolivian sand flats, where we can both agree that the place is level. Now I'm going to walk away from you, but I'm going to hold a red flag. What are you going to see last? The red flag above my head, or the flag above my head, is going to be the last thing. I never walked over no curvature, but you slowly started losing me from my feet up as I went further away, because the angle of resolution on the lowest thing
What
is
does
so
angle of
narrow.
resolution mean?
Well, okay, so angle of resolution is when I put my head right on the ground, right? If I put my head right on the ground, I would not be able to see very far, because my angle of resolution has been reduced to this.
How much of a
Draw a triangle,
You're drawing a triangle, but the higher I go up, now my angle of resolution on the observed object has improved. So now instead of just being able to see your feet, gosh, I can see all of you, because now my angle of resolution on you has changed. And now, in fact, when you see this is a good one, when you see a ship go over the horizon, say, and then you go up, and then you go up the Maharani, right? I'll give you some local references, So you go up the Maharani, you will see that ship again, and you might even see. Cheers, bro.
Theo's flat. Listen to the sky, Theo's flat.
You will see beyond the ship that you thought had already gone over the horizon, and you will see ships further than that, because your angle of resolution has increased.
Well, the distance from your eye to the horizon is going to be different the higher you are off the ground. Okay.
Yeah,
is that what you're saying?
Not the
One thing you notice, the higher you get, is the horizon rises to eye level. Even if the higher you get, it always goes to eye level. It should be falling down, but it never does. When you're in a plane, thousands of feet, the horizon rises to eye level. That's an anomaly. Sorry, a globe should not do that.
Sorry, I was just trying to read the sign.
Trying to read the sign.
Go ahead.
What must we contain?
You're in science? Are you guys in science?
We're not in science, no. We're just wondering what the protest for, or the event was.
Well, this is Speaker's Corner. Every Sunday for 100 years or more, people have been gathering here to share their opinions on things. Today, in the current times, we are mostly concerned with religion. And so a lot of what you see going in here is religious disagreement, or religious people trying to share their religious beliefs.
Okay.
Mine is that religion is a control system, and so is science and government, that has been used to control mankind in the current way. And so I come out, I have been for 7 years, saying, hey, we can't prove that we live on a globe. And if that's true, then the entirety of our reality has been fabricated to control us.
So you're grouping science, religion, and government all together.
Yeah, now I make a very clear distinction between
So I
science.
think there are issues with all of them, but not the same issues. Not the same issues across
There's
all
no,
of them.
Yeah,
Do you think of it like a Venn diagram, like they all have their same issues and they overlap in the middle?
Yeah, so something like that. And well, because they all have their origin in the elite controlling the many, the few controlling the many. You know, so through kingship, through popeship, and through now in the current time science-ship. Well, I say scientism rather, because you know there's obviously the science that you and I can test, like water is boiling at 100 degrees centigrade at sea level, kind of thing. We can go and test that with machines and devices and so on. But there's also lots of things that we believe that we take as real, even though they're only theoretical. So that's why I've got the bit about gravity there, because gravity, although my pencil or this paper will fall to the floor, it is an expression of its
at the bit at the end.
Yeah, its buoyancy or its density in the medium. So gravity, theory of relativity, the idea that light is traveling infinitely far, that things are billions and billions of miles away, and yet we can see them and they're having a bearing on us, not true. The stars in the sky are close, very, very close, and the zodiac is absolutely your blueprint for your life, the zodiac. Well, you know, the zodiacs, I thought it might appeal to you, but the zodiacs have remained the same for thousands of years, yes? Cancer, Capricorn, all of these things, right? And these are precise placements of lights in the sky that have maintained that precision for thousands of years. Now, the Earth is moving in 4 different vectors currently. The slowest of them is the 1,000-mile-an-hour spin around our axis. The next one is the 30 miles per second, or 1 million miles per hour or something, that we're traveling around the sun. And the sun is traveling at 1 million plus miles an hour through the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is traveling many times faster than that through the expanding universe. And yet we're seeing stars that are meant to be 1 billion miles away and tens of billions of miles away. We're seeing them in exactly the same positions for all of recorded time.
But is that movement that you're just describing not something that science is telling us that's happening? That you're saying you don't believe it?
Well, I mean, science is saying that we're moving and they're not relatively moving. Because they're so far away, they appear not to be moving to us. But I'm saying they're moving and we're not. They're like, if you go to a nightclub and they've got a particular projector of lighting going on the roof, that projector is going to have little holes in it so that the light kind of shines through, right? Well, those holes are going to be in the same place. They might be over there on the roof, now they're over there on the ceiling, then they're over there on the ceiling, but they're always doing the same thing. Well, the lights are doing the same thing. But why I thought you might be interested in this is that because I was a glober before and I didn't believe that there was anything outside of this. It was all we had, right? And we evolved from monkeys. I believed all of that 10 years ago or so. Now I realize that actually the astrology that you're born under and the astrology of this day has a bearing on you in a very real way. You have a rising sign.
I think you can believe in both of them things.
Well, yes, you can. I mean, there's many people who believe in astrology and believe that we live on a globe. However, the intimacy of a flat Earth is that it's right here. It's the difference between me saying, yes, well, there's a war going on in Iran right now, and us going, well, we're not feeling any of that. What are you talking about? If I said, but there's a war going on in Hyde Park, you'd know about it, and it would be relevant to you. Well, what if the stars and the energies that they're conveying are that close, that they are super relevant to you? I think, I mean, my wife she's like deep in astrology, right? Really deep, much deeper than I can go, but she looks at it from the geocentric cosmology rather than the heliocentric cosmology. And when you look at the movement of the stars, the retrograding and the forward movement of the stars, you look at them on a flat Earth projection, you find that they're creating this flower of life, Mars, Venus, Mercury. They're creating their own like beautiful flower of life pattern as they retrograde in and out on a flat Earth. And when we observe these under a powerful camera, we find that they're going through like a light show, like a flickering light show. Mars is definitely red, Capella is very white, others are like rainbow colors, and you can see all of these in slow motion and see how they're doing this like flickering. But the flickering is unique to each one. So Mars has its own frequency to Venus. Now when we study, there's 2 things I'm going to offer you. One is the star in a jar experiment, which is mainstream, taking this, sound and creating an implosion. And the other is cymatics. When we take the soundboard and we put a frequency through it, we get the salt to form these beautiful geometric patterns, right? Well, imagine if each of the stars is one of these frequencies, and it's creating that frequency, and that energy is in our system. And for me, it's like, you are the center of the universe. You are the center of the universe. Each of us is the center of our own universe.
But I think we should believe that anyway.
Absolutely.
Even if it's not a scientific fact.
What if you could know it? What if you
I don't think I need to know it. I think also we should be the center of our own universe, but we should consider everyone else as well.
Absolutely. Well, because we are all in this together. Now, I said, what started me on this journey was DMT.
Okay.
No DMT. Heard of it? Ayahuasca. So that 10 years ago, I did DMT. And I was an atheist. 7 minutes later, the first words out of my mouth was, it's true, there is a God. And in that 7 minutes, I got a download.
But which God?
Lifetime. I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't need to. I don't need, whatever God is, it doesn't even need a name. And it doesn't even care if you cuss it, because it's much greater than anything that we can do here. So that doesn't have to factor into it. It's just that what I saw, I went in an atheist, staunch, angry atheist. And I saw my higher self. And my higher self was this blue being lying beneath me with his arms crossed and a big smile on his face. And this being was an eternal being. This is why I was getting this download and information. And I'm not tripping. My mind is working so sharp in this experience that this being is an infinite being and cannot be destroyed by anything here on earth. But I am a product of that being, and I am here to have an experience. Make of it what you will. I think each of us must do what feels right in goodness.
See, I think, and this isn't a criticism at all, because I kind of get that, but I think you would have more of a message if you didn't go after the flat earth.
Yeah, I know.
Because I don't disagree with that, and I think that's a really nice idea. But I think lumping that idea in with us being in a flat earth,
yeah, you're sort of driving
means
people
you're
away.
yeah. Because the whole flat earth, I feel like,
I know,
has been and gone.
No, well, you see,
as in we can agree to disagree, that's fine.
But for me,
I'm saying I don't dislike that message that you just said.
Well,
I just think you should separate it.
The divine is kind of within that, but you see, to get past all of the programming, you have to. I'm afraid you have to rip the plaster off and throw the ball away. Eventually, that's what you have to do. My wife said the same thing for years. It's like, what difference does it make? Almost everybody you will meet who has kind of gone, yeah, I see it now, realizes why it matters. And it's only until you see that you go, okay, I feel it now. Like, if, for example, I said to you, I drink distilled water only, and you said, but the government said distilled water is bad for me. And I said, but until you try it, you will never feel the benefits on your mental acuity, on your skin.
It feels a bit different, but I get your point. Yeah.
Well, I mean...
Do you think there's no one without the other?
I say to people like this, if girlfriend or boyfriend, like if you're hiding a secret, right? If you're hiding a secret from your partner, there's a reason for you to hide that, and it's probably to their detriment. I mean, maybe you got him a birthday present or something.
Yeah, I know you mean. Yeah.
I know.
On the wider scheme of things.
You know what I mean. So now, if I've discovered that there is a secret, there is an uncle in the village that everybody thinks is great, and yet he's doing nasty things to children, and I'm going around and you're saying, well, what difference does it make? Well, why don't you ask that little child who's currently being fucked up?
Well, that's an example that no one's going to disagree with, isn't it?
Well, what if your soul came here to have a divine experience that honestly you cannot reach until you realize who and what you truly are? And we cannot do that if we believe we come from evolved apes living on a big bang, we're insignificant.
What's their benefit? What's their benefit of hiding that from you?
Control, but on the material level, right? I don't think we should be forced to pay taxes. I don't think we should be forced to do the things that we do. Right? I think should be done by force. If I want to contribute to my village, then that's kind of up to me. But no, that would be one thing.
But then, do you think if we had, because I don't fundamentally disagree.
Carry on. I've got a flyer for you.
I just think
This is I was thinking at home.
I think that's nice in theory, but what about the people who then do need help? The people who can't pay taxes because they're not earning? That tax we're paying is helping them.
Absolutely.
I don't think you would disagree with that.
I don't disagree with that. I think we're meant to nurture our village from cradle to grave.
I agree.
But is tax
and I don't disagree that the system right now is not great.
Here's a crazy fact, is that we never paid income tax until World War I. All the cities, all the roads, everything that was built here, and most infrastructure already existed by World War I of our cities. They were all here. There's no city since World War I. You could say, Melbourne Garden City, but there's no, other than that, there's no cities been built since World War I. All of those were built pre-income tax. Now I'm going to offer you something that may be a little bit deeper for you, and that your birth certificate, when your parents sign you away, because that's what a birth certificate is actually giving ownership to the state. They sell that birth certificate on the stock market by the age of 7. That stock market item is used to fund the treasury. The treasury then use your value to fund projects like road building and stuff like that. So I know this is probably a little bit deep for you to kind of be willing to grasp, but actually there is infinite amount of money available if we truly allow it. The taxes are a crime against us. And here's the thing, here's another thing, is that this earth is so abundant, right? There is so much gold, there is so much natural wealth. Who gets that money?
I don't disagree with that.
Who gets that money?
It sounds like your problem is with capitalism, not.
Yeah.
Your problem is with capitalism.
It kind of
not
just
with,
sounds like
not
communism,
with the state.
socialism.
Well, I have a problem
rather than
I have a problem with
anti-science.
communism, and I think we're more communist than capitalist nowadays.
Yeah, but I think
anyway.
most people are more communist than capitalist.
Yeah.
Like, I think on a fundamental level.
But
Yeah,
no,
this is all just
I don't.
anti-capitalist
You know what? You're talking to a guy who could rather be spending time with my family and my little child right now. He's 8 years old, right? Never had a vaccination, just by the way, or a birth certificate, by the way. But now I could be spending time with him. However, I'm giving my time freely for nothing to come out and say to my village, hey, you've been lied to. Uncle Fester is molesting. I'm coming out to say that because I think that it is so important. So yeah, I would do my bit for my village. I would pay my tax if I didn't think that I was paying for wars, if I didn't think that I was paying for some guy to drive a Bentley and then rip us all off by doing the business that he does. The pharmaceutical industry doing the stuff that they do, poisoning people, blah, blah, blah. I would be, so I don't have a problem with that. I didn't have a problem with that because I didn't believe I was being lied to. Now that I know that all of this is being lied to, when Uncle Fester comes to you and says, hey, Fred, I want $20 of you, and you know who Uncle Fester really is, you're going to tell him to fuck off. I'm not giving you $20 because I know what you're up to, Fester.
No, I don't disagree, but I think that what you're annoyed at, what you're angry at, and what you're...
I'm not angry.
Okay, but what you're disagreeing
What you're disagreeing with is what a lot of people disagree with.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think I know someone who would disagree with anything you've just said for the, like, being annoyed at where your taxes go and what you pay towards and sort of mistrust of the state in a sense of, like, taxes and where your money goes.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that it's being done from an illicit place. It doesn't mean that when the government, because you're saying it from like a very local point of view, but we don't live in a society where everything can be done from a local point of view. That's what they do in America, and that sort of widens inequality.
Do you know that Tony Blair lied about weapons of mass destruction?
Yeah, everyone knows.
Do you know that? Do you know that Osama bin Laden didn't do 9/11? Do you know that?
Well, yeah, we can't disagree. Yeah, it's a bit.
You know that?
You can't disagree with the negative, but yeah, he didn't. We don't know that he didn't do 9/11. Is what you're saying.
Well, we know that we're fairly sure they weren't even planes that flew into those buildings by now, right?
Okay.
So we are being lied to. Those buildings came down, but by controlled demolition.
I think we agree with some parts, but not everything.
So all I'm saying is
very
that
interesting.
A lot of people disagree with Tony Blair. We do need to go in a second.
Yeah.
A lot of people disagree with Tony Blair, but the same way you could the Venn diagram of people who disagree with the war in Iraq and people who disagree with Osama bin Laden being murdered are like, there's quite a big Venn diagram there, I would say. You know, like no one disagrees that we were lied to, but no one disagrees that he shouldn't have been killed.
Who, Osama?
Yeah.
Well, I don't even know if he died when they say he did, you know, because he was very sick and the Americans were giving him medical care up until 2000. He was getting medical care by the American military because
the way he died was very like. The way he died was very like
that
unprompted and very
compound
sad.
in Karachi or wherever it was.
Well, they found him in like a secret tunnel underneath a farming house somewhere.
Oh, you're thinking of Saddam Hussein.
I'm thinking of Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, you're thinking of Saddam Hussein. And you know what the weird thing about that is that when they pulled him out, there were dates on the trees, hanging on the trees, and the time of the year that the dates are on the trees doesn't match with the time that they claim to have pulled him out of that tunnel. There are so many lies going on in the world. It is really difficult in a very short amount of time to...
Yeah, there are a lot of lies in the world, but it doesn't mean that like...
Everything is a
lie.
It's
nefarious, my friend. Let me tell you, I believe, this is a belief, that we're headed for World War III, and that World War III was designed 100 years ago. That intention to go through 1, 2, and 3 was designed 100 years ago. Now, I went to war myself as a youngster. 19, I went to war in Angola. and I fought against the Russians, Cubans, with the Americans. Now, they were lying about the Americans being in battle with us, but we saw them on the ground. So I saw that I was misled into going into battles, and it was only when I wrote my book about my battles that someone came and said, your battles were being choreographed, by the way.
No, and I'm not saying, like, what I'm saying is that I think also with the Americans, no one would disagree with the Americans are up to nefarious stuff, and that nefarious American wars as well. Like people know that those things exist, and a lot of what happens in those things, like no one's being lied to. People are being lied to, but I think people will agree that it's for their better. It's for the betterment of society, so they just decide to not care.
Are you aware that, you sound like you've been through uni and stuff like that, but are you aware that London, the city of London, is not part of England?
Yeah, I'm aware. The central part of London.
The city of London.
Yeah,
the
city
square
of
mile is outside
of the rules. It has its own
rules.
police force, has its own everything.
That's right. You're aware that Washington, D.C. is the same?
Yeah, as it's not a state in America.
It's a separate entity outside of that. And are you aware that the Vatican is a country to itself? Now, these are the three controlling entities of the world: banking, religion, and military. They are all in it together. And of course, as a flat Earth believer, I know that Russia is in the same club, because they're all, anyone who has a space agency at the very top table are in the club, and they know they're deceiving us. Which means that when they do go to war, they're doing it because they want you and me to go to war with each other, your children to pay the taxes for that war, which we're still paying for World War II today, and then pay the interest on that. And not only am I going to, as they did in Europe, wipe out over 100 million Europeans, right? You know why I say that? Because how many young men of 20 and 25 never came back from the front line and never had children? The number of children, Europeans, that would be alive today were it not for World War I and II, order of 100 million and more that are not alive today. So we are in some dark, dark world that is having us kill each other and pay for the privilege to be alive.
I feel like you can't compare World War II, where we tried to stop fascism,
and also
to today, where we're just bombing countries because we think they
but
have.
Also, if you're annoyed at capitalism and you're saying we're stopping loads of 20 to 25-year-olds going back, that's the prime workforce. That sort of goes against the antithesis of us being exploited for capital, because those are the workers under capitalism.
What? How much money did the war make? You know how much money
the war made money for some people.
Yeah.
And
Well,
they,
it's
and a lot of people.
Who are those some people? Yeah, who are those some people?
When they
I
were just
wonder?
capitalists at their time.
Right. Or they happen to be in those sort of few groups that can orchestrate such
Yeah,
things.
but then that's like that. You're annoyed at capitalism and society.
I'm not annoyed at any one system. I think that you and I should be able to trade with each other, you know, and the less interference by the state, which is what we have a lot of nowadays. Is what? No. Communism is the state controls everything. Everything. My transaction between you and me has to have the state involved. Well, this is where we are now, really. But I should be able to sell something to you.
We have more power.
But after a while, the problem is that after a while, my transaction between you, my transaction between her, my transaction between anyone here, will always lead to the government being in control. Like, it will always lead to the system we're in now.
Why?
Because that's just the way the world. That's the way the world has sort of always been, and it's shit. But it's just sort of the way that life works. Like we can try and barter, but capitalism sort of always evolves from it, and that's what makes it so shit. We're just at a stage of capitalism now that no one agrees with.
As you're on your way, I wanted to annoy you just once more, and that is that I believe that Adolf Hitler tried to make peace with England on 5 occasions, but the British wanted so badly to go to war with him that they rejected those peace terms. Now, I don't think Hitler's a nice guy. Let me just get that out of the way. I'm not like batting for Hitler, but I'm also not batting for Churchill.
No one here is for either. But I mean, I don't know what the 5 occasions you're talking about are, but I don't know if that's a productive conversation to have.
No, probably not. But you see, for me, the world wars have all been fomented, orchestrated, and created. So what you need to do to create that, let's just say I want to take over London, I've got to create some bad boys over there so that they start creating unrest. With that unrest, I'm now going to bring my solution in, which is, okay, well, let me take control of this.
Yeah,
place.
okay. I don't disagree with that, but I don't think that's a productive conversation to have about World War II when like mass genocide was happening. Like that's like genocide was happening.
Do you think that? Okay, I mean,
Don't say the Holocaust wasn't real.
The Holocaust.
Yeah. Like that was
6
happening.
million.
Yeah.
6 million. Do you know that there's the Jewish people have a thing called an almanac? Every 10 years they do a census of the number of Jewish people in the world, and I've seen the paper clippings from 1935 to 1936. They had somewhere in the region of 14.7 million Jewish people on their almanac. 10 years later, after World War II, they had 14.3 million on their almanac. People have gone to Birkenau, Auschwitz, and all of these places, and they've tested the stone in the chambers that they said they were putting this Zyklon Blue in. They cannot find any evidence of that. In fact, the rooms are not sealed with gaskets. They did them right next to the fires. You're not Jewish, are you?
No, but
No, but I don't think that's the point. I have a lot
point-
of Jewish
what-
friends, and it doesn't even matter
I've
if I
got
do
Jews,
or
my
not.
sister's married to a
I
Jew.
think we're
I've dated
gonna. We need to go now.
I think that this might be the point.
This might be the point where we agree to disagree.
I wish you well.
Yeah.
Cheers. Neither.
You lost them with the Holocaust talk.
Yeah,
That's always
it's such a like a.
That's always a.
It's just like. I can't help myself.
You can't compete with that.
I know I can't help myself, but Charles, this flat.
You can't compete with the.
Oh, that one's so sensitive, you know.
It is, yeah.
I left on my back of your home today, man. The whole lot. And I've set myself this challenge to do 8 hours live stream, and so I've done all my plan, everything is sorted out. Oh wow.
That's why I came back with this, like, all the bullshit you must get.
Yeah.
To still be standing here and like talking to people and talking about what you believe in, that takes a lot, man. Really, man.
Bit of stamina. Thank you.
Yeah, it does, man, because it's like it's just constant ridicule, constant. For me, right? I've always been. Sorry,
oh, sorry. Yeah.
And I don't believe. I always question that Earth thing. And it's always like the most obvious one. Like, really? Like, just
don't judge it.
Yeah. So that's why I've always been like, okay, let's. Most people are like, oh yeah, let's do this. For me, it's like, okay, let's hear this out, and try and prove it wrong, right? That's all what I've tried to do. Yeah, that's always what I've tried to do. And even though we still fundamentally disagree, because for the reasons I said earlier, but regardless, like.
Oh, I appreciate your demeanor on that, because it's like I want to be able to stand with a Christian or a Muslim and say, look, I don't believe everything that you believe, but I do believe that we are one under God, the Creator. And we are meant to come to brotherhood, not enmity. And what I see that these agendas of science and religion have done is they've created enmity between us. And it's that I hope. And as I say, I think also even if the world goes to hell in a handbasket, there's nothing that we can do to stop that, no matter how much truth is out there. What have you done in your journey when the end comes? And that's the most important thing, I think. It is about how have you lived, how well have you lived, and have you raised yourself spiritually, or have you been pulled into, like I was brought up in apartheid South Africa, where I could easily be pulled into a sort of disliking of black people because they're black, or whatever the apartheid agenda was, right? And so I had to be tested on that, and go, okay, well, let me put myself around black people. I've been around Muslims, I've been around others, and I find that these are all good people.
So can I assume that you have your family in the UK, right?
Yeah.
So how do you go about exerting your influence as any man should, right, over his kids, compared to the state?
Well, I mean, it's the best answer is to live, but to offer a good example, because by my example, then they will learn. So if I go around cussing on certain types of people or whatever, they're going to do the same thing. The apple won't fall far from the tree. So that's the one thing. I mean, my older children who are like in their 20s, I raised them on the globe, evolution and all that sort of stuff. So when 10 years ago I started throwing that all away, they found that hard to accept. And my daughter probably still struggles to accept.
How old, if you don't mind me asking?
24, she is.
24.
My youngest son now, he's 8.
So your eldest is how?
24, 25 and 23, my children.
So do they share the same?
My son, he's been around me for the last few years, and he said he can't really argue with the stuff that I put down. Although he's not willing to jump into a flat earther kind of perspective necessarily, he recognizes that a lot of the stuff that I'm raising as challenges to the globe and to the status quo, they have validity. And he knows that I'm also doing this completely honest, God-serving or God-respecting, honouring kind of perspective, rather than, I have some kind of agenda to bring someone into my club and for them to do something for me, pay me money or whatever. Although if you guys are listening and you want to put a coffee, yeah, 8-hour live stream. So if you want to throw a little coffee in the tin, I'd say England. Yeah, England and America. Mostly men in my case. I lost my bigger channel, unfortunately, because I turned too much so no, I think by my example, hopefully they will take a leap out.
It must be so hard, like, to.
You want some? Yeah. Yeah, there's a pound. Cool.
It must be really hard to disconnect your family from the system. Right?
Yes.
It must be super hard.
Yes.
Okay, I don't have kids, but I've got a niece, right? And like every day, it's like you see the difference when they go to school, when they learn whatever. It's how could you compete with that?
That's why I don't send my little one to school. So my 8-year-old has never been in a school situation. We're educating him ourselves. And actually, when you're around your child all the time, they're learning from your language, you're able to inculcate maths and all sorts of things, scientific inquiry. And he's got a really inquisitive mind, and he's looking for information himself, and I provide him with that. He researches himself.
So, can I ask you this? When you met the mother of your kids, was she already brought in to your way of thinking? Or?
When I met her, I wasn't brought into my way of thinking. I met her 30 years ago, and I only found this information 10 to 12 years ago. I only started questioning things really when I came across the 9/11 sort of misinformation, and it took me 10 years after 9/11 to begin to ask any questions outside of the mainstream story. So then it took her about 2.5 years from me going, damn it, I'm sure it's not a globe now. It took her about 2.5 years of listening to information to go, wow, that makes sense to me. I can see how she was listening to something I was listening to one Saturday, and she's like, wow. No, I gave it to her one Saturday. I said, listen to this. And it was all about the cosmic egg theory, that we're inside some great cosmic egg. And that made so much sense to her. She was like, okay. Now she's very into astrology, but she looks at her astrology from the sort of geocentric perspective rather than the heliocentric going around the sun.
Can I tell you a little something personal about myself, right?
Yeah.
So I'm from Afghanistan, right? But I grew up in this country. 9/11, you mentioned 9/11, that's why I wanted to bring this up. 9/11 was such a pivotal change in my life, because prior to that, everything was all good, it was all fine. After that, it was like everyone hates me. You know what I mean, right? And I had, obviously I was very young. I grew up here. And it was such a huge change, right? And that is what made me like begin to question official narratives, right? Because I'm like, oh, well, what do you mean, like some cave person decided to do that? This is bullshit. Like, this is my family, right? And that's what made me begin to question everything. Maybe a bit pointless.
No, that's a really important point. You know, I think we saw with COVID, a lot of people said, "Damn, this doesn't make sense," and they started sort of questioning the narrative, and so they've gone off on their own journey. So there is a catalyzing event, perhaps, that occurs in people's lives for them to say, "No, that's not true." Like, for example, if you and I saw a UFO land here in Hyde Park, and we were like, "Wow, that was a UFO, right?" But the newspapers tomorrow said a light aircraft touched down, and it's all been locked up and cleaned up and what have you. We would know for sure that the media were misleading people. As a youngster, when I went to war in Angola, I knew that the Americans were on the ground there with us, but that was being denied by the media in America and South Africa. I knew when I started smoking cannabis at age 20 that, wow, this is not the thing that they told me it was. They told me it was going to destroy me, and actually I'm finding I'm okay. I'm actually enjoying this, and it's not causing me any kind of harm. And then you do the research and you find that, wow, people are using it as medicine. 100 years ago, 200 years ago, they were using it to cure all sorts of conditions that now you'd have to go to the doctor to see.
Yep, absolutely.
So I knew sort of, and then I sort of mentioned someone earlier on, like I always had a sense that the JFK assassination, we never got the full story on that. Exactly what happened is another conversation altogether, but we never got the full story on that. And how is that possible that we could live in a world? But I kind of just went along with it. I just went along and accepted that, well, we don't know the truth about everything and so on and so on. There's probably a reason why they're keeping the truth from us and so on. And now I know the reason is because they're misleading us. They're intentionally misleading us about what's really going on. So they're intentionally misleading us. But I just accepted these as sort of in the, all right, we don't know exactly what's going on. And it wasn't until I looked at the 9/11 thing more closely that I thought, damn. But that means that the American governments, you know, because there's been a few since Bush, they're still not, Obama and what have you, they're still not telling us the truth about what really went down, which means that there is some serious collusion. Now, I still didn't believe that collusion could be happening between Russia and America. But once I got into researching Flat Earth, I was like, wow, maybe the Russians and the Americans at the very top table are working together in order to control the entire game and control God's creation or your experience of this creation. So no, that's good. But, you know, and I think because for me, funny enough, when 7/7 happened here in London, the bombings here in London, I was in Los Angeles at the time, and it was like wall-to-wall coverage of that. And when I landed back in Heathrow, I was mindful of the Muslim-looking guys with backpacks. I was genuinely thinking, hey, that guy could have a bomb in his backpack. But now I know that it was all staged and it was a false flag and blah, blah, I know all that now. But the effect on my psyche was that people of brown, were potentially so angry with me that they could detonate something, right?
But it has that impact, like moving forward, like generation to generation.
Now, what does that do to us collectively as a society when now I'm in a city or a society that has 10, 20, maybe 30% people that fit the brown or Asian or whatever you want to say look, or Muslim in this case? What are you going to do when so many white boys are frightened or fearful or think that that's their enemy? Now you've created a situation which the enemy is in my mind, but also in my town. So now I think, and this is the Tommy Robinson stuff, it's like, oh, well, they look like that. They are those, I'm going to put them all together in that kind of collective, and they are to be treated in a particular way. I've even got this crazy notion that, like they did with the Japanese in America in World War I, they gathered up on the West Coast, all the Japanese people who lived on the West Coast, they put them in concentration camps. I see that possibility happening. I like what they're doing in America, where they're like, people that have lived in America for decades, had children in America, but they weren't on the right paperwork, they're getting snatched out of their homes, out of their workplaces, out of their this, and the regular European or the regular average American is cheering for that now, because they see them as like, oh, you're coming here and you're a problem, you're taking my job, blah, blah, blah. Well, what if the psychology of the 9/11 Muslims are the problem, fundamentalism is the problem, is inculcated now, so that in 10 years' time or 20 years' time, when an action is pulled to say, right, we're going to have to round up all of these, Arab-looking people or Asian-looking people, we're going to have to do something because they're a problem, then the people who've been brainwashed into 9/11 believing that was true and so on, that will be part of the fuel of the fire that says, yes, unpleasant, but we're going to have to do it to them. And so I think we're being played against each other, and they're using these events. And I'm not saying that I don't think that there are, in any group, whether it be Christian fundamentalism or Islamic fundamentalism, there are people who you can exploit and say, right, let's use that fundamentalism, give them some money, and point them in a particular, or weapons, and point them in a direction that we want them to go. ISIS, Al Qaeda, all these sorts of things. The Americans funded them, the Russians funded them, and then they end up, turning on us in a way, and then we have to try and fight them, and blah blah blah, and then Afghanistan gets given back to the Taliban anyway. So I think that there is this long game being played on us to create enmity and
absolutely, but the question always circles back to how use protecting your family from all this culture.
It's absolute.
Well, I mean, that's okay. So on the mainstream stuff, like for example, I knew that I should never vaccinate my child.
It's just.
So he's never been.
You need to look at it yourself.
I don't need to get a birth certificate for him. I don't need to give him a
that's the
certificate.
basis.
So he doesn't have a birth certificate. He has a passport.
It's the basis. And it's
but no
just,
birth certificate.
I'm sorry.
Then when it comes to the education, yes, I'm going to educate the young one myself.
It's absolute.
And then in terms of how I conduct myself in business, well, that's a slightly more tricky one for me at the moment because I'm in a bit of a state of flux. Because we have to be in the world and not of the world. So even though I used to work for the government in Westminster, I can't go back and do that anymore. I can't go back to the 9 to 5. So I do have to inculcate in myself a independence of income generation. And so what I would rather inculcate, because my parents raised me to go and work in the banks, to go and work in the city. That's what I was inculcating. Get a good education, go and get a big corporate job, 25 days annual leave, and a retirement or a pension at the end of it. That was what I was raised for. And that's what the system wants, is it wants people to come in and fuel this system. And I would much rather create like become like a tradesman or carpenter or an artist or something where you're using your own talent to generate an exchange of energy between the customer and yourself.
Absolutely.
So those are the sorts of things. It's a great question, but those are the, as I say, living by a certain example and trying to as well, when we see things, say we don't watch the TV, but let's say we see things that are counter to what I'm trying to inculcate, then I will offer an alternative view to my child to say, hey, this is what they're saying there. Take the wars. And I'll tell them that it's like if you live in this country, it's like, oh, you've got to support Ukraine and you've got to see Russia as the enemy. And I would rather teach them that, well, what if both peoples are being put against each other and we shouldn't really be choosing sides. So it's that's the kind of thing that I try and do. And I love for my little boy, a love for nature and a love for the natural world much more than the sort of this crazy world. Although he does like a little bit of gaming, he's got one of those little Game Boys now that he inherited from his older brother. But we have to be in the world and not of the world. Like I say to my Muslim brothers, is that I would say to my children, alcohol is not great for you, but you have to decide when to stop. I'm not going to tell you never to touch it. I'm going to say that there's certain risks associated with it, but you have to go test that water
so
for yourself
he wrote,
and decide what's
paper.
right for you.
He's the most cited.
And that's I think that's with most things is because this is your life experience and only you can live it. And only you can decide when you put your head on the pillow whether what you did today met with what you want to do or whether you fell short of that and you want to do different tomorrow. Or up to you.
Professor Norman Fenton. Okay, fucking lost his
I'm
job.
going to be here 3 weeks in August.
Oh, this is my second time here. It's the first time I see you here.
Okay, well, because I don't have a home, right? I lost my home on this journey 5-6 years ago. So me and my little family have been traveling around a lot. So I'm not always in reach of London. So I don't come down that often. However, I can say for sure, from the second week of August, I'm going to be around London for 3 weeks. So I'm going to be coming every Sunday if the weather allows it, and hopefully I'll see you.
Right, so I'll go with Norman Fenton. Okay, so he looked at...
Much love, man. Thanks for your time. Cheers.
So the way he would show, the way that say, if you have a vaccine, and you...
you don't wanna,
Are you filming us?
Yeah, I'm on live.
Okay, good. Please
yeah.
don't.
Yeah,
Please
no
don't.
worries.
Are you a public and it's good. It's all good, but I don't know. Especially these days, to me.
I'm going to have a chat with the chat room. See, this chalk is catching people's attention. Yeah, I got my glasses somewhere. Oh, yeah, they are. Oh, 8 hours 33. The flyer is tonight. Hey, conspiracy music guru. Come on, play sex. Yeah, there was some triggering there, hippies. And I guess we need, the game needs to have all sorts of characters. Tony Dixon, you're wasting your time with this
You believe in flat Earth? Yes, oh, good. What's the idea? What's the thought?
Basically, that water, if we live on a globe, must be curving.
Okay.
But we can't measure such curvature. In fact, in water, when it's level, when it's not being disturbed, it's perfectly level.
Can I just take video of that? Yeah. Because one of my friends, he believes as well.
Oh, cool. Well, I'll give you a flyer to take home with it for your friend.
Okay, because he believes in that. Just so I just need to.
Do you support Arsenal?
Yeah, I support Arsenal.
I've been to the Arsenal stadium, old one and the new one.
Good.
Yeah. And you know what I always say to people is that you play football on a ball or on a pitch. You play football on a pitch. Yeah. You cannot play football on the ball. It's very difficult to stand on a ball. Okay. So we say that if we live on a ball, just like the football, the ball must be bending about the same all the way around. Yes, to make the sphere. It must be bending all the time. So it turns out that there's a math formula for calculating the curvature from the beach to 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles. And that curvature formula is 8 inches per mile squared. Okay. 8 inches per mile squared. So that means that 10 miles is 10 times 10 times 8, 800 inches of curvature at 10 miles. At 100 miles, it's 100 times 100 times 8. So we're talking about 80,000 inches of curvature over 100 miles, and yet when you take the American rail gun, they can shoot a target, one ship to another ship, 100 miles away. When we take the world record photograph in the Guinness World Records, 400 kilometers away. You know, when we go up high, like Burj Khalifa, for example, we can see much further, and the sun will set much later than someone who's down on the beach. This fits perfectly with everything being flat. But if it's a ball and it's curving away, then we should both, the bottom and the top, almost at the same time, lose the sun. But just in the same way as, for example, if we're looking out this way, we can only see the top of this building out here. Why? Because that's tall. But below that, there are other houses that we cannot see. But because of our angle is so low, we're so low to the ground, that we can't see very far. But if I went up to the Burj Khalifa, wow, now I can see ships that are 20 miles, 30 miles away. If I go into an airplane above the Mediterranean Sea, gosh, I can see ships for 100 miles in all directions that look like they're on flat water. So our observation is that the water is flat. When we measure water in the small level, we find that it's also flat. So people have taken lasers over 10 miles, 20 miles, 40 miles, where I'm standing on one beach, you standing on the other beach, I fire the laser and you see it. Now, according to the globe formula, there should be 40 times 40 times 8 inches of curvature. So why, if I'm standing on the beach, can I see that?
So you believe in flat Earth?
I believe that the Earth is enclosed. It's like it says in the scriptures, that there is a roof or a firmament, or a rakia, as it says in the Hebrew text, that there's a roof over our head, and that closes everything in, which is why we have gas pressure. Why we have pressure in the atmosphere is because we are inside of a big gas canister. We're inside of a big container.
So where does that roof?
How high?
Yeah.
About 100 miles. We have to estimate because we can't be certain. In mainstream science, they talk about the Kármán line. The Kármán line is, I think, 60 miles, maybe 60 miles, 100 kilometers. So that's about as high. And we've seen a rocket was sent up by, I think, Google, called the GoFast rocket. And it flies out like this. They've got a camera facing down. And then it hits something and stops. Immediately stops. So we are questioning whether there is a roof at about 100 miles or 100 kilometers high, and that all the gases get lighter and lighter and lighter until you get to frozen at the very top, and everything is frozen.
So why they don't tell us? So why the countries, the governments, they have other ideas?
Yeah. So what this means is that all the countries, many of the countries in the world are like a franchise. You know what I mean by franchise? Like McDonald's. You know, they sell you a franchise so you can open a McDonald's shop in your town, yeah? You pay McDonald's every year, and when McDonald's says you've got to change the color from red to blue, then you've got to change the color from red to blue, yes? So every country, most governments in the world are operating, since World War I and II definitely, most countries in the world are operating as a franchise, that we will allow you to continue to operate, but you have to take my bank, you have to take my military stuff, you have to take my science as well. So the reason why they do that, just in the same way as McDonald's doesn't want to tell you what chemicals are in their food, they don't want you to know that because you might say, oh, maybe I won't buy that. They don't want you to know that the Earth is flat because whilst you believe it's a globe, you don't think that there's any other land to explore. You think that, as I used to believe, that this was created by the Big Bang. That this was just explosions billions of years ago that eventually turned into water on Earth, and then the animals and the frogs and the fish came onto the ground, and then they became monkeys and dinosaurs, and the dinosaurs got destroyed, so the monkeys got bigger, and then they became man. They don't want you to know that God, a creator, made this Earth, because a flat Earth is created, a globe is a Big Bang. A flat Earth has to be created, it's enclosed, it's like if you had a tortoise, you created a terrarium for your tortoise. You would create that environment perfect. There'd be fresh water getting pumped in, there'd be an air supply, there'd be fresh stuff growing, all these sorts of things, yes?
So you basically believe that going to space is a lie?
Outer space is fake. What might be above us is water, might be. That's what we think. In the Bible, it says that in the New Old Testament, God separated the water from the water. That's what the Old Testament says. God separated the water from the water. So if I was to take a balloon, a plastic balloon, a rubber balloon, and I was to put it into my basin of water, and then I was to blow it up, I would actually create a bubble of air inside of the water, and I would separate the water from the water. But right in the middle of that, in that balloon, if I put some sand in the balloon, the sand would sit at the bottom, and the air would sit at the top in that space. And then I could grow things. If there was the Old Testament or some of the older books, Enoch talks about how there's gates where air is pumped in, like 4 corners of the earth where air is pumped in fresh. And I believe that the oceans are doing that too, is that we are getting fresh water pumped in to the system, or water is being cleaned through the system. The tides are like a breathing, that the tides are breathing in and out twice per day. The tides breathing in twice per day. That's what our tides are doing. So everything is created inside of a perfect habitat by a creator for you. You are the center of creation. You are the reason why this is here. And your higher self, which is eventually connected to God, but your higher self expressing itself as you in this avatar for 100 years, hopefully.
Like a spirit.
Huh?
Like a spirit, like a soul.
Like a soul, yeah, your soul is inhabiting this body for hopefully 100 years to grow and learn something. I use this example for people. Imagine that our earth, now I just describe a balloon. Imagine if our earth was an apple. In the center of the apple is the seed. Yes? Now the center of the apple or the seed is the only place that new tree can come from. A new apple tree will only grow if the conditions are met. That apple needs to fall on fertile soil, the right conditions need to happen, it doesn't get eaten by some other thing, and then that seed, in the right conditions, will pop out, will send down a taproot and will pop out into a new world that it never recognized before. Because while it was inside of that apple, all it could see was the apple fruit. Now it's out, it's got sun, it's got a new world, it's like, whoa, I can become a big tree here and I can have apples of my own. Well, imagine if your soul is waiting for that moment. Imagine if your soul is one of those seeds inside the apple, waiting for apple after apple after apple, for eventually the right time for you to put down roots and go, what, I'm ready to go to the next level. Because I believe that there are maybe 7 levels to God. This is the base level, and then there are higher levels. And as we mature our soul, we might get the opportunity to grow, to become the new apple tree.
Yeah, we believe so.
You can. This is live on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
So you can send this to your friend. I'll give you my information.
I want to
yes,
take a
yes,
photo of that.
please.
So as I just said, so in Earth is a spherical shape.
Yeah.
We have a gravity in the center which pulls us down.
Yeah.
How about flat Earth? How does gravity work?
We don't need gravity on the flat Earth because everything is flat. So we don't. We're either heavier than the medium we're in. So the air. We're heavier than the air, so we feel heavy on the ground, yes? But if we jump in the swimming pool, not so heavy anymore. In fact, you can float if you fill your lungs with air, right? So you've changed the medium that you're in, and therefore you become buoyant. Same as the helium balloon. The helium doesn't like being down here. You let go of the helium balloon, boom, up it goes. Why? Because it wants to get to equilibrium. It's displacing, at the moment, it's displacing too much, and it wants to go.
Can we take photo for you over there?
What's the name of
This guy, Naif Bardan. He's alone, believing that flat earth. So you need to. I will take photos also. So you need to support him.
Okay. Yeah.
You're right. Tell him that's Naif Bardan. You're right.
That would be awesome. Well, he can write to me. I've got an email address.
Yeah. I will take photo for you. So just tell him Naif Bardan. Yeah.
You had a question?
What?
Did you have a question?
No.
Oh, I thought you asked me.
Yeah, about gravity.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, so as I explained here, gravity is really just displacement in a medium. You see, like these things here, they're floating. They're not falling to the floor. Why? Because they are lighter than the medium that they're in. So they create a buoyancy. And so that buoyancy is how much it weighs. You know, your buoyancy right now is X, but if you went to a high altitude mountain, it would be X plus 1, because you become heavier in thinner air. Just in the same way, opposite, you become lighter in thick water. You know, we can take an anvil. You know what an anvil is,
Yeah, it's fermenting.
Yeah, and we can float it on mercury. It will float on mercury like a football will float on the water. It will float on mercury. Why? Because it's lighter than the mercury it's displacing. Incredible.
Can I take the video for you?
Yeah.
Naif Bardan.
Naif Bardan.
Naif Bardan. He's your representative in the MENA.
Hey, Naif. Nice to hear from you, brother. Or nice to hear that you're a truth-seeking flat earther, or someone who knows that the globe is a complete hoax. And it's a hoax on the man, and it's a hoax on God, our creator. That we are the center of creation, and that this world was created for us to have a wonderful soul-growing experience. And all of the lies, the deceptions, and the misleading stuff is designed to break and destroy God's perfect creation.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Great. Super good. Thank you very much. He will be very happy.
Good.
Yeah, so, and I will send him this.
Send him those, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank
Hey,
you.
really.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure meeting you.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You
Thank
Muslim.
Thank you very much.
Salam alaikum.
Yeah,
Alaikum
salam.
salam.
Thank
Go
you
well,
very much.
brothers.
Go well. Thank you.
So, we are 45 thumbs up. So Jax is a regular supporter of Buy Me Coffee, so he gets a shout for that. Thanks for that. For the CJ, advances in vibration. It's obvious. Rising 9 meters per second, the earth is pushing on your feet. Try to debunk it. Also, there's a water itself level. You know, I still can't get that. I'm sorry. You know, if the system that we're in is moving, and it's a little bit like the example of the aircraft moving in a straight line, I think that you wouldn't know it, and I don't know that we need it. But hey ho, we don't have to do anything. Yes, Peaceful Anarchy, I'm still alive. I had challenged myself to go 8 hours. And I brought enough, packed enough greenery to keep me going. But I left it at home, I left it behind. So, this is the speaker's corner for those who have not been here with me before.
He's got to have a conversation with him. No, I've got a conversation with him. So, they believe that he is
Oh, this guy's got a kit. How you doing? I was just admiring your gear. That's a lot of...
That's the ultimate rig, isn't it?
Wow.
Nice to meet you, sir. What's your name?
I'm Dave.
Sherwin.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Wow. That's Kermit the Frog, is it?
Pepe.
Ah, Pepe. Okay.
Cool. I like.
Yeah, look at my tiny little... you're making me feel...
Okay.
Wow.
I thought that was that, but it's not. You got the phone.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, I am wanting to get something like this. It's like a 360 or whatever.
I would too, but
Are you live streaming?
Live streaming.
Cool. Where?
Oh, on YouTube.
Cool.
What's
your name?
Trinity 4.
Trinity Christian. Follower of Christ?
Follower of Christ? No.
Oh.
No. No, but I think that we are the Trinity, like we are the the mother, father, child, electricity, magnetism, and ether. I think it's 3. Frequency, vibration, and so on. I tell people that. I tell people.
24?
24, yeah. There might be a space in between it. I don't know. There you go.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Ooh, you're fit. Work out. Give me a sub.
Thanks.
Trinity 4. He takes pictures of everything.
It's just good because I can see quickly after. But
Yeah. I think that we are the center of creation, actually. That we are the expression of whatever God you believe in or whatever is out there. We are that expression, and this world is designed to hide that or usurp it or control it such that we damage our brothers and sisters and we damage ourselves. That's what I believe. But I think it's a soul journey. We're here on a soul journey to kind of elevate ourselves to some next level. I don't know what that level is. I can't make any claims about that. But I truly believe that because we've been deceived on such a grand scale, they're doing it for the reason of control. And
They want to
control
divide us, control and divide.
Control and divide. But and that's so that I go to war with you, but I'm also going to war with myself. That's what they
The
want.
inner battle.
Yeah, inner battles, you know.
I know what you mean.
And it is that inner journey that we're here to assuage, but it's the external stuff that can often get us to hate on ourselves. And a good easy example is, something happens to you when you're in school or when you're a child, and that perception is then carried into self sort of harm or self awareness, you know what I mean, and it harms ourselves. So yeah, I think we're here to raise our vibration or to kind of find our highest good despite being put into Shawshank prison. You know Shawshank Redemption, right?
Well, I get good energy from you. I can feel you're friendly, you're cool. I don't feel like you want to hurt anyone. You don't seem violent. Like from your aura, your energy, I can tell. You're a friendly man, and you want to know the truth, and you want people to bring together. Is that true?
That's true.
Okay.
That's true. Because I do think that we are one. I think that we are connected, although we've been divided by centuries of division of religion and race and creed and we are one. And the more that I can connect with my fellow brother, then I think the richer that we're stepping over those barriers that have been placed before us. But I appreciate your.
I appreciate you.
Your
Do you mind if I show my? I only have like one. It's only my mom, right? But later, can I show them your YouTube?
Yeah.
Trinity 4.
Trinity 4. Well, why don't you, if you don't mind, take one of my
sure.
flyers.
I'll check it out. Are they the same thing?
3 different bits of information. Those
Thank
are
you.
3 generations of my flyers. What's your name?
Sherwin. Nice to meet you.
I'll be here back in August. I look forward to seeing you again.
Where are you from?
South Africa.
South Africa. Nice.
my brother lives there on the Cape.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Supposedly.
Okay. Well, I have actually lived in London for a long, long time, but I'm currently without a home, so I travel around a lot. My journey took me from working for Westminster in the government and blah, blah, blah to barefoot. Yes, barefoot on purpose. I'm grounding, earthing.
That's actually
We're
good.
electrical beings.
That's actually really important.
Yeah, so I try and do it where I can. Go without shoes.
Yeah, but you're on cement, you're on concrete.
Right now I'm on tarmac. It's one of the worst things for grounding. It's kind of rubberized. Well, no, the heat doesn't bother me, but it's like a rubber surface. So you're not actually getting that connection, whereas I am on the grass. Yes, which is where I'm heading now. But
Do you know the dangers against plastic
yeah,
and the hormones? Are you like?
Yeah.
I'm curious.
yeah.
Because you're not wearing shoes, so you know about that. And the microplastics.
I distill my drinking water. So I remove all the fluoride, any plastic that might be in it.
Get a filter. The zero water. I'm not heard of that.
Zero, one of those under sink ones.
No, it's like a system. It's got the sand, the
Oh, okay.
filtration.
Yeah, that's a good thing, but distillation is the hydrology process, So basically you're creating steam and sucking off that steam and turning it back into water.
How do you do that? Well, you got a machine?
I've got a 4-liter distiller, countertop distiller, and then there's a cooling hood on the top. So it boils like an urn, and it takes about 2 or 3 hours.
Oh, this is like a lesson. Yeah.
Yeah, it takes about 2 or 3 hours to create 3 or 4 liters of distilled water. Distilled being that it's absolutely pure of any dissolved solids.
Reverse osmosis?
Not, it's better than I have. I mean, in South Africa.
I want one. Hey, where do I get one?
You can buy them on Google. I mean, on Amazon. There are 100.
No globalist monopoly.
100. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can buy. There are a few companies in this country that sell them themselves. So if you go and look
I'll look it up.
Look up water distillers. They cost between 100 and 200 pounds, and it'll be the best investment you make in your health. One of the best investments you can possibly make in your health. So microplastics, I try and avoid. Never vaccinate. Never, do any of these things. No vaccination.
Never vaccinate?
No.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking this is all vaccine injuries.
Yes.
He's into the conspiracy theories, but he's okay. Have you seen his website?
No.
Vlog.com.
Vlog.com. I'll check out your website. I'll check out your website.
It's a lot on your website. But you don't about your website.
You don't have internet though. You said if you don't have a place, how do you have all these things?
Well, okay. So what I do is I house sit. I house sit for people.
Where do you put your distiller if you don't have a place to put it?
No, I look after people's dogs, animals. So I go to their house. I've just come from 2 months in Hungerford area. Beautiful house, acres of ground. Of course, I can run my distiller, no problem at all. But so that's, I have to be extremely good at like organizing stuff in order to make everything work. But yeah, we stay clear of the plastics as much as possible. But I do bath sometimes, and that's in the fluoride water, right? Yeah. In fact, my son and I, we were bouncing on a trampoline in the rain the other day, and my skin felt so good. He was naked, I was in my shorts. My hair felt good, my skin felt good after being washed in rain, rainwater rather than, because that's the pure water. Rainwater is pure water.
Halloween! Halloween! You gave me sweets? Yes!
Nice to meet you again.
You gave me sweets, you had the mask on, how are you?
Good. You recognize me.
Somehow I found your YouTuber. Yes!
I want to see the stream. Can I?
Oh
yeah, YouTube Trinity 4 you said, right?
Trinity 4, yeah.
Okay.
I've got it on.
Is that on here?
Yeah, that's on there.
Okay, thank you.
That's a friend of mine's app, but that's my contacts there.
Oh, thank you.
You can have a flying.
In Leicester Square. Leicester Square! Yeah. Yeah, it was a good loss. Be patient with me. You work together.
All right. Until next time. Okay, there's a little bit of extra bonus for my Patreons.
Hey, Camel P! Yo, Camel P, come back, man. Don't leave.
Use the damn out.
Let's see. I'm gonna get this.
This is never playing. I get a Bible, I go into the club, word for word. That's what you just said now word for word is no preserve. Word for word. Contradiction. Letter for letter. Word contradiction. Contradiction.
Guys, I think my battery's running out. You put armature in my battery we have you 8 hours. Thanks, mate.
والمقتول منه.
Think that like, you know, when you take your shoes off, you're just gonna, opportunities. As I said earlier, I've got the opportunity to be in London 3 weeks in August. So, this is Friday recapping. And then, yes, as I say, I think I don't have the exact dates in my mind, but that's what I'm looking at. These are 3 summers. Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously you get the usual a t-shirt from Macabre Life.
Nada, quasi giorno
alla scuola
Oh my God. But he can convert it. No,
You
but,
can.
but, yeah.
It's-
But if it was a century ago, you should have said that. Maybe yes, I would have been. But now, of course, you cannot do that because you can see that satellites. You know, you fly from America, come to Britain, to Germany, and from there you take another flight, go maybe to Central Asia, another flight to go to China, another flight to Japan, another flight. You come the same.
Yeah. So obviously flat earthers are also quite smart. And we've mapped flight routes on a flat earth map, and we find that oftentimes what it looks like, we go from this place in the southern to Dubai, and then we go back down to Australia or whatever. We make these flights like this, but if you look at that on a flat map, it's almost a straight line from one place to another.
Oh, but because it is, you know, they got to do it like that for people to understand it. But I mean, how could you say that? I mean,
but flights. We've had there's a guy who wrote a book about 15 emergency landings that disprove the globe, where sometimes like they've flown from Hawaii to California or somewhere, and they landed in Alaska in an emergency. They're like, whoa, that doesn't make any sense. So let me tell you that the flights we can explain, but first, before we get to flights, you've got to realize that the water is not bending.
So your
water
opinion,
is not bending.
Maybe this is infinite.
Infinite, maybe.
You
Maybe.
think it's infinite?
Maybe.
My friend, that's
one
line.
Well,
infinite. Without
end.
How come?
Infinite plane. I mean, I'm not saying it is.
Already discovered this, discovered
I'm
that.
not. But what we know for sure is that if it's a flat Earth, there might be other continents that are hidden. On a flat Earth, there could be. On a globe, there's nowhere else to go. Flat Earth.
Maybe we
yes.
just go leave there. If we can cross, then we are there.
Yeah.
Just leave
Another
there.
continent.
A whole
You
continent.
think?
Yes.
Civilization.
Lemuria.
But my friend, you know, they give it the access.
Parallel universe
They
might
have
be
given
there.
access to all these satellites, and it makes sense. You know, even me, sometimes I look at my own village. I fly over it.
Yes.
Yeah, this is my village. This is the mountain I used to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible that I could do that from 70,000 feet with a spy plane? Yeah. So, because when you use Google Maps, what you find is at the very beginning, when you're looking at the Google Earth, that's a composite, that's a computer image. But once you get to about 100,000 feet, all of a sudden it starts to look like, I can see roads, and I can see real things that look like a photograph. So I believe that all of the stuff that we see from what we think is satellites is using high altitude planes, like the spy planes that can get 70, 80,000 feet. I think they can do that. They can also come down at 20,000 feet over London with a drone and just take all the pictures that they need, and now you've got Google Maps. So So Google is not evidence of the globe. Google would be bought by the system or used by the system to reinforce the globe. So what we start with is the basics at water level, which is that water, we cannot measure the curve. We find that water is level. Suez Canal, 120 miles long, level. But they tell us that if we live on a globe, it's always curving.
But because it's a very small distance, my friend.
120 miles?
Yeah.
But have you not heard people tell me that the ship is going over the horizon from the beach at 3 and 4 miles? In fact, if you Google that, someone did it today, they said 2.8 miles. That's what you get from Google. Is how far does the ship go from the horizon to over the curve? They say 3 miles, 4 miles maybe. So how can it be 100 miles with no curve?
But when I was in school, we used to have this diagram showing the ship going, and after that going, and after that, you see it disappears. Yeah. So it means that they were saying that, look, the Earth is like that.
Yeah. So what we can do is we can put a coin or something on a table, a dining table, and put the camera right on the level of the table and slide the coin away. And you'll see that the bottom of the coin goes, and then the top of the coin eventually goes as it goes further away. That's got nothing to do with it going over a curve. It's on a flat table. It's got to do with angle of resolution. The further something is away, the smaller it looks, and the lower it looks. If you are, you know what?
I will be very exciting if there is any another continent.
Yes.
You know, because when I look at it, because people now report from every corner of the world. Somebody lives in Argentina, they say, oh, this is my land, it's like this. Somebody is from the other continent, they say, oh, it's like that, and which is, you know?
Well, that's
and
right.
there's nobody else to say, oh, this is a continent there.
We know that the maps of the world are, none of them are accurate. The globe, they admit, is not an accurate representation of what the Earth is. There's so many flights, like you can fly from Johannesburg, South Africa, to London in 11 hours. Now, if you take a piece of string from the globe, from Johannesburg to London, and then take that string to Argentina, you can cover the entire of South America with that distance.
Okay.
And yet the flights are longer.
My question is this to you, flat earthers. Why you guys are not funding a project to send a balloon out, right, to the space and then see the shape of the Earth?
This is we've done this. We've sent a weather balloon up. The highest we can go before a weather balloon will pop is about 120 for us, for private. Where the government, they can maybe go to 150 to 200.
But that's not like a 360 angle.
No, but you can see this footage comes from a video, and in fact a company called Dogcam, they sent up a camera back in 10 years ago, and they've got it spinning around, and you can just see it's all level, wherever we can see. But we can't get to the vacuum of space. The vacuum of space is not real. Like it says in the scriptures, God separated the waters from the waters. So what's above us, there's a roof, and then maybe water.
I don't believe in God.
Okay, but well,
He believes in God.
All right. Well, we are you Muslim?
Yeah, I'm a spiritual.
Okay, well, I'm super spiritual as well myself. But I'm not in a competition.
I love Mother Nature. I love this.
Yes.
This planet is beautiful.
Yeah.
But what you are saying that because I don't accept it, because it is not true.
Okay,
because
so
it's
imagine,
not infinite.
Imagine.
You guys flat earthers.
I'm telling you.
I want to hear his argument.
Ask him questions.
What's about South America and Argentina? I missed that.
Okay, I'll come back to that, but let me just make this point. Imagine that you were responsible for some new rabbits or a tortoise or something like that. You're going to create a habitat for that tortoise, yes? That habitat's going to clean water every day, new food every day, new bedding, whatever. You're going to put a roof over the top, make sure no bird could come in and take it away, right? You're going to create that environment. Well, God, if you believe in God, created an environment that was perfectly safe for us to be in. The globe is an imperfectly safe environment. Why? That's why they tell us the dinosaurs, if you believe they existed, went away because a rock came from outer space and smashed everything up. And that actually we only exist here because the dinosaurs died and then humans were able to evolve from monkeys. This is what they tell us. This is bollocks. Our God creator designed a place that was perfect. It has a water system, it has an air system, and of course, this fanciful idea that we're walking underneath the hall, no, it doesn't make sense. Now, this gentleman's question about Argentina.
Yeah, I want to hear about this.
What was the question?
No, I heard him talking about.
All right, from Johannesburg in South Africa, the quickest flight you can get today. Now, the story when I first started paying attention to this was 25 years ago, the Argentinian rugby team used to come to South Africa for a Tri-Nations. It was called the Tri-Nations Rugby Championship, right?
Okay.
And they came and joined New Zealand and Australia. It used to be called the Tri-Nations, and then they joined. Anyways, for the top level rugby team to come to South Africa in the 1990s, they had to fly to England and then to South Africa, which was like, okay, why are they doing it? I used to believe the story, well, there's not enough people flying between Argentina and South Africa to make it worthwhile to fly, so they have to make them to England and so on. Now you take a piece of string for the 11-hour flight on a globe. If you take a piece of string on a globe and measure the distance on that globe from Johannesburg to London, we know that's now 11 miles. That's 11 hours. That's a matter of fact. Everyone's been flying 11 hours forever from...
Sure.
You take that piece of string and run it over to South America, and you'll find that you go over the whole of South America. In other words, an 11-hour distance on the globe from Johannesburg to London would take you all the way across the other side of South America, and yet when you fly to Buenos Aires, 14 hours today, it would take you 14 hours from Johannesburg. That makes no sense. When the string is saying, no, it should be more like 9 hours because it's a bit shorter than the London trip on the globe. In fact, if you buy a globe in America, underneath everyone has a sticker that says this is a toy, it's not meant for educational purposes. The globes themselves, none of them are right. Africa is way too small, Russia is way too